Chapter 1. The Realm of Immortality, Eastern Domain. Deo Sect, one of the 7 sacred grounds of the Eastern Domain. A delicate, slender youth clad in white languidly reclined on a massive stone, basking in the sun with his legs crossed. The boy rested his head upon his right hand while holding a flask of wine in his left, taking sips intermittently. What a carefree existence. The youth's name was Ye Chen, a sojourner from another world. He had arrived in this realm, settling into the Tao sect for just over half a month. It can be confidently asserted that this fellow was undoubtedly the most unconventional disciple of the Tao sect. There was simply no comparison. While others diligently engaged in their cultivation, he was indulging in idleness. As his peers toiled to comprehend the teachings of their predecessors, he remained in a state of leisure. Faced with the exasperation of his elders and the admonitions of his contemporaries, he would invariably retort, "I am but a mortal, an ordinary person, why must I exert myself so?" Logically, such a lack of ambition should have led to his expulsion from this prestigious sect long ago. Yet that was not the case. It was solely due to his extraordinary talent. When he first arrived at the Tao sect, merely half a month prior, he participated in the entrance examination alongside numerous other candidates. Cultivation level? Not up to standard. Physique? Not up to standard. Thus, Ye Chen became the subject of ridicule, regarded as a waste by countless examiners. Until he reached the final test. Talent. The talent testing stone was shattered upon contact. Initially, everyone assumed there was a malfunction with the stone. The second and third stones met the same fate. The 8th stone, 7 consecutive talent testing stones were destroyed, and only at the 8th did the skeptics finally come to a realization. This fellow's talent was astonishingly formidable, exceeding the limits of the testing stones. Just as Ye Chen was about to obliterate the 8th stone, an ethereal elder appeared, halting the test. He then took Ye Chen as his disciple. Later, Ye Chen discovered that this elder was one of the Tao sect's venerable ancestors, to whom even the sect leader referred to respectfully as Uncle Master. Consequently, Ye Chen inexplicably became one of the highest-ranking individuals within the Tao sect. Even the sect leader addressed him as Little Uncle Master. 15 days prior, Ye Chen embarked on his first cultivation journey since his arrival in this world. In just half a day of cultivation, he reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the body refinement stage. The next day, after merely 3 hours of practice, he inadvertently ascended to the peak of the 9th layer of the chi refinement stage. 8 days ago, he accidentally broke through to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. 7 days ago, he achieved enlightenment in a single day, developing his own unique understanding. 6 days ago, Ye Chen officially entered the golden core stage. In less than half a month, Ye Chen shattered numerous unprecedented records. Just when everyone believed Ye Chen would continue his meteoric rise and set even more records, he began to languish. Daily, he either indulged in feasting and revelry, soaked up the sun, or flirted with the charming maidens of the Tao sect. Initially, a few of his elders would earnestly attempt to dissuade him. Their expressions mirrored a profound sense of disappointment. Some of his contemporaries also persistently urged him to focus. Yet, this fellow would retort with a grin, "I am but a mortal, an ordinary person, why must I strive so hard?" This statement quickly spread throughout the Tao sect. A mortal? An ordinary person? Why strive? Such words struck a blow to countless proud disciples of the Tao sect. It was said that within mere days, several gifted individuals fell into madness as a result. Others were so incensed they could hardly eat. As for the ordinary disciples, they were left utterly exasperated by this Uncle Master. This Uncle Master was not only a prodigy, but also exceedingly infuriating. Look at that. Is that even human discourse? Consequently, Ye Chen's elders and peers chose to turn a blind eye. What could they do? Could they compel such a prodigy to cultivate? What if he uttered another startling proclamation? What if he inadvertently wounded another prodigy's pride? In such a case, the only ones to suffer would be the Tao sect itself. Moreover, upon reflection, they realized that Ye Chen's cultivation speed was astoundingly rapid. It was indeed necessary for him to stabilize his foundation. Contemplating this, they began to sing his praises, recognizing not just his exceptional talent, but also his remarkable disposition. Who among them could halt their cultivation if they progressed as swiftly as he? Upon introspection, even they could not achieve such restraint. However, unbeknownst to them, Ye Chen had not contemplated such matters deeply. He simply found it monotonous. Indeed, Ye Chen believed that cultivation had become exceedingly tedious. With breakthroughs so effortless, what was the point of continuing? Was it akin to playing an online game? When it kills, for a day, it might seem entertaining. For 2 days, it might still be enjoyable. 3 days in, How could one endure playing for several more days? What about 10 days or half a month? Who wouldn't grow weary? Indeed, Ye Chen currently possessed such a mindset. Beneath the massive stone lay the training grounds of the Tao sect's inner disciples. Many disciples occasionally glanced up at Ye Chen. How inhabit? When will I achieve such success as little Uncle Master, able to disregard all sect rules? Who could argue otherwise? What use is envy? Only when you reach the level of little Uncle Master can you say so. In less than a month, he transformed from a novice to a golden core master. Indeed, so formidable. Such a prodigy is a treasure wherever he goes. I truly regret it. During the entrance examination, I mocked little Uncle Master as a waste. The real waste was me. Woe is me. Little Uncle Master is my idol. Achieving golden core status at 18. TSK. Across the entire realm of immortality, he is an unparalleled prodigy. Our sect's few prodigies seem to only be at half step into the golden core stage, right? Upon hearing the discussions of the inner disciples, Ye Chen took a swig from his flask. Life is as lonely as snow. Having grown weary of his time at the Tao sect, he originally planned to venture forth. Unfortunately, whether it be his master, the sect leader, or the other elders, they unanimously opposed his departure. They all collectively believed that such a prodigy as Ye Chen should not embark on journeys too soon. Should any misfortune befall him, the loss would be insurmountable. The Tao sect could not bear such a burden. They did not wish to bring shame upon the ancestors of the sect. Faced with the resolute stance of the elders, Ye Chen ultimately chose to acquiesce. If he was not to descend the mountain, then so be it. What was so remarkable about that? Putting away his wine flask, Ye Chen lazily rose to his feet, stretching his limbs. Just as he was about to turn to leave, a voice called out to him. Little Uncle Master, I wish to challenge you. A tall young man clad in black attire, resembling a small mountain with a fierce visage, approached Ye Chen with fierce determination in his eyes. It's Brother Lin Wudi, gasped, the second of the 4 prodigies of the inner sect. I heard he was driven to madness by little Uncle Master's words. Your news is quite outdated. Just yesterday, Brother Lin broke through to the golden core stage, becoming the second inner disciple to achieve this. What about little Uncle Master? He doesn't count. He is a disciple of an ancestor, not a true inner disciple. Fair point. Besides, with little Uncle Master being such a prodigy, who would be so foolish as to compare themselves to him? Exactly. Hith. A spectacle awaits. Instantly, everyone in the training ground halted their practice, fixated on the two with eager anticipation. They appear to be spectators awaiting a grand show. What did you call me? Stopping in his tracks and sizing Lin Wudi up, Ye Chen asked with mild irritation. Little Uncle Master, is something wrong with that? Scratching his head, Lin Wudi replied with a bewildered expression. Remember, I detest being addressed with the prefix little. Also, I accept your challenge. Gazing intently at Lin Wudi, Ye Chen spoke earnestly. Upon the mention of this issue, Ye Chen's agitation grew with every passing moment. Primarily, it was due to his master, the venerable elders, and some of his peers, all of whom persistently referred to him as Little Chenzi. Despite his vehement objections and expressions of discontent, their insistence proved futile. Alas, he found himself unable to best them in combat, and thus, he begrudgingly accepted this moniker. Consequently, Ye Chen developed a profound disdain for the term Little Chenzi. This appellation conjured images of eunuchs from the cinematic works of his previous life. Was this not a mockery? Each time he heard others call him Little Chenzi, an uncomfortable sensation would wash over him. Upon hearing Ye Chen accept his challenge, Lin Wudi's face lit up with excitement. At last, he could prove his worth. Even now, he remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. In the blink of an eye, they soared down to one of the grand arenas within the martial arts training ground. Instantly, the arena was surrounded by a throng of spectators. Among them were several prodigies from the inner sect, along with ordinary disciples and a few elders and stewards. They were eager to witness who would emerge victorious between the foremost prodigy since the establishment of the Tao sect and the second prodigy of the inner sect. Logically, such doubts should not have arisen. However, the crux of the matter lay in the brevity of Ye Chen's training period. Moreover, since his breakthrough to the golden core stage, he had adopted a rather lackadaisical approach to cultivation. None had witnessed his training. Thus, nearly everyone presumed that Ye Chen, this little granduncle, was merely at the early stages of the first level of the golden core realm. As for Lin Wudi, he was a natural-born tyrant, one of the apex divine bodies within the realm, a prodigy of unparalleled talent, yet a mere mortal body for the little granduncle, a tyrant of the inner sect, engaged in combat at the same level. Who would prove the stronger? This indeed posed a question. In general, the overwhelming majority leaned towards Lin Wuti as the favorite. The tyrant. This was a particularly formidable divine body, a body that only grew stronger with each battle, essentially invincible within the same tier. And so it was that, around the arena, whispers of speculation began to circulate. Who do you favor? Though it may be a tad sacrilegious, I find myself leaning towards senior brother Lin. The little granduncle has simply not trained long enough. I concur. Senior brother Lin is notoriously reckless. He's quite ferocious. If he were to harm the little granduncle, I fear his master would deliver quite the thrashing. Who can say? Let us simply enjoy the spectacle. Hee hee. Look, they have begun to fight. During the brief exchange among the spectators, the two had already engaged in a fierce clash. However, the outcome left everyone astonished and dumbfounded. Flying dragon in the sky. Fly to the moon. Lin Wuti had barely soared into the air when Ye Chen delivered a crushing kick, sending him crashing back onto the arena. In an instant, a massive crater over a yard in diameter formed upon impact. Activate the tyrant body. Emerging from the pit, covered in dust and dirt, Lin Wuti let out a bellow towards the heavens. In that fleeting moment, his muscles swelled, and he appeared to grow significantly larger. Additionally, a faint golden light enveloped him. An astonishing aura erupted from him, ascending skyward. In the next moment, he charged at Ye Chen like a cannonball. Little granduncle, my apologies. Today, you are destined to lose. Lin Wuti's roar reverberated throughout the arena. It seemed the earlier humiliation had wounded his pride. I shall reiterate, I detest being addressed with the term little. With a scowl, Ye Chen ground out through clenched teeth. Having said that, he too charged towards Lin Wuti. Just as everyone anticipated Lin Wuti to dominate Ye Chen, they were once again left speechless. The activated tyrant body of Lin Wuti. Yet astonishingly, Ye Chen appeared instantaneously beside Lin Wuti. With a sharp elbow strike, Lin Wuti was once again hurled like a cannonball back onto the arena. This time, the entire arena shattered by more than half. Ye Chen pressed his left hand upon Lin Wuti's head, while his right hand and foot unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. No matter how Lin Wuti struggled, he could not break free. Let that be a lesson for calling me little granduncle. Let that be a reminder for your fondness of the word little. Is granduncle too much to ask? Fool, deserving of a beating. May you learn from this. In less than a short incense stick's time, Lin Wuti was reduced to a state resembling a pig's head. As for his tyrant body, it had dissipated under the onslaught. Little granduncle, I was wrong. Granduncle, I was wrong. Spare me. Woo-woo. In the end, even Lin Wuti, who had been perceived by all as a dim-witted giant, found himself pleading for mercy at the hands of Ye Chen. The arena fell into a profound silence, akin to death itself. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at the scene unfolding on the arena. It was sheer brutality. It was ruthlessness personified. Many spectators could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Simultaneously, a realization dawned upon them. Never provoke the young master uncle again. Moreover, they should refrain from referring to him as the young master uncle, but rather as simply the master uncle. With a casual toss of Lin Wuti aside, Ye Chen swaggered away. All eyes were filled with reverence as they followed the silhouette of Ye Chen. It appeared that the young master uncle, no, the master uncle was far stronger than they had ever imagined. On the arena, Lin Wuti cast a grateful glance at Ye Chen's retreating figure. While everyone saw his dire state, only he understood the truth. In reality, he bore only superficial injuries. Not even a bone was harmed, let alone his foundation. With just a bit of healing medicine, he would be bouncing back to life the very next day. Deep within the sect, atop a peak that resembled a celestial paradise with almost liquid spiritual energy, lay Ye Chen's abode, Star Peak. Those privileged enough to possess such a mountain within the sect were limited to the sect leader and a handful of elders. Perhaps Ye Chen was the sole exception, as he was a disciple of the elder ancestor. As for the ancient figures of the sect, they were either confined within the forbidden grounds or residing in some secret realm. A few, with peculiar interests, were either guarding various parts of the sect or playing inconspicuous roles like humble monks. Upon returning to his mountain peak, a fluffy purple little creature pounced upon him, leaping onto his shoulder and affectionately nuzzling his face. This little creature was a gift Ye Chen received upon becoming a disciple. Yes, a present from his master. At the time it was given, the creature was merely a basketball-sized 9-colored pet egg. According to his master, this pet egg was acquired a century ago in a deep, forbidden area. Due to a lack of care, it had remained unhatched until now, conveniently bestowed upon Ye Chen. To hatch this little creature, Ye Chen's master had exhausted a considerable amount of resources. The otherwise ethereal-looking elder, at that moment, wore an expression of painful reluctance. Moreover, the hatching of this little creature had caused quite a stir within the sect. When it emerged from its shell, a dazzling nine-colored light shot up into the sky, momentarily dazzling all witnesses. Had the old master not acted swiftly, the commotion might have escalated beyond the confines of the sect. In the face of the arriving high-ranking members and ancient figures of the sect, the old master merely offered a simple excuse to deflect their curiosity. "It's nothing. Just a test. Disperse." Although none believed him, they complied and left, for the old master was the most distinguished and formidable figure in the sect. It is worth noting that while the ruckus caused by the hatching was significant, after extensive observation, it became apparent that this little creature was no different from an ordinary beast. This realization left both Ye Chen and his master feeling rather disheartened. Why was that? Of course, the purple little creature was not entirely devoid of merit. It possessed a rather peculiar ability, seemingly capable of spatial traversal. It had frequently pilfered treasures from Ye Chen's master's spatial ring. A true glutton, it devoured anything in its path. In the end, Ye Chen's master, overwhelmed by its antics, chose to retreat into the forbidden grounds for seclusion. Xiaoqi, casting a glance at the little cat perched on his shoulder, Ye Chen's face broke into a smile. Meow? With a soft call, Xiaomi closed her eyes and curled up on Ye Chen's shoulder, comfortably purring. Ye Chen had grown accustomed to this behavior. Since the day of her hatching, Xiaoqi had always been like this. Her two greatest pleasures were eating and sleeping. When it came to food, she was extremely picky. Aside from certain heavenly treasures and rare items, she refused to consume anything else. As for sleep, she preferred to rest on this mountain peak or on Ye Chen's shoulder. Whenever Ye Chen left the mountain, she never followed him. Seated in front of a delicate pavilion, Ye Chen found himself lost in thought. Before his journey through time, he had read countless novels that proclaimed the excitement of cultivation. Yet now, he felt utterly bored. It was quite unscientific. Clearly, it was time for him to find something to occupy his mind. He mused quietly. After a moment's contemplation, Ye Chen retrieved 3 jade discs from his spatial ring. These were items given to him by his master, who had advised him to examine them whenever he had the time and to seek clarification if he didn't understand anything. However, upon leaving the Dao sect, he was required to return them. Until now, Ye Chen had yet to discover what these discs truly contained. As his consciousness immersed in the 3 jade discs, Ye Chen was taken aback, feeling a surge of emotion within him. Alchemical scriptures? Artifacts compendium? Array techniques? Were these not the legendary 3 foundational texts of the Dao sect? His master had entrusted them to him? No wonder his master had so gravely reminded him to return the jade discs upon leaving the sect. With time on his hands, he decided to delve into their mysteries. He stroked his chin and spoke to himself. If others in the Dao sect were to hear him, they would likely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. After all, these 3 supreme texts of the Dao sect were beyond the reach of even the sect leader. To learn from them, one could only grasp a fraction based on personal talent, and even then, they were merely hand-copied versions. The 3 foundational texts had always been safeguarded by the most powerful individuals within the sect. Currently, whether it was the alchemy masters, array masters, or artifact masters of the Dao sect, it was said that their study of these texts yielded at most a mere 60% comprehension. Yet, Ye Chen could peruse all of it with ease. Who could fault him for having such an outstanding master? What Ye Chen did not realize was that his name was resounding throughout the Dao sect once more, thanks to his effortless victory over Lin Wudi and his subsequent display of brute force. Everyone had come to acknowledge one thing. This remarkably esteemed junior uncle seemed to dislike being referred to with the prefix little. Otherwise, he would become quite irate, and the consequences would be dire. Lin Wudi was the perfect example of this. Simultaneously, the extraordinary strength of Ye Chen left everyone astounded. Mortal body? Was this truly a mere mortal body? Even one of the top divine bodies, the overlord body, appeared utterly feeble before him. It was simply absurd. Setting aside seniority, he was undoubtedly the strongest among the younger generation of the Dao sect. The unparalleled prodigy. This sentiment was shared by nearly everyone within the Dao sect. After effortlessly thrashing Lin Wudi, Ye Chen had established his credentials. He was not only endowed with exceptional cultivation talent, but also possessed formidable combat prowess. Some of the elders present had explicitly stated that his true cultivation level was at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. Why almost? It was rumored that a certain unrivaled prodigy who had the upper hand over Lin Wudi did not seem particularly convinced of Ye Chen's superiority. She had remarked that only through combat could one truly ascertain who was stronger. After dedicating 7 days to memorizing the contents of the 3 supreme texts, Ye Chen finally felt he had grasped their essence. Logically, with his exceptional talent, this should not have been a challenge. However, the sheer volume of information in the alchemical scriptures, artifacts compendium, and array techniques was overwhelming. For instance, the alchemical scriptures contained an array of recipes and countless methods of alchemy, along with various experiences compiled by predecessors. The artifacts compendium was no different, detailing manufacturing techniques, refining methods, and experiential insights regarding various weapons. The array techniques showcased an eclectic mix of formations and strategies for array deployment. After committing all this to memory, even with Ye Chen's remarkable talent, he found himself dizzy, his mind nearly overwhelmed. There was simply too much to retain. "Little Chen, what are you up to?" At some point, an elderly figure clad in a gray Taoist robe, with a youthful demeanor and white hair, appeared before Ye Chen. This venerable Taoist was none other than Ye Chen's master, the Grand Elder of the Tao sect, Xian Jizi. Upon seeing Ye Chen's disheveled hair, bloodshot eyes, and waning spirit, Xian Jizi was taken aback. What had happened to his precious disciple? Had he fallen into the depths of obsession? Nothing at all. With a gentle shake of his head, Ye Chen rose to his feet. As for his master's way of addressing him, Ye Chen had grown numb to it and could no longer be bothered to correct it. "I merely memorized the entirety of the 3 great scriptures. It was incredibly arduous, taking me a grueling 7 days and nights." Stretching his limbs, Ye Chen expressed his dissatisfaction with a scowl. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Xian Jizi's lips twitched violently. "What did you say?" After a considerable pause, he asked incredulously. "I have memorized all the contents of the 3 sacred texts." "Master, could you refrain from such dramatic reactions?" "Here." With a roll of his eyes, Ye Chen irritably remarked, before handing the 3 jade plates to Xian Jizi. "By the heavens, monster!" Even the usually calm Zhuangzi couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief at this moment. His beloved disciple was no longer simply gifted, he was nothing short of a prodigy. As he received the jade discs, the corners of his eyes twitched uncontrollably. "Is this real? It's utterly astonishing." Even now, he found it difficult to accept. "What's wrong?" Ye Chen asked, puzzled, glancing at his master. "What's wrong? Can you not possess a modicum of common sense?" Zhuangzi snapped, smacking his forehead. He tucked away the 3 jade discs and shot Ye Chen an irritated glare. Whether one is an alchemist, a blacksmith, or a formation master, they can only retain knowledge of formulas, blueprints, formations, and various experiences that are slightly above their own grade. This is a fundamental truth of the cultivation world. A decree of the heavenly Tao. Forcing oneself to memorize more advanced knowledge is futile, as it will inevitably be forgotten in no time. Otherwise, do you think the alchemists, blacksmiths, and formation masters in the cultivation realm would record their formulas, blueprints, and formations in various ways? It is merely to facilitate the passing down of knowledge. For someone like you, who has even entered the threshold, being able to forcibly remember some entry-level content is already commendable. More than that, others have tried. Yet, their fates were either madness or demonic deviation. And you? You effortlessly memorized 3 great classics. Tell me, if you are not a monster, what are you? Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Zhuangzi found the situation both amusing and exasperating as he explained. Finally, he looked at Ye Chen with a peculiar gaze. A monster indeed. His precious disciple was truly a marvel. Not only was his cultivation speed, comprehension, and combat prowess extraordinarily formidable, but he had also created an unprecedented miracle. How extraordinary! Where could this young man's limits possibly lie? There were still unspoken matters that Zhuangzi refrained from sharing. He himself could not retain even a single text from any of the 3 great classics. Attempting to memorize them was beyond his capabilities. Yet this boy astonishing. Upon hearing his master's explanation, Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback. "Ah, is this really the case? Will I be all right?" He instinctively inquired, a hint of anxiety in his voice. "You have nothing to worry about," Zhuangzi retorted with a dismissive scoff. Subsequently, he eagerly began to quiz Ye Chen on the contents of the 3 grand scriptures. To his astonishment, Ye Chen responded with remarkable fluency, leaving Zhuangzi utterly astounded. He realized that his precious disciple was indeed a veritable anomaly, defying all conventional expectations. Simultaneously, a sense of anticipation began to blossom within him. He pondered the young man's potential in alchemy, artifact crafting, and formation techniques. Might he evolve into an unparalleled polymath, the likes of which the world has never seen? If it were anyone else from the Tao sect, Xuanzi would have exercised caution, as the adage goes, too much ambition leads to ruin. Typically, he advised others within the sect to specialize in a singular path, be it martial arts, alchemy, artifact crafting, or formations, since human energy is finite. Yet this young man? He existed beyond such limitations. With his astonishing cultivation speed, there was no cause for concern that it would detract from his martial prowess. That is wonderful. With a broad smile, Ye Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of relief wash over him. It seemed that his innate talent was indeed quite remarkable. Deep within, he felt an undeniable pride. Little did Xuanzizi know of his thoughts. Otherwise, he would surely have been unable to contain his exasperation. Is this merely strong? Your talent is nothing short of astonishing. His esteemed disciple, perhaps you should consider delving into alchemy or forging formations. With eager anticipation, Xuanzizi gazed at Ye Chen, a wolfish grin spreading across his face. Certainly. Upon hearing his master's words, Ye Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he promptly agreed. However, he hesitated and glanced at Xuanzizi. Resources are not an issue, Xuanzizi confidently declared, patting his chest. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I have achieved a modicum of success in alchemy, weapon crafting, and formations. Afterward, he added, now, let us begin. With that, Xuanzizi retrieved a plethora of items from his spatial ring: spirit stones, spirit herbs, spirit fruits, beast blood, ores, formation plates, alchemical furnaces, and smelting furnaces. These should suffice for now. Hurry up, he urged with a beaming smile. The depths of his murky eyes reflected profound anticipation. However, in a short while, Xuanzizi's smile froze, replaced by sheer astonishment. Ye Chen's performance was simply extraordinary. He had gathered alchemical fire in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, and it was of the highest tier, purple alchemical fire. Xuanzizi was utterly numb in the face of Ye Chen's astonishing talent. Ordinary alchemists typically require at least a year and a half to condense alchemical fire. Those who succeed within 3 months are considered geniuses, while those who manage it in 2 months are regarded as prodigies. Those who can do so in 1 month, if they do not perish prematurely, inevitably become renowned figures in the world of cultivation. Only legendary alchemists from ancient times could condense alchemical fire in half a month. Yet this young man had achieved it in less than a stick of incense. What sorcery was this? However, this was merely the beginning. Soon, Xuanzizi witnessed the true meaning of extraordinary talent. The first-tier body-enhancing elixir? Ye Chen succeeded on his first attempt, producing a perfect batch of 10. This was accomplished in less than an hour. Without pause, he proceeded to attempt the second-tier elixir, the chi-boosting elixir, and once again succeeded with a perfect batch of 10. This time in under half an hour. Shortly thereafter, he began crafting the third-tier foundational elixir, achieving the same flawless result in just over the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. For his fourth attempt, he created the fourth-tier elixir, the core-forming elixir, again producing 10 perfect pieces in a stick of incense's time. 4 attempts, 4 successes, each executed to perfection. After taking an hour to recuperate, Ye Chen embarked on a new venture, crafting weapons. A first-tier ordinary flying sword, completed in 1 hour. A second-tier icy meteor hammer, half an hour. A third-tier flame whip, half an hour. A fourth-tier windspeed boots, half an hour. Then he resumed his recovery. After another hour, as Xuanzizi anticipated, Ye Chen began to set up formations. A first-tier illusion formation, half an hour. A second-tier spirit severing formation, half an hour. A third-tier integrated attack and defense formation, half an hour. A fourth-tier illusion slaughter formation, half an hour. Throughout, Ye Chen's movements were fluid and graceful. After completing the formations, he began a lengthy recovery period. After a significant passage of time, Xuanzizi finally regained his senses. What he had witnessed shattered his understanding of genius, or rather, it redefined his perception of prodigy. What is a prodigy? This. A perfect success rate in alchemy? Each batch executed to perfection? Flawless crafting of every weapon tier? Impeccable formation setups? The most astonishing part is that all of this occurred in less than a day, and by an 18-year-old, had he not seen it with his own eyes. Xuanzizi would never have believed such a prodigious talent could exist. Moreover, he could tell that Ye Chen was fully capable of crafting higher-tier elixirs and weapons, as well as setting up more advanced formations. It was merely that his current level of strength limited his potential. If he were to elevate his power, his feats would only become more astonishing. What a prodigy! Truly, an unparalleled prodigy. Regaining his composure, Xuanzizi could not help but smile broadly, his face flushed with excitement. Indeed, his beloved disciple had not disappointed him. A true genius. What does it mean to be a genius? Ye Chen exemplified it to the fullest. His training speed was astonishing beyond measure, truly unprecedented. In alchemy, weapon crafting, and formation setting, Xianjizi had never encountered anyone with such remarkable talent. He believed there could not possibly be another like him in this world. At this moment, Xianjizi was tempted to boast about Ye Chen's achievements. However, he restrained this impulse. If word of Ye Chen's terrifying training speed were to spread, it would likely incite countless forces to attempt to eliminate him. After all, no faction desires the emergence of a being that could disrupt the balance. Many so-called rules in the cultivation world are merely words. Which supreme prodigy has not faced numerous assassination attempts? Not to mention, this young man was a true polymath, a prodigious genius. If today's events were to leak, it would be catastrophic. Perhaps it was best to revel in secret. Chuckling to himself, Xianjizi stroked his goatee, his face radiating pride and satisfaction. It had been many years since he felt such joy. Yet, soon his elation faded. As Ye Chen had finished recovering his true energy, he stood up, stretched lazily, and exited the courtyard. The young man lay on a large rock, sipping wine and gazing at the night sky, lost in thought. My good disciple, shouldn't you say something to your master at this moment? Or perhaps continue your cultivation, elevate your strength, become a more formidable alchemist, weaponsmith, or formation master? Xianjizi approached Ye Chen, exasperation etched on his face, revealing a look of disappointment. You excel in everything. Indeed, there is a certain lethargy about him. To the outside observer, Ye Chen's lackadaisical demeanor appears to be a method of honing and solidifying his cultivation. However, Zhuangzizi is acutely aware that this young man is merely exhibiting laziness. In the entirety of the Dao sect, is there anyone with a more robust foundation than this lad? Each and every minor and major realm is attained only after reaching the pinnacle before making a breakthrough. Then what? After taking a sip of wine, Ye Chen languidly inquired. Of course, it's to become the foremost among the younger generation of the cultivation world. Subsequently, Zhuangzizi instinctively blurted out, I'm not interested. Ye Chen said languidly, stifling a yawn. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Xianjizi found himself utterly devoid of temper. He opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. A new thought inadvertently surfaced in his mind. Perhaps it would be prudent to allow this young lad to venture beyond the Dao sect and gain some practical experience. Should he endure the trials of the cultivation world? At worst, he could secretly dispatch some top-notch experts to safeguard him. Remaining here was simply too infuriating. Yet, despite his musings, Xianjizi found himself somewhat reluctant to let go. After all, it was no small feat to have taken on such an extraordinary disciple. It seemed rather unwise to send him out into the world like this. Indeed, it felt somewhat disheartening. Ultimately, he resolved that it would be better to distance himself from the situation. Cursing inwardly, he left with a darkened expression. The primary cause of his ire was an incident that had just transpired. He had discovered that Ye Chen's pet, yes, that purple little creature, what was its name again? Ah, Little Seven. In a mere moment of distraction, this little rascal had sneaked into his spatial ring to pilfer some food. It had devoured a piece of a millennium-old blood ginseng. Such extravagance. The sheer waste was enough to make his heart bleed. If only he had a more useful spiritual pet, one that could consume his treasures without a second thought. However, this extravagant little creature seemed only to eat and sleep. Its sole talent dedicated to thievery. Wasn't he that the definition of a spendthrift? Little Seven, have you stolen Master's food again? Glancing sideways at the little creature perched on his shoulder, Ye Chen could only chuckle in exasperation. Meow. With a soft mew, the little cat, Xiaomi, nodded. Her violet eyes sparkled with a glimmer of cunning that bore an oddly human-like quality, leaving Ye Chen momentarily dazed. Surely, he wasn't imagining things? With a gentle sigh, Ye Chen grasped a wine jug in one hand while resting his head on the other, gazing up at the starry sky. Cultivation? How tedious. Alchemy? Forging? Arranging formations? All rather monotonous. It seemed he needed to find something to occupy his time. He mused quietly to himself. Lost in his thoughts, Ye Chen soon drifted into slumber. The little purple cat, Xiaoqi, nestled into his embrace, curling up into a cozy ball. The night stretched on interminably. When Ye Chen awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. After a brief wash and a light meal, he departed from Xingchen Peak and began to wander aimlessly. Before leaving, he couldn't help but feel exasperated. Xiaoqi truly had no qualms about devouring anything. He discovered that his stock of fourth-grade pills had been entirely depleted, and the 4 weapons he had forged were reduced to mere remnants. Without a doubt, he knew who was responsible. Ye Chen could only reflect with mild amusement. The little creature certainly had an impressive appetite. Along his journey, whether it was the elders, stewards, or disciples from various peaks, They all greeted Ye Chen with the utmost respect. Good morning, esteemed Grandmaster. Furthermore, the titles used are remarkably consistent. The title of Little Master Uncle has abruptly vanished. There is no alternative. The fate of Lin Wuti looms vividly in everyone's memory. To offend someone of such high standing and remarkable cultivation speed over a mere title is decidedly unwise. Once again, Ye Chen found himself beside the massive stone at the martial arts training ground. In the blink of an eye, he was reclining on the stone, legs crossed, sipping wine. Master Uncle, why do you linger here all day? Is there something extraordinary about this place? Suddenly, an ancient voice resonated beside Ye Chen. It belonged to a small elder clad in gray linen, whom Ye Chen recognized as the chief of the Taoist Law Enforcement Hall. His name was Lung Wuqing. True to his name, the elder's countenance was perpetually frigid and dark. Lang Wuqing's cultivation was at the pinnacle of the late stage of the nascent soul's ninth heaven. At this moment, he gazed at Ye Chen with curiosity, occasionally glancing at the immense stone beneath him. Upon hearing Lung Wuqing's words and observing his expression, a fleeting look of peculiarity crossed Ye Chen's face. Extraordinary? What could possibly be remarkable here? He merely sought refuge from boredom, indulging in the sight of some beautiful maidens, if only for his own amusement. Of course, such sentiments were utterly unspeakable, as they would tarnish his image. Clearing his throat, Ye Chen managed a broad smile and replied with feigned sincerity. "Oh, pray, enlighten me," he said, raising an eyebrow, his cold and indifferent gaze suddenly ignited with curiosity. Could this colossal stone truly possess some extraordinary significance? To be candid, remaining in the presence of this massive rock for an extended period is conducive to transcending one's cultivation bottleneck. Otherwise, do you truly believe that the sect would exert such considerable effort to position this stone here? Casting a glance at the indifferent one, Ye Chen earnestly fabricated his tale. With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Engaging in idle chatter with an elderly man held no allure for him. If it were a beautiful woman, that would be a different matter altogether. Is it truly so? He stroked his beard, casting a glance at Ye Chen's retreating figure. A look of skepticism etched upon cold, ruthless face. After a moment's hesitation, he leaped onto the colossal stone. Coincidentally, this scene was witnessed by numerous onlookers. The conversation between the two had also reached the ears of several passing inner sect disciples. Consequently, it wasn't long before the remarkable utility of this massive stone beside the martial arts arena spread rapidly throughout the entire Tao sect. Many individuals, either intentionally or inadvertently, began to cast their gazes towards the stone. Following cold, ruthless departure, a throng of inner sect disciples rushed eagerly towards the giant rock. Is this even possible? From a distance, atop a towering cliff, Ye Chen gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding in the martial arts arena. He had merely jested, intending to tease the cold and unyielding Lang Wuqing. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts and closed his eyes to meditate. Presently, Ye Chen found himself at the renowned Wudao Cliff, a revered sanctuary of the Tao sect. This sacred place perched atop a desolate mountain, 1,000 feet high, surrounded by bottomless abysses. Here, only the sect leader and a few high-ranking members could enter without restrictions. For others, even a brief stay of an hour required an immense number of contribution points, and typically, one could remain here for only 7 days within a year. Naturally, as one of the most esteemed and prodigious figures in the Tao sect, Ye Chen was exempt from such limitations. He could traverse almost anywhere within the sect, except for a few rare locations. If one were to view Wudao Cliff from the skies, they would observe a colossal, ancient bagua pattern etched into the ground, filled with various traces, shadows of palms, bursts of fists, sword marks, and whip impressions. Furthermore, the bagua was imbued with an array of profound realms and subtle Tao traces, exemplifying the cliff's formidable nature. Since the inception of the Tao sect, a well-known adage has persisted: those who grasp even the slightest understanding at Wudao Cliff will benefit immensely throughout their lives, potentially becoming regional overlords. Ye Chen's presence at this location was not without purpose. He had previously visited and comprehended the essence of destruction and sought to discover if he could grasp other intriguing realms. After all, idleness was not his preference. Why not seek an engaging endeavor to pass the time? Seated cross-legged at the center of the bagua pattern, Ye Chen closed his eyes. As if drawn by an unseen force, the various realms within the bagua erupted in chaos, only to swiftly return to tranquility. Ultimately, a wisp of destructive energy surged forth, enveloping Ye Chen, who emanated a faint aura of annihilation. The two forces seemed irresistibly attracted to one another, spiraling rapidly in a dance of convergence. The destructive essence emanating from Ye Chen intensified, radiating outward. Wherever this intangible force passed, explosive sounds resonated. In addition, subtle, nearly imperceptible fissures began to form in the surrounding space. Before long, the entire Bagua pattern was ravaged by the essence of destruction, causing the ancient design to tremble. At that moment, the yin-yang symbol beneath Ye Chen emitted two beams of light, one white and one black, spreading outward, protected by an enigmatic energy. The once precarious Wudao cliff regained its stability, remaining untouched by the rampant destruction, without a trace left behind. In contrast, Ye Chen's figure grew increasingly indistinct. Completely enveloped by the essence of destruction, his aura surged in strength, and unbeknownst to him, his comprehension of the realm swiftly blossomed. His understanding of destruction advanced from the entry level to minor success, then to major success, ultimately achieving a state of perfection. He was but a step away from the Tao of destruction. Unbeknownst to Ye Chen, 7 days had quietly elapsed during this moment of enlightenment. Surrounding Wudao Cliff, a multitude of formidable figures had gathered. Without exception, these individuals were unparalleled powerhouses of the Tao sect, elderly men and women with white hair, alongside some remarkably youthful-looking individuals who had defied the ravages of time. They shared a singular trait, terrifying strength, with the weakest among them being at the god transformation stage, and some even at the formidable ascension stage. Such a prodigy. Ye Chen. No, Ye Chen Jr. brother is truly extraordinary. He has comprehended the most potent essence of Wudao Cliff, the essence of destruction. How could he be anything less than remarkable? If I recall correctly, he had only begun to grasp the essence of destruction not long ago, and now he has reached full mastery. How much time has passed? Indeed, astonishing. For others, even the most gifted would require a decade or more to achieve such a level of understanding, especially with one of the pinnacle essences of the cultivation world. If only Wudao Cliff did not lack Tao traces, I would not doubt that Ye Chen would grasp the Tao of destruction. Hiss. The Tao of destruction? That is one of the top 10 paths among the 3,000 Tao, renowned for its unparalleled aggression. If Ye Chen could comprehend this, would not our Tao sect once again bask in its former glory? What do you think the venerable Xuanzi has comprehended after all this time? He has remained enigmatic. Not having made a move in over a millennium, who can say? Precisely. As these ancient beings engaged in fervent discussions, they simultaneously arranged a formation to isolate themselves from the Tao Enlightenment Cliff, fearful of disturbing Ye Chen. Are you also idle? At that moment, a figure, ethereal and imbued with celestial grace, emerged in the high heavens. Instantly, the surroundings fell into a profound silence, so much so that one could hear a pin drop. Salutations to the esteemed ancestor. Salutations to the revered granduncle. Upon meeting, the crowd quickly regained their composure and bowed in reverence. Without a doubt, the figure before them was none other than the esteemed Xuanzi, the highest-ranking member of the Tao sect. After exchanging pleasantries, these ancient beings promptly took their leave. In an instant, the expanse above Wudao Cliff was left solely with Xuanzi's silhouette. This young man is truly an extraordinary prodigy. Has he achieved consummate mastery of the realm of annihilation? Truly deserving of the title of the greatest prodigy since the inception of the Tao sect. Observing Ye Chen's retreating figure, Xuanzi murmured to himself, his face a canvas of astonishment, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Only he understood the true strength of his closed-door disciple. A genius in cultivation? A prodigy in alchemy? A master in artifact forging? A strategist in formations? He can enter the coveted state of enlightenment that ordinary cultivators yearn for at any moment. Comprehending realms is as effortless as quenching one's thirst. But wait. As he watched, Xuanzi's eyes widened in disbelief. After achieving consummate mastery of the annihilation realm, Ye Chen's cultivation level soared as well. The pinnacle of the 9th layer of the golden core stage? Is this young man even human? At merely 18 years of age, he has reached the zenith of the 9th layer of the golden core stage in less than 2 months of cultivation. Moreover, he is a 4th-grade alchemist, a 4th-grade artifact master, and a 4th-grade formation master. Suddenly, Xuanzi found himself at a loss for words. The next moment, he nearly stumbled from the heights, almost tumbling into the abyss below. This was all due to Ye Chen awakening. The first words out of the young man's mouth were infuriating. Alas, what a waste of my time. I thought I could grasp some other intriguing realms, but it turned out to be the annihilation realm again. Consummate mastery of the annihilation realm? What is the use? How dull. You impudent rascal. Can you not speak properly for once? Must you always be infuriating? Do you have any idea how difficult it is for others to comprehend realms? Do you understand the power of the annihilation realm? With a disgruntled glare at Ye Chen, Xuanzi spoke with a face full of exasperation. Yet, I think it's just average. Rising to his feet and stretching his limbs, Ye Chen shrugged innocently. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Xianjizi found himself momentarily speechless. Is that all? If it were someone else making such a statement, he would have easily dismissed them with a single slap. Was that not absurd? Yet, it seemed that his prized disciple truly possessed the credentials to utter such a claim. From nothing to greatness, this young man had swiftly attained the pinnacle of the realm of destruction. Xianjizi had to admit, he was somewhat taken aback. Ye Chen's talent was indeed astonishingly exceptional. It was truly baffling. Oh well, there was no need to elaborate further. It was what it was. With a gentle shake of his head, Xianjizi's figure promptly vanished from sight. He worried that remaining there would only lead to his own vexation at Ye Chen's audacity. This lad, even in casual conversation, had an uncanny ability to provoke irritation. To accuse him of boasting would seem fitting, yet there was no denying that he had the merit to assert such claims. Conversely, to deny his arrogance would be to overlook the undeniable truth of it. Watching his master depart, Ye Chen found himself at a loss for words. What was this? Immediately afterward, his attention shifted back to himself. Had he truly ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th stage of the Golden Core realm? Splendid. The complete mastery of the realm of destruction? It seemed it was not entirely devoid of merit. Ye Chen mused silently. For a fleeting moment, he pondered whether he could delve into the profound paths of destruction beyond the realm itself. However, he quickly abandoned the notion. Primarily, it was too exhausting. The paths beyond the realm are categorized into 3 stages: the essence, the principles, and the great path. To fully comprehend the great path, that would take an eternity. How taxing it would be. Thankfully, Xianjizi was not present. If he were to discover his precious disciple's thoughts, he would likely be unable to restrain himself from giving him a sound thrashing. Could you not be any lazier? It was time to depart. Stretching languidly, Ye Chen effortlessly dismantled the isolation array surrounding the Enlightenment Cliff and took to the skies. As he passed by the training ground, Ye Chen's lips involuntarily twitched. How many days had passed? The massive stone beside the training ground was still teeming with people. Not only were there countless individuals practicing atop it, but the vicinity was also filled with meditating disciples. Among them, the inner disciples dominated, yet there were also a few deacons and even elders present. A mere jest from him had led to such a spectacular scene. It was utterly unexpected. With a light chuckle, Ye Chen turned to leave. However, he was soon compelled to halt his steps, for someone had blocked his path. Lin Wudi. What now? Do you wish to challenge me again? Casting a scrutinizing glance at Lin Wudi, Ye Chen inquired with a bemused smile. No, no. Lin Wudi vehemently shook his head and waved his hand in denial. Instinctively, he took a few steps back, resembling a mouse confronted by a cat upon seeing Ye Chen. There was no denying it. Lin Wudi was genuinely terrified of Ye Chen. After the last encounter, where he had been thoroughly beaten, he was almost left with a psychological scar. I have come to inform Xiao Yi about something concerning our esteemed master uncle, he said, awkwardly scratching his head and offering a sheepish smile. Speak. Ye Chen chuckled softly, casting an amused glance at Lin Wudi. Yang Chuchu has declared her intention to challenge you. Taking a deep breath, Lin Wudi slowly replied, a look of anticipation emerging on his face. Yang Chuchu? Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. The foremost prodigy of the Dao sect's inner sanctum? The little demoness, Yang Chuchu? It is said that she possesses the legendary 9 physique. Indeed, Lin Wudi replied, nodding his head. I'm not interested. With that, Ye Chen turned to leave. A challenge? Why should one feel obligated to respond to such a thing? How exhausting that would be. Such were Ye Chen's musings. Upon hearing his words, Lin Wudi was momentarily taken aback. Not interested? Truly befitting of a grandmaster, he thought to himself, feeling a surge of admiration. What a straightforward rationale. However, when he recalled Yang Chuchu, a shiver ran down his spine. This little enchantress had indeed issued a warning to him. He must compel his grandmaster to accept her challenge. Otherwise, the consequences would fall squarely on him. Regaining his composure, Lin Wudi set out to persuade Ye Chen earnestly. Alas, Ye Chen had already vanished without a trace. With a sigh, Lin Wudi's face was etched with bitterness. After a moment's hesitation, he steeled himself and made his way towards the inner door of the scripture pavilion. Before long, he arrived within the pavilion and found himself before a petite and exquisitely beautiful young woman, dressed in a flowing white gown, her cascading locks framing her enchanting visage. She was none other than Yang Chuchu. Possessing the cultivation of the late stage of the Golden Core's 3rd realm, She was a formidable presence. Were it not for Ye Chen, young talents within the Taoist sect would undoubtedly find themselves overshadowed by her brilliance. After all, a 17-year-old at the Golden Core stage is a rarity indeed within the realm of cultivation. So, has my esteemed master agreed to my challenge? Yang Chuchu inquired, setting aside an ancient tome and gazing at Lin Wuti with eager anticipation. No. Lin Wuti shook his head earnestly in response. You big oaf. You are utterly useless. Yang Chuchu glared at Lin Wuti, expressing her frustration with a sense of disappointment. Aside from being speechless, what else could Lin Wuti possibly say? The enchanting young lady before him was beyond his reach. At that moment, a frail-looking old man dressed as a servant approached, sweeping the floor as he drew nearer to the two. Senior. Upon seeing the elder, both Yang Chuchu and Lin Wuti respectfully greeted him. This reverence stemmed not only from the elder's formidable prowess but also from his humble nature, having offered guidance to the two on numerous occasions. The old man, with a warm smile, nodded at Yang Chuchu and remarked, Little girl, you are no match for junior brother Ye Chen. There was an unspoken truth lingering in his words. Given Ye Chen's character, he would not likely show mercy to the delicate and fragile. How could this be? He had only recently entered the Golden Core stage. Blinking in disbelief, Yang Chuchu wore an incredulous expression. Deep within her heart, she felt a surge of indignation. 7 days ago, Ye Chen might not have been your match. But now, the situation is entirely different. Coming to a halt, the elder gazed at Yang Chuchu with a solemn demeanor. When he spoke of Ye Chen, his eyes sparkled with astonishment. It was primarily because this young man was simply extraordinary. Why? After a moment of surprise, Yang Chuchu inquired with a look of confusion. Not only her, but Lin Wuti beside her also displayed an expression of profound curiosity. Could it be that during these 7 days, Master Uncle's strength has surged once more? That seems unlikely. Junior brother Ye Chen has been engrossed in his cultivation at Wudao Cliff these past few days. His mastery of the concept of destruction has reached an unparalleled perfection. Moreover, his cultivation has ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. If he were to devote himself to further training, I believe he could soon comprehend the profound truths and break through to the nascent soul stage. With that, the elder resumed his leisurely sweeping of the floor in the scripture pavilion. Is he even human? Yang Chuchu gasped in astonishment, her delicate face reflecting sheer shock. In just 7 days, he had transcended from the early stages of the Golden Core realm to the pinnacle of the 9th level. His comprehension had evolved from mere initiation to consummate mastery, and he had grasped one of the most challenging concepts, destruction. Why? After spending half a month in the path of enlightenment, had she not achieved such results? In that moment, Yang Chuchu felt a profound sense of discouragement. Her master, indeed, was an anomaly truly formidable. With great effort, Lin Wuti finally managed to utter a few words. His feelings for Ye Chen were a mix of reverence and boundless admiration. At that moment, both of these exceptional prodigies of the Tao sect found themselves deeply shaken. They were acutely aware of the difficulty in comprehending such concepts. Despite being top-tier divine bodies, their progress in this regard had not been smooth sailing. Take Lin Wuti, for example. Over a year ago, he had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage. Yet, during that time, he had been unable to grasp his own concept. This was precisely why he had not yet broken through to the Golden Core stage. To achieve that, one must at least comprehend a single concept. Only recently had he managed to grasp one, allowing him to successfully break through to the Golden Core stage. Even so, he was still regarded as an unparalleled genius within the realm of cultivation. For an ordinary practitioner would require an even longer duration to take that crucial step. Some might even squander their entire lives in the attempt. As for Yang Chuchu, her prowess was even more extraordinary. She had taken merely 3 months to comprehend her unique concept before Ye Chen had arrived at the Tao sect. At that time, she was celebrated as one of the most gifted individuals since the sect's inception, with the potential to shatter the cultivation records set by the sect's founder. However, in comparison to Ye Chen, the disparity was painfully apparent. This young man had commenced his cultivation journey as an ordinary person, and in such a short span, he had ascended to the Golden Core stage. His comprehension of concepts had also been remarkably swift. Most astonishing of all, he had grasped the most destructive concept, destruction. Now, in less than half a month, his mastery of destruction was already consummate. Such a chasm was difficult for either Yang Chuchu or Lin Wuti to accept. Was their master truly this powerful? A person who seemed perpetually languid in demeanor had a cultivation speed that far surpassed their grueling efforts. This was utterly demoralizing. The path of cultivation is long and arduous, We need not constantly compare ourselves to others. It suffices to tread our own path and persevere. The realm of cultivation is not devoid of individuals with mediocre talents who ultimately become towering giants. Moreover, you both possess exceptional abilities, seemingly perceiving their disheartened spirits. The old sweeper continued his task, speaking leisurely as he swept the ground. One thing he did not voice was this: a prodigy like Ye Chen was undoubtedly destined to be a figure of the era. In comparison to him, you would only find greater sorrow in your future, for as time progresses, his brilliance would only intensify. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. The old sweeper's resonant words brought a measure of solace to the two, fortifying their resolve. Indeed, why should they measure themselves against their master? It was far more prudent to compare themselves to their own previous selves. Indeed, the old sweeper nodded gently, then shook his head, continuing to sweep the ground at a slow pace. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in his murky eyes. Excellent. Remarkable. This child is indeed worthy of guidance. It is no surprise that she is one of the two prodigies nurtured by the Taoist sect. The old man mused silently. Perhaps I shall also spend some time comprehending the Tao. Suddenly, Yang Chuchu stood up and declared, I will go and seek enlightenment. With that, she departed from the scripture pavilion. Master Uncle, I shall not fall short of you, she murmured to herself, a spark of determination igniting in her gaze. The more she faced adversity, the stronger she became. Such was her nature. Sighing, Lin Wudi also rose to his feet, his face similarly etched with resolve. Clearly, the old sweeper's words did not diminish their competitive spirits. As top-tier geniuses, how could they willingly accept being outdone? Casting a glance at the retreating figures of the two, the old sweeper couldn't help but chuckle softly. Ah, youth is truly wonderful. They will not regret until they hit the wall. Yet, in the pursuit of cultivation. On the other side, Ye Chen had returned to his star peak. At the first moment, Xiaoqi leaped onto his shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his face with its little head. Turning his head slightly to glance at Xiaoqi, Ye Chen's face displayed a look of astonishment. It seemed that Xiaoqi's violet fur had become increasingly translucent. Moreover, there appeared to be an elusive, ethereal quality emanating from the little creature. Could it be that both he and his master had underestimated Xiaoqi? Was she not merely a pet that indulged in eating and sleeping? Shaking his head, Ye Chen cast aside these thoughts. After all, regardless of Xiaoqi's strength or weakness, she remained his spirit companion. They had long since forged a bond of affection. Ye Chen could never abandon her. So why dwell on it? Meow? Perhaps sensing Ye Chen's emotional fluctuations, Xiaoqi let out a soft cry. Its little tongue affectionately licked Ye Chen's face. Finally, it squinted its eyes and curled up on Ye Chen's shoulder, drifting into a deep slumber, purring contentedly. Upon witnessing the scene, Ye Chen found himself in a state of bemusement. It appeared he had overthought the situation. Xiaoqi remained exactly as he remembered, apart from her ability to traverse space. She was ultimately just a gluttonous and slothful little cat, sitting atop a massive stone in the elegantly adorned courtyard of the exquisite loft. Ye Chen stared blankly into the distance, his mind wandering into contemplation. He unconsciously pondered a pressing question. What should he do next? Staying at the Tao sect all day long was rather tedious. Cultivating? No interest. Alchemy? Crafting artifacts? Delving into formations? All seemed rather uninspiring. Understanding other realms? It seemed that his concept of destruction was rather domineering. He found himself unable to approach any other realms. How could he even contemplate comprehension? In truth, what Ye Chen yearned for most at this moment was to depart from the Tao sect and explore the vast world of cultivation outside. Reveling in indulgences. Enjoying life to the fullest, was that not enticing? Having traversed realms, he could not simply bury himself in rigorous training. What significance would that hold? Regrettably, neither his master nor the higher-ups of the Tao sect showed any intention of allowing him to leave. Contemplating this dilemma, Ye Chen felt a profound sense of frustration. What a predicament! Wait. Suddenly, a thought struck Ye Chen. His eyes sparkled with realization. Without delay, he swiftly departed from his star peak. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of a forbidden area within the Tao sect, the Nightmare Abyss. This place was renowned not only within the Tao sect, but throughout the entire eastern region. The Nightmare Abyss was, in fact, the unfathomable chasm beneath the Wu Dao cliff. The reason it was classified as a forbidden zone was quite evident. Out of 100 who entered, only one might emerge. Even those who did manage to escape were often left in a state of madness. However, if one emerged unscathed, a transformation would occur. For the Nightmare Abyss served as a crucible for the soul. It was said that many tribulation stage experts had perished within its depths, including supreme beings of the scattered immortal stage. Thus, the entrance to the nightmare abyss was perpetually guarded by formidable masters. Unconsciously, Ye Chen's gaze fell upon two individuals at the entrance. They were a middle-aged man and woman, both exhibiting the effects of skillful preservation of youth. They belonged to the same generation as the Tao sect's leader. Both were of the great ascension stage. Little Master Uncle. They greeted Ye Chen in unison, initially intending to call him Little Uncle Master, but seemingly recalling something, they promptly altered their address. Indeed, I yearn to delve into the abyss of nightmares. Nodding solemnly, Ye Chen declared with an impassive demeanor. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the two individuals shifted slightly. Entering the abyss of nightmares? They had guarded this place for countless years, and no one had dared to venture into the abyss. Yet now, this exceptionally gifted senior disciple before them wished to enter? Truth be told, they were quite reluctant to grant him passage. For if anything were to befall Ye Chen within, the weight of that responsibility would be unbearable for them. Senior Yi, this may not be wise, one of them hesitantly remarked, his handsome features betraying his concern. His eyes were filled with trepidation. Indeed, the Master has explicitly instructed us. Anyone below the Great Ascension stage is forbidden from entering the abyss of nightmares. This is also the directive of our ancestor. The middle-aged woman beside him concurred, her expression equally troubled. There was little they could do. Ye Chen's rank was far too elevated to be obstructed. Given his extraordinary talent and standing, offending him would be ill-advised, particularly since it seemed he might hold a grudge. Fear not. I shall not perish. My master has bestowed upon me a plethora of life-preserving treasures. With a resigned glance at the two, Ye Chen stated, his expression a mix of exasperation. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged a glance, a hint of understanding dawning upon them. After all, as the cherished disciple of their ancestor, Ye Chen must possess numerous invaluable artifacts. His entry into the abyss of nightmares should pose minimal risk, provided he safeguarded his soul. Others may lack soul-related treasures, but surely Ye Chen would not be without such provisions. Ultimately, they relented and permitted Ye Chen to enter the abyss of nightmares. After his descent into the depths, the two guards, after weighing their options, retrieved a communication stone to inform the master of the situation. Not long after, a throng of formidable individuals gathered at the entrance of the abyss. Their powers were terrifying, and their ranks even more elevated. Most were beings rarely seen in their daily lives. The two guards faced a torrent of reproach. Fools, were you not warned? No one below the Great Ascension stage is allowed entry into the abyss of nightmares. Ye Chen is merely at the Golden Core stage. What were you thinking? Are you prepared to stand by and watch as Senior Yi meets his demise within? They lamented, exasperated. Alas, I am at a loss for words. This is disastrous. Can our young senior even emerge from the abyss? Perhaps we should report this to the ancestor? Ye Chen is the first prodigy since the founding of our Tao sect. He embodies our hope for resurgence. He absolutely cannot be allowed to come to harm. Not long after, Xuanji appeared, and the atmosphere fell into silence. All eyes were fixated upon him, occasionally casting fierce glances at the middle-aged couple who appeared remarkably youthful. I understand the situation. You two need not blame yourselves. With that brat's talent, entering the nightmare abyss may not result in any harm, Xuanji remarked, deliberately looking at the couple. Upon hearing his words, both the middle-aged couple and the others breathed a collective sigh of relief. Since Xuanji had expressed such confidence, it seemed the matter was not as dire as they had feared. This was the shared sentiment among them. However, unbeknownst to them, Xuanji was inwardly cursing Ye Chen vigorously. A Golden Core stage individual venturing into the nightmare abyss? Is this madness? The nightmare abyss is a realm that even I regard with caution. I hope that brat does not delve too deeply. He pondered, given his temperament, he will likely find the abyss tedious and emerge swiftly. Neither Xuanji nor the other high-ranking members of Tao sect had any intention of entering the nightmare abyss to retrieve Ye Chen. The reason was simple. They all understood that anyone who entered the abyss would be randomly transported to an arbitrary location, with their cultivation severely suppressed. The nightmare abyss is connected to an infinite hidden realm. Searching for an individual within it is no trivial task. For now, they could only bide their time patiently. Meanwhile, upon entering the nightmare abyss, Ye Chen was taken aback. The abyss appeared somewhat different from his expectations. As far as the eye could see, everything was shrouded in a gray haze. The ground around him was a vast expanse of desolation, a gray terrain devoid of life. Within the abyss, Not only was there not a single blade of grass, but it was also engulfed in an eerie silence, utterly lifeless. Furthermore, Ye Chen realized that there was not a trace of spiritual energy present. From the moment he stepped through the entrance, he discovered that his cultivation was being suppressed by the rules of this realm, plummeting to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement. In other words, upon entering the nightmare abyss, he could only exert the strength of the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement. Additionally, Ye Chen sensed an indistinct force attempting to tear at his very soul, while simultaneously, another unknown force was swiftly mending his essence. The deeper he ventured, the more intense this sensation became. Damn it, Ye Chen muttered under his breath, a bitter smile etched across his face. At this moment, he was caught in a paradox of pain and joy. The pain stemmed from the relentless tearing of his soul, a sensation akin to being sliced by 1,000 blades. Excruciating beyond measure. Within less than the span of a fragrant incense, he found himself bleeding from all 7 orifices, his visage contorted in agony. His veins throbbed violently, resembling a multitude of tiny centipedes crawling beneath his skin. Even his lips were gnawed to a bloody pulp, a testament to the torment he endured. Yet amidst this suffering, there lay a glimmer of happiness. Ye Chen discovered that as his soul was torn and subsequently mended, it emerged even more pure and robust than before. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated retreating from the abyss of nightmares. However, a fierce stubbornness anchored him in place. He was acutely aware of the benefits that a stronger soul could bestow. Though Ye Chen had always exuded an air of indolence, appearing devoid of desire or ambition, he could not forsake the rewards within his grasp. With this mindset, he pressed onward, even as he transformed into a blood-soaked figure. He had transitioned from bleeding from every orifice to a state where every pore was drenched in blood. The agony of his soul's disintegration began to seep throughout his entire being. Nonetheless, with each cycle of tearing and restoration, his soul burgeoned in strength. Time passed, an incense stick burned, an hour slipped by, a day elapsed. In the depths of the nightmare abyss, the cycle of day and night seemed to fade into oblivion. While Ye Chen marched inexorably forward, undeterred by fatigue, all around him, the desolation persisted, an eerie silence enveloping the landscape. Yet, a subtle shift had occurred. Ye Chen noticed that the laws of the universe were undergoing transformation. Beyond the relentless tearing and mending of his soul, new forces began to act upon his flesh and bones. His physical form was subjected to continuous destruction and restoration, amplifying his suffering tenfold. The dual torment of soul and body intensified as he ventured deeper into the abyss. As time wore on, Ye Chen found himself relying solely on sheer will to propel him forward. The excruciating pain clouded his consciousness, rendering him akin to a wandering specter, staggering with each step. However, despite enduring such hardship, he reaped rewards. His soul continued to grow stronger and purer, while the repeated trials refined his flesh and bones, enhancing his physical prowess. Though his cultivation remained at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, his overall strength had undoubtedly surged tenfold. Outside the entrance to the nightmare abyss, a group led by Xuanji Zi awaited in silence, their expressions rife with incredulity. Each of them was acutely aware of the abyss's terrors. Upon entering, one's cultivation would be suppressed to the extreme, with both body and soul subjected to relentless cycles of destruction and restoration. This was a reality that disregarded any innate qualities, indifferent to the strength of one's soul. In the depths of the nightmare abyss, to some extent, all were on equal footing. A powerful physique or soul would encounter equivalent levels of destruction and repair. However, it was acknowledged that those with higher cultivation would possess an upper hand within the abyss, as stronger individuals often wielded a more resolute will. Yet, regardless of one's cultivation, the difficulty of exiting the nightmare abyss unscathed remained daunting. Even those in the ascendant stage faced the peril of demise. After all, it was designated as a forbidden zone for a reason. Only those who resolutely decided to depart the abyss from the outset stood a chance of survival. Yet, once ensnared within, who could resist the allure of soul enhancement? How many would willingly choose to leave? The further one ventured, the greater the risk of falling, and at that juncture, retreat would become a futile endeavor. This was the fundamental reason why, of 100 who entered the nightmare abyss, scarcely one returned alive. Those who emerged in a deranged state were merely victims of soul damage. The reactions of those present were not without cause. It all stemmed from the soul lamp held by Xuanji Zi, Ye Chen's soul lamp. Remarkably, it had neither dimmed nor shown signs of extinguishment. Instead, it grew ever more radiant with the passage of time. The implications of this were clear to all present. Ye Chen's soul was becoming increasingly formidable, untouched by the abyss's trials. How was he achieving this? Truly, Ye Chen, the disciple, was defying the odds. To endure for over 2 days without succumbing to the abyss's influences and to continue growing stronger, what a feat. How does Master Yi manage this? One pondered. Ordinary ascendant cultivators could barely last this long, yet here he stands, the most gifted in the history of the Tao sect. Sighing, another lamented, indeed. Comparing ourselves to him is disheartening. I too entered the nightmare abyss with confidence after breaking through to the ascendant stage, and I nearly did not return alive. Truly remarkable. Hearing the murmurs around him, Zhuan Jizi's lips curled into a faint smile, tinged with pride. His disciple was indeed a source of honor. To enter the abyss of nightmares at the golden core stage and endure longer than many at the ascension stage was truly remarkable. Moreover, he had reaped numerous benefits from it. Indeed, quite impressive. Yet, a trace of concern flickered in his eyes. Zhuan Jizi understood that the deeper one ventured into the abyss of nightmares, the more perilous it became. Especially upon reaching the core, even scattered immortals risked falling. What secrets lay concealed within the abyss of nightmares? This enigma had troubled the entire Tao sect for millennia. The abyss had existed since ancient times. Yet its mysteries remained unsolved. Countless souls had perished within its depths. Many forces in the eastern region had suffered tremendous losses in their quest to unravel this secret. Consequently, it gradually transformed into a forbidden zone belonging solely to the Tao sect, for no faction wished to send their members to their doom. Not to mention, the Tao sect itself had refrained from venturing into the abyss for countless years. Casting a glance towards the entrance of the abyss, a fleeting glimmer of hope appeared in Zhuan Jizi's eyes. He wished that Ye Chen could unveil the secrets of the abyss. As for Ye Chen's return, that concern had lessened significantly. Not long ago, he had secretly expended considerable cultivation to divine Ye Chen's fate. The result had been a backlash. Had he not forcefully suppressed it, he might have spat blood. He understood the implications of this. There were only two possibilities. Either Ye Chen was shielded from the heavenly secrets, protected by the Tao. Such an existence could never meet an early demise. It would not be an exaggeration to call him the chosen one. How could he possibly perish prematurely? If the other possibility held true, it would be even more astonishing. If he were to be ostracized by heaven and earth, rendering divination impossible? If that were indeed the case, then this young man was truly defying the heavens. A genuine embodiment of rebellion against fate. Such a being could only exist in legends. How could a mere forbidden zone lead to his downfall? Regardless of the scenario, Zhuan Jizi's heart brimmed with joy. Did this not signify that his disciple could surpass the ancients? Days turned into nights, and time became a blur. The unwavering will to persevere was the sole force propelling Ye Chen forward. His consciousness had long since become hazy. Ye Chen's flesh and bones had endured countless cycles of destruction and restoration. His soul had similarly faced fragmentation and healing. Compared to his initial entry into the abyss of nightmares, Ye Chen's physique had strengthened tenfold, if not more. His meridians had expanded and been tempered continuously. The true chi within him had undergone a transformation as well. If his true chi's capacity was once a single unit, it was now 10, 100, 1,000. If previously his true chi flowed like a gentle stream, it now surged like a tumultuous ocean. The essence of his true chi had also become pure. Ye Chen's golden core had transformed from the size of a fist to that of a basketball. His soul had expanded tenfold or more, becoming even more refined. Devoid of any flaws or impurities. The only constant was Ye Chen's realm. He remained at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the golden core stage. However, just how much had Ye Chen's overall strength increased? That remained an enigma. One thing was certain. Ye Chen was now extraordinarily formidable. He could effortlessly dominate the golden core stage, and even challenge higher realms was not beyond the realm of possibility. After an indeterminate passage of time, Ye Chen awoke. Momentarily dazed, it was then that he became aware of the transformation within himself. Is this? Ye Chen murmured to himself, his face displaying a look of astonishment. Bang! A casual punch unleashed a sound akin to a sonic boom, creating minute fissures in the surrounding space. How formidable! This was the singular sensation that enveloped Ye Chen's mind at that moment. Wait, his soul? In the golden core. Hiss. Outside the abyss of nightmares, around the entrance, everyone, including Xian Gizi, could hardly contain themselves. A month had elapsed, yet why had the master uncle not emerged? Could something have befallen him? Bah, can you not speak? Surely. All is well. Just look at his soul lamp, radiant like the stars. Indeed, as expected of junior brother Ye Chen, he has once again shattered records. To think he could remain in the nightmare abyss for an entire month. How astonishing. Impressive indeed. One cannot help but wonder what kind of transformation will occur once he emerges. Do not speak of others. Even the confident Xuanzi feels a tinge of anxiety regarding Ye Chen. A month. This young man has astonishingly remained within the nightmarish abyss for an entire month. Surely, No untoward incident has occurred? During his own 20-day sojourn within, his very soul nearly shattered. Had he not emerged in time, he might well have perished. Even so, his record endured for millennia. Yet now, as he grapples with a mixture of astonishment and concern, Xuanzi comprehends the perilous nature of advancing deeper into the nightmarish abyss. Of course, the greater the risk, the more substantial the reward. If one can endure and emerge unscathed, the gains will be commensurate. Thus, Xuanzi's emotions are in a state of tumult. On one hand, he yearns for Ye Chen to persevere longer and delve deeper, thus reaping abundant benefits. On the other hand, he frets for Ye Chen's safety. With the young man's fate, death is an impossibility. However, should his soul falter or he incur some form of injury, trouble would ensue. The onlookers, akin to ants on a hot walk, are in a frenzy, while Ye Chen's attention is captivated by a sight not far off. At this moment, he is oblivious to the transformations within himself. Before him lies a vast expanse, where a diamond-shaped purple object hovers in midair. This object measures approximately a foot in diameter and is enveloped by an intense aura of destructive loss. Additionally, there are spatial laws, along with a faint hint of life loss. No, this is not merely a law. It is the essence of the great Tao. Is this object a stone? No, that cannot be right. In the next instant, Ye Chen's eyes widen in realization. A star core. This is indeed a star core. Suddenly, Ye Chen begins to grasp the nature of the laws within the nightmarish abyss. Everything revolves around this very star core. His realm is being suppressed, likely due to the spatial Tao power emanating from the core. His flesh and soul are continually being ravaged by the destructive Tao power, while the life Tao power seems to be what heals him. Gazing at the star core, Ye Chen's breath quickens involuntarily. His eyes gleam with covetousness, and his body trembles slightly with excitement. Legends state that even immortals covet the star core as a treasure of extraordinary significance. Now that this treasure lies before him, it would be a disservice not to pursue it. Taking a deep breath, Ye Chen resolutely chooses to advance further, inching closer to the star core. Hundreds of feet, thousands of feet. Initially, Ye Chen finds the journey quite effortless. It is merely the relentless destruction and subsequent restoration of his flesh, bones, and soul. Such pain is something he has long since acclimated to. It is of no great concern. However, after traversing 1,000 feet, the destructive force acting upon his flesh and soul suddenly amplifies tenfold. In the blink of an eye, blood streams from all 7 orifices of Ye Chen's face. His soul dims to a shadow of its former self, and his consciousness blurs. His body sways perilously, outside the nightmarish abyss, witnessing the change in Xuanzi's soul lamp. The onlookers' faces turn ashen. How did it shift from a radiant star-like glow to a flickering flame on the verge of extinguishment? What is happening? Anxiety and worry etched themselves onto the faces of all present. On Star Peak, Ye Chen's spirit companions, the purple feline Xiaomi and Xiaoqi, suddenly opened their eyes wide. Meow. It let out a soft cry, and its figure instantly vanished from sight. Just as Xuanjizi and the others were preparing to enter the nightmare abyss to rescue Ye Chen, the entrance of the abyss suddenly collapsed. The surrounding formations also self-destructed. Witnessing this scene, everyone's expressions darkened significantly. In the next moment, expressions of bewilderment and uncertainty appeared on the faces of the crowd. Before the entrance of the nightmare abyss collapsed, it seemed that a purple radiance had emerged. Had it not? Did something traverse within? There appeared to be traces of spatial power lingering in the surroundings. Unbeknownst to them, a peculiar expression had surfaced on Xuanzizi's face. He realized that the purple figure was none other than Ye Chen's spirit companion, Xiaoqi. It had actually ventured into the nightmare abyss? Had he and his esteemed disciple misjudged its capabilities? Was it not merely an inconsequential little creature? In a remarkable display of unity, everyone turned their gaze towards Xuanzizi. Now that the entrance to the nightmare abyss had collapsed, there was no way to reopen it, leaving them utterly at a loss. Fear not. Xiaoqi is safe. Glancing at the crowd, Xianjizi smiled. However, he inwardly bore a bitter smile. It is impossible for this lad to perish. Yet, one cannot fathom how much suffering he will endure. Alas! Upon hearing Xianjizi's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. That is good. They held no doubts whatsoever. Across the entirety of the eastern region, and even within the realm of cultivation, who has not heard of Xianjizi's illustrious name? He is, after all, one of the 4 renowned diviners in the cultivation world. Since the ancestor has proclaimed it so, there must be no cause for concern. Especially as they beheld the soul lamp in Xianjizi's hand still aglow, their reassurance is deepened. Ye Chen must have merely sustained serious injuries. Such were their thoughts at that moment. In the depths of the nightmare abyss, the core region, At this juncture, Ye Chen had succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsed upon the ground. His breath faint and fragile. If this continued, it seemed he would truly meet his end. Just then, Ye Chen's spirit companion, the violet kitten Xiaoqi, materialized out of thin air, landing gently in Ye Chen's embrace. Meow! The small purple cat exclaimed furiously as it gazed up at the star core. Its fluffy fur bristled in that moment. In an astonishing turn of events, the forces of destruction and the powers of space surrounding the star core mysteriously faded away, leaving only the vibrant energy of life to surge forth. Ultimately, this life force enveloped Ye Chen. In an instant, his flesh, bones, and soul were completely restored. He was infused with vitality. Even more astonishingly, the star core diminished in size at a visibly rapid pace, ultimately resembling a fist-sized purple gem. Meow! Xiaoqi called out softly at the star core, which unexpectedly soared towards Ye Chen. Ultimately, the fist-sized star core hovered above Ye Chen's body. A dazzling purple light erupted forth, directly striking Ye Chen's chest. In the blink of an eye, the purple light enveloped both Ye Chen and the star core. Ye Chen swiftly transformed into a cocoon of violet luminescence. At that moment, Ye Chen groggily opened his eyes. What is the situation? How is this possible? Ye Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, revealing a profound sense of astonishment. Soon, he began to comprehend the situation. His gaze towards Xiaoqi transformed into one of uncertainty and suspicion, while his face bore the marks of shock. What is the true origin of Xiaoqi? To possess the ability to manipulate the star core? To compel it to submit willingly? The mere thought left Ye Chen with an overwhelming sense of incredulity. This was nothing short of a complete upheaval of his understanding. Is Xiaoqi still the seemingly inconsequential spirit pet that he and his master perceived? One that merely indulged in eating and sleeping? Meow. With a call to Ye Chen, Xiaoqi descended onto his shoulder. After nuzzling his cheek and giving it a gentle lick, it curled up and fell into a deep slumber. Soon, the violet cocoon enveloping Ye Chen completely merged into his body. Upon rising and introspecting, Ye Chen was astounded. After the star core entered his chest, it astonishingly fused with his being. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The remarkable part was that the form of the star core had transformed, resembling a small purple vortex concealed within him. Before long, within this purple vortex, a miniature world began to evolve. This world expanded at an astonishing pace. Within a mile, within 10 miles, within 100 miles. Ultimately, its diameter reached a staggering 300 miles. What left Ye Chen utterly astonished was that this 300-mile realm teemed with the essence of life. No, it was more accurate to say it was brimming with the power of the Tao of life. He was convinced that any plant cultivated within this small world would grow at an astonishing rate. However, Ye Chen was perplexed. Where was the power of the Tao of destruction? And what of the laws of space? Where had they vanished to? He distinctly remembered that the star core was once surrounded by these three powers. But now, what was happening? Outside the entrance to the nightmare abyss, both Xuanji and the others stood petrified, their expressions frozen in awe. Just moments ago, the soul lamp in Xuanji's hand, which had been dim and lifeless, suddenly radiated an intense brilliance at a visible pace. Then, astonishingly, the entire soul lamp shattered. What was this? Everyone gazed intently at Xuanji. Their unspoken thoughts evident. What on earth was occurring? The soul lamp shattering was a phenomenon that overturned their understanding. The only possibility for such an event was that. Taking a deep breath, Xuanji spoke with a trembling voice, his eyes flashing with astonishment. The life level of Xiao Chun has undergone a qualitative leap. Following this, Xuanji uttered another statement. Upon hearing his words, expressions of disbelief spread across the faces of the crowd. The life level can actually increase. How is that possible? Even with various divine bodies breaking through to become scattered immortals, they ultimately remain human, right? They merely become stronger. Could it be that this young lad has transcended to become an immortal? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In the realm of cultivation, immortals do not exist. Once one becomes an immortal, they ascend and cannot remain. If someone were to achieve immortality, it would undoubtedly cause astonishing celestial phenomena. Yet, nothing is happening now. Wait, could it be? Unconsciously, the crowd contemplated another possibility. Had Ye Chen unraveled the secrets of the nightmare abyss? The thought invigorated everyone. Ye Chen was already a prodigy. What might he achieve now? It appeared that he could indeed lead the Tao sect back to the pinnacle of the cultivation realm. With these thoughts, excitement illuminated everyone's faces. Likewise, Xuanji was exceedingly exhilarated. His precious disciple was simply extraordinary. In the realm of cultivation, the life level could truly be elevated? This young man was indeed unparalleled. A figure without precedent. What had transpired in the depths of the nightmare abyss? Xuanji was filled with curiosity. Not only him, but the others present also shared this curiosity. They began to anticipate Ye Chen's return. What surprises would he bring upon his return? What miracles might he create? After further contemplation, a look of ecstatic joy blossomed on Ye Chen's face, his eyes alight with astonishment. He had inexplicably comprehended two new realms of understanding, both at the pinnacle of completeness, the realm of space and the realm of life. Was this forcibly bestowed upon him? Suddenly, he possessed three complete realms of understanding. What a delightful experience! Glancing at the small Qi resting on his shoulder, Ye Chen wore a thoughtful expression. It seemed that Xiao Qi's fur had grown increasingly translucent and radiant. Therefore, the other two powers of the Tao, had they been divided between himself and Xiao Qi? The mere thought thrilled Ye Chen. His experience within the nightmare abyss had truly yielded extraordinary gains. His golden core had expanded from the size of a fist to that of a basketball. The quantity and quality of the true energy contained within it surged more than 100-fold. His meridians had widened significantly and grown more resilient. The speed of true energy circulation had reached unprecedented heights. He no longer needed to engage in deliberate cultivation. The autonomous operation of his true energy was akin to the results of arduous training. His soul had also expanded over tenfold, becoming exceptionally pure, devoid of any flaws. His flesh and bones brimmed with strength. To describe his current vitality as dragon-like would be an understatement. Most importantly, the most astonishing gain was the fusion with the star core. The small purple vortex within his chest contained a miniature world, a world filled with the power of the Tao of life. Furthermore, this small world could continuously and slowly absorb the life force from his surroundings. Remarkable. He had truly struck gold this time. Unable to contain himself, Ye Chen erupted into a fit of laughter. After calming his emotions, he realized it was time for him to depart. Especially upon witnessing a startling scene, the nightmare abyss was beginning to collapse. The area of the collapse was rapidly approaching his location. It was indeed time to leave. With a serious expression settling on his face, Ye Chen murmured to himself. He waved his hand casually, and in the next moment, a spatial portal manifested before him. Instantly, Ye Chen's figure vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself not far from the original entrance of the nightmare abyss. His sudden arrival immediately drew the attention of everyone present. As they gazed at Ye Chen, they were engulfed by a sense of bewilderment. What? Could this be real? What on earth had transpired within? An array of thoughts surged through their minds. The looks they cast at Ye Chen were imbued with curiosity, concern, and confusion. The primary reason for their reaction was that Ye Chen appeared utterly disheveled. He was drenched in blood, his hair a chaotic mess, and his clothes were tattered beyond recognition. Observing the expressions and gazes of the crowd, Ye Chen felt a warmth enveloping him. It felt wonderful to be cared for. However, before long, he found himself adorned with countless beads of sweat on his forehead. Little Chen, are you all right? What happened to you? Come here, let your senior sister check on you. Little Chen, what exactly transpired in there? Please speak up. It's driving me mad. Little Chenzi, you. Upon hearing these words, Ye Chen could only roll his eyes in frustration, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. The moniker Little Chenzi was utterly exasperating to him, yet powerless to retaliate. He felt a profound despair within. He resolved to endure it for the time being, his teeth clenched in silent declaration. Noticing the somber and fluctuating expression on Ye Chen's face, the crowd gradually began to grasp the situation. It seemed this young man was not fond of such a designation. Unconsciously, their minds drifted back to some recent rumors surrounding Ye Chen. However, they had no intention of retracting their words. In fact, witnessing Ye Chen's discomfort seemed to delight them immensely. It must be said that these seasoned individuals harbored a peculiar penchant for mischief. Ahem. Thank you all for your concern. Ye Chen interjected, clearing his throat and compelling silence upon the assembly. Only then did they begin to scrutinize him with earnestness. To their astonishment, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Expressions of shock adorned their faces, including that of Xuanzi, who was accustomed to witnessing tumultuous events. In an instant, the atmosphere grew eerily quiet. They discovered that Ye Chen was imbued with an astonishing vitality that radiated from him. A term involuntarily surfaced in their minds, vitality like that of a dragon. At that moment, Ye Chen appeared to them as a formidable beast in human form. Were it not for their own eyes witnessing this spectacle, they would have deemed it impossible for a mere human to possess such extraordinary life force and vigor. Moreover, they sensed a faint aura of life and spatial essence emanating from him. Could it be possible? Indeed, Just as Ye Chen was about to divulge the matters concerning the abyss of nightmares, Zhuangzizi interrupted his words. All right, everyone, please disperse. My dear disciple, you should also return to Star Peak and rest well. With a wave of his hand, Zhuangzizi spoke in an authoritative tone. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, these ancient beings departed one after another, leaving only Ye Chen and Xian Qizi behind. After a moment of astonishment, Ye Chen came to a realization. His master was, in essence, safeguarding himself. As the saying goes, human hearts are inscrutable. If these venerable beings were to discover what he had obtained within the nightmarish abyss, who could fathom whether they would succumb to greed? Master, I find myself utterly indifferent to all that transpired within the abyss of nightmares. With a faint smile, the figure of Xuanzi vanished without a trace. Taken aback, Ye Chen involuntarily exhaled a breath. Soon after, he soared back to his own star peak. After refreshing himself, he gazed into the crystal mirror and was taken aback by his reflection. His skin had transformed to a delicate rosy hue, reminiscent of an infant's complexion. Furthermore, his features had become more pronounced and handsome. His eyes, too, had acquired an unfathomable depth. How astonishing! Ye Chen silently marveled at this transformation. After pondering for a moment, he decisively concealed his aura and cultivation. With a swift motion, he appeared as a frail scholar, utterly harmless. Unbeknownst to him, his reputation within the Dao sect had ascended to unprecedented heights. Everyone was aware that he had emerged alive from the abyss of nightmares, and that the abyss itself had collapsed. Many were curious about the treasures he had acquired during his ordeal. Yet, regarding this matter, Ye Chen showed no inclination to respond. His silence naturally deterred any inquiries. Moreover, none dared to press him, given his illustrious standing. It must be said, Ye Chen is indeed Ye Chen. The notion of him dutifully secluding himself for cultivation is utterly implausible, especially now, as he need not exert any effort in training. The mysterious technique bestowed upon him by his master had been operating autonomously since his emergence from the abyss, matching the efficacy of his diligent practice. After a day's respite, he resumed his leisurely wandering within the Dao sect. The others had grown accustomed to this behavior. Upon nearing the martial arts arena, an unusual expression crossed Ye Chen's face. To his astonishment, the area surrounding the massive stone was still teeming with people. This was quite extraordinary. He had merely intended to play a harmless trick on the chief of the law enforcement hall. Yet now, how remarkable! As he journeyed forth, countless individuals respectfully greeted Ye Chen. Master Uncle, I wish to challenge you. Suddenly, a melodious voice resonated, rendering the atmosphere so still that one could hear a pin drop. Almost everyone turned in unison to behold Ye Chen and the source of the voice. Before him stood a stunning young woman clad in a flowing white gown, her petite figure exuding an enchanting charm. With fierce determination glimmering in her eyes, she fixated her gaze on Ye Chen. Taken aback by the beauty before him, Ye Chen found himself momentarily stunned. Another challenger? Wait a moment. This captivating maiden appears to be the renowned prodigy of the inner sect, Yang Chuchu, does she not? I refuse, Ye Chen said, casting a calm glance at Yang Chuchu. Why? With a blink, Yang Chuchu was momentarily taken aback. A defiant expression surfaced on her exquisite face. After secluding herself for more than a month, diligently elevating her cultivation from the late stage of the third heaven of the golden core to the late stage of the sixth heaven, was it an easy feat? Her purpose was to challenge this individual before her. It was to demonstrate to everyone that she was indeed the foremost prodigy of the Dao sect. Yet now, he had the audacity to refuse her challenge? Because I do not wish to bully others. Your realm is simply too low. Ye Chen responded earnestly, shrugging his shoulders. However, achieving such a level at the tender age of 17 is truly remarkable. Sensing that his words might have been somewhat hurtful, he added a gentle remark. Yet, instead of dissuading her, his statement only solidified Yang Chuchu's resolve to challenge him. Indeed, she was extraordinary. She was well aware of her own prowess. Moreover, she was fully capable of challenging those beyond her level. How could she ascertain whether she could rival her esteemed master without testing herself? As for her master's perfected realm of destruction, she would simply exercise caution. After all, her own understanding was already approaching perfection. If Ye Chen were to fathom Yang Chuchu's current thoughts, he might find himself in a state of amused exasperation. I don't care. I must compete with you. Otherwise, I shall pester you all day long. With a playful roll of her eyes, Yang Chuchu continued. In her mind, she was certain that Ye Chen would acquiesce. However, his response left her utterly dumbfounded. Suit yourself, Ye Chen remarked languidly, shrugging his shoulders nonchalantly. He then resumed his aimless wandering. Witnessing this, Yang Chuchu became infuriated, stamping her feet in frustration. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to follow him. This scene ignited a flurry of whispers among the onlookers. Oh dear. Has the little sorceress truly clashed with her grandmaster? This is bound to be entertaining. It is only natural. Senior Sister Yang has always been the most extraordinary prodigy of our Tao sect, as well as its foremost celestial seedling. With the arrival of the grandmaster, everything has changed. Such a stark contrast is surely difficult for anyone to accept. That makes sense. You say, will they spark a connection? It's not impossible. After all, what does lineage matter? As cultivators, how could we be constrained by such trivialities? Besides, there is no blood relation between the esteemed Uncle Master and Sister Yang. It does seem reasonable. Now that you mention it, I think they are quite well suited for each other. Don't you agree? Hee hee. As Ye Chen moved through his day, Yang Chuchu found herself utterly captivated. Her perception of this extraordinary individual was entirely transformed. Logically, one would expect someone with such remarkable talent to be devoted solely to rigorous training. No matter how exceptional one's innate abilities, time must be allocated for cultivation. Yet, the reality was starkly divergent from her assumptions. Instead of honing his skills, he spent his time admiring the enchanting women around the martial arts arena. Perusing the eclectic array of texts in the scripture pavilion, or perhaps pondering quietly at the enlightenment cliff, he meandered through the task hall, gathering snippets of absurd information. Playfully teasing the celestial cranes nurtured by the Taoist sect, or engaging in idle chatter with the seasoned masters of the sect. He observed alchemists and artisans as they crafted potions and forged weapons, and even sought various seeds from the spirit herb garden under the pretext of wanting to cultivate them for amusement. Thus, an entire day slipped away unnoticed. I am heading back to Star Peak. Are you certain you wish to accompany me? Ye Chen inquired with a hint of a smile, glancing sideways at Yang Chuchu. This marked the first exchange between them since she had resolutely decided to follow his lead. Humph. Pouting her lips, Yang Chuchu expressed her dissatisfaction with a roll of her eyes. Master Uncle, is this all you do every day? Aren't you supposed to be cultivating? Fixing her gaze intently on Ye Chen, she couldn't help but inquire. Cultivate? It's utterly impossible to cultivate. Stunned for a moment, Ye Chen replied, his expression one of innocent bewilderment. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Yang Chuchu was utterly devoid of anger. Farewell, Master Uncle. As long as you do not consent to accept my challenge, I shall continue to follow you. With a wave of her hand, Yang Chuchu took to the skies on her sword and departed. At this moment, Ye Chen found himself at a loss for words. What a calamity! How did he inexplicably acquire an unwanted shadow? Rubbing his nose, he muttered to himself in mild frustration. Taking a deep breath, he soared back to Star Peak. Ye Chen's spirit companion, the little purple cat named Xiaoqi, remained as endearing as ever. Just as Ye Chen settled down, it appeared out of nowhere and landed on his shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his face and giving it a lick. It curled up and fell into a deep slumber with soft purrs. Ye Chen had grown accustomed to this behavior. Xiaoqi, I must ask, do you do anything other than eat and sleep? He teased, casting an amused glance at Xiaoqi. At this juncture, he did not consider Xiaoqi to be a useless spirit companion. Had it not been for its presence, he would likely have perished in the abyss of nightmares. Not to mention the fusion of the star core. After a light meal, Ye Chen casually retrieved a spatial ring. This ring had been bestowed upon him by the old eccentric from the spirit herb garden. It contained a variety of spirit plant seeds, ranging from levels 1 to 9. In the old man's words, everything available in the Tao sect spirit herb garden was found here. And what the Tao sect lacked was also present for others. Acquiring such treasures would be nearly impossible. However, due to Ye Chen's unique standing within the Tao sect, he could request anything without hesitation. Seeds of spirit plants from levels 1 to 9? It seemed he would no longer need to worry about spirit herbs and grasses. He mused to himself, a proud smile gracing his face. 9-level spirit herbs? He could already concoct 9th grade elixirs. 9th grade elixirs? Only those at the immortal ascension stage could consume them. Anyone below that level would likely meet a disastrous end. The immortal ascension stage was, after all, the pinnacle of the current cultivation realm, wasn't it? The highest, which would lead to transcending and becoming an immortal. Shaking his head gently, Ye Chen pushed those thoughts aside. For now, it was still too early to contemplate such matters. He needed to test whether the small world within him could cultivate these seeds. Moreover, his own cultivation level was still low. He was not yet capable of refining such advanced elixirs. Taking a deep breath, Ye Chen nervously tossed the spatial ring into his inner small world. His consciousness followed suit. Under Ye Chen's guidance, the myriad spirit plant seeds within the spatial ring scattered across every corner of his inner world. To his astonishment, these seeds began to autonomously fly to various places, with the higher-level ones gravitating towards the center. I hope this succeeds, Ye Chen silently wished. His focus remained on those seeds within his inner world. Before long, the weight on Ye Chen's heart lifted. He felt an overwhelming sense of joy. It worked. It truly worked? Haha. On the fringes, various first-level spirit plants began to grow at an astonishing pace, rapidly multiplying. The second-level plants were a bit slower. Following them were the third-level, fourth-level, and fifth-level plants. In less than an hour, the outer 100 miles of Ye Chen's inner world was filled with a kaleidoscope of spirit plants. Further in, he observed sixth-level plants sprouting in various colors. While the seventh-level plants had just broken ground, the eighth-level plants had merely germinated. The ninth-level seed lay still, resting quietly in the soil. Seeing this, Ye Chen felt immense satisfaction and pride. From this moment on, he truly need not worry about spirit grasses or herbs. As for the growth rate of plants above level 6, Ye Chen paid it no mind. After all, he was merely a fourth-grade alchemist. Perhaps he could just barely manage to concoct fifth-grade elixirs. As for elixirs above the 6th grade, that was still a distant prospect. What was there to rush about? Even more astonishing to Ye Chen was the apparent lack of depletion of the life force within him. Moreover, the small world within continued to slowly absorb external life energy, gradually converting it into life force that was sent back into his inner realm. This rate of absorption was nearly negligible. Without deliberate observation, one would hardly notice. After some contemplation, Ye Chen found reassurance. The life force within his small world originated from a star core. How could it be so easily exhausted? Furthermore, his inner world was persistently drawing in external life energy for replenishment. Just as Ye Chen intended to withdraw his consciousness, he was taken aback. At some point, Shaoqi had entered his inner world. Subsequently, it had thoroughly rummaged through the various spirit plants. The first to fifth level spirit grasses and herbs were visibly depleting at an alarming rate. Fortunately, this little creature was not entirely wasteful. It only consumed the fruits of the plants, leaving the grasses intact, either preserving seeds or roots. As for those above level 6, it paid them no heed. After feasting until its belly was round, it nestled among the spirit grasses and fell fast asleep. Before long, the spirit plants that had been ravaged quickly grew back, filling every corner once more. With a resigned chuckle, Ye Chen withdrew his consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, a glimmer of delight sparkled within them. With these spirit plants in his inner world, he would soon become a veritable tycoon in the realm of alchemy. Who among them could boast more spirit grasses and herbs than he? In the future, if he desired spirit stones, he could effortlessly sell a few herbs. If he wished to be frugal, he could simply refine a few elixirs. The very thought filled him with immense pride. Unbeknownst to Ye Chen, at that very moment within the Tao Sect's council chamber, the senior members were deliberating a significant matter. Should they allow the 4 great seedlings of the Tao Sect to descend the mountain for training, along with Ye Chen? Regarding the matter of sending the 4 seedlings down the mountain, consensus prevailed, and all agreed. They unanimously believed that flowers in a greenhouse were of little use. They would simply dispatch some guardians to protect the 4 seedlings in secret. However, when it came to Ye Chen, controversy arose. Some argued that he should be treated equally with the 4 seedlings. He had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Golden Core stage. Remaining in the Tao Sect served little purpose. Only by venturing out for training would he rapidly grow and not squander his extraordinary talent. Others contended that Ye Chen should not be allowed to venture out for training. He was simply too extraordinary. Should any misfortune befall him, it would be a monumental loss and a profound blow to the Tao Sect. It is imperative that he become stronger before any further discussions ensue. For Ye Chen's sake, they engaged in passionate debates. Ultimately, with no other recourse, the sect leader decided to summon Ye Chen's master, Xianjizi. It was time for him to venture forth and gain experience. Remaining idle within the Tao Sect was not a viable option. With a calm glance at the assembly, Xianjizi decisively proclaimed that, under normal circumstances, he would not have permitted Ye Chen to embark on such a journey so soon. A disciple of such extraordinary talent must be carefully safeguarded. However, after divining Ye Chen's fate, his perspective shifted. Regardless of whether Ye Chen is a chosen one or a defier of destiny, his demise is not destined to occur, at least not prematurely. Thus, what is there to fear? Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken. In the blink of an eye, a night passed. Early the next morning, after a modest meal, Ye Chen departed from Star Peak once more. In truth, given his current level of cultivation, he could have easily adopted a fasting regimen. Yet, As a person who traversed realms, he found it challenging to cultivate such a habit. Moreover, he had no desire to change it. Notably, since entering the inner world of Ye Chen, the little purple cat, Xiaoqi, seemed to have completely taken a liking to this place. Once inside, it showed no inclination to leave. Upon waking, it would eagerly resume foraging for various spiritual plants and herbs. After feasting, it would then seek a comfortable spot to continue its slumber. Ye Chen had grown somewhat indifferent to this routine, only internally lamenting, "No wonder it's Xiaoqi. Is life solely about eating and sleeping?" "Master Uncle." As Ye Chen descended from the starry peak, a figure approached him. Upon encountering the radiant and beaming Yang Chuchu, with her mischievous glimmering eyes, Ye Chen found himself devoid of any irritation. "I wonder, dear beauty, is it truly appropriate for you to follow me around incessantly? Are you not concerned about what others might say?" With a bemused glance at Yang Chuchu, Ye Chen inquired, his tone laced with annoyance. "Fear not," Yang Chuchu exclaimed with an air of defiance. "Whoever dares to slander me shall find their tongue torn asunder." With a disdainful curl of her lips, she boldly declared her stance. "Who told you not to accept my challenge?" In the next instant, however, her expression shifted to one of feigned innocence, as if to suggest that those unaware of the circumstances might mistakenly believe that Ye Chen was the one bullying her. Other than being at a loss for words, what else could Ye Chen possibly say? Soon, his attention was captivated once more by Yang Chuchu's subsequent remarks. In a month, the Dao sect would send a group of disciples down the mountain for training, 4 exceptional seedlings, along with several inner disciples at the 6th level of the Golden Core stage and above. "What about me?" Ye Chen instinctively inquired. "If you spar with me, I shall divulge it." Yang Chuchu replied with a playful smile, revealing her adorable little fangs. "Perhaps it's best to forego that." With that, Ye Chen turned on his heel and departed. Watching Ye Chen's retreating figure, Yang Chuchu felt a surge of frustration, her small tiger teeth nearly grinding into pieces. What an odd individual. After murmuring her discontent under her breath, she trailed behind him like a little tail, following at a leisurely pace. Her curiosity was piqued. What on earth was going through Ye Chen's mind? He spent his days avoiding cultivation and shunning challenges, aimlessly wandering about. Ye Chen gave Yang Chuchu the impression of someone merely passing the time. Yet, paradoxically, he was incredibly formidable. It was truly exasperating. "Master Uncle, you wouldn't be repeating yesterday's antics, would you?" Yang Chuchu inquired with a frown as she observed Ye Chen once again gravitating towards the martial arts arena to admire beautiful women. "Is there a problem?" With a broad smile, Ye Chen confidently retorted, "You are truly dull." After much difficulty, Yang Chuchu finally managed to utter these words from her delicate lips. "Indeed." Ye Chen nodded earnestly, speaking with utmost seriousness. In that fleeting moment, Yang Chuchu was utterly devoid of temper. Upon witnessing a new figure in the martial arts arena, Ye Chen displayed an expression of astonishment. Lin Wudi? This oaf, after more than a month of absence, has surprisingly advanced to the late stage of the 2nd level of the Golden Core phase? Even more intriguing, he dares to challenge an inner sect disciple at the early stage of the 4th level of the Golden Core phase, and he appears to be gaining the upper hand? Truly deserving of being one of the 4 outstanding seedlings of the Dao sect's inner sect. Ye Chen inwardly mused. Lin Wudi possesses the body of domination, one of the premier divine bodies. This should not be his limit. The body of domination indeed grows stronger with each battle. Absent an overwhelming strength advantage to suppress him, one would ultimately be defeated by him. Following Ye Chen's gaze, Yang Chuchu spoke slowly. Just as her words fell, Lin Wudi's opponent was swiftly vanquished. Seemingly validating Yang Chuchu's assertion, Lin Wudi soon sought out another challenger, an early-stage practitioner of the 6th level of the Golden Core phase. From being initially suppressed to ultimately fighting with great flair. "I knew it." A faint smile graced Yang Chuchu's exquisite face, revealing her triumphant demeanor. Unfortunately, Ye Chen exhibited little reaction, which infuriated her immensely. What a dullard. She inwardly cursed. Simultaneously, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction towards the rules of the Dao sect. Why were others unable to decline challenges from those of lesser strength? Moreover, there was a limit of 3 challenges per day. Yet, this individual could evade such restrictions merely due to his higher status? Intriguing. As he observed, Ye Chen couldn't help but exclaim. The individual challenging Lin Wudi was a disciple in his early 20s from the inner sect, a practitioner of physical cultivation. Remarkably, the two chose to engage in a straightforward, brute force confrontation, devoid of any flamboyant techniques or the invocation of profound realms. "Master Uncle, shall we have a match?" Yang Chuchu suggested, her eyes sparkling with eagerness as she noted Ye Chen's expression. "I'm not interested." You are no match for me. Without a second thought, Ye Chen decisively declined Yang Chuchu. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Yang Chuchu felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Did this fellow look down upon her? Humph. Before long, Lin Wuti had successfully defeated his opponent, sending him crashing off the arena. At this moment, Lin Wuti was utterly exhausted and panting heavily. By chance, he caught sight of Ye Chen and Yang Chuchu, hesitating momentarily before making his way toward them. Master Uncle, Little Demon coughed. Sister Yang. In an instant, Lin Wuti greeted the two. With a displeased glare directed at Lin Wuti, Yang Chuchu remained silent. It appeared that she was quite dissatisfied with Lin Wuti's near slip of the tongue. Little demoness? Lin Wuti indeed. Ye Chen casually remarked, nodding slightly. Hee. Lin Wuti scratched his head and broke into a foolish grin. Master Uncle, in a month, we shall descend the mountain for our training. Where do you intend to go? After a considerable pause, Lin Wuti turned to Ye Chen and inquired. Nearby, Yang Chuchu also perked up her ears, clearly intrigued by the question, as it seemed to captivate her interest as well. Upon hearing Lin Wuti's words, Ye Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. The prospect of embarking on his own journey for training filled him with a surge of exhilaration and anticipation. Me? If possible. The cultivation world is so vast, I plan to explore everywhere. Touching his chin, Ye Chen spoke casually, as if discussing something trivial. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, the two were momentarily taken aback, while others departed from their sects to train with the intention of seeking challenges and becoming stronger. This fellow seemed to think he was merely preparing for a leisurely excursion. Is there a problem? Ye Chen asked innocently, noticing the peculiar gazes from the two. Come on, can't you have some aspirations? Yang Chuchu retorted with a glare. My aspiration is to indulge in a life of hedonism and pass the days aimlessly. Both Yang Chuchu and Lin Wuti were momentarily speechless, their foreheads adorned with dark lines of exasperation. Indulging in hedonism and passing the days aimlessly? Is that what you call an aspiration? Does our esteemed master have a misunderstanding of what aspirations truly are? Is there a problem? After glancing at the two, Ye Chen spoke with unwavering confidence. As cultivators, should we not strive diligently in our practice and pursue the path of immortality? Ascension to the heavens is our ultimate goal. Taking a deep breath to calm her emotions, Yang Chuchu articulated each word with precision. Then what? Ye Chen inquired with a smirk, casting a glance at Yang Chuchu. Suddenly, Yang Chuchu found herself at a loss for words. What next? She had never truly contemplated this question. She had reason to believe that few in the realm of immortality had pondered it either. To reach the realm of scattered immortals was an extraordinary feat, indeed. Ascension? It could take thousands, even tens of thousands of years, to witness even a single occurrence. The primary obstacle was its sheer difficulty. After ascension, would one begin anew from the lowest rank of immortals? If that were the case, why should one strive so hard? In this life, as long as one finds joy and lives without regrets, what more is needed? With a casual gesture, Ye Chen expressed his thoughts. Upon hearing his words, Lin Wuti and Yang Chuchu exchanged puzzled glances. Little Chen, do not undermine the hearts of others. Be wary of the consequences. At that moment, an unexpected figure appeared before the three of them. Zuanjizi. Looking at his precious disciple, Zuanjizi wore an expression of exasperation. This lad, not only was he unmotivated himself, but now he seemed intent on leading astray the second of the four divine seedlings of Taoism. Was this a jest? Upon seeing Zuanjizi, both Yang Chuchu and Lin Wuti respectfully bowed. Then, they exchanged bemused glances at Ye Chen. In their hearts, Ye Chen had become synonymous with a great deceiver. Although their resolve remained steadfast, they could not help but acknowledge that Ye Chen's words bore a semblance of truth. Ahem. Master, I was merely speaking candidly. Ye Chen remarked nonchalantly, pursing his lips. By the way, do you have something to discuss with me, esteemed elder? Noticing Zuanjizi's unusual expression, Ye Chen promptly shifted the topic. Come with me. With that, Xuanzi waved his hand, and both he and Ye Chen vanished from sight. Witnessing this, Yang Chuchu and Lin Wuti exchanged puzzled glances. Curiosity piqued, they wondered what Xuanzi sought from Ye Chen. In the next moment, Ye Chen found himself atop the star peak, where he was met with Xuanzi's grave expression, leaving him momentarily stunned. What was happening? What's wrong? Ye Chen asked tentatively, casting a puzzled glance at his master. This was the first time he had witnessed such an expression on his master's face. For as long as he could remember, Xuanzi had always maintained an air of indifference. But now? Sigh, indeed, there are traitors within the Tao sect. With a complex expression, Xuanzi sighed deeply. Upon hearing his words, Ye Chen remained largely unfazed. Traitors? Wasn't that rather commonplace? He believed it was reasonable to assume that various factions would certainly have numerous infiltrators among each other. But did traitors have any direct connection to him? That piqued his interest. The fact that your extraordinary talent for cultivation has been exposed is already troubling. Moreover, the matters concerning the nightmarish abyss have also come to light. Even the revelation of your mastery in the realm of destruction has spread. As he spoke these words, Xuanzi's countenance darkened with a chilling intent. Ye Chen, upon hearing this, instinctively narrowed his eyes. His extraordinary talent for cultivation? He was not surprised that someone had leaked that. After all, there were many in the Dao sect, and it was hardly a secret. It was entirely plausible that someone had inadvertently let it slip. Similarly, the fact that he had emerged unscathed from the nightmarish abyss was also not shocking. However, the mastery in the realm of destruction? Now that was intriguing. This was knowledge reserved only for the higher echelons of the Dao sect and those ancient beings. If it had spread through their lips, it was conceivable that those connected to them might also be privy to such information. That was indeed thought-provoking. Calm down, master. This is not as grave as it seems. Ye Chen reassured with an unconcerned expression, glancing at Xuanzi. Do you not understand? The moment you step outside, you will undoubtedly attract the attention of various factions. Even assassination attempts? No faction desires the rise of a prodigy from another faction, especially since countless individuals are deeply intrigued by the secrets of the nightmarish abyss, including some ancient beings. Xuanzi shot Ye Chen a glare, responding irately. So what? I have considerable confidence in my ability to protect myself. With a confident grin, Ye Chen replied. Hearing his words and observing his demeanor, Xuanzi was momentarily taken aback. He was genuinely curious as to the source of this boy's confidence. The pinnacle of the 9th level of the Golden Core stage? Surely, even with extraordinary talent, there must be limits. In the face of absolute power, all else is but an illusion. Yet, recalling the backlash he had previously experienced while reading Ye Chen's fortune, he felt a sense of relief. This boy was indeed exceptional. It appeared that his concern had only led to confusion. A chosen one or a prodigy. Such individuals are not so easily vanquished. In truth, I do not merely obliterate the essence of grand perfection. The realms of spatial and existential profundity are no exception. Casting a glance at Xiangazai, Ye Chen broke into a grin. What is there to conceal from his master? In Ye Chen's heart, Xiangazai is akin to family within this realm of cultivation. He is well aware of the kindness bestowed upon him by his master. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Xiangazai's eyes widened in astonishment. Damn, even with his composure, he could not help but exclaim in disbelief. His mind was engulfed in a thunderous uproar. Ye Chen's words had left him utterly astonished. Even Zhuan Jizi began to question whether he had misheard. Ye Chen had comprehended one of the 10 supreme realms, the unparalleled realm of destruction, and had achieved complete mastery over it, an astonishing feat. Now, he claimed to have grasped the second-ranked realm of space among the 10 supreme realms, as well as the life realm, renowned for its exceptional healing abilities, also at full mastery. Was he even human? Countless extraordinarily gifted practitioners spent their entire lives striving to comprehend a single supreme realm, yet this young man had effortlessly grasped 3, all at the pinnacle of mastery. Moreover, he was still at the Golden Core stage. Could anything be more difficult to accept? Was it perhaps due to the nightmarish abyss? In that moment, a thought crossed Zhuan Jizi's mind. Please repeat that. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he fixed his gaze intently on Ye Chen's eyes. With a shrug, Ye Chen casually reiterated his previous statement. This time, Zhuan Jizi was utterly devoid of anger. His heart was a tempest of emotions. Was it all true? No wonder this young man was so confident. With complete mastery over the realm of space, escaping from a skilled opponent would be no challenge at all. Coupled with the full mastery of the life realm, it was akin to being an indestructible cockroach. It was clear why this young man exuded such self-assurance. You are truly a prodigy. As for the notion that his master considered him a freak, Ye Chen would never concede. Was it merely because of his accelerated cultivation speed and formidable comprehension abilities? How could one label him as abnormal? He was just an ordinary person, truly. Master, I am about to venture out for training. Shouldn't you provide me with some life-preserving treasures, or perhaps some spirit stones? He looked eagerly at Zhuan Jizi, diverting the conversation. However, before he could finish his sentence, Zhuan Jizi interrupted him. Do not think too much. I shall give you nothing. Waving his hand, Zhuan Jizi replied with a nonchalant expression. Why? Instinctively, Ye Chen inquired, his expression slightly disheartened. even somewhat bewildered. Why was there nothing bestowed upon him? What was his master playing at? Because you have been excessively indolent. If I were to grant you too many advantages, you would only become even more lethargic. Why not send you out to experience the hardships of the world? In this way, it would be exceedingly difficult for you to avoid rapid advancement in your cultivation, and striving would become an absolute necessity. As for what you desire, you must earn it yourself. Glancing calmly at Ye Chen, Xuanzi spoke with a serene tone. Upon hearing Xuanzi's words, Ye Chen was left utterly speechless. What was he to make of this? Fortunately, he possessed a miniature world within him. If the need arose, and he found himself lacking spirit stones, he could always sell some spiritual herbs or medicines. Alternatively, he might consider alchemy. However, cultivating in the traditional sense was out of the question. Besides, he did not need to consciously engage in any form of cultivation at present. After all, his techniques would naturally circulate through the meridians within his body, yielding results indistinguishable from those achieved through deliberate training. Very well, Ye Chen said, scratching his nose with a hint of frustration. The sight of Ye Chen in such a predicament prompted Xuanzi to burst into hearty laughter. Such a rarity. After offering a few more reminders to Ye Chen not to reveal any of his other insights, Xuanzi departed from Star Peak. Seated cross-legged on a large stone in the courtyard, Ye Chen's face was awash with anticipation. Could he finally leave the Tao sect? What wonders awaited him in the outside world? In the following days, Ye Chen remained mostly confined to Star Peak, piquing the curiosity of countless people within the Tao sect. What could he possibly be up to? This was quite unlike his usual demeanor. As for the 4 prodigies of the Tao sect and several disciples preparing for their journeys of exploration, they had all entered a new round of seclusion, hoping for breakthroughs before their departure. Simultaneously, the sect master and the upper echelons of the Tao sect were preoccupied with a singular task, selecting guardians for some of their talented disciples heading out to experience the world. However, not everyone qualified for such guardianship. Only Ye Chen, the 4 prodigies, and a select few extraordinary talents were afforded this privilege. Furthermore, the existence of these guardians was not something the higher-ups of the Tao sect disclosed. In truth, this was a common practice among various factions, aimed at preventing their talented individuals from developing a sense of dependency. Did these prodigies and exceptional talents possess some inkling of the guardian's existence? Perhaps, but that uncertainty was sufficient to maintain a level of independence. Unbeknownst to them, a month slipped quietly by. During this time, Ye Chen was engrossed in a singular pursuit, utilizing the materials Xuanzi had left him to fervently craft formation plates. By the end of the month, Ye Chen had amassed over 1,000 formation plates of varying levels, from 1 to 4, each sealing the corresponding formations. Remarkably, he had even managed to create a few 5th-level formation plates, which consumed nearly half of his time. Ye Chen's motivation for producing such a multitude of formation plates was not without purpose. When the need arose, he intended to sell some for spirit stones or, at critical moments, utilize the formations to create opportunities for escape. As for the spiritual plants in his internal world, he had no intention of selling them outright, deeming it too disadvantageous. Moreover, they were currently the sustenance for Shaoqi. Alchemy, Ye Chen had the desire, yet he lacked sufficient materials. Truly, a skilled artisan cannot work without resources. It seemed that the others in the Tao sect had been influenced by his master's explicit instructions. They were now unwilling to offer him anything. Clearly, Xuanzi was resolutely intent on making Ye Chen endure hardships. At last, he had completed his tasks. Time was drawing near, wasn't it? Rising and stretching languidly, Ye Chen muttered to himself. The thought of soon departing from the Tao sect filled him with boundless excitement. The cultivation world, here I come, he silently proclaimed within himself. After storing the formation plates in his spatial ring, Ye Chen decisively proceeded to freshen up. A month of toil had nearly transformed him into a wild man. Just after Ye Chen had washed up and while he was preparing to eat, his communication stone suddenly chimed. A gathering at the martial arts arena? Haha. Finally, it is time to depart. With a hearty laugh, Ye Chen's figure abruptly vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he had already landed on the martial arts arena. At this moment, the arena was teeming with over 1,000 spectators. Naturally, the 4 celestial seedlings stood at the forefront. Surrounding the arena were disciples from both the inner and outer sects of the Tao sect, all gazing enviously at those within the arena. Ye Chen's arrival instantly captivated the attention of nearly everyone present. It was inevitable. He was, after all, the most radiant figure within the Tao sect, making it nearly impossible to go unnoticed. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Chen positioned himself directly before the four celestial seedlings. Now that everyone is gathered, let us commence. A handsome middle-aged man in a white robe proclaimed from above. He was none other than the sect leader of the Tao sect, Jun Wuxie, a formidable peak cultivator at the 9th level of the tribulation phase. He stood but a step away from the scattered, immortal realm. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that he was a paragon among the higher echelons of the Tao sect, as most of the other senior members were at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage or in the transformation stage, with only one or two at the great ascension stage. As for other experts above the tribulation phase, they were all ancient monsters of the sect. In the sky, alongside Jun Wuxie, were 8 other formidable figures of monstrous caliber. His words were directed at these 8 individuals. Upon the conclusion of Jun Wuxie's address, the 8 swiftly constructed a large-scale teleportation array in midair. They were, indeed, formation masters. This is a random teleportation array. You may find yourselves transported to any corner of the Eastern Domain or even beyond. Once you leave the Tao sect, you will have to rely solely on yourselves. I hope you all return alive. Jun Wuxie surveyed the crowd in the arena before speaking slowly. Upon hearing his words, Ye Chen's expression turned somewhat peculiar, and a contemplative glimmer flickered in his eyes. As a formation master, a prodigious one at that, he could discern the intricacies of this colossal teleportation array. It was indeed a random teleportation array. However, it intriguingly concealed a directional miniature teleportation array within it. He could hardly dismiss this as mere coincidence. This was rather thought-provoking. What could be the sect's true intention in this matter? Fascinating. Truly fascinating. Step into the teleportation array. With Jun Wuxie's command, over 1,000 individuals orderly ascended into the array, ultimately transforming into white light points that vanished from sight. Notably, at Jun Wuxie's signal, the first to depart were the ordinary geniuses, followed by the exceptional ones. Finally, it was the 4 celestial seedlings and Ye Chen. Once all the disciples of the Tao sect had embarked on their trials, another 40 individuals entered the array. Without exception, they were all ancient beings of the great ascension stage. If Ye Chen had been present, he would have been astonished to discover that these ancient figures were actually departing through the directional miniature teleportation arrays hidden within the massive teleportation array. As these ancient beings departed, the colossal teleportation array soon dissipated into thin air. The figures of Jun Wuxie and his companions instantly vanished from the sky. Deep within the Tao sect, before a simple thatched cottage, Xuanji Zi was leisurely brewing tea. At that moment, a figure appeared before him. This figure was none other than Jun Wuxie. Master Uncle. With a respectful bow, Jun Wuxie gazed at Xuanji Zi, expressing his reverence. Have they all departed? Raising his gaze to Jun Wuxie, Xuanji Zi inquired calmly. They have all departed. Jun Wuxie replied with a gentle nod. Just then, he hesitated and glanced at Xuanji Zi. If you have something to say, please do speak. With an amused look at Jun Wuxie, Xuanji Zi chuckled softly. I can understand why the guardians of other prodigies are masters in the ascension stage. However, why is it that the guardians of the 4 great immortal seedlings are also in the ascension stage? Why is it that Master Ye's guardian happens to be one as well? Jun Wuxie's eyes were filled with confusion as he gazed at Xuanji Zi. Indeed, this time, both the 4 great immortal seedlings and Ye Chen's guardian were arranged entirely by Xuanji Zi. The guardians of the other prodigies were appointed by the high-ranking officials led by Jun Wuxie. Furthermore, they sought Xuanji Zi's opinion, to which he had no objections. It was only after Ye Chen and his companions had departed that Jun Wuxie and the others learned of the guardians for the 4 great immortal seedlings and Ye Chen. Is it truly hard to comprehend? The 4 great immortal seedlings have long been targeted by various powerful factions, facing the greatest dangers. Hence, it is prudent to assign guardians from the ascension stage to ensure their safety. As for that young lad, Chenzi, although his reputation may be substantial now, his meteoric rise and exaggerated feats may not be readily believed by the major factions. Assigning a guardian at the ascension stage to protect him is more than sufficient. As he set down the teapot, Xuanji Zi spoke slowly. However, with a furrowed brow, Jun Wuxie wore an expression of deep concern. What if the major powers truly had their sights set on Master Yi? His worth surpassed that of the 4 great immortal seedlings combined. It would not be an exaggeration to claim he represented the future of the Tao sect. No buts. With a gentle shake of his head, Xuanzi said, All right. I shall take my leave to rest. You may attend to your own matters. He added subsequently. Indeed, with a helpless sigh, Jun Wuxie's figure instantly vanished from sight. Observing Jun Wuxia's departing silhouette, Xian Jizi subtly shook his head. What he refrained from expressing was that if not for the purpose of concealing the truth, he would never have assigned a guardian to Ye Chen. He understood that arranging a guardian for Ye Chen held little significance. If Ye Chen were indeed the chosen one, his fate would undoubtedly be extraordinarily fortuitous. Even without a guardian, should he encounter misfortune, adversity, or hardship, he would inevitably transform calamity into fortune, overcoming peril and ultimately seizing countless opportunities, allowing him to flourish swiftly. If this young man were a being defying the heavens, then the intrigue would deepen. He might endure considerable suffering, yet he would assuredly garner a wealth of opportunities. Those who defy the heavens cannot perish at the hands of ordinary mortals. It can be asserted that they are utterly immune to death by human hands. They are destined to perish only beneath the laws of the heavens. Prior to such a demise, their rate of growth could indeed be described as defying the natural order. If they ultimately evade death by heavenly decree, then, upon entering the vast teleportation array, Ye Chen felt a sudden disorientation. In a fleeting moment, he plummeted from the skies, landing amidst a mountain range. Casting a sweeping glance at his surroundings, Ye Chen's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Surrounding him were towering ancient trees piercing the clouds, accompanied by various shrubs of considerable height. The air was tinged with a faint metallic scent of blood. Wait. Moreover, the laws governing this realm seemed rather chaotic. The spiritual energy was nearly non-existent. Truly, a peculiar place. He pondered, wondering where he could possibly be. Curiously, he noted the absence of even the faintest sound of insects. As for any shadows of other creatures, Ye Chen extended his consciousness for miles around, yet discovered nothing. This was indeed strange. After a moment's contemplation, Ye Chen fixed his gaze in a determined direction and pressed onward. Time slipped by, an incense stick's worth, an hour, and before he knew it, half a day had passed, covering a distance of over 1,000 miles. Yet, he found himself still ensnared within this bizarre forest. Ye Chen began to suspect whether he had unwittingly wandered into a formidable array. However, being a genius array master, he found no evidence to substantiate such a notion. Ultimately, he concluded that this was simply an exceedingly peculiar forest. As dusk approached and Ye Chen prepared to rest, a casual glance into the distance momentarily captivated him. In the far expanse, he discerned what appeared to be a vast ocean of white. Extending his consciousness, he soon realized the nature of this white ocean, causing his pupils to constrict slightly. Bones. A vast expanse of bleached bones. Piles upon piles of complete skeletons and various remains. Among them were human, ferocious beasts, and an array of bizarre, unidentified creatures. Scattered throughout these bones were countless rusted weapons, many of which had succumbed to the ravages of time. Retracting his consciousness, Ye Chen's face reflected profound shock. He discovered that these remains belonged to beings whose powers were, at the very least, at the nascent soul stage. This was indeed an exaggeration. Could this be an ancient battlefield? Ye Chen couldn't help but speculate within. After resting for a while and hesitating briefly, he resolutely chose to continue his journey. Before long, Ye Chen arrived at the fringes of the bone ocean. As night fell, ethereal blue lights began to emanate from the ocean of bones, creating an eerie spectacle when viewed from afar. Phosphorescence? Ye Chen glanced around, his face betraying a look of astonishment. At this moment, he found himself hesitating, contemplating whether to press onward. For reasons unknown, he felt an unsettling aura emanating from this sea of skeletons, as if it concealed something dreadfully sinister. To retreat? To turn back? To be frank, Ye Chen was rather reluctant to do so. After much contemplation, he resolved to observe the situation further, deciding to await the dawn for clarity. Remaining at the periphery of the skeletal ocean, Ye Chen found himself languidly dozing off. In the deep of night, just as he was drifting into slumber, he was abruptly roused by the cacophony of battle cries, screams, and bizarre noises echoing around him. A truly chilling experience. Even more bewildering, the remnants within the skeletal sea began to stir. One by one, the remains and skeletons picked up their rusted weapons, turning upon one another in a savage display. Others resorted to using bone spikes and bone blades for the most primal of confrontations. Some of these remnants and skeletons even sought to advance towards Ye Chen himself. Upon hearing these sounds and witnessing the grotesque scene unfold before him, Ye Chen was momentarily petrified. What on earth was happening? This was utterly bizarre. Cursing under his breath, he felt an intense unease creeping over him. The only solace was that these remnants and skeletons seemed to be bound by some unseen force. Those that charged towards him were inexplicably halted by a mysterious power, as if they were confined to specific areas. "You're killing me. Don't strike me. Can you hear me?" Suddenly, a voice, laden with an ancient timbre, yet childlike in essence, rang out amidst the battlefield of bones. At the sound of this voice, Ye Chen felt a surge of trepidation, almost succumbing to the urge to flee. It was terrifying. Nonetheless, he managed to suppress that impulse, driven instead by a relentless curiosity. Following the source of the sound, Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback, his expression reflecting an extraordinary peculiarity. His gaze was equally bewildered. Before him stood a small skeleton, reminiscent of a child's, darting about in a furtive manner. As it scurried, it muttered under its breath, adding an amusing twist to the scene. Strikingly, this little skeleton was markedly different from the surrounding remnants and bones, which were often yellowed or in a state of disrepair. None of the other remains displayed any grace in movement. In stark contrast, this small skeleton not only possessed translucent bones, but also exhibited remarkable agility. Oddly enough, it appeared rather feeble, perhaps even pitiably weak, and seemed capable of feeling pain. To add to its uniqueness, two flickering violet flames danced within its eye sockets. As Ye Chen's gaze met that of the little skeleton, the latter exclaimed with excitement, "Young one, lend this esteemed figure a hand. I shall grant you a great fortune." The flames within its eye sockets flickered enthusiastically as it called out, "How may I assist you? What grand fortune do you intend to bestow upon me?" Casting a curious glance at the diminutive skeleton, Ye Chen's face illuminated with an intrigued smile. This eerie locale was ensnared by a peculiar force of rules, rendering the remains and skeletons incapable of departing from this confined area. "If you lead me away, I shall grant you an extraordinary boon." Without a moment's hesitation, the little skeleton exclaimed. Upon hearing its words, Ye Chen's expression transformed into one of sudden realization. So that was the case. No wonder these remnants and skeletons attempted to assail him, only to be thwarted by an inexplicable power. Yet, what formidable being possessed such prowess? To be capable of weaving rules that restrain the boundless ocean of remains? Truly impressive. Remarkably powerful. While the little skeleton spoke, it was once again besieged by a throng of remains and skeletons. This provoked the little skeleton to unleash a torrent of invectives, its language far from decorous. After pondering for a moment, Ye Chen resolved to take action. On one hand, it was due to the little skeleton's lack of offensive capability. Why should he fear a mere weakling? On the other hand, he was uncertain how to escape this accursed place. Who knows how much longer he would wander aimlessly? With this creature's company, the tedium would not be overwhelming. As for the grand fortune, Ye Chen scarcely took it to heart. What significant boon could a skeleton, itself on the brink of demise, possibly offer? Resolute in his decision, Ye Chen acted without delay. In the blink of an eye, he soared to the little skeleton's side, effortlessly repelling the surrounding remains and skeletons, and with one hand, he grasped the little skeleton and descended back to their previous location. Before long, the pair returned to Ye Chen's original spot. "Thank you, my friend. Indeed, indeed." The esteemed gentleman finally liberated himself from this desolate and forsaken place. Casting a glance at Ye Chen and then at the distant wreckage-laden sea, the little skeleton muttered, "Damn it, what are you doing?" Turning towards Ye Chen, the little skeleton's face turned an ashen green. If only he had eyes. For Ye Chen had seized him by one hand and hurled him into the ocean of debris. The little skeleton was somewhat bewildered. What was happening? While evading other skeletons in the wreckage's onslaught, he began to vociferously express his grievances, simultaneously pleading for Ye Chen's assistance. "I merely wish to convey my disdain for being addressed with that diminutive prefix. Furthermore, I detest when others resort to foul language in my presence." With a calm gaze directed at the little skeleton, Ye Chen replied with an air of indifference, "Alas, you should have mentioned it earlier." The young man exclaimed, "I am aware of my mistakes. Please, come to my rescue." Watching the little skeleton endure torment for quite some time, Ye Chen finally pulled it out. The little creature cast a gaze upon Ye Chen that could only be described as profoundly resentful, as if it possessed the ability to express such emotions. "Dear sir, what compels you to recklessly venture into the forest of malevolent spirits?" After a considerable pause, the little skeleton could no longer contain its curiosity and posed the question. Upon hearing these words, Ye Chen's expression subtly shifted. "The forest of malevolent spirits? One of the 10 forbidden realms of the cultivation world? Located at the juncture of the eastern domain and the northern frontier. Goodness, how did I end up being transported here?" Suddenly, Ye Chen began to comprehend why everything he had witnessed thus far brimmed with an air of the uncanny. Could a place like the forest of malevolent spirits, one of the 10 forbidden realms, not be bizarre? Having been randomly teleported here. With a shrug, Ye Chen casually remarked, "You are truly unfortunate. At long last." The little skeleton managed to utter this exclamation. Teleportation at random? Could it be that this young fellow hails from some formidable power undergoing training? Why can I not discern the depth of his cultivation? How peculiar. What an intriguing young man. Ugh, perhaps I should refer to him as a youth. The little skeleton's mind began to wander. After a brief conversation, the duo, one human and one skeleton, finally became acquainted. Under the guidance of the little skeleton, they departed along the edge of the sea of wreckage. Ye Chen, do not be deceived by my current weakness. In my prime, I was an unparalleled powerhouse. Ye Chen, from where do you hail? The Tao sect, you say? What an interesting faction. Long ago, during its zenith, it stood at the pinnacle of the cultivation realm. Ye Chen, how long have you been cultivating? What level have you attained? Have you grasped any fascinating insights? Would you like me to impart some knowledge to you? Ye Chen cannot help but remark that the little skeleton is indeed a chatterbox, a seemingly all-knowing, yet curiously old-fashioned little talker. For a fleeting moment, Ye Chen began to regret bringing this creature along. Throughout the journey, the little skeleton's incessant chatter never ceased. Could you possibly keep quiet? Ye Chen said with an exasperated pout. Absolutely not. The little skeleton declared earnestly, I have been holding this in for over 100,000 years. If I do not speak, I shall perish. What else can Ye Chen say, apart from being speechless? I asked. How is it possible for a mere skeleton to exist for such an extended period and still possess the ability to speak? Casting a curious glance at the little skeleton, Ye Chen inquired, well, that's hard to explain. The little skeleton hesitated, its confidence wavering slightly as it spoke. It seemed to harbor some unspoken secrets. Goodness. In all these hundreds of thousands of years, you couldn't have been merely enduring beatings in that ocean of bones, could you? Ye Chen, momentarily taken aback, regarded the little skeleton with a peculiar expression. Alas, I never wished for this. It's just that I lack any form of energy or power, the little skeleton replied with a sigh, revealing its evident discontent. It appeared that this matter weighed heavily on its mind. Here, this is the great fortune I promised you. Suddenly, the little skeleton proclaimed. Out of nowhere, it produced a colossal sword, presenting it to Ye Chen, a sword that was significantly taller than itself. Spatial fluctuation? Glancing at the diminutive skeleton, Ye Chen's face reflected a look of astonishment. He pondered whether this little skeleton possessed an innate storage space. Otherwise, it was simply inconceivable. Did it perhaps bear a spatial ring? Ah, what keen insight. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, the skeleton chuckled with pride, yet it offered no further explanation. Accepting the colossal sword handed over by the skeleton, Ye Chen scrutinized it earnestly. This was a black, bladeless giant sword, nearly half a yard in length and about a foot wide. What astonished Ye Chen even more was that this sword bore no discernible rank. It appeared to be crafted from some extraordinary material. As a prodigious weaponsmith, Ye Chen certainly comprehended the implications of this. It was either a worthless relic or possessed an origin of unparalleled significance. Little skeleton, what is the provenance of this sword? Stopping in his tracks, Ye Chen directed his inquiry towards the skeleton. I do not know. However, I can assert with certainty that this is far from an ordinary object. Initially, the one who guarded this sword was. As he spoke, the little skeleton fell silent once more. Whether it was merely an illusion, Ye Chen noticed that the little skeleton seemed to tremble slightly throughout its bony frame. Nodding gently, Ye Chen had no intention of pursuing the matter further. After pondering for a moment, he pricked the tip of his right finger, allowing a single drop of blood to fall upon the colossal sword. In the next instant, a crimson radiance erupted from the black, unsharpened giant sword, soaring into the heavens before vanishing from sight. In the depths of the ethereal realm, a subtle connection had begun to form between the giant sword and Ye Chen. Under the guidance of Ye Chen's consciousness, the giant sword diminished in size and flew into the sea of his mind at his forehead. At that moment, Ye Chen narrowed his eyes. This black, unsharpened giant sword was unexpectedly absorbing some of his true energy and blood to nourish itself. However, the rate at which it absorbed the true energy and blood was exceedingly slow, having no discernible effect on Ye Chen. Unbeknownst to him, the crimson glow emanating from the black, unsharpened giant sword had captured the attention of countless individuals. In the eastern region and the northern frontier, numerous ancient beings were roused from their slumber, casting uncertain glances toward the direction of the evil spirit forest. Days passed in succession, and finally, Ye Chen and the little skeleton traversed the ocean of bones, continuing their journey through a vast expanse of mountains. Standing atop a towering peak, a relieved smile finally graced Ye Chen's face. In the distance, over 100 miles away, the outline of a city could be faintly discerned. At this moment, Ye Chen no longer felt the urgency to hasten his pace. Little skeleton, Do you intend to follow me indefinitely? He inquired, reclining against a stone with his legs crossed. Hello, hello, exclaimed the little skeleton. You can't betray me after I've entrusted you with one of my most treasured possessions. Can you bear to see me, defenseless and vulnerable, captured out there? Upon hearing the little skeleton's words, Ye Chen raised an eyebrow. One of your most treasured possessions? I suppose I could take it along. But don't you have a few other significant treasures at your disposal? With a sly grin, Ye Chen replied mischievously. No way, without any hesitation. The little skeleton gritted its teeth and declared, All right, if you insist, then so be it. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Ye Chen chose not to tease the little skeleton any further. He held no doubt regarding the skeleton's words. Could it truly be one of the most significant treasures? It seemed likely. Through his extensive research over the past few days, Ye Chen had discerned the extraordinary nature of the black, unsharpened giant sword. Although it bore no blade, it appeared to be utterly indestructible. Even a fifth-level formation was effortlessly shattered by a single strike. It certainly possessed the essence of a blunt sword. What was even more intriguing was that, as Ye Chen infused it with his vital energy and blood, the black, unsharpened giant sword seemed to gradually awaken. Could it manipulate gravity? It felt as though it inherently generated a gravitational field. This was fundamentally why it could easily dismantle a fifth-level formation, a hundredfold gravitational field. And with a mere swing. Furthermore, it harbored a terrifying aura of slaughter. Were it not for Ye Chen's resolute will, he might have succumbed to madness, transforming into a relentless killing machine. That much was certain. Muttering to himself, the little skeleton imitated Ye Chen and lay down beside him. Ye Chen, why do you never practice cultivation every day? Because I enjoy it. After engaging in idle chatter with the little skeleton for a while, Ye Chen resumed his examination of the ominous, unadorned black giant sword within his sea of consciousness. A gravitational field? An aura of slaughter? No discernible rank? What other secrets could it possibly harbor? As he stroked his chin thoughtfully, an unexpected idea struck him. What if the gravitational field of this giant sword were to be intensified? What would happen if he were to carry it on his back? Surely, it would serve as a remarkable means of self-discipline. With this thought igniting a spark in his eyes, Ye Chen realized that action speaks louder than words. Instinctively, he summoned the black giant sword, eager to test the viability of his notion. With a resounding crash, Ye Chen, along with the colossal sword, plummeted to the ground, creating a substantial crater. Ye Chen, despite his meticulous calculations, could never have anticipated the sudden alteration of the gravity field surrounding the black, unadorned giant sword. Initially, this gravity field only affected the sword itself. The hundredfold gravity merely transformed the already heavy blade from hundreds of pounds to thousands. Such weight was inconsequential to Ye Chen, who had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. He could easily disregard it. However, to his dismay, this gravity field was now exerting its influence not just on the sword, but also on Ye Chen himself. The immense gravity pressing down upon him would have surely reduced a lesser being to a mere pulp, were it not for the elevation of his life essence and the exceptional strength of his body. But why had the gravity field not affected him during the previous test of the 5th level formation? What had changed? Could it be that he had inadvertently gained control over the giant sword? Contemplating this possibility, Ye Chen directed his consciousness towards the sword. As expected, with a mere thought, the oppressive gravity field acting upon him dissipated instantly. Ye Chen, what are you doing? Startled by his sudden action, the little skeleton gasped. But upon realizing Ye Chen was unharmed, it couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Nothing. Shaking his head, Ye Chen gripped his sword and stood up. TSK, TSK, TSK. As expected, this sword is extraordinary. It actually has a gravity field that tempers the wielder. The little skeleton circled around Ye Chen, clicking its teeth in amazement. Nodding in deep agreement, Ye Chen remained silent, continuing to study the massive sword in his hands. After a while, he strapped the great sword onto his back. Precisely 10 times the normal gravitational force acted upon his body. This was the maximum he could handle while still maintaining freedom of movement. Any increase would leave him staggering under the weight. Ye Chen, isn't carrying that greatsword a bit too conspicuous? No scabbard, no straps, just pressed against your back? The little skeleton lifted its hollow gaze toward him, its voice eerie. Conspicuous? I don't think so. This unedged greatsword looks rather plain, nothing particularly eye-catching about it. It's just like a large iron sword. Even a chi-refining cultivator could easily keep a sword strapped to their back. Ye Chen shrugged dismissively. The gravity field? Unless he revealed it, who would know? He doubted anyone possessed the little skeleton's keen perception. After all, it was an undying entity that had existed for over 100,000 years. As for the sword's aura of slaughter, he had already concealed it with an array. Besides, if we're talking about standing out, isn't carrying you around even more conspicuous? Speaking of the little skeleton, Ye Chen had tried storing it in his spatial ring and even his inner world, but both attempts failed. As the little skeleton itself had put it, useless. I exist between life and death. No spatial vessel can contain me. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, the little skeleton found itself at a loss for words. It too felt that Ye Chen's statement held a semblance of truth. One could not deny that Ye Chen's talent was indeed extraordinary. This was evident in every aspect. In less than an hour, he had completely acclimated to the tenfold gravity field exerted upon him. Fortuitously, he decided to escalate it to 11-fold. Aside from a slight deceleration in the circulation of his internal energy, Ye Chen was otherwise unaffected. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the duo, one human and one skeleton, finally emerged from the treacherous spirit forest. Less than 10 miles away lay an ancient city with a diameter of several dozen miles. At last, they had made their escape. It had not been an easy journey. Gazing upon the majestic ancient city within sight, Ye Chen sighed with relief. Indeed, at long last, I have departed from that wretched spirit forest. Nodding in agreement, the little skeleton boisterously remarked, At last, I have left that dreadful place behind. Ye Chen had previously expressed curiosity about the spirit forest to the little skeleton, inquiring why, apart from plants, no other life forms existed there, and why there was a noticeable absence of spiritual energy. Regrettably, the little skeleton had chosen to sidestep these inquiries. Ultimately, Ye Chen lost interest in further questioning. Exchanging a glance, they proceeded at a leisurely pace towards the city. Ye Chen had no inclination to rush, especially since the little skeleton was rather lackluster in combat prowess. Its speed was akin to that of an ordinary person. It was impractical to carry it along hastily all day long. As night descended, the pair finally arrived at the gates of the city. The name of the city was Evil Spirit City, presumably named after the spirit forest. Without lingering, they entered the city. The appearance of this peculiar duo, one human and one skeleton, immediately captured the attention of countless onlookers. A seemingly gentle and harmless youth, frail in appearance, yet bearing an enormous sword. The contrast was striking, and what of the translucent, articulate little skeleton? Ah, this lad possesses some intrigue, strangely devoid of any evident cultivation. Yet he carries a massive iron sword. Perhaps he had mastered some secret technique to conceal his true strength? Or is he merely a scholar? Who could say? That little skeleton, however, was certainly interesting. The fact that it could talk was remarkable. Could it be that this young man was a puppeteer? Or perhaps a formation master? Was the little skeleton merely a puppet or a product of some esoteric formation technique? Who knows? Nonetheless, given their feeble appearance, the audacity of daring to enter Evil Spirit City was nothing short of reckless. Haha, quite the spectacle indeed. It wouldn't be long before this lad caught someone's eye, would it? Judging by his attire, he certainly did not appear to be impoverished. Indeed, in response to the incessant whispers and pointed fingers of those around him, Ye Chen chose to remain indifferent. He believed in confronting challenges as they came, without unnecessary entanglements. Curiously, his skeletal companion remained silent, gazing around with keen interest. Together, the duo wandered aimlessly within the city, marveling at the ancient architecture that resembled a cinematic backdrop. Ye Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. The outside world seemed far more grounded compared to the ethereal splendor of the Taoist sect, with its myriad of exquisite pavilions and heavenly structures. If other cultivators were to learn of Ye Chen's sentiments, he would likely be inundated with scorn. How many aspiring practitioners longed to enter the sanctuaries of cultivation yet were denied? Even the threshold for a mere outer disciple barred 99% of them. And yet, here he was, strolling leisurely. Eventually, the pair arrived at an inn named Misty. After securing a private courtyard and ordering an array of fine food and drink, Ye Chen settled into a window-side seat on the ground floor. His skeletal companion, unabashed, took a seat directly across from him. The patrons around them cast curious glances at the unusual duo, particularly because of Ye Chen's lavish display of wealth. He had boldly requested the finest courtyard and the best delicacies, revealing thousands of low-grade spirit stones at once. It was nearly impossible for him not to attract attention. Little did they know, this was nearly all the spirit stones contained within Ye Chen's spatial ring. One could only wonder what their reactions would be upon discovering this truth. Ye Chen, are you not being a bit too ostentatious? We must be cautious not to draw unwanted attention, murmured the skeletal companion, casting a wary glance at Ye Chen. It's nothing. With a casual wave of his hand, Ye Chen remarked indifferently. As he spoke, a resolute expression adorned his face. The various array discs within his spatial ring could undoubtedly be exchanged for a considerable amount of spirit stones, not to mention the spiritual plants thriving in his internal microcosm. As a person of immense wealth, Ye Chen saw no reason to compromise his comfort for the sake of maintaining a low profile. If he were to be targeted, so what? If he could fight, he would. If not, he would flee. This encapsulates Ye Chen's true sentiments. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words and witnessing his expression, the little skeleton felt a wave of suffocation. Madman. In its mind, Ye Chen had already been branded with such a label. Before long, an array of delectable dishes and fragrant beverages were served, filling the table, just as Ye Chen and the little skeleton were about to indulge. A violet shadow suddenly darted forth. Meow. Standing affectionately on Ye Chen's shoulder, Shaoqi nuzzled against his face before gracefully leaping onto the table. It scampered over to the wine jar and, astonishingly, tilted it over with a paw, savoring the contents with delight. TSK. This was indeed an eye-opener for me. A pet that drinks alcohol? Observing Shaoqi, the little skeleton expressed its astonishment, yet, in the same breath, seized a wine jar and began to drink. With its other bony hand, it incessantly stuffed food into its mouth. Upon hearing the skeleton's words and witnessing its actions, Ye Chen was left in disbelief, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. He was genuinely curious as to where this creature consumed its food and drink, considering it was merely a skeleton. As for Shaoqi, this little glutton, was it not entirely normal for it to indulge in wine and food? However, Ye Chen's mind was far from tranquil at that moment. Even the little skeleton, who had existed for over 100,000 years, could not discern Shaoqi's origins? TSK. How intriguing. His master had misjudged, and so had this creature? Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility that the little skeleton was intentionally feigning ignorance. After all, claiming Shaoqi was extraordinary could easily provoke unnecessary trouble. Sure enough, the next moment, a voice resonated in Ye Chen's ear, confirming his suspicions. Ye Chen, where did you acquire this spirit pet? This lord nearly overlooked its impressive spatial traversal abilities. It seems its origins are far from ordinary. Undoubtedly, it was the voice of the little skeleton. Guess for yourself. In response to the little skeleton's inquiry, Ye Chen replied telepathically. Subsequently, he lowered his head and began to devour his meal with great enthusiasm. The patrons surrounding them stared in astonishment at Ye Chen's table. Pets indulging in food and drink? That was somewhat understandable. However, witnessing a small skeleton partaking in such delights was a sight they had never encountered before. Curiosity piqued. They wondered where the food and drink went, given the multitude of holes in its bony frame. Unavoidably, the diners began to whisper among themselves. What a beautiful pet. What breed is it? Its fur is so translucent. Who knows? Some wealthy young masters fancy such peculiarities. If you ask me, it's better to raise a powerful spiritual pet. That little skeleton is truly extraordinary. It can speak and consume food, just like a human. That seemingly frail young man seems to be in for a misfortune. Doesn't he realize he shouldn't flaunt his wealth? To suddenly produce so many spiritual stones? Indeed, a few thousand low-grade spiritual stones could sustain an ordinary chi refining or even foundation establishment practitioner for an entire year. He must be a prodigal scion from some affluent faction. I've seen plenty of such characters. Regarding the whispers and murmurs, both Ye Chen and the little skeleton remained oblivious. After a hearty meal and drink, the duo was ready to depart. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the direction of the mysterious inn, imbued with an air of undeniable authority. What a lovely little creature. Purchase it for me. I desire it. A group entered the inn, led by a young lady clad in a striking red outfit. Her appearance sweet yet exuding an air of superiority. Accompanying her were more than a dozen attendants. Her gaze was fixated intently on the little chi perched upon Ye Chen's shoulder. The atmosphere within the inn grew tense, as if one could hear a pin drop. Many patrons cast sympathetic or gleeful glances towards Ye Chen. Surveying the group, Ye Chen's expression shifted to one of surprise. A girl in the late stage of the foundation establishment realm? Accompanied by a retinue of golden core subordinates? Quite intriguing. Young man, name your price. Our young lady will not shortchange you. But do refrain from being excessive. The city lord's residence may not lack spirit stones, yet a middle-aged man, dressed as a steward, approached Ye Chen with an air of arrogance. Upon hearing his words, the little skeleton couldn't help but chuckle softly, relishing the misfortune of the situation. It pondered whether this group was truly oblivious to the gravity of their offense. Addressing Ye Chen as young man? Did they not realize how offensive that was? After all, he detested being called anything with the prefix little, and their haughty demeanor, coupled with threats, they were practically courting disaster. although it was unaware of Ye Chen's true strength. The expression on his face conveyed that he regarded this group with utter disdain. Leave, Ye Chen said, casting a calm glance at the middle-aged steward. In an instant, the entire inn fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The expressions of those present were equally remarkable. Young man, are you provoking the Lord's manner? The middle-aged steward said, his face dark with displeasure as he fixed his gaze upon Ye Chen. TSK. Do you intend to impose your will through coercion? Or do you simply believe that, emboldened by the authority of the Lord's manner, everyone must acquiesce to your demands? Casting a disdainful glance at the middle-aged steward, Ye Chen remarked with a mocking tone. His gaze had turned icy. Should the other party continue their futile chatter, he would not hesitate to unleash a wave of violence. You. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, the middle-aged steward trembled with rage. The surrounding diners gazed at Ye Chen in astonishment. To them, it seemed as though Ye Chen was gravely offending the city lord's residents. Who was unaware of the notorious tyranny of those from the city lord's manor? Uncle Lin. Stand aside. At that moment, the young lady from the city lord's residence called out. Indeed, the middle-aged steward nodded and stepped aside. However, his gaze towards Ye Chen grew increasingly hostile. It was evident that his inability to manage this trivial matter filled him with embarrassment. He had completely developed a loathing for this fellow. Esteemed young sir, I am Huang Yinhua. Might I inquire whether you would part with your pet? The amount of spirit stones is of no consequence, she continued, though I am accustomed to a life of privilege. I have never deigned to wield my father's reputation as a means of oppression, for it is my utmost delight to use spirit stones to assert my will. Locking her eyes onto Ye Chen's, Huang Yinhua articulated each word with precision. Upon finishing, a confident smile graced her lovely face, as if she had always believed in her financial prowess. Hearing her words, Ye Chen chuckled. So, this young lady from the city lord's manor thinks spirit stones are omnipotent? How intriguing. Since you possess such an abundance of spirit stones, I shall require a sum of 1 billion top-tier spirit stones, he replied nonchalantly, casting a glance at Huang Yinhua. Hiss. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, everyone present gasped in astonishment. 1 billion top-tier spirit stones? This fellow certainly dares to make such claims. Such an immense quantity of premium spirit stones could likely only be produced by the most esteemed sanctuaries, wouldn't you agree? You. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Huang Yinhua was utterly infuriated. What do you mean by me? Don't you enjoy using spirit stones to strike others? Now, go ahead and do it quickly. With a faint glance at Huang Yinhua, Ye Chen provocatively remarked. Humph. In a fit of indignation, Huang Yinhua let out a cold snort and turned on her heel to leave. The middle-aged steward cast a chilling glance at Ye Chen before following suit. In the blink of an eye, the entire group had vanished without a trace. Let us proceed. With a glance at the little skeleton, Ye Chen made his way towards a lavishly adorned courtyard of the inn. Excellent. Ye Chen, I am growing increasingly fond of you. You possess quite the character. Begone. Unbeknownst to Ye Chen, shortly after their departure, the patrons within the inn began to engage in fervent discussions once more. This young man is surely doomed. He has offended the young lady and yet dares to remain in the city of evil spirits? TSK. Indeed. Although the young lady has always held herself in high regard, she has never truly bullied anyone. At most, she simply purchases what she desires with spirit stones. However, that steward is quite detestable, presenting one faade in public and another in private. Precisely. It is likely that this time, he will exaggerate the events here to the young lady's suitors, inciting them to take action against him, right? Certainly. That scoundrel is just that sort of person. What is most infuriating is that he always manages to extricate himself from the situation. Otherwise, with the young lady's fiery temper, she would have surely dealt with him long ago. You might not be aware, but I have heard that the young lady has been secretly gathering evidence during this period. She probably suspects the steward already, wishing to eliminate this troublemaker from the city lord's manor. Indeed, during the years that the city lord and his wife have been in seclusion, this rogue has been up to no good behind the scenes. He has nearly tarnished the reputation of the city lord's manor. Hush, are you seeking death? Offending someone with the surname Lin does not end well. Upon entering the courtyard, Ye Chen casually cast aside a 4th-level array disc. A captivating 4th-level illusion array immediately enveloped the entire courtyard. Ye Chen, it appears your standing within the Dao sect is quite esteemed. You possess such an array disc? The little skeleton exclaimed after surveying the surroundings. Is it truly impressive? I merely crafted it on a whim, Ye Chen replied with a nonchalant shrug. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, The little skeleton immediately lost its temper. It deemed Ye Chen to be quite admirable, albeit a tad boastful. Previously, when Ye Chen claimed to have comprehended 3 realms of understanding, the little skeleton found his lack of interest perplexing. When Ye Chen expressed his proficiency in alchemy, the little skeleton was astonished by his nonchalance. Now, Ye Chen professed his ability to craft a 4th-level formation disc. This rascal seemed to revel in his own pretensions more than anyone else. Clearly, he was a prodigal offspring of some esteemed figure within the Tao sect, having never endured the harsh realities of the cultivation world. The little skeleton's reaction did not escape Ye Chen's notice. However, he chose not to clarify his stance. Did it truly matter whether this creature believed him or not? Casting an inadvertent glance at Xiao Qi, Ye Chen's lips twitched violently. A perplexed expression adorned his face. Before him lay an array of spatial rings spat out by Xiao Qi. If his eyes did not deceive him, these belonged to the group from the city lord's mansion, didn't they? Those subordinates of Huang Yinhua. Wait, it seemed that there was no spatial ring belonging to Huang Yinhua among them. Hiss! Ye Chen! Exclaimed the little skeleton, astonished by the unexpected prowess of the small creature. It had only vanished for a brief moment, yet it had managed to ensnare that arrogant group in a cunning trap. Circling around Xiao Qi, the little skeleton expressed its surprise. Outside the mysterious guest inn, the expressions of the middle-aged steward at the head of more than 10 individuals from the city lord's manor turned ashen. Just moments ago, their spatial rings had inexplicably vanished without a trace. What on earth was happening? Miss, this must be the doing of that insufferable brat. The steward gritted his teeth, seething with animosity. Do you have any evidence? Huang Yinhua inquired, her brows furrowed as she cast a calm glance at the middle-aged steward. A fleeting shadow of displeasure flickered in her eyes. It appeared that the rumors were indeed true. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Ever since she had taken on the formidable responsibility of managing the city lord's manor 2 years ago, she had strived to embody the role of a haughty young lady. Yet, it seemed this individual before her had still managed to conceal his true intentions. Nevertheless, numerous clues had begun to point towards him. Was he attempting to conspire with outsiders to seize control of the city lord's manor? Humph. Meow. Little Seven leapt onto Ye Chen's shoulder, playfully licking his face. A fleeting glimmer of pride sparkled in its violet eyes. Observing this, the flames in the eye sockets of the little skeleton momentarily stilled in astonishment. Such a spirited little creature. The little skeleton marveled inwardly. Gazing at the numerous spatial rings before him, Ye Chen contemplated and decisively erased the consciousness attached to them. As for whether the middle-aged butler and his companions would suffer spiritual harm, it was of no concern to him. After all, he harbored no fondness for them. Upon opening 12 spatial rings in succession, disappointment mounted within him. Together, they yielded less than 1 million low-grade spirit stones, barely 50 bottles of 1st to 3rd grade elixirs, and a few low-grade materials and spiritual herbs. Poverty. It was truly desolate. However, when he opened the final spatial ring, he was taken aback. A mountain of low-grade spirit stones lay within. Surely, there were at least several hundred million. Additionally, there were thousands of mid-grade spirit stones, hundreds of high-grade spirit stones, and more than a dozen supreme-grade spirit stones. Besides, an abundance of 1st to 4th grade elixirs was present, and even a few bottles of 5th grade elixirs. Various spiritual herbs and materials, along with numerous weapons, were also found in abundance. In that instant, Ye Chen realized, was this the spatial ring of that middle-aged butler? Unbelievable. How could a mere butler possess such immense wealth? He must have embezzled a considerable amount from the city lord's mansion, Ye Chen mused, stroking his chin with a knowing smirk. It was unlikely to be that simple. If he had acquired so much from the city lord's mansion, they would have certainly noticed. Across from him, the little skeleton pondered thoughtfully. Ultimately, both Ye Chen and the little skeleton's gazes were drawn to the corner, where hundreds of letters lay stacked, alongside a thick tome made of beast hide. After observing these, both Ye Chen and the little skeleton were astounded. This steward, Lin Yang, was indeed a formidable villain. The city lord and his wife had been in seclusion for years, and he had taken the reins of the mansion during this time. Under his scheming, several families in the city had been utterly destroyed. Inside the mansion, he had eliminated numerous loyal subjects to clear his path. Moreover, he had often engaged in unscrupulous activities, though he typically had his subordinates carry out the dirty work. When Huang Yinhua discovered his misdeeds, he had simply eliminated his underlings to distance himself from the consequences. In the past 2 years, he had colluded with a faction hundreds of miles away, plotting to seize control of the city and replace the Lord. Indeed, he had contemplated eliminating Huang Yinhua, whom he viewed as a thorn in his side. But he dared not act, for she was backed by a second-rate power. Thus, when she returned to the Lord's mansion 2 years ago after her training, he begrudgingly relinquished some of his authority, yet he continued to operate underhandedly. He had even utilized some of Huang Yinua's suitors to eliminate his obstacles. Recently, it seemed he had noticed Huang Yinua's covert investigations into him. Her outward demeanor was merely a facade. Consequently, Lin Yang had adopted a more subdued approach while increasingly contacting that distant faction. He aimed to seize control of the city before being discovered, ideally enlisting that faction to eliminate Huang Yinhua. Once he became the city lord, he would be sheltered by the empire behind him, rendering Huang Yinua's backing inconsequential. Furthermore, the faction he allied with was, after all, established by high-ranking officials of the empire. Upon reaching the last page, Ye Chen narrowed his eyes. Lin Yang intended to poison the city lord and his wife? If necessary, he would poison the entire populace of the city. Then, he could fabricate a story of an invasion by dark forces, claiming he had barely survived due to grievous injuries. Incredible. He was truly witnessing the depths of human depravity. The darkness of a human heart could be so profound. Regaining his composure, the little skeleton finally mustered a few words. It seemed we had misjudged that young girl. It then added, Ye Chen, should we intervene? Just so you know, I possess no combat capabilities. You must act within your limits. Casting a cautious glance at Ye Chen, the little skeleton continued, if I had been unaware, it would be one thing. But since I know, I am indeed compelled to take action. Nodding gently, Ye Chen replied with a calm demeanor, a glimmer of icy resolve flashing in his eyes. This was the first time since his arrival in this realm that he felt the urge to take a life. In the world of cultivation, killing for treasure was commonplace. Yet to endanger countless lives for personal gain was utterly unacceptable to him. Lin Yang? He truly deserved to perish. For now, it would be prudent to observe the situation. Keeping a watchful eye on Lin Yang would suffice. After contemplating for a moment, Ye Chen remarked, the pivotal issue is no longer solely Lin Yang. There is another faction involved. Huang Yinhua of the city lord's mansion is quite unfortunate. The little skeleton echoed his sentiment. Indeed, we must root out those who perpetrate such injustices. To harm the innocent for profit? Such individuals are the ones I despise most. As they spoke, the little skeleton fell silent once more, its attention captivated by Little Seven, who was rapidly devouring spirit stones and various materials. Was it truly so indiscriminate in its appetite? On the other side, Huang Yinhua and her companions were contemplating their return to the city lord's residence. As for the disappearance of the spatial ring, that mystery would have to be unraveled gradually. Unbeknownst to her, there was a fleeting moment when Lin Yang's eyes were filled with anxiety and trepidation, though he swiftly concealed it thereafter. Wow! Suddenly, Lin Yang and the others were bleeding from their 7 orifices, their faces ashen. Witnessing this scene, Huang Yinhua couldn't help but feel a momentary shock. She understood that the adversary had erased the spiritual consciousness within the spatial ring, causing a backlash against Lin Yang and his companions' souls. Uncle Lin, are you all right? She feigned concern as she gazed at Lin Yang. In truth, a wave of secret delight surged within her. Should she seize this opportunity to conduct a thorough investigation on them? If sufficient evidence were to emerge, she could report it to the Empire and eliminate these troublemakers. Humph. Afterwards, she could return to her sect. The sect had already urged her multiple times to come back. In an instant, countless thoughts flooded Huang Yinhua's mind. It's nothing. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yang forced a rather displeasing smile upon his shadowed visage. Subsequently, a group of individuals marched resolutely toward the Lord's manor. Almost concurrently, in the eastern domain, deep within the Dao sect, a gaunt middle-aged man stood before Xuanji. His expression a blend of awkwardness, bitterness, and trepidation. Ancestor, Master Yi, I have lost track of them. I humbly beseech your punishment. For I cannot find peace within myself otherwise, he uttered cautiously, casting a wary glance at Xuanji. I understand. With a gentle nod, Xuanzi displayed little reaction. As for the punishment, it would be best to forego it. Subsequently, Xuanzi uttered another remark in a subdued tone. Upon hearing his words, the emaciated middle-aged man nearly questioned his own hearing. It is well known how pivotal Ye Chen is to the Dao sect. As a guardian, to have lost track of him is indeed a grave matter. Pray, elucidate the situation. Casting a glance at the middle-aged man, Xuanzi's expression remained calm and unperturbed. That day, I stepped into the miniature directional teleportation array following the coordinates of Master Yi, and initially, everything proceeded without incident. However, midway through, A sudden anomaly in the spatial passage occurred, and I was ejected. It seems Master Yi experienced a similar fate. I searched for a while, but could not locate him. So I returned. With a sigh, the emaciated middle-aged man spoke with a complex expression. Upon hearing his words, Zhuangzizi furrowed his brow, and a look of contemplation flickered in his eyes. The teleportation array encountered an issue? Was it merely unfortunate luck, encountering a spatial storm? Or could it be that one of the 8 individuals who constructed the array was at fault? Contemplating these possibilities, Zhuangzizi could not help but narrow his eyes. "Please return for now," he said, his face devoid of expression after a prolonged silence. Indeed. After a respectful bow, the lean middle-aged man turned and departed. That lad, Ye Chen, truly is a source of constant worry. With a sigh, Zhuangzizi wore a bitter smile. To encounter issues so soon after descending the mountain for training? This was rather unexpected. However, when it came to Ye Chen, Zhuangzizi felt little concern. Given the young man's destiny and level of existence, what was there to fret about? At most, he might endure a bit of hardship along his path of cultivation. Reflecting on this, a sense of joy welled up within him. Without a guardian, the boy would lose his reliance. Surely, his rate of growth would be astonishing. This way, he would not squander his prodigious talent. 3 top-tier realms among the top 10? All at the pinnacle level? Moreover, he was proficient in alchemy, weapon forging, and formation crafting. One could only wonder how much he would improve upon his return from this journey. Contemplating this, a spark of brilliance ignited in Zhuangzizi's murky eyes. His heart brimmed with anticipation. In stark contrast to Zhuangzizi's calm demeanor, the head of the Dao sect, Jun Wuxia, along with other ancient figures and high-ranking officials, were far less composed. Upon learning that Ye Chen's guardian had lost track of him, they universally condemned the lean middle-aged man with harsh rebukes. Of course, their criticisms were merely verbal. Zhuangzizi had already stated that there would be no punishment, so they had no choice but to refrain from overstepping their bounds. Nonetheless, after understanding the situation, it didn't take long for them to reach a consensus. They would investigate the 8 old masters who had set the formations. Additionally, they would scrutinize all high-ranking officials. With their intelligence, how could they fail to suspect that there might be traitors among the upper echelons? This was utterly intolerable, especially since it pertained to Ye Chen. In their eyes, Ye Chen represented the hope of the Dao sect. He was even more significant than all 4 celestial seedlings combined, far more important than anyone else in the Dao sect. This prodigy could not be allowed to falter. While the Dao sect was in a state of chaos, Ye Chen enjoyed a far more leisurely existence. After Shao Qi had her fill, he gathered the remaining spoils of battle. Holding a jug of wine, he reclined on the grassy lawn, gazing up at the starry sky. Meanwhile, the little skeleton circled around Ye Chen, fixated on the plump purple creature, Shao Qi, nestled in his arms. Ye Chen, your spirit companion must have an extraordinary origin. Even I cannot discern its background. Click, click, click. As it spun around, the little skeleton exclaimed in wonder. I inquired, "Little skeleton, are you not weary? How many times have you circled? How many times have you repeated your words?" With an eye roll, Ye Chen replied with irritation. "Very well." The little skeleton chuckled awkwardly and paused its steps. Why not forge a master-servant contract with it? What if it grows and decides to run away? Such a creature is a rare find. After a moment of hesitation, the little skeleton spoke with a hint of confusion. I have already regarded Shao Qi as family. Why should I establish a master-servant contract? Even if one day it truly wishes to depart, I would only wish it well. Taking a sip of wine, Ye Chen replied with a calm demeanor. Not to mention that Shao Qi had saved his life. Even if that were not the case, he would still hold the same sentiment. Once Ye Chen sets his mind on something, he neither wavers nor regrets. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, the little skeleton fell into silence. Within its eye sockets, flames flickered uncontrollably for a moment, revealing an unspoken turmoil. To be candid, at this very moment, the little skeleton's heart was anything but tranquil. To regard a spirit pet as family, to be aware of its astonishing origins, yet refrain from binding it with a master-servant contract, even if the entity were to depart, indifference would prevail. In the realm of cultivation, how many individuals possess such a capacity? And how many can embody such magnanimity? Meow? It was uncertain whether Shao Qi comprehended Ye Chen's words or if it was merely a coincidence. The little creature leapt onto Ye Chen's neck, affectionately nuzzling his face and giving it a gentle lick before curling up and drifting into a peaceful slumber. Observing this, even the little skeleton found itself at a loss for words. What an oddity! Indeed, this spirit companion was quite peculiar. After a moment of contemplation, The little skeleton nestled beside Ye Chen, grasping a wine jug and indulging in a drink. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Lord's residence, Huang Yinhua retreated to her chamber. After a brief period of reflection, she embarked on a flurry of activity. She recognized this as an opportunity, with Lin Yang's soul compromised. It was the perfect moment to investigate certain matters thoroughly. As long as the evidence was irrefutable, she would not allow him to escape unscathed. In his own room, Lin Yang wore an expression of profound gloom. Internally, he was beset by a tumult of anguish and fury. The spatial ring contained the entirety of his life as fortune. Losing his wealth was one concern, but the ring also held his various correspondences and incriminating evidence. Should this information leak, neither Huang Yinhua nor the Empire would grant him mercy. He was now as frantic as an ant on a hot skillet. In the depths of night, Ye Chen slowly rose, preparing to retire. Suddenly, the illusory formation enveloping the courtyard began to exhibit fluctuations. Ye Chen narrowed his eyes, sensing that someone had ulterior motives. Who could they be? Greedy opportunists? Lin Yang's henchmen? Or perhaps simpletons manipulated by Lin Yang? Regardless of their identity, Ye Chen had no intention of letting them off the hook. A bit of provocation or a few scathing remarks might elicit a chuckle. But any attempt on his life or wealth would be an entirely different matter. Do you now understand why I urged you to maintain a low profile? The little skeleton smirked at Ye Chen with a glimmer of schadenfreude. As for Shaoqi, it had long retreated to Ye Chen's inner world for a restful sleep. Eating and sleeping were its daily essentials. Are you not concerned that I might not be able to contend with them and simply abandon you? Ye Chen cast a sidelong glance at the little skeleton, his eyes sparkling with mockery. Low profile? Why must he suppress himself? Ye Chen had no interest in self-deprecation. I am not afraid. Evil Spirit City likely lacks even a nascent soul stage cultivator, right? Even in its decline, the Dao sect still holds greater power than mere mortals. You managed to descend the mountain for training. At the very least, you must possess the strength of a golden core stage cultivator. I refuse to believe you lack means for self-preservation, and your capabilities should not be feeble. So what is there for me to worry about? Looking at Ye Chen, the little skeleton thoughtfully analyzed the situation. Upon hearing its words, Ye Chen's face reflected surprise. Impressive. You can deduce such insights? Truly deserving of being a living fossil that has survived countless ages. What a waste. You can't even navigate a simple illusory formation. Shaking his head, Ye Chen expressed disappointment. His remark was not without cause. The intruders consisted of 6 burly men, all undeniably at the golden core stage. Their expressions and demeanor revealed them to be seasoned marauders. A band of brigands. Yet now, within the illusory formation, they flitted about like headless flies, nearing exhaustion. Were they not inept? Do you assume everyone is a genius at formations? This formation is capable of ensnaring any golden core cultivator. Only exceptional talents or formation geniuses could escape. The little skeleton remarked, exasperated. Simultaneously, it pondered quietly. Could it be? Was this young man truly a formation genius? That seemed implausible. According to the Dao sect's traditions, they should only permit their disciples to cultivate one path, be it martial, alchemical, or artifact forging. After all, human energy is finite. Across the countless epochs of the cultivation world, how many prodigies have faltered from their greed and ultimately faded into obscurity? Although this young man concealed his cultivation, the aura of his blood was reminiscent of a dragon. He should indeed be a martial talent. Coupled with Ye Chen's claim of comprehending 3 realms, the little skeleton suspected he was merely posturing. Perhaps vanity was at play? Everyone can boast, can they not? I am of the caliber of a founding ancestor. If only Ye Chen were aware of the little skeleton's musings, he would be thoroughly amused. What was there to boast about? What he had expressed was merely the truth. Perhaps. After taking a sip of wine, Ye Chen languidly remarked. He then stowed away the wine flask. In the next moment, 6 burly men tumbled forth, each utterly fatigued and devoid of their vital energy. In unison, they turned their gazes towards Ye Chen, their eyes shimmering with terror and their faces ashen. At this point, how could they not comprehend that they had encountered an insurmountable obstacle? Initially, they had been drawn by Ye Chen's ostentatious display of wealth, perceiving him as a mere scholar lacking the strength to crush a fly, which had incited their avarice. They had intended to commit murder for treasure. But now, this young man before them was clearly a wolf in sheep's clothing. Merely invoking a formation had nearly exhausted them. Was he merely a scholar? What a jest! Simultaneously, their hearts brimmed with regret. How could they have been so foolish, blinded by greed? A person capable of casually producing thousands of inferior spirit stones could not possibly be an ordinary individual. Even if he were a scholar, would he lack means of self-preservation? Speak. How do you wish to meet your demise? Ye Chen remarked nonchalantly after glancing at the 6 men, as if discussing a trivial matter. 6 beings at the golden core stage, with the strongest among them barely at the early 8th level? Frankly, he did not regard them with any seriousness, especially considering they currently possessed no fighting capability whatsoever. You cannot kill us, otherwise you will regret it. One of the bald men exclaimed, his bravado masking his fear. Indeed, the boss speaks true. If you slay us, it will surely bring you calamity. The others chimed in, their voices overlapping in a frantic chorus. Upon hearing their words, Ye Chen could not help but chuckle. Beside him, the little skeleton laughed heartily as well. You truly amuse me. Even now, you dare to threaten us? Is it that you wish for death to come swifter? In an instant, all fell silent. The little skeleton's words had forced them to confront their grim reality. Their current predicament was one of utter vulnerability. We have the divine thief sect backing us. If you release us now, I can assure you that nothing will come of this. After a moment of hesitation, the bald brute chose to persist in his threats against Ye Chen. This time, however, he astutely invoked the name of his powerful ally. The Thieves' Guild, renowned as one of the foremost forces in the vicinity, was indeed a second-tier power. Within the vast realm of cultivation, it held considerable strength. He was convinced that Ye Chen would tremble in fear at this revelation. As the saying goes, one must consider the master when striking a dog. Upon hearing the bald man's words, Ye Chen and the little skeleton exchanged a knowing glance. The Thieves' Guild? Was that not the faction that Lin Yang had colluded with? Behind the Thieves' Guild stood the high-ranking officials of the Empire affiliated with the City of Evil Spirits. How intriguing. The situation was becoming increasingly captivating. Observing Ye Chen's silence, the bald brute and his companions mistakenly believed he was intimidated. This only fueled their enthusiasm further. Release us. Otherwise, prepare for the retribution of the phantom thieves. Furthermore, you must compensate for our losses. Otherwise, in the blink of an eye, they once again began to clamor. How bothersome. With that, allow me to escort you on your final journey. With a cold chuckle, Ye Chen spoke nonchalantly. Having uttered those words, Ye Chen casually struck out with his palm. In an instant, the 6 individuals were transformed into lifeless corpses. After removing the spatial rings from their fingers, Ye Chen casually kicked the bodies away. Oh, how impoverished. Ye Chen lamented, feeling a sense of helplessness as he counted his spoils. Altogether, he possessed only a meager few million, barely reaching 10 million inferior spirit stones. The medicinal pills were similarly scarce. With such paltry resources, what purpose was there in pursuing a life of crime? Shaking his head, Ye Chen decided to rest. Who would have thought that this seemingly gentle and harmless youth was actually a formidable character? Observing Ye Chen's retreating figure, the little skeleton muttered to itself. Having expressed its thoughts, it too settled down for a rest. As one man and one skeleton drifted into slumber, a tumultuous stir erupted outside the mysterious inn. A throng of onlookers gathered around 6 lifeless bodies, pointing and whispering. Isn't that the bald-headed Huan San and his companions? They were actually eliminated? It seems they have met their match in this endeavor. Surely, those corpses were cast out from the yard of that boy accompanied by a skeleton? Hiss. The youth appears utterly defenseless, yet he turns out to be a ruthless individual? How could it be otherwise? Without a touch of confidence, would he dare to casually produce several thousand inferior spirit stones? Indeed. However, even a mighty dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Huan San and his crew were affiliated with a high-ranking member of the Thieves' Guild. That young man might be in for some trouble. In my view, he has indeed crossed the line. First, he offended the city lord's manor, and now he has eliminated Huan San and his associates. TSK. Quite right. It seems the City of Evil Spirits is in for yet another spectacle. Who could argue otherwise? In the lord's manor, within the courtyard where Lin Yang resided, a look of uncertainty flickered across his face upon hearing the report from his subordinate. That young man, indeed so formidable? He had even managed to eliminate Hu Hansen and his companions. It is worth noting that Hu Hansen possessed a strength that surpassed his own to some extent. Furthermore, Hu Hansen's 5 subordinates were no weaklings either. Are you certain that the 6 men of Hu Hansen met their demise at the hands of that young man? After pondering for a moment and scrutinizing the face of the young guard before him, Lin Yang furrowed his brow and inquired. I am uncertain. However, it was not just one person who witnessed them heading towards that young man's courtyard half an hour ago. Shaking his head, the young guard replied earnestly, I understand. With a nod, Lin Yang waved his hand and said, You may proceed with your tasks. Indeed. With that, the young guard turned and departed. Meanwhile, Lin Yang was engulfed in contemplation. Initially, he had intended to personally confront Ye Chen later, unable to swallow his indignation. Additionally, he suspected that the disappearance of his spatial ring was somehow connected to Ye Chen. The entire evil spirit city was filled with familiar faces. Yet this young man and that skeleton were newcomers, casting significant suspicion upon them. Moreover, he had recently clashed with them, which left him in a predicament. His mind was in turmoil. On one hand, he yearned for vengeance and wished to reclaim his spatial ring, while on the other, he feared following in the footsteps of Hu Hansen and his companions. The notion of using another to do his bidding had crossed his mind. Yet even Hu Hansen had met his mysterious demise. Who would dare act against Ye Chen? It seemed he had no choice but to reach out to the Master Thieves Guild. After pacing for a considerable time, Lin Yang finally resolved his thoughts. In the Lord's mansion, within Huang Yinua's chamber, she quietly listened to her maid's report. Upon hearing of Hu Hansen and others' demise, allegedly at Ye Chen's hands, a look of uncertainty crossed her delicate features. It appeared that he was indeed a prodigy. Hu Hansen and his crew had encountered a formidable obstacle. With a wry smile, Huang Yinua's face betrayed a hint of schadenfreude. Were it not for her apprehension of the Master Thieves Guild, and the fact that Hu Hansen and his associates had left no evidence after their ruthless exploits, she would have eliminated them long ago. This was her most frustrating predicament. Since assuming control of Evil Spirit City, her every action was constrained by the need to safeguard its interests. Mrs. Wright, her maid, echoed in agreement. It seems I must make contact with him tomorrow, Huang Yinua pondered aloud. Meanwhile, across the vast expanse of ancient ruins on the eastern edge of the cultivation realm, a petite and breathtakingly beautiful maiden, clad in a flowing white gown, sat entranced by a campfire. This enchanting girl was none other than Yang Chu-Chu, the foremost among the four prodigies of the Dao sect. I wonder where my esteemed uncle is now, she mused, pouting slightly. The image of Ye Chen unexpectedly surfaced in her mind. Yang Chu-Chu was filled with curiosity and a sense of indignation. How could someone who squandered his days cultivate at such an astonishing pace, even comprehending the most formidable concept of destruction in the Dao sect? Was it possible that her diligent efforts paled in comparison? Each time she contemplated this, a fierce determination welled within her, igniting a desire to challenge Ye Chen. After all, rank does not define everything. What if she were to defeat him? If Ye Chen were aware of Yang Chu-Chu's persistent thoughts of him, he would surely find the situation amusing. As the sun reached its zenith, Ye Chen lazily rose from his slumber, while the little skeleton had long been awaiting his arrival in the courtyard. Upon seeing Ye Chen emerge, the little skeleton was at a loss for words. Does this fellow truly not need to cultivate? He spends his days indulging in leisure. I cannot fathom how he managed to infiltrate the Dao sect. The little skeleton internally lamented. Skeleton, do you not require rest? Why are you awake so early? Ye Chen casually inquired. I am a skeleton. Fatigue does not affect me. I sleep merely to pass the time. The little skeleton replied, raising its hands in a gesture of nonchalance. Upon hearing the words of the little skeleton, Ye Chen found himself at a loss for words. Truly remarkable. Spending time merely by sleeping? How could it dare to criticize Shao Qi for only knowing how to eat and sleep? He inwardly sighed. After some idle chatter, he retracted the illusion array back into the array plate, and together with the skeleton, they finally exited the courtyard. As Ye Chen would put it, it was time to save where they could and spend where necessary. The operation of the array required a considerable amount of spirit stones. Before long, the duo made their way to the dining establishment on the first floor of the inn. The moment they appeared, they became the focal point of the entire venue. The once boisterous dining hall fell into an extraordinary silence. All eyes turned toward them. Unfazed by the gazes of the crowd, Ye Chen wore a serene expression. Likewise, the little skeleton displayed little reaction. Ye Chen and the little skeleton both understood the reason behind such attention, likely due to their clash with the city lord's mansion and the demise of Hu Hongxi and his companions. Seating themselves at the window table from the previous day, the little skeleton promptly summoned the waiter and ordered a plethora of food and drink. Just for the fine wine, it requested 3 large vats. As the dishes arrived, Shao Qi also emerged, perching atop a wine vat to indulge in drinking. Meanwhile, the little skeleton raised a vat and drank heartily, while Ye Chen sipped slowly from his bowl. Observing this scene, the surrounding patrons had grown accustomed to their peculiar antics, having witnessed the eccentricities of this odd pairing before. As time passed, the din of the diners resumed. Many cast glances toward Ye Chen and his companion, seemingly engaged in hushed discussions. This young man is truly formidable. He has offended both the city lord's mansion and the thief sect, yet still dares to linger here? Perhaps he is merely a naive rookie unafraid of tigers? I believe that if he has the audacity to remain, he must possess some confidence. It will be interesting to see how this unfolds. I fear for his fate. Regardless of his talents, he is likely only at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. Isn't it easy for the thief sect to dispatch him? Foundation establishment? Who do you think you're looking down upon? Hu Hongxi and his companions were all at the Golden Core stage, yet they still perished. He must possess some hidden card. Regardless, it is of no concern to us. Let us simply enjoy the spectacle. Hearing the murmurs surrounding him, Ye Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Were they all discussing him? It seemed that many believed he was destined for misfortune, while others found him quite appealing. This was rather intriguing. Little skeleton. Do you think it is better for us to take the initiative or to adopt a defensive stance? After a hearty meal and drink, Ye Chen glanced at Little Skeleton and inquired. That question ultimately depends on you. Little Skeleton replied nonchalantly, casting a look at Ye Chen. In any case, if we cannot win, I can always have Xiaoqi carry me away, with flames flickering in his eye sockets. Little Skeleton turned his gaze toward the little cat perched on Ye Chen's shoulder. Upon hearing the words of the Little Skeleton, Ye Chen's forehead was instantly adorned with countless dark lines. Truly, the Little Skeleton is devoid of any sense of propriety. Meow. Slowly opening its eyes, Xiaoqi disdainfully cast a glance at the Little Skeleton. It then shifted into a more comfortable position, closing its eyes once more to resume its slumber. What the heck? Did it just look down on me? The young master glared at Xiaoqi, while the Little Skeleton indignantly began to shout. However, upon meeting Ye Chen's almost mocking gaze, it instantly fell silent. In an instant, the surroundings became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Ye Chen and the Little Skeleton's conversation, seemingly oblivious to the world around them, merely elicited a hint of surprise from onlookers. Yet, Xiaoqi's expression left everyone breathless. Is this still the ordinary little cat? It can drink, and now it possesses such a human-like gaze? Moreover, the Little Skeleton's words carried significant weight. To have a little cat assist in its escape? Could it be? This little cat is no ordinary feline? Observing the reactions of those around him, Ye Chen quickly grasped the situation. Taking a sip of his drink, he shot a glare at the Little Skeleton. It's all this big mouth's fault. Why did it have to say such things? Just as Ye Chen prepared to reprimand the Little Skeleton, a group entered the tavern. The leader was none other than Lin Yang, the steward of the evil Spirit City Lord's residence, or rather, the chief steward. This young master, please accompany us for a moment. Yesterday, 6 masters from the thief sect perished outside your courtyard, and many claim they were thrown out from your premises. We must conduct a thorough investigation. Rest assured, our City Lord's office operates under the principle of not wronging a good person while ensuring that no evildoer escapes. Please cooperate with our inquiry, otherwise, it may not bode well for you in front of the Empire and the thief sect. At that time, it is likely that the entire evil spirit city will be affected. Fixing his gaze on Ye Chen's face, Lin Yang spoke with an air of righteous authority. Upon hearing Lin Yang's words, many in the vicinity quietly sneered. Such eloquent words. It seems he intends to take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate the young man. However, though they thought this, no one dared to voice their opinions. The City Lord's office was not to be trifled with. Almost everyone curiously turned their attention to Ye Chen, eager to see how he would respond. Their curiosity was indeed piqued. All right. To everyone's astonishment, Ye Chen readily agreed with a beaming smile. Please. Ye Chen's reaction momentarily startled Lin Yang. However, he quickly regained his composure and gestured invitingly. Soon after, the group departed from the Misty Inn in grand fashion, making their way towards the City Lord's mansion. During their journey, Xiaoqi seamlessly returned to Ye Chen's inner world. Upon witnessing Xiaoqi's sudden disappearance, Lin Yang's pupils involuntarily contracted. Where had that little creature gone? How had he failed to notice? The other guards exchanged puzzled glances with Ye Chen, observing their reactions. The Little Skeleton could not help but burst into laughter. Truly, what a bunch of Na'vi individuals. They amused this grand figure greatly. Yet, despite its jesting demeanor, the Little Skeleton found itself filled with curiosity regarding Xiaoqi. Just where did this little fellow hail from? A spirit beast with spatial abilities is exceedingly rare. Indeed, it is said that time is revered while space reigns supreme. More intriguingly, Xiaoqi seemed to consume anything: spiritual stones, spiritual plants, various materials, weapons, even human food. Before long, the group arrived at an imposing and magnificent complex. Before them stood the City Lord's mansion of Evil Spirit City. At that moment, 2 figures were stationed at the entrance. One was Huang Yinua, the mansion's young mistress, and the other an ordinary-looking maidservant. Upon seeing Ye Chen and the Little Skeleton following Lin Yang and the others, Huang Yinua was momentarily taken aback. What was unfolding here? Although she did not know Ye Chen well, The events of the previous day had spoken volumes. This gentleman before her was certainly not one to shy away from challenges. Lin Yang had concocted an excuse to bring him along for the investigation. And he had genuinely complied? Were it not for her own eyes witnessing it, Huang Yinhua would have never believed it. Where had his imposing presence from yesterday vanished too? Even more surprising to Huang Yinhua was Ye Chen's audacity in greeting her first. Huang Yinhua. It appears we meet again, Ye Chen exclaimed with a broad smile, waving his hand as if they were long-time acquaintances. Indeed, we meet again. May I inquire the name of this young gentleman? Coming back to her senses, Huang Yinhua spoke softly with a calm demeanor. Ye Chen, with a shrug. Ye Chen casually replied, Young Master Yi, I wonder about your adorable little me? Huang Yinhua inquired, blinking her eyes. Prior to this, she had been endeavoring to portray a haughty and domineering young lady, yet she genuinely held affection for Xiaoqi. From the very first glance, she was captivated by this little feline. In Xiaoqi, she sensed an irresistible urge to draw near. It has gone to sleep, Ye Chen responded, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. Miss, perhaps we should investigate the deaths of Hu Han-san and his companions before proceeding? Otherwise, it would be rather difficult to explain to the Thieves' Guild. At that moment, Lin Yang interrupted their conversation, a fleeting glimmer of coldness appearing in his eyes. Very well. After a moment's hesitation, Huang Yinhua nodded. Internally, she resolved that if she detected anything amiss, she would not hesitate to confront Lin Yang, even if it meant severing ties. While she lacked concrete evidence of Lin Yang's wrongdoing, she possessed numerous clues that pointed in his direction. She was determined not to allow another innocent life to be lost because of him. Ultimately, under Lin Yang's guidance, Ye Chen and the little skeleton arrived at a modest courtyard. Huang Yinhua, meeting to attend to matters concerning the Lord's residence, did not accompany them. Lock the main gate. No one is permitted entry without my consent, Lin Yang commanded with a wave of his hand. Yes, Master Steward. The guards responded in unison. They promptly exited and secured the gate, standing vigil at the entrance. Observing this, Ye Chen broke into a grin. Is this where intentions become apparent? How intriguing. Is it, Ye Chen? Soon, you shall find no reason to smile. With a cold chuckle, Lin Yang revealed a sinister grin. In the next moment, he hurled a formation disc, instantly enveloping Ye Chen and the little skeleton in a formidable array. This was a pinnacle level 4 formation, the absolute kill array. If you remain still, it is merely an ordinary formation that ensnares. However, the moment you make a move, even those in the nascent soul stage risk annihilation. I hope you do not bring about your own demise, Lin Yang remarked with a sardonic smile as he gazed at Ye Chen, his face betraying an air of confident assurance. In Lin Yang's view, everything was firmly within his grasp. Yet, to his astonishment, both Ye Chen and the little skeleton remained remarkably composed. Unbeknownst to him, a fleeting glimmer of derision flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. The absolute kill array? How formidable could it be? Should he choose, he could dismantle this formation in an instant. There was nothing challenging about it. After all, he was a prodigious formation master. Especially after comprehending the entirety of formation knowledge, his understanding of the art had reached an astonishing pinnacle. While he might not be able to deploy many formations, his mastery of the art was far beyond what most formation masters could ever aspire to. The little skeleton's lack of reaction stemmed from its faith in Ye Chen. Its thoughts were simple. If Ye Chen was unperturbed, what reason did it have for concern? This lad undoubtedly possessed some hidden trump card. Moreover, if worst came to worst, the esteemed one could simply teach him how to break the formation. After all, it was merely a level 4 array. What do you intend to do? Casting a feigned look of exasperation towards Lin Yang, Ye Chen spoke. What do you wish to accomplish? Humph. In the city of evil spirits, those who offend me must meet their demise. You are as good as dead. With a sinister glare directed at Ye Chen, Lin Yang spoke with a palpable aura of menace. Now, whatever I ask, you shall answer. This is your only chance to survive, he added, shifting his tone with a deliberate intensity. Ask away, Ye Chen said through gritted teeth, taking a deep breath, his demeanor rife with defiance. Incredible! This young man, Ye Chen, possesses an unexpected flair for theatrics. The little skeleton gazed up at him, utterly astonished. Given its knowledge of Ye Chen, it knew he was a reckless individual. Would he truly feel fear? What a joke. It was evident that such a notion was utterly implausible. Observing Ye Chen's reaction, Lin Yang's face broke into a triumphant smile. He relished the sensation of having everything under his control. Did you steal our space rings? Lin Yang inquired, his gaze fixed on Ye Chen, his expression dark and accusatory. Indeed, Ye Chen sighed, expressing his despondency as he spoke with a heavy heart. Indeed, Instantly, Lin Yang's complexion underwent a dramatic change. However, it swiftly returned to normal. This young man was trapped by him. Even if he acquired his spatial ring, what would it matter? What significance did those possessions hold? Humph. How did you eliminate Hu Hansan and the others? Lin Yang then inquired. The mention of this matter made his body involuntarily tense. If Hu Hansan and his companions had been eliminated, he needed to exercise caution. This was precisely why he had initially ensnared Ye Chen and the little skeleton with the formation. Strictly speaking, they had perished due to the formation. Are you familiar with the illusionary formation? They were utterly exhausted, and I simply finished them off. Ye Chen casually replied, shrugging his shoulders. Didn't they inform you that they were from the thieving sect? Lin Yang's pupils narrowed slightly as he furrowed his brow, questioning him. He realized that he was increasingly unable to see through this young man before him. An illusionary formation? This was a top-tier 4th-level formation. Moreover, even 5th-level formation masters might struggle to set it up. The young man before him undoubtedly had an extraordinary background. Contemplating this, Lin Yang felt a prickly sensation within. It was akin to being on the horns of a dilemma. To kill Ye Chen? He feared retribution from Ye Chen's allies. To spare him? He felt a sense of unease. I have said it. Yet, what does it matter? If murder and plunder befall me, who else shall perish if not them? Perhaps feeling fatigued, Ye Chen simply sat down on the ground. After taking a swig from his wine flask, he nonchalantly remarked. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words and observing his actions, Lin Yang's expression darkened considerably. This lad must be out of his mind, he thought. Has he not grasped the gravity of the situation? He is, after all, a captive. Moreover, a powerful dragon does not suppress a local snake. To provoke even the thieving sect? Humph. Speak. How do you wish to meet your demise? Stretching lazily, Ye Chen turned his gaze toward Lin Yang and solemnly declared. Ye Chen, I have always said it. This is your true demeanor. After feigning for so long, are you not weary? The little skeleton, with a hint of complaint, chided Ye Chen. Witnessing the banter between Ye Chen and the little skeleton, Lin Yang was on the brink of an explosive rage. You insolent brat! Do you truly wish for death? Do you believe I won't unleash this formation upon you? He said, pointing a finger at Ye Chen, his face brimming with murderous intent. Whom do you think you are intimidating? Furthermore, I detest it when others point fingers at me. With that, Ye Chen lazily rose to his feet. He casually waved his hand, and in an instant, the formidable array was dismantled. The array plate in Lin Yang's grasp shattered into pieces. In the next moment, Ye Chen seized Lin Yang by the throat with his right hand, lifting him effortlessly. Before he could even react, Lin Yang's cultivation was inexplicably sealed. What did you say? Speak louder, Ye Chen remarked, a teasing smile playing on his lips as he flicked his left ear. Meanwhile, the flames flickering in the depths of the little skeleton's eye sockets came to a sudden halt. What on earth? He shattered a pinnacle 4th-level formation in an instant? Could this lad truly be a genius in formations? The little skeleton gazed at Ye Chen's silhouette, its heart brimming with astonishment. Wait. In that instant, it unconsciously recalled something. This boy mentioned he had comprehended 3 realms of understanding. Could that possibly be true? Moreover, he claimed to be the most extraordinary prodigy in the history of the Tao sect. Could that also be genuine? Contemplating these thoughts, the little skeleton found itself increasingly unsettled. Is this boy even human? He never practices, yet comprehends 3 realms? And he can truly be the most extraordinary prodigy in the Tao sect's history? How terrifying. This is utterly frightening. Did I truly misjudge him? You, Lin Yang exclaimed, his eyes wide as he gazed at Ye Chen. At that moment, his mind was blank. Overwhelmed by the inexplicable turn of events. Everything had spiraled out of control in a manner he had not anticipated. Suddenly, the gate to the courtyard burst open, and a figure rushed in. Huang Yinhua. Sensing that something was amiss, she had hurried over without delay. However, upon witnessing the scene before her, Huang Yinhua's eyes widened in astonishment. This was not what she had envisioned. Initially, she had learned that Lin Yang had instructed his subordinates to guard outside with the intent to harm Ye Chen. Yet the reality was quite different. In an instant, Huang Yinhua felt her mind struggling to comprehend the situation. Huang Yinhua, you have arrived? Perfect. With a sidelong glance at Huang Yinhua, Ye Chen broke into a grin. He then tossed a handful of items into the air. Indeed, it was a collection of letters and correspondence from Lin Yang. Casting a puzzled look at Ye Chen, Huang Yinhua accepted the items he had thrown. Lowering her gaze, she began to inspect them. Meanwhile, Lin Yang, in Ye Chen's grasp, exhibited a countenance rife with a tumult of anger and fear. His eyes were brimming with terror and despair. Lin Yang's heart was heavy with regret. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would never have dared to provoke Ye Chen. Had he refrained from antagonizing Ye Chen, he would not be ensnared in such a predicament. Alternatively, had he not accompanied him to the city lord's mansion today, matters might have unfolded differently. Perhaps he could have awaited the arrival of that esteemed individual. But now, this blunder would haunt him for eternity. Ah, Lin Yang. Why did you have to call that brat Ye Chen a little rascal? He despises being addressed in such a diminutive manner. Had you chosen your words more wisely, he might have been inclined to engage with you more amicably. Why bother? Glancing at Lin Yang, the little skeleton chuckled with malicious delight. Upon hearing its words, Lin Yang nearly spat blood in fury. What a nightmare this was. Remaining silent would not make anyone consider you mute. Rolling his eyes, Ye Chen shot an irritated glare at the little skeleton. Lin Yang, you truly deserve this. After hastily perusing the items in her possession, Huang Yinhua trembled with rage. Her face was filled with murderous intent. This Lin Yang was beyond redemption. He had committed countless misdeeds. Did he even contemplate poisoning his own parents? Or even the entire populace of the evil spirit city? In the struggle for power, one must be prepared for the consequences. Calmly regarding Huang Yinhua, Lin Yang let out a self-deprecating laugh. Unbelievable. After toiling for the better part of my life, I was on the brink of seizing the lordship of the city. Yet, unexpectedly, it all came crashing down in failure, all because of a mere youth. Gazing up at the heavens, Lin Yang erupted into manic laughter. His laughter was imbued with desolation, despair, and an unwillingness to accept his fate. Furthermore, it was fueled by an overwhelming hatred. In the next moment, Lin Yang's body began to bleed profusely from all 7 orifices, and he instantaneously transformed into a lifeless corpse. Did one take poison to end one's life? Utterly meaningless. Ye Chen disdainfully discarded Lin Yang's lifeless body, a look of displeasure crossing his face. Young Master Yi, I truly appreciate your assistance in this matter, Huang Yinhua remarked gratefully, casting a glance at Lin Yang's corpse before turning her gaze back to Ye Chen. Do not be too hasty in your gratitude. The experts from the thief sect are likely approaching, though I cannot ascertain their level of prowess. Ye Chen shook his head, a frown etched upon his brow. If they prove to be exceedingly formidable, I shall have no choice but to flee. After taking a sip of his drink, Ye Chen asserted with renewed confidence. Huh. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Huang Yinhua was immediately amused. Running away? Is that something one can casually utter? If it were someone else, they would likely spout a plethora of grandiloquent phrases to garner favor, wouldn't they? Master Yi certainly possesses a knack for humor. However, you need not worry at all. The enchantments of the city lord's manor are indeed capable of withstanding certain formidable adversaries. With that, Huang Yinhua swiftly cast a crimson array talisman. In an instant, the entire city lord's manor was enveloped in a vast and intricate formation. Interesting, murmured Ye Chen to himself, narrowing his eyes. A formation symbol? Only formations of level 6 or above would employ such symbols. This is, indeed, a level 6 defensive formation? A formation of this caliber is sufficient to withstand the prowess of a deity transformation expert. Lin Yang's hesitation to take action against Huang Yinhua must have stemmed from this concern as well. I shall report these matters to the Empire. Taking a deep breath, Huang Yinhua said with utmost seriousness. Her gaze fell upon the evidence before her. With that, I can rest assured. Farewell, until we meet again. Nodding gently, Ye Chen smiled. Initially, he had intended to lend a hand to the city of evil spirits, but it seemed that such assistance was no longer necessary. Clearly, he had underestimated the power of a city. Are you leaving? The young man. Do you truly think you can escape? How dare you disrupt my plans? Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed from the sky. There appeared a gaunt old man with pointed ears and white hair, draped in a flowing white robe. Upon seeing the figure in the air, Ye Chen furrowed his brow. A master at the transformation stage? He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Did Lin Yang warrant the involvement of such a formidable expert? Could it be that he was the leader of the thieving sect? Typically, the strongest within a second-rate power would be at the transformation stage. Who else could it be? Not only Ye Chen, but Huang Yinhua's expression also shifted slightly. A master at the transformation stage? The formation of the city lord's mansion could indeed withstand such a presence. Yet, given the old man's confident demeanor, could he possibly be unprepared? What a worthless fool, capable of achieving nothing yet causing chaos. Casting a glance at Lin Yang's corpse, the white-haired elder spoke again. You are Ding Qianqiu, the vice leader of the thieving sect? Looking up at the gaunt old man, Huang Yinhua inquired with uncertainty. Beside her, Ye Chen narrowed his eyes. The vice leader of the thieving sect is merely at the early stage of the transformation realm? Just how powerful must the leader be? How intriguing. Indeed, it is I. He cackled, nodding in affirmation. You are in league with Lin Yang, attempting to usurp the city lord's mansion? The Empire will not allow this. Huang Yinhua declared indignantly with a disdainful snort. How naive. If there were no power within the Empire. Do you think we of the thieving sect would dare act so brazenly? Ding Qianqiu replied derisively, turning his gaze to Huang Yinhua. Instantly, she fell silent, her face paling. She recalled Lin Yang's letters and the beast skin manuscripts. Was it all true? Did this involve the upper echelons of the Empire? How could this be? The evil spirit city is merely a remote outpost. Regardless, you are all doomed, so I shall not hesitate to disclose this. That esteemed individual seeks to control the evil spirit city for the treasures hidden within the evil spirit forest. He continued. It is rumored that the evil spirit forest conceals unparalleled treasures, entombing the foremost divine sword of the cultivation world. Greed was evident on Ding Qianqiu's aged face. His eyes ablaze with fervor. Unbeknownst to him, as he spoke of these treasures, the little skeleton beside Ye Chen exhibited peculiar behavior. The flames in its eye sockets had ceased to flicker. What was once a creature prepared to mock Ding Qianqiu fell silent instead. Even Huang Yinhua failed to notice the skeleton's oddity. However, one person did. Ye Chen, treasures of the evil spirit forest? The foremost divine sword of the cultivation world? Coupled with the little skeleton's reaction, Ye Chen's mind ignited with a bold hypothesis. Could it be? Instinctively, he glanced back at the colossal sword strapped to his back. Forget it, you wouldn't understand. Just as he was about to elaborate further on the foremost divine sword, Ding Qianqiu abruptly changed his tone. A veiled expression of terror manifesting on his face. Observing this, Ye Chen's curiosity intensified. What could elicit such fear? Young man, I shall send you on your way. You have only yourself to blame for meddling and thwarting our plans. With that, Ding Qianqiu fixed a murderous glare upon Ye Chen. What a clever strategy. A sixth-level concealed formation was unexpectedly laid outside the city lord's mansion. Ding Qianqiu, are you concerned about others discovering your visit to the city lord's residence? With a hint of a smile, Ye Chen glanced at Ding Qianqiu and broke into a grin. Excuse me? Quite discerning. However, you must still perish. With a glance of astonishment at Ye Chen, Ding Qianqiu sneered. Is that so? I refuse to believe it. With a casual remark, Ye Chen flung several array plates. In the next moment, an unbelievable event transpired. The array plates astonishingly penetrated the defensive formation and landed around Ding Qianqiu. Instantly, the array plates detonated. The formation of the city lord's mansion exhibited cracks, yet it swiftly returned to normal. Above Ding Qianqiu, a formation was unexpectedly breached, creating a gaping hole. It instantly disintegrated. Ding Qianqiu's figure gradually became visible. You are indeed formidable, you little brat. Just wait for me. With eyes filled with malice, Ding Qianqiu cast a final glare at Ye Chen before soaring away. If he lingered any longer, his form would be fully exposed. At that point, if news of his assault on the city lord's mansion were to spread, even that esteemed figure would be unable to protect him. Would the Empire permit such a blatant attack on the city lord's mansion? How could he escape? With a sigh and a shake of his head, Ye Chen lamented, feeling a pang of regret over the loss of several fifth-level array plates. Ye Chen, you should count your blessings. You destroyed a sixth-level formation with just a few fifth-level plates. What more could you desire? The little skeleton retorted with a hint of annoyance as it gazed at Ye Chen. Yet, at this moment, its heart was brimming with astonishment. It finally comprehended that Ye Chen was a prodigy in the art of formations, indeed, even more extraordinary than it had imagined. To detonate several fifth-level array plates and harness their explosive power to disrupt the structural balance of a sixth-level formation? What a brilliant concept. It was the first time it had witnessed such a method of breaking formations. Typically, one would dismantle a formation through sheer force or with methodical precision. But this lad? Remarkable. Wait, are you really considering confronting him head-on? The little skeleton asked, startled as if a thought had just struck him. Indeed, such an idea had crossed my mind. However, upon reflection, I decided against it. After all, fighting is rather exhausting, isn't it? With a gentle nod, Ye Chen casually remarked. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, the little skeleton felt a sudden sense of suffocation. A golden core stage cultivator daring to confront a spirit transformation stage adversary? Was this lad even human? What was particularly perplexing was that it seemed he genuinely harbored such intentions. While it was not uncommon for prodigies to engage in battles across levels, transcending substantial realms in combat was something it had never encountered before. It was at a loss for words. Most astonishing of all was the notion that he abandoned this ambition, not out of fear, but simply due to a sense of laziness. Was he even human? The dialogue between Ye Chen and the little skeleton had utterly left Huang Inao in a state of disarray. The exchange between a person and a skeleton had completely overturned her understanding. A handful of fifth-level formations had managed to dismantle a sixth-level array. Young Master Yi intended to clash head-on with Ding Qianxiu? Huang Inao thought to herself, bidding farewell, until their paths crossed again. In the next moment, her thoughts were yanked back to reality by Ye Chen's voice. She saw him soaring away, the little skeleton in tow. Young Master Yi, I have yet to properly express my gratitude. She called out loudly, gazing at Ye Chen's retreating figure. Unfortunately, there was no trace of him left. When Ye Chen reappeared, he was already outside the city. Ye Chen, why did you leave so soon? Isn't staying in the city of evil spirits more enticing? Who knows? We might reap considerable benefits. The little skeleton couldn't help but voice its discontent as it looked up at Ye Chen. The matters of the city of evil spirits have been resolved. Why linger? Ye Chen retorted with an eye roll. Resolved, you say? What does it mean? The little skeleton inquired, perplexed. Aren't there still the individuals from the Thieves' Guild? And the high-ranking officials behind the city of evil? They have yet to be addressed. How can this matter be considered resolved? It gazed at Ye Chen, finding the notion of conclusion rather premature, as it seemed to believe that this was merely the beginning. Not much. The foolish words of Ding Qianxiu have already been inscribed upon a stone of memories by me, subsequently transmitted to the imperial capital behind them through the array of the city of evil spirits. Can you imagine whether the empire behind them will let the Thieves' Guild off the hook? As for that so-called significant figure, Ye Chen shrugged nonchalantly and spoke with an expression of indifference. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, the little skeleton couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. What does it mean to be fierce yet speak little? This is it. The little skeleton had every reason to believe that once the empire behind the city of evil spirits learned of this matter, the first to face repercussions would undoubtedly be the Thieves' Guild. Whether the prominent figure could be unmasked remained uncertain. In a sense, Ye Chen had indeed addressed the issue at its root. The city of evil spirits could be deemed secure. What piques my interest now is the supreme treasure of the forest of evil spirits, as well as the so-called foremost divine sword of the cultivation realm. The little skeleton was at a loss. Shifting the subject, Ye Chen cast a knowing glance at the little skeleton, a playful smile gracing his lips. Don't ask me. I know nothing. The little skeleton shrugged nonchalantly. Besides, if I truly sought some supreme treasure, would I be in such dire straits? Moments later, the little skeleton sighed softly, adding a touch of melancholy to his words. Upon hearing the words of the little skeleton, Ye Chen found himself at a loss for rebuttal. It seemed, perhaps, there was some merit to the argument. Had he truly miscalculated? Where shall we venture now? Subsequently, the little skeleton posed a rather pivotal question. Well, we shall wander aimlessly, wherever our path leads us. After a moment's hesitation, Ye Chen irresponsibly replied. The little skeleton found himself at a loss for words in response to Ye Chen's peculiar behavior. In the little skeleton's mind, Ye Chen was an enigma. Who in the cultivation world would spend their days indulging in pleasures rather than honing their skills? The most astonishing aspect was that this individual was a prodigy from a prestigious sect. Unbeknownst to Ye Chen, his enchanted stone had stirred a tremendous commotion throughout the eastern region. When news of the stone reached the imperial capital behind the city of malevolent spirits, it somehow leaked, resulting in a surge of countless forces and rogue cultivators flocking to the malevolent forest. The promise of unparalleled treasures and the legendary sword of the cultivation realm was enough to drive them into a frenzy. Even though the malevolent forest was notorious as a forbidden zone, where few dared to tread, the age-old adage of fortune favors the bold held true. Before they knew it, Ye Chen and the little skeleton had traversed over 100 miles. They had distanced themselves from the city of malevolent spirits and found themselves before an expansive bamboo grove. Observing the blazing sun overhead, the duo decided to take a respite in the shade of the bamboo. Ye Chen, why do we not venture into the malevolent forest? Are you not intrigued by the unparalleled treasures? The little skeleton inquired curiously, standing beside Ye Chen. I'm not interested. With his legs crossed and eyes half closed, Ye Chen lazily replied while resting his hands behind his head and yawning. Then why did you ask? I was merely curious if you had obtained that supreme treasure. The little skeleton realized that it could no longer engage in frivolous conversation with Ye Chen. This individual's thoughts were exceedingly erratic, almost capricious in nature. Are you quite fascinated by treasures? Perhaps I should escort you back? Ye Chen inquired with a smile, casting a sidelong glance at the little skeleton. Get lost. The little skeleton retorted with irritation. Am I so feeble as to go there and meet my demise? After a long-awaited return to the thief sect, Ding Qianqiu found himself utterly bewildered. The entire sect was abruptly evacuating? Was this the will of that esteemed individual? His actions at the Lord's Manor of Evil Spirit City had already spread like wildfire. Was the Empire truly preparing to take action against the thief sect? Feeling the peculiar gazes of his fellow sect members, Ding Qianqiu could not help but lower his head. Deep down, he harbored a seething resentment towards Ye Chen. It was undoubtedly that scoundrel's fault. Otherwise, why would the recording stone capture only his confrontation with Huang Yinhua, while omitting any trace of that brat and the little skeleton? Ding Qianqiu firmly believed this was no mere coincidence. Master I. He glanced at the elderly woman before him, her hair white, yet her visage youthful, wishing to articulate some explanation. Alas, before he could finish, he was interrupted. You might as well save those words for the esteemed one. I have no interest in such matters. The old woman cast a fleeting glance at Ding Qianqiu, speaking with a hint of indifference. Upon hearing her words, Ding Qianqiu's pupils involuntarily constricted. Simultaneously, a prickly sensation crept down his spine. His loathing for Ye Chen intensified. It was all that brat's fault. Although he had contemplated fleeing, the menacing gaze of the thief sect leader beside him made him abandon that notion. Meanwhile, the Dao sect received this intelligence without delay. The evil spirit forest was said to harbor unparalleled treasures, and the foremost divine sword of the cultivation world. The immediate reaction of the sect leader, Jun Wuxie, was to summon the upper echelons of the Dao sect. Regardless of the truth behind the rumors, he resolved to dispatch individuals to thoroughly investigate the evil spirit forest. While the Dao sect might forego the treasures, they absolutely could not fall into the hands of other factions. This was Jun Wuxie's conviction. Sharing a similar sentiment were the prominent factions of the eastern region. As for those beneath the apex powers, they harbored dreams of soaring to greatness should they acquire the supreme treasures. After arranging everything, Jun Wuxie approached the humble abode of Xianjizi once more. Master Uncle, may I inquire about your thoughts on this matter of treasure? He asked with utmost caution, gazing at Xianjizi. Treasure? Whether there is treasure in the forest of evil spirits remains a mystery to me, yet it possesses the power to doom even the most ethereal of beings. The Taoist sect merely needs to put on a facade. Let other factions contend and vie for it. Glancing at Jun Wuxie, Zhuangzizi spoke with a hint of indifference. Indeed, after a moment of contemplation, Jun Wuxie nodded thoughtfully. He had always held a steadfast belief in the words of Zhuangzizi, for he was one of the four great diviners of the immortal realm. Trusting him was never a mistake. Yet, one matter perplexed Jun Wuxie immensely. Why had his revered uncle never attempted to divine the whereabouts of Master Yi? To this day, the Taoist sect was still in search of his trail. What of our journey down the mountain to train with those prodigies? He pondered aloud. After a brief reflection, Zhuangzizi inquired once more. There have been no reports of fatalities thus far. However, we are still unable to locate Master Yi. Jun Wuxie replied without a moment's hesitation. I understand. You may carry on with your duties, Zhuangzizi said, his expression remaining impassive as he nodded. Indeed, with that, Jun Wuxie's figure vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Xianjizi fell into deep contemplation. For some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that this treasure hunt was somehow linked to that young scoundrel, Ye Chen. In front of the boundless bamboo grove, the little skeleton stood transfixed, observing Ye Chen's busy silhouette. What is that lad up to? Fiddling with several formation plates as if assembling something? Ye Chen, what are you doing? After a considerable time had passed, the little skeleton could no longer restrain its curiosity and inquired. I'm configuring a flight formation to enhance your mobility. Otherwise, do you expect me to carry you around all day? Ye Chen replied brusquely without turning back. A flight formation? Is there truly such a thing in this world? The little skeleton was taken aback by Ye Chen's words. Its astonishment stemmed from the fact that it had never heard of a flight formation before. While flying artifacts and magical treasures were indeed abundant in the realm of cultivation, practitioners could soar through the skies on their swords once they reached the golden core stage. What need was there for a flight formation? Moreover, formations consume spirit stones. Isn't that rather impractical? There wasn't one before, but now there is. Ye Chen stated softly as he gradually rose to his feet. Here, take this. Subsequently, Ye Chen presented a unique array plate to the little skeleton. What made it special? It was composed of several array plates, resembling a pair of mechanical wings. Simply affix it to your back. This was a flight array that integrated both offensive and defensive capabilities, consisting of several fourth-level arrays and one fifth-level array. As he spoke, a pained expression crossed Ye Chen's face. Let me make it clear. I am but a destitute little skeleton, Do not harbor any thoughts of exploiting me. The little skeleton retorted, accepting the array plate and fastening it to its back, while casting a wary glance at Ye Chen. In an instant, the mechanical wing-like array plate melded seamlessly with the little skeleton's back. From a distance, it appeared as though the little skeleton had sprouted a pair of wings. Look at your miserly demeanor, Ye Chen remarked with a roll of his eyes. Following this, he tossed a spatial ring to the little skeleton, which contained nothing less than the low-grade spirit stones plundered from Lin Yang. To be precise, it held billions of low-grade spirit stones, all of which Ye Chen entrusted to the little skeleton. He retained over 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones, 100 or so high-grade spirit stones, and a dozen supreme-grade spirit stones for himself, intending to use them for crafting advanced arrays and energy sources for array plates in the future. These billions of low-grade spirit stones would suffice to power the little skeleton's flight array for a considerable duration. As for the remaining assorted items, they had long been dealt with by Shao Qi. Upon receiving the spatial ring, the little skeleton felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. It understood that Ye Chen had entrusted nearly all his spirit stones to it. The few medium-grade and higher spirit stones were likely kept by Ye Chen for some purpose. Thank you, Ye Chen, the little skeleton said sincerely, raising its gaze to meet Ye Chen's. However, before it could finish its words, Ye Chen interrupted. Stop. Can we refrain from being so overly dramatic? Casting a glance at the little skeleton, Ye Chen could only chuckle in exasperation. Let's first test the formation of this array. He gestured towards the wings behind the little skeleton and added, Very well. With a nod, a faint multicolored glow suddenly emanated from the back of the little skeleton. In the next moment, the little skeleton soared into the sky. There, energy waves resembling cannonballs materialized in the air. This is somewhat reminiscent of the laser cannons from Earth before my crossing. Ye Chen mused with a proud expression as he gazed upward. After a considerable time, the little skeleton returned before Ye Chen. Damn it, I have truly witnessed something extraordinary. Ye Chen exclaimed, You are indeed a genius of formations. To combine several fourth-level array plates and a fifth-level array plate into an entirely new formation, creating a novel array? Remarkably, the comprehensive capability of this formation surpasses that of certain sixth-level formations. Its flight speed rivals that of those in the semi-transcendent stage. Its defensive and offensive powers are comparable to those in the semi-embryonic stage. Strong. Incredibly strong. I cannot fathom how you accomplished this. The little skeleton's voice was filled with astonishment as it looked at Ye Chen. Because I am a genius, Ye Chen replied with a smug grin. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, the little skeleton unusually refrained from retorting. In fact, it felt that genius was an inadequate term to describe Ye Chen. Not long ago, Ye Chen effortlessly dismantled a fourth-level formation and easily overcame Ding Qianxiu's sixth-level formation using a few fourth- and fifth-level arrays. Now, he had combined them into a powerful new formation. This lad was simply a prodigy. It should be noted that typically, a formation master must possess at least embryonic stage strength to arrange a fourth-level formation and create the corresponding array plates. To arrange a fifth-level formation and produce the associated array plates, one must at least be in the semi-transcendent stage. Yet this young man before us seems entirely unbound by such rules. A mere golden core stage practitioner, and yet he can manipulate these with such ease. How monstrous. However, why does he not diligently cultivate? Why does he not thoroughly study formations? This lad has everything, yet he is rather too languid. So, are we truly going to wander aimlessly from here on? After a lengthy silence, the little skeleton tentatively inquired. Indeed, experience, after all, is merely a matter of wandering about, occasionally being pursued, and at times, hunting others. Nodding slightly, Ye Chen spoke with unwavering confidence. You see it quite clearly. After much contemplation, the little skeleton managed to utter such a statement. Initially, it intended to refute Ye Chen, but upon reflection, it realized that was indeed the crux of the matter. In essence, the so-called experience is nothing more than a series of conflicts. Only those who survive to the end can speak of anything else. With Ye Chen's ostentatious demeanor, he inevitably attracts animosity wherever he goes. Is this not a form of passive experience? Just as it was in the city of evil spirits. Soon, the two reached a consensus. They would discuss everything once they traversed the seemingly endless bamboo growth. Upon entering the bamboo forest, Ye Chen and the little skeleton exchanged a glance involuntarily. The atmosphere was undeniably peculiar. Outside, the bamboo stood lush and green, but upon entering, the surrounding stalks had transformed into a pale crimson hue. Moreover, a faint miasma lingered in the air. What place is this, little skeleton? Ye Chen instinctively inquired. How would I know? I have been trapped in this cursed forest for ages. The little skeleton replied, exasperated, raising its hands in surrender. Regardless, I sense something is amiss here, it added promptly. Upon hearing these words, Ye Chen nodded in agreement. Casting a glance around, he furrowed his brow. To his astonishment, he and the little skeleton had circled back to where they began, with no sign of any formation's fluctuations. This was indeed perplexing. Ye Chen, I believe I understand the situation now. We are in quite a predicament. Suddenly, the little skeleton spoke with a tone laced with bitterness. What do you mean? Upon hearing the words of the little skeleton, Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that this bamboo grove was not a grove at all, but rather an illusion. We are currently ensnared within the mirage crafted by a phantom beast. With a sigh, the little skeleton spoke in a hollow tone. At its words, Ye Chen's expression darkened. An illusion? A mirage? Does this imply that phantom beasts indeed exist around us? During his time in the Tao sect, Ye Chen had perused some texts pertaining to these entities. It was rumored that the varieties of phantom beasts in the world were few and far between, and their numbers exceedingly rare. Yet, upon their birth, they often possessed at least the strength of the nascent soul stage. They excelled not in combat, but in conjuring various illusions, striking down their foes unseen. Generally speaking, their combat prowess was pathetically weak. Their true forms were often feeble. For this reason, they typically concealed their corporeal forms within the illusions they created for protection. So, do we need to locate its true form? Otherwise, shall we be forever trapped here? Furrowing his brow, Ye Chen inquired. Indeed, nodded the little skeleton in response. Rubbing his forehead, Ye Chen began to scrutinize his surroundings with utmost seriousness. He sought to discern any peculiarities in the vicinity. Where might the illusionary beasts, the architects of this phantasmagoria, be lurking? He had no desire to become ensnared within this realm. Likewise, the little skeleton was diligently observing as well. Both Ye Chen and the skeletal companion understood that their sole recourse was to locate the essence of the illusionary beast. Otherwise, they would merely find themselves meandering aimlessly, while simultaneously bracing for the various assaults of illusory attacks to come from the beast. Unbeknownst to Ye Chen, at that very moment, a group of individuals had also arrived at the edge of the bamboo grove. Leading the throng was none other than a familiar face, Ding Qianxiu. There was no doubt that this motley crew was none other than the band of thieves passing through, or perhaps those who had fled to this area. Wait. After glancing at the bamboo grove, the leader of the Thieves' Guild, an elderly woman, waved her hand and commanded with a furrowed brow. Indeed, upon hearing his words, the crowd instinctively halted in their tracks, including Ding Qianxiu. Master, what is the matter? Ding Qianxiu inquired, casting a puzzled glance at the elderly woman. The others too gazed intently at her, equally perplexed. Wasn't the entire thief sect fleeing at this moment? Why had they suddenly stopped? There was something amiss in this bamboo forest, yet the elder found it difficult to articulate precisely what it was. After a moment of contemplation, the leader of the thief sect slowly spoke. As her words sank in, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Something wrong with the bamboo forest? How could that be? Was it not merely an ordinary bamboo grove, one that had existed for over 1,000 years? Although they had never ventured into the forest, they were certainly aware of its presence. However, due to its remote location, few would deliberately wander into this vast expanse of bamboo. Their purpose for coming here was solely to escape, seeking refuge in a place less frequented by others. Within the bamboo forest, the little skeleton could not help but begin to voice its grievances about Ye Chen. Ye Chen, what were you thinking? Why did you insist on wandering towards these desolate directions? And now, look where we are. Sitting beside Ye Chen, the little skeleton felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Pray tell, how was I to know I would encounter a mythical beast? Moreover, I did not intentionally run in this direction. We had agreed to meander aimlessly, naturally progressing in a chosen direction. Wherever I end up is of little consequence. With his hands behind his head and legs crossed, Ye Chen languidly remarked while reclining on the ground. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, the little skeleton was rendered speechless. It seemed quite reasonable. However, deep down, it harbored a sense of disdain for Ye Chen's unreliable behavior. This fellow was indeed too carefree. Have you not lived for over 100,000 years? Surely, you must possess some means of unraveling this predicament? Glancing at the little skeleton, Ye Chen casually inquired. True, I have endured countless ages, yet alas, I find myself devoid of any energy or power. What can I possibly do? The little skeleton replied, a hint of frustration in its tone. As for you, so composed. Have you discovered something? Or do you simply wish to remain here? Casting a suspicious glance at Ye Chen, the little skeleton expressed its annoyance. I believe it won't be long before I can capture that phantom beast, Ye Chen proclaimed with a confident grin, determined to astonish with his audacity. How could that be possible? Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, the little skeleton exclaimed in disbelief. Capturing a phantom beast? What a ridiculous notion. At present, they were utterly unaware of the whereabouts of even a shadow of the phantom beast. Believe it or not, with a flask in hand, Ye Chen took a sip of wine and spoke nonchalantly. After a moment of pause, the little skeleton fell into silence. Could it be true? If it were anyone else making such a claim, it would surely be dismissed as mere bravado. However, when it comes to Ye Chen, the situation is entirely different. This lad possesses an enigmatic quality. What if he truly knows the whereabouts of the mythical beast? Given Ye Chen's character, he would typically disdain boastfulness. After all, geniuses are often immensely proud. Moreover, this young man is a prodigy among prodigies. At that moment, Shaoqi suddenly appeared on Ye Chen's chest without warning. Upon seeing Shaoqi, the little skeleton appeared to piece together the mystery. Ah, surely you would not allow Shaoqi to capture a phantom beast, would you? Ye Chen, I dare say you have lost your mind. Shaoqi possesses no combat prowess whatsoever. Stand up, the little skeleton exclaimed with a hint of agitation. Clearly, it was reluctant to see Shaoqi embark on such a perilous venture. However, before its words could fully escape, Ye Chen interrupted. Why not? Isn't the phantom beast merely a pitiful combatant? With Shaoqi's capabilities, locating it should pose no challenge. It is utterly incapable of posing any threat to Shaoqi. At this thought, Ye Chen couldn't help but smile broadly. To control a phantom beast? That indeed seems rather appealing. This could be an invisible weapon of mass destruction. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, the little skeleton was momentarily taken aback. Ye Chen's assertion led it to believe that his plan was indeed highly feasible. With Shaoqi's spatial traversal abilities, the phantom beast would truly be powerless against it. Otherwise, why is it said that time commands respect while space reigns supreme? For Shaoqi, the illusions of the phantom beast might as well be non-existent, wouldn't they? Meow. With an affectionate nuzzle against Ye Chen's face, Shaoqi's figure abruptly vanished. It was evident that it had embarked on a quest to seek out a mythical beast. Not long after, Shaoqi returned, gracefully landing atop a diminutive bamboo shoot before Ye Chen. In its left front paw, it clutched a rather unsightly black turtle, roughly the size of a clenched fist. Remarkably, this black turtle possessed merely 2 shell plates, both pockmarked and riddled with numerous imperfections. Hello. Hello. I was wrong. Can I surrender? Let us each take our own path. Shall we? Ye Chen was taken aback as the small black turtle astonishingly spoke human words, emitting a rather lewd adult male voice. What the hell? This little turtle has become a spirit. The little skeleton exclaimed in surprise as it gazed at the black turtle. You are the little turtle. Your whole family is a bunch of little turtles. I'm Xuanwu. Do you understand Xuanwu? The black turtle extended its small head, glaring with its pea-sized eyes, and humanized its expression with a fierce look directed at the little skeleton. Humph. Xuanwu is one of the 4 divine beasts. Would it stoop to be as despicable as you? The little skeleton disdainfully remarked after scrutinizing the black turtle. You. Upon hearing the words of the little skeleton, the black turtle was so infuriated that it found itself at a loss for words. It rolled its small eyes around, gazing eagerly at Ye Chen. The black turtle came to a realization, this seemingly harmless youth before it was indeed the one in charge. Esteemed sir, I was in the wrong. Would you kindly release me? The little turtle tentatively inquired, looking towards Ye Chen. If memory serves me right, not long ago, you expressed a desire to eliminate us. Did you not? Ye Chen remarked with a smirk, his expression a blend of mockery and amusement as he cast a sidelong glance at the black turtle. It was a misunderstanding. Hiki. It was all a misunderstanding, akin to the deluge sweeping away the Dragon King's temple. I retracted my head slightly, and the little black turtle awkwardly began to explain. However, before the little black turtle could finish its words, Ye Chen interrupted. Now you have only 2 choices. Either become my spiritual pet, or I shall eliminate you. Ye Chen said calmly, casting a casual glance at the little black turtle. In truth, at that very moment, Ye Chen's heart was brimming with joy. The prospect of possessing a mythical beast? How delightful. The thought alone filled him with secret exhilaration. No, I am a Xuanwu. The little black turtle hastily shook its head, eager to decline. Meow. However, in the next moment, it decisively fell silent. This was prompted by the sight of Shaoqi, who bared its teeth and fixed a piercing gaze upon it. The little black turtle was so startled that it retracted its head and 4 paws into its shell. Do not feign death. Make your choice swiftly. Otherwise, I shall turn you into Shaoqi's sustenance. With an amused glance at the little black turtle, Ye Chen leisurely remarked. Surrender. Is it not permissible for me to yield? I must admit, compared to the diminutive skeleton, this black turtle exhibits an even greater lack of decorum. Suddenly, it extended its four limbs and tiny head, gazing up at Ye Chen with an expression filled with lament. Do not slay me. Please, do not slay me. That thing is far too terrifying. I do not wish to perish. Following this, it spoke once more, still visibly shaken. Observing this, Ye Chen and the little skeleton exchanged bewildered glances. Their curiosity piqued regarding what Xiaoqi had done to this black turtle that had instilled such fear within it. How intriguing. With that, a droplet of purple blood unexpectedly emerged from the top of the turtle's head. Momentarily stunned, Ye Chen pricked the tip of his right index finger, causing a drop of crimson blood to escape. In an instant, the two droplets merged, forming two peculiar, ancient tadpole-like patterns that respectively settled upon Ye Chen's brow and the turtle's head. It was only at this moment that Ye Chen realized the truth. This black turtle was, in fact, a divine beast in the phase of transformation, having resided in this place for over 3,000 years. Master, why did they not enter into a contract? Is this not an act of bullying? The small head turned towards Xiaoqi, then glanced at the little skeleton, as the black turtle expressed its indignation. Xiaoqi is my family. As for the little skeleton, it has aided me. What did you expect when you attempted to take my life? Little Black? From now on, you shall be called Little Black. Accept your fate, Little Black. With a smile, Ye Chen cast a glance at the black turtle and spoke. By heavens, what have I done to deserve this? Oh dear, is there no respite for the tortoise? Merely existing in this place has led to such unwarranted calamity. To be transformed into a human spiritual pet is one thing, but to be burdened with such an unseemly name is truly a disgrace to the Xuanwu clan. I must admit, however, that it is none other than Little Black. This creature has resorted to weeping and wailing. Without hesitation, Ye Chen cast it into his inner world. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. Yet, in the next moment, Ye Chen's expression darkened. He realized that Little Black was nothing short of extraordinary, an exceptional being, even more so than the little skeleton. Upon entering Ye Chen's inner realm, Little Black erupted into a celebration. Wealth has arrived. Wealth has arrived. Various spirit plants ranging from levels 1 to 5. Additionally, there were 6-level plants in their growth phase, 7-level seedlings, 8-level sprouts, and 9-level seeds. Quack, quack, quack. Upon witnessing this, Ye Chen began to feel a twinge of regret. Had he truly entered into an equal spirit pet contract with such an extraordinary being, transforming it into his spirit companion? Was this not rather embarrassing? However, in the next moment, a sense of equilibrium returned to his heart. It appeared that Xiaoqi was somewhat possessive. Upon seeing Xiaohei feasting on the spirit plants, it immediately darted into his inner world, chasing after Xiaohei and unleashing a flurry of blows. Little Seven, seventh sister, seventh aunt. I was wrong. No, I admit my fault. But isn't it acceptable for a mere child to err? Aside from being at a loss for words, Ye Chen found himself utterly speechless. TSK, TSK, TSK. Ye Chen. It has just dawned upon me. This little black creature may indeed possess an extraordinary origin. Purple blood? And the contract runes you just inscribed. Who knows? It could very well be a divine beast of the Xuanwu, or perhaps even bear a trace of Xuanwu bloodline. Suddenly, the contemplative little skeleton exclaimed in astonishment. How fresh is it? With a roll of his eyes, Ye Chen said with irritation, does the snake still possess a trace of dragon blood? The notion that Little Black is a divine beast of the Xuanwu? This, Ye Chen would never believe, even if he were struck down. A dignified divine beast behaving so sordidly? So spineless? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, the little skeleton found itself rendered speechless. It seemed that Ye Chen's reasoning held some merit. Deep down, the little skeleton also harbored doubts regarding the identity of Little Black as a divine tortoise beast. The primary reason being that Little Black displayed an utter lack of integrity. Truly extraordinary. Would a divine beast behave in such a manner? Little Black, emerge. Quickly shatter this illusion. Casting a languid glance around, Ye Chen commanded. Very well, master. In an instant, Xiaohei appeared on Ye Chen's shoulder. However, in the next moment, its actions nearly prompted Ye Chen to throw it away. Alas, this creature audaciously spat, releasing a glob of viscous black liquid, no larger than a thumb, which shot forth from its mouth. In an instant, the boundless bamboo forest around vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, the little black creature seemed to sense the shift in Ye Chen's expression and retreated once more into the inner realm of Ye Chen's being. Upon witnessing the antics of the little black creature, Ye Chen's expression was one of utter exasperation. Beside him, The diminutive skeleton was already in fits of laughter, exclaiming, "This is utterly hilarious. Aha, what a gem little black is." However, the skeleton's mirth was abruptly silenced. Not far in front of Ye Chen stood a large group of individuals, with the leading figure being the elderly matron from the thieving sect, accompanied by Ding Qianqiu. As they observed the sudden disappearance of the bamboo grove, the members of the thieving sect found themselves momentarily bewildered. The unfortunate consequence was that someone was left in a rather tragic predicament. Little Black's expelled black liquid had landed squarely upon Ding Qianqiu's face. Ha ha ha. At this moment, the little skeleton laughed so heartily that it rolled on the ground in sheer delight. "Is it you?" With a sinister glance towards Ye Chen, Ding Qianqiu wiped away the repulsive substance on his face and spoke with a countenance full of murderous intent. "Indeed, it is often said that enemies meet with heightened animosity." Upon encountering Ye Chen once more, Ding Qianqiu wished nothing more than to rend his adversary into a multitude of pieces. Were it not for this meddlesome brat? Would the thief sect have needed to flee? Would he have had to live in constant trepidation? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Ding Qianqiu's bloodlust intensified even further. "Is this the wretch who has thwarted our plans?" Glancing at Ding Qianqiu, the old woman inquired. Her expression had grown exceedingly grim. "Indeed, master," Ding Qianqiu affirmed with a nod. "It is I. Do you have a problem with that?" Ye Chen replied coolly, casting a sidelong glance at Ding Qianqiu. Then, with a hint of curiosity, he surveyed the members of the thief sect. "What is this? Are you all preparing to flee?" Ye Chen continued, his face adorned with a mocking smile, further probing with his provocative inquiries. "Kill him," the old woman commanded coldly, taking a deep breath. "You should consider yourself fortunate. Young man, this is the first time I, Zhang Lulan, have ever contemplated taking a life." With that, she took a step back. "Indeed, that is the intent." With those words, Ding Qianqiu prepared to take action. The others, in a tacit understanding, formed a surrounding circle, encircling both Ye Chen and the little skeleton. Throughout the entire encounter, Ye Chen remained utterly motionless, showing no inclination to shift even an inch. The little skeleton stood vigilantly behind him, alert and watchful. Previously, confronted by such a formidable group, Ye Chen would have opted for a hasty retreat. Ding Qianqiu was merely at the early stage of the second tier of the transformation stage, and Ye Chen felt confident enough to engage him, even at the risk of mutual destruction. However, Zhang Lulian, possessing the strength of the late stage of the fourth tier of the transformation stage, was another matter entirely. Ye Chen had no intention of recklessly challenging her, but now, the situation had transformed. After all, he had unexpectedly acquired a rather intriguing spirit companion. "Little Black, master, I have arrived." Without any command from Ye Chen, an illusion enveloped everyone in an instant. It was a battlefield, a realm rife with boundless slaughter. In the blink of an eye, Ye Chen and the little skeleton vanished from their original location. When they reappeared, they had already traversed several miles away. "Truly, it is a magnificent beast. Its power is undeniable," the little skeleton exclaimed beside Ye Chen. "Indeed," Ye Chen nodded gently, expressing his profound agreement. Before his eyes, the members of the thief sect appeared to be entranced, engaging in a frenzied bout of mutual combat. Even Ding Qianqiu and Zhang Lulan found themselves in fierce conflict with one another. Indeed, the illusions conjured by the old master are no jest. On Ye Chen's shoulder, the little black creature chuckled with pride. "It seems that only you two monsters remain unscathed." Subsequently, it cast a lingering glance at Ye Chen and the little skeleton. "Is it not entirely normal for me to be unharmed? I lack a soul. How could illusions possibly affect me?" The little skeleton scoffed as it glanced at the little black creature. Meanwhile, Ye Chen simply smiled in silence. He was well aware of the reason for his immunity. His soul, it could be surmised, is far more formidable than that of an ordinary person, perhaps tenfold or even 100-fold stronger. "Now I understand." Upon hearing the words of the little skeleton, the little black one exclaimed in sudden realization. As for why Ye Chen remained unaffected, the little black one was well aware. The moment the contract was signed, it sensed the immense strength of Ye Chen's soul, an astonishing power that was almost beyond comprehension. It even began to suspect that Ye Chen was not merely human, but rather a divine soul beast in human form. How could a human soul possess such formidable strength? Furthermore, how could the master's golden core be so grand? It must be said that the little black one's illusionary prowess was truly terrifying. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, aside from the primary and secondary leaders of the thief sect, all others had collapsed in pools of blood, transformed into lifeless corpses. Witnessing this scene, Ye Chen's pupils involuntarily contracted. Truly, as expected of an illusionary beast, the ability to kill without a trace. Ye Chen was inwardly astonished. "Little Black, To what extent can your illusions currently exert their power? He inquired, stroking his chin. Invincible beneath the Great Ascension stage. As for encountering someone at the Great Ascension stage, I can only flee. After a moment's hesitation, the little black one replied with a hint of discouragement. Sometimes, I truly envy you humans, who can become so powerful in such a short span of cultivation. Subsequently, the little black one expressed a myriad of sentiments. Upon hearing these words, Ye Chen's eyes brightened. Invincible beneath the Great Ascension stage? So, I have inexplicably acquired an extraordinarily powerful ally? Haha. The thought filled him with immense joy. As for the little black one's last remark, Ye Chen chose to disregard it. Envying humans? Humans themselves envy countless other races. It is essential to recognize that, to some extent, humans are among the weakest in combat prowess within their tier among all races. In the brief span of time, the once mighty Ding Qianxiu had been slain by Zhang Luoyan with a single sword strike. Observing the scene of blood flowing like a river not far away, Ye Chen couldn't help but shake his head in silent disapproval. Why provoke me? He muttered to himself, his expression calm. With only Zhang Luoyan remaining, the illusion had dissipated. As she surveyed her surroundings, Zhang Luoyan stood in shock. What is happening? Wait a moment. Could it be? Was it all an illusion? Considering this possibility, she looked at Ye Chen with uncertainty. Her gaze then shifted to the little skeleton, which she completely overlooked. Why would a hideous little turtle, devoid of any aura of cultivation, warrant her attention? That was Zhang Luoyan's thought. You are doomed. Fixating her gaze with malevolent intent on Ye Chen's face, a fierce murderous aura emerged on Zhang Luoyan's countenance. At that moment, she was on the verge of madness. In less than half an hour, the thief sect had been reduced to just her? What she found most difficult to accept was that the thief sect had perished at the hands of its own members, destroyed by infighting. The earlier remarks made by Ding Qianxiu echoed in her mind, but unfortunately, he had already descended into the abyss. With a disdainful curl of his lip, Ye Chen remarked dismissively, You. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Zhang Luoyan was utterly infuriated. However, for the moment, she dared not act impulsively. The events that had just unfolded were far too bizarre. A mythical beast. She had actually encountered the legendary creature. Instinctively, Zhang Luoyan cast another glance at the little skeleton. Observing her gaze and expression, the little skeleton found amusement in her reaction. So, she perceives herself as a mythical beast? Meanwhile, Ye Chen remained composed, his expression unchanged. Xiao Hei, eliminate her, he commanded casually while taking a sip from the wine jug. Yes, master. Without a hint of hesitation, the little black figure struck once more. This time, the intensity was even more exaggerated. Zhang Luoyan had no chance to react before blood gushed from her 7 orifices, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Her eyes widened in terror, as if she had glimpsed something horrifying. Well done, little black. You performed splendidly. I have high hopes for you. The little skeleton, perched on Ye Chen's shoulder, exclaimed jovially. It then busied itself with gathering the spoils of victory. Seeing the little skeleton so enthusiastic, Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback, his gaze revealing a trace of contemplation. What was the little skeleton up to? In truth, its fervor stemmed from a sense of crisis instigated by the arrival of Little Black. Little Seven? Ye Chen regarded it as family. Little Black? It could significantly assist Ye Chen. But what about itself? It felt utterly useless aside from bickering. Being by Ye Chen's side was quite enjoyable. It dreaded the thought of being deemed too useless and ultimately having to part ways with him. That was an outcome it could not bear to witness. Thus, the little skeleton resolved to prove its worth. Before long, the little skeleton returned, clutching a multitude of space rings. Since it had nothing else to do, it might as well sort through the bounty. With a smile, Ye Chen remarked, Let us take stock of our treasures. Haha, that was precisely my intention. I concur. In perfect harmony, the little skeleton and little black echoed in agreement. Subsequently, the trio, 1 person, 1 skeleton, and 1 turtle, began their inventory. It must be said, the thief sect was remarkably affluent. Just the low-grade spirit stones alone numbered in the tens of billions. The medium-grade spirit stones exceeded 1 million, while the high-grade ones totaled over 100,000. Even the top-grade spirit stones were in the thousands. Beyond that, there were mountains of various medicinal pills, spiritual herbs, and materials ranging from the 1st to the 6th grade. Good heavens! We struck gold. Truly, we struck gold. I haven't seen such immense wealth in years. Indeed, truly remarkable. No wonder it's the wealth of a second-rate sect. I shan't worry about spirit stones for quite some time. Gazing upon the towering pile of treasures, the trio erupted in laughter. Ultimately, due to the overwhelming quantity, Ye Chen opted not to carry too many space rings. Instead, he tossed everything into his internal realm. The little skeleton selected a few necessary items, grinning contentedly. As for Little Black, it had already ventured into Ye Chen's internal realm, expressing its desire to see if it could find something to consume for evolution. Ye Chen, why don't you keep some medicinal pills for yourself? Are you just going to watch Little Seven and Little Black sort through those pills? The little skeleton queried, its tone tinged with confusion as it glanced at Ye Chen. Ye Chen's disinterest in various materials was understandable to the little skeleton, as they indeed held no immediate use. It was perfectly normal for him to dismiss first to third grade pills, as by the golden core stage, fourth grade pills were practically useless. However, what about pills of the fourth grade and above? Surely, the spoils from the thief sect contained a fair share. Why was he keeping any? Even if he had brought plenty of pills from the Dao sect, who could ever have too many? But Ye Chen, those hardly qualify as pills. I fear they might upset my stomach. He replied, his expression one of utter disdain. His aversion was not without reason. Among the medicinal pills from the thief sect, some first-grade pills were indeed of perfect quality. However, as the grades ascended, the quality plummeted. By the time one reached fifth-grade pills, they were practically worthless, often only of mediocre quality. Sixth-grade pills were barely considered pills at all, being of exceedingly poor quality. These can be called pills? In Ye Chen's eyes, they were nothing but refuse, a waste of materials. Upon witnessing Ye Chen's expression and hearing his words, the little skeleton was bewildered. What on earth did this fellow mean? You're a full man unaware of a hungry man's plight. Do you not believe those pills could incite bloodshed and chaos in the outside world? It retorted, casting an exasperated glance at Ye Chen. Wait, the little skeleton asked with a hint of uncertainty. You don't mean to say that you can also refine elixirs, do you? Of course. What's the matter? Is refining elixirs difficult? Ye Chen responded nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, the flames deep within the small skeleton's eye sockets ceased their flickering. Simultaneously, it experienced a wave of suffocation. Was this lad truly human? Did he not require cultivation day in and day out? His cultivation level appeared to have never waned. A genius of formations? He had comprehended 3 realms of understanding? Now, he audaciously claimed to possess alchemical skills? Furthermore, it seemed his proficiency in alchemy was quite commendable. Suddenly, the small skeleton began to grasp why Ye Chen was regarded as the foremost prodigy of the Dao sect. If this was not a prodigy, then who could be? It also started to comprehend why the Dao sect had provided him with nothing during his trials. With such innate talent, bestowing him with excessive resources, given his temperament, would indeed be unwise. This lad was undeniably too lackadaisical. If those so-called geniuses and prodigies were to compete with him, they would likely be driven to despair. After much effort, the small skeleton managed to articulate a thought. Not to mention others, even it felt somewhat disheartened. Alas, Ye Chen was simply too extraordinary. If only this fellow were diligent, but he perpetually exuded an air of indolence. Was this what was meant by the heavens bestowing sustenance upon one? Constantly comparing oneself to this, and that was utterly exhausting. One ought to compete against oneself. Shaking his head, Ye Chen expressed his bewilderment. At this juncture, an image of a delicate and enchanting figure, adorned with an exquisite visage, involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Young Chuchu. It seemed this little beauty had been yearning for a spar with him, perhaps to prove she was the true prodigy of the Dao sect. I wonder where that little girl is at this moment. Soon, Ye Chen's thoughts were drawn back to the present reality. Indeed, in the path of cultivation, one must compare oneself to oneself. Only through relentless progress can one attain transcendence. The world is not devoid of individuals with remarkable perseverance, whose talents may be modest, yet ultimately rise to become industry titans. Nodding in deep agreement, the little skeleton expressed a myriad of sentiments. Given your languid disposition, languishing in a haze of indulgence day after day, whether you can achieve immortality truly remains a question. With a shift in tone, the little skeleton gazed at Ye Chen, speaking with profound significance. I am not in pursuit of immortality. The realm of cultivation is vast. I merely wish to explore it, to admire the breathtaking landscapes of the cultivation world, to savor its exquisite delicacies, and to indulge in its fine wines. Doesn't that sound delightful? However, Ye Chen's words nearly exasperated the little skeleton to the point of fury. Infuriated, the little skeleton retorted, a decayed tree cannot be carved. Truly, this vexes me greatly. Observing the little skeleton's reaction and hearing its words, Ye Chen burst into hearty laughter. Oh, little skeleton, what is there to be anxious about? Leaf Chen chuckled softly, taking a sip of wine. I am merely at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the golden core stage. Ascending to transcendence is still a distant prospect. Upon hearing his words, the little skeleton was momentarily taken aback, filled with astonishment. An 18-year-old at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the golden core stage? This young man must truly be an extraordinary prodigy within the entire realm of cultivation. Moreover, he is not only a genius formation master, but also an adept alchemist. Casting a deep glance at Ye Chen, the little skeleton found itself utterly speechless. Ye Chen, how much gravitational force is currently exerted upon you by that colossal sword on your back? It inquired, unable to suppress its curiosity. 20 times. At this pace, it should not be a problem to double the amount in just one day. While igniting the surrounding corpses with Dan fire, Ye Chen casually replied. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, the little skeleton nearly crushed its own jawbone. Was this young man's adaptability and attitude not a tad excessive? A gravitational field that doubled in intensity each day? Monstrous. The little skeleton cast a lingering glance at Ye Chen, muttering under its breath. Fortunately, when I was cultivating in my prime, I did not encounter this young lad. Otherwise, my resolve would surely have shattered, the little skeleton lamented internally. Upon hearing the skeleton's words, Ye Chen remained largely unperturbed. Monstrous? During my time at the Tao sect, I had grown weary of this term long ago. Let us depart. With those words, Ye Chen chose to soar into the sky. Wait for me. With a shout, the little skeleton soared into the sky. Soon, it adjusted its altitude to match that of Ye Chen. Ye Chen, how did you achieve flight? It inquired, perplexed. Isn't it true that during the golden core stage one can only fly by means of a sword or some flying artifacts? The little skeleton suddenly pondered. Flight in the air? Surely, such a feat requires at least the nascent soul stage, does it not? Because I am a genius. Ye Chen replied, momentarily taken aback, yet smiling in response to the little skeleton's words. In an instant, the little skeleton fell silent, unable to formulate a rebuttal to Ye Chen's words. A genius? The little skeleton silently vowed that in the future, whenever he witnessed something astonishing from Ye Chen, he would remain composed. This lad cannot be perceived through conventional standards. After a brief pause, the little skeleton changed the subject and inquired, where are we headed next? To this location, Ye Chen replied, raising the animal skin treasure map in his hand. He had discovered this map within Zhang Luolan's spatial ring. Conveniently, the destination indicated on the map was not far from Ye Chen's current position, merely a distance of over 2,000 miles. With full effort, the journey would not take long. Thus, Ye Chen was eager to explore. After all, idleness was not an option, was it? The ultimate destination of the treasure map lay in a desolate expanse that bordered the northern frontier. Very well. After a moment's hesitation, the little skeleton nodded. It had perused the treasure map before and had even offered its opinion at the time, suggesting that the map might be somewhat unreliable. In other words, one should not harbor overly high expectations. The primary concern was that the map was indeed of an exceedingly ancient origin. In the words of the little skeleton, the existence of the treasure map stretched back at least over 100,000 years. Amidst the passage of time, whether the destination of the treasure map still exists is a pertinent question. Has the treasure already been claimed by someone else? This, too, remains uncertain. Otherwise, why would Zhang Luolan have preserved the treasure map until now? Perhaps she has not yet located the destination. Nonetheless, her reasoning mirrored that of Ye Chen. Since there is nothing else to do, why not take a look? A stroke of luck could be in store. Just as Ye Chen and the little skeleton soared through the skies for less than half a day, another group arrived at the place where they had previously lingered. They halted their advance and extinguished the flames that consumed the surrounding corpses. Master, it is the members of the Thieves Guild. They have already been exterminated. The corpses of Zhang Luolan and Ding Qianxiu are among them. A robust man clad in silver armor approached a slender middle-aged man garbed in a golden brocade robe to pay his respects. I understand. The middle-aged man, frowning, scolded. What a useless individual, achieving nothing and only causing trouble. He nodded slightly. Then, glancing at the middle-aged man for guidance, the burly man cautiously inquired, what shall we do next? Continue towards the forest of malevolence. Additionally, have someone investigate the cause behind the annihilation of the Thieves Guild. We must ascertain who is behind this. Moreover, we cannot let that brat who disrupted our plans go unpunished. As for the city of malevolence, there are individuals from the imperial capital keeping a watchful eye. So we must refrain from taking any reckless actions for now. After a moment of contemplation, the middle-aged man methodically issued his commands. Indeed, as he soared through the skies, engaging in idle chatter with the little skeleton, Ye Chen simultaneously observed the microcosm within his own body. The more he looked, the more exasperated he became. Little 7, as expected, was busily consuming an array of elixirs and materials. Furthermore, various weapons had become its sustenance. Meanwhile, Little Black trailed behind Little 7, eagerly devouring items that Little 7 deemed unworthy. Surprisingly, Little Black was not picky at all. Witnessing this peculiar scene, Ye Chen's expression turned decidedly strange. While he could comprehend Little 7's diverse appetite, given its mysterious origins, he could not fathom the veracity of Little Black. After all, this creature was merely a phantom beast. How could a phantom beast possess such an insatiable appetite? What is the matter? The little skeleton inquired curiously, glancing sideways at Ye Chen. Nothing at all, Ye Chen replied, shaking his head. After a moment of surprise, the little skeleton nodded. In truth, the little skeleton had been deeply curious about one particular matter. Where had Xiaoqi gone? And what of the current whereabouts of Xiaohe? It was unaware of Ye Chen's possession of a miniature world within him. It merely assumed that Ye Chen owned some kind of life ring. As they continued their journey for half a day, the sun began to set, forcing Ye Chen and the little skeleton to descend to the ground. Before them lay a mountain range, stretching for dozens of miles, radiating a menacing aura. More critically, a considerable number of individuals were blocking the entrance. Even the path that Ye Chen intended to take towards the treasure map was obstructed. Surrounding them was a throng of people, numbering no less than 10,000. The individuals sealing off the entrance were a formidable force of over 1,000 soldiers, all clad in uniform armor, at the golden core stage. Instinctively, Ye Chen and the little skeleton exchanged glances, both filled with curiosity. What was the meaning of this? Why were golden core soldiers obstructing the mountain range? Their appearance drew the attention of many, but it was clear that the collective focus remained fixated on the mountain range itself. The individuals being barred from entry voiced their displeasure, clamoring loudly. Isn't the imperial kingdom of Junlin being rather tyrannical? Is this your territory? What gives you the right to block access? Don't you fear inciting public outrage? Treasures and sacred lands have always belonged to those fated to find them. Are you attempting to disrupt the rules? This ancient relic was not discovered by you first. Does the prince of the Junlin Empire have the authority to act in this manner? Shall we unite? Do you not believe that our multitude can stand against them? Indeed. Listening intently, Ye Chen and the little skeleton gradually grasped the situation. It turned out that the ancient ruins had only recently been uncovered. However, upon learning of this discovery, a prince from the Junlin Empire promptly sealed off the site and initiated a clearance operation. The Junlin Empire? Isn't that the very empire that lurks behind the city of evil spirits? As Ye Chen surveyed the crowd of over 10,000, he couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. Among this multitude, there were hundreds at the golden core stage and dozens at the nascent soul stage. Remarkably, there was even a master at the transformation stage present. The remainder consisted mainly of those below the golden core stage, predominantly at the foundation establishment level. With so many individuals, including several formidable experts, it was truly astonishing that they were intimidated by a mere 1,000 golden core soldiers. What a display of ineptitude. Yet, it soon became clear to Ye Chen why they were so apprehensive. It was revealed that the prince of the Junlin Empire had entered the mountains accompanied by 2 masters at the transformation stage. This implied that the mere presence of 2 transformation stage experts was enough to instill fear in the hearts of all present. How remarkable! Such a large assembly, cowed by just 2 transformation stage individuals? Ye Chen certainly had his eyes opened. Beside him, the little skeleton couldn't help but voice its disdain. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense, and all eyes turned toward the little skeleton and Ye Chen. Their expressions unmistakably conveyed that the little skeleton's words had struck a nerve. If you are so formidable, why do you not venture inside? To put it plainly, are you not simply afraid of the Junlin Empire that stands behind them? Precisely. Well said. Should we eliminate this troublemaker to prevent any disruption to the morale of the troops? I concur. Eliminate them. Indeed, that is precisely the intention. In an instant, a multitude of individuals began to jeer at Ye Chen and the little skeleton. Some even harbored murderous intent towards them. This elicited a chuckle from Ye Chen. So, is this a case of bullying the weak? Do they perceive themselves and the little skeleton as easy targets? However, the expression of the little skeleton had turned icy. You truly seek your own demise, it remarked coldly as it glanced at the several mid-stage golden core cultivators charging towards them. In the next moment, a wave of energy emanated from the little skeleton's wings. With a swift motion of its bony claw, a massive, faint red energy blade, spanning over 10 feet in width, shot forth. The 6 mid-stage golden core cultivators hurtling towards them had no chance to react and were severed in half. their golden cores obliterated. Observing this display of power, Ye Chen remained largely unfazed. The little skeleton's current combat prowess was equivalent to half a step into the nascent soul stage, and its flight speed rivaled that of half a step into the transformation stage. This was, after all, a testament to its own capabilities. What was there to be astonished about? Meanwhile, the others regarded Ye Chen with uncertainty. The atmosphere fell into a brief, peculiar silence. Many faces revealed expressions of doubt. A mere little skeleton possessed such formidable strength? What of the young man beside it? The onlookers began to speculate about the origins of Ye Chen and the little skeleton. Coupled with the little skeleton's earlier words, it seemed their backgrounds were anything but ordinary. A skeleton. Could they perhaps be affiliated with one of the 7 sacred grounds of the eastern region, the puppet sect? As a result, those who had previously mocked fell silent. Some even chose to retreat, blending into the crowd, likely fearing retribution from the little skeleton. Ye Chen, do you see now? For some, only through bloodshed can silence be achieved, instilling a sense of dread. The little skeleton proclaimed smugly as it looked up at Ye Chen. There are dozens of nascent soul cultivators, and one at the transformation stage present. Are you not concerned about the 6 individuals you just dispatched and their potential connections? With a wry smile directed at the little skeleton, Ye Chen replied slowly. Ahem. The little skeleton replied somewhat sheepishly upon hearing Ye Chen's words. The Yuanying stage? It could only flee, not to mention the Huashan stage. In truth, the little skeleton's audacity in taking decisive action stemmed from the presence of Ye Chen. As long as this fellow was willing, everyone present would surely meet their demise, wouldn't they? The prowess of the little black was no trifling matter. What was there to fear? Let us go. With a resigned glance at the little skeleton, Ye Chen uttered. Subsequently, he made his way directly towards the entrance obstructed by the soldiers. Having arrived at this juncture, how could he refrain from joining in the excitement? This was the very thought occupying Ye Chen's mind at that moment. Observing the actions of Ye Chen and the little skeleton, the onlookers were left in sheer disbelief. Were they truly unafraid of the Junlin Empire? It is worth noting that the Junlin Empire is one of the 7 sacred lands of the eastern region. Did this youth and the little skeleton genuinely have no concern about offending them? Or could it be that they were affiliated with the puppet sect of one of the 7 sacred lands? Stop. At once. The soldiers obstructed the path of Ye Chen and the little skeleton, preventing their entry into the mountains. What? Do these mountains belong to your Junlin Empire? As far as I know, your dominion is confined to your city and its surrounding territories, I assenti it? Casting a glance at the soldiers before him, Ye Chen spoke with a calm demeanor. Kid, are you seeking death? The foremost soldier, a young man clad in silver armor with a square face, uttered coldly. Upon hearing his words, the other soldiers raised their weapons in unison. Clearly, this young man was their leader. Step aside, or face death. Ye Chen's expression turned frigid upon hearing the threat. In an instant, the surroundings fell into a deathly silence. A threat? A counter-threat? Many were increasingly intrigued by Ye Chen's origins, especially among the scattered cultivators and minor factions present. A sense of vindication surged within them. No matter how tyrannical the Junlin Empire was, there were still those who dared to disregard their authority. Who are you? From which sacred land do you hail? The young man in silver armor squinted, posing his question. He certainly did not believe that an ordinary individual would possess the audacity to provoke the Junlin Empire. Perhaps it could only be one of the other 6 sacred lands in the eastern region? Could it be that this youth was a genius from one of those sacred lands? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Begone. With that, Ye Chen unleashed an astonishing aura that enveloped him. He was utterly disinterested in engaging in idle chatter with his opponent. In an instant, thousands of soldiers were toppled by the sheer force of his presence, sent sprawling through the air, including the young man clad in silver armor. Witnessing this spectacle, those around could only stare in disbelief. Whispers of astonishment began to circulate among the onlookers. Goodness, the prowess of this young man is truly formidable. Merely through his aura, he has overthrown thousands of gold core experts. Indeed, how could he possibly achieve such a feat? That commander appeared to be at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the gold core stage. It is utterly terrifying. This young man is certainly no ordinary individual. Could it be that he hails from some sacred land of prodigies? It is entirely plausible. This promises to be quite the spectacle. It would be amusing if a conflict were to erupt between the sacred lands as a result. Delightful and enjoyable. The gathered masters of the nascent soul stage cast uncertain glances at Ye Chen. The overwhelming aura he had just unleashed instilled a profound sense of dread within them. Could it be? Was this young man also at the nascent soul stage? How could that be possible? Could there truly exist such a youthful practitioner at that level? Or was he, perhaps, an ancient being skilled in the art of preserving youth? Even the powerful figure of the transformation stage regarded Ye Chen with astonishment. Just moments ago, he had sensed a hint of an intangible threat emanating from Ye Chen's formidable presence. Casting a fleeting glance at the soldiers surrounding him, Ye Chen, accompanied by the little skeleton, strode boldly into the mountains. "Commander, are we to let this go?" One soldier questioned the silver-armored youth with a hint of indignation. The other soldiers turned in unison to regard him as well. "Humph. The seventh prince and the two venerable guardians will not let them off easily." With a cold snort, the young man in silver armor spoke with a grim expression. Soon, the soldiers stood up, resolutely preventing others from entering the mountains. "What? Do you wish to oppose the Empire?" he bellowed, his face darkening as he addressed the restless crowd. Instantly, over 10,000 individuals ceased their commotion. To oppose the imperial capital? They lacked the courage for such folly. If it were otherwise, why would those at the nascent soul stage, along with that formidable being at the transformation stage, willingly remain outside, blocked by a throng of golden core soldiers? The young man in silver armor smirked derisively at the thought. However, when he recalled Ye Chen, his expression grew increasingly somber. "That brat is doomed. How dare he provoke our empire?" He cursed inwardly. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he could not deny the overwhelming aura Ye Chen had unleashed earlier, which had sent a chilling sensation through him, akin to confronting death itself. It was fear that had prevented him from further obstructing Ye Chen, rendering him speechless. "Ye Chen, why didn't you eliminate those people earlier?" The little skeleton casually inquired as they walked. "I am not a bloodthirsty maniac. Besides, they were sensible enough. If they dared to utter another word or continue to block my path, I would not hesitate to send them to hell." Ye Chen replied with a light-hearted smile. "You are truly benevolent." The little skeleton managed to retort after a moment's effort. In the blink of an eye, Ye Chen and the little skeleton had traversed over 10 miles. However, they soon halted their advance. Before them lay a range of mountains, adorned with blood-red palaces radiating an ominous aura. These palatial structures were remarkably well-preserved, showing little sign of damage. Even more intriguing was the sight of towering trees and various plants surrounding the palaces, all withered as if drained of life. Moreover, numerous fierce beasts and human corpses littered the area, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Additionally, a colossal formation surrounded the palatial complex, encapsulated by a vast, translucent blood-red energy shield. Gazing up at the majestic expanse of blood-red palaces stretching over 10 miles, Ye Chen and the little skeleton exchanged glances. "This ruin is quite fascinating. Such a potent aura of slaughter. It must be the domain of some ancient malevolent force," the little skeleton exclaimed excitedly. "I share your sentiment." Ye Chen nodded in agreement, feeling an unsettling stir from the massive black sword on his back. It seemed that the overwhelming malevolent energy and boundless aura of slaughter resonated with it. Soon, they turned their attention to 3 figures not far ahead of the palaces. One was a stern young man clad in golden armor, embodying the early stage of the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. The other 2 were a white-haired, youthful-looking elder and a frail, silver-haired crone, both at the pinnacle of the late stage of the transformation realm. As Ye Chen regarded them, the 3 figures also turned their gazes toward him. "Is it you?" The cold and aloof youth turned to Ye Chen, astonishment etched upon his face. "Ye Chen? The esteemed disciple of the Taoist sect's venerable master, Xuanzi? It is said that you are the foremost prodigy of the Taoist sect?" Shortly thereafter, the cold youth continued. "I am Xianyuan Batian, the 7th prince of the Junlin Empire." He then introduced himself further. "Indeed, it is I." Ye Chen lightly nodded, neither denying nor affirming. However, he did not indulge in excessive conversation. His feelings towards the 7th prince, Xianyuan Batian, were decidedly lacking. The haughty demeanor of Xianyuan Batian's subordinates revealed much about their master's character. As for why Xianyuan Batian recognized him, Ye Chen was not the least bit surprised. His identity had likely ceased to be a secret among the other top-tier powers long ago. Upon hearing Xianyuan Batian's words, the 2 attendants beside him subtly narrowed their eyes. The disciple of the venerable Master Xuanzi from the Taoist sect? This implies that the young man before them holds a status of considerable esteem. In certain respects, his standing may even surpass that of the Taoist sect's leader, Jun Wuxie. No wonder the 7th prince treats him with such courtesy. Were it anyone else, the 7th prince would have already struck with lethal intent. Outside, the area was sealed off by the 7th prince's subordinates. Yet, this young lad and his little skeleton companion had managed to intrude. The 2 attendants pondered silently within. "Brother Yi, Do you harbor any misunderstandings towards me? Xianyuan Badian forced a smile, inquiring with a hint of confusion, leading one to believe he was genuinely perplexed. Is it a misunderstanding? In an instant, Ye Chen was amused. Xianyuan Badian was classified by him as a smiling tiger. Xianyuan Badian, is it? I have no interest in idle chatter with you. If you intend to strike, then do so swiftly. If not, the opportunities within this ancient relic will be determined by our respective abilities. After sizing up Xianyuan Badian, Ye Chen spoke nonchalantly. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, the smile on Xianyuan Badian's face vanished entirely. His expression grew dark and uncertain. To be frank, he was genuinely hesitating whether to take action against Ye Chen, the #1 prodigy of the Dao sect. If he could eliminate this individual, surely his standing within the Junlin Empire would rise significantly, right? However, he lacked sufficient confidence. Particularly after Ye Chen's remark, his heart felt even more unsettled. If all the rumors were true, could someone of Ye Chen's status lack a means of self-preservation? If he could not be killed, the consequences would be dire. It was even conceivable that, in a desperate situation, his own father might abandon him. Among the 7 top sacred places of the eastern region, such competition was commonplace. The rivalry was fierce, yet intertwined with numerous interests. Although they would eagerly wish to eliminate one another, behind the scenes, they engaged in their share of underhanded tactics. Nevertheless, maintaining a facade of cordiality was essential. To eliminate an opponent without leaving traces was a significant achievement. If one failed and allowed the adversary to escape, that was an entirely different matter. It would then be a matter of relying on one's own capabilities. With a cold snort, Xianyuan Badian showed no intention of continuing the pretense. He then proceeded alongside his 2 attendants towards the formations encasing the palace clusters. Ye Chen, why don't you eliminate him? As far as I know, the Dao sect and the Junlin Empire have never had a good relationship. Wouldn't it be beneficial for your Dao sect to remove a potential threat? Glancing at Ye Chen, the little skeleton inquired curiously. Do you think I do not wish to? The main issue is that this fellow is exceptionally fearful of death. Not only does he possess a death replacement puppet, but he also has a miniature spatial teleportation array scroll. Ye Chen replied lazily, shaking his head gently. Indeed. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, the little skeleton suddenly comprehended. A substitute puppet? That essentially equates to an additional life. A miniature spatial teleportation array scroll? If he were to shatter the scroll to activate the array and flee, who could possibly pursue him? This, in effect, translates to a cleverly disguised extra life. The challenge of vanquishing Xianyuan Badian is indeed exceedingly formidable. At the very least, it is so for Ye Chen in his current state. Given this, why engage in laborious and thankless endeavors? Wait a moment. How did Ye Chen uncover this? Discovering the array scroll is one thing, but how did he come to know about the substitute puppet? Ye Chen, do not tell me you are also a puppet master? Looking up at Ye Chen, the little skeleton's tone was imbued with disbelief. Not at all. I am also adept in the art of forging, primarily because the craftsmanship of my opponent's sacrificial puppet was rather subpar, which allowed me to discern the flaw. With a casual gesture, Ye Chen remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, the little skeleton fell into a state of utter despondency. A formation master? The level of Ye Chen's mastery in formations was something it had witnessed firsthand. It was simply astonishingly exceptional. An alchemist? A blacksmith? Although Ye Chen's claims regarding these 2 identities remain to be substantiated, based on the little skeleton's understanding of him, it is likely that they are indeed true. Given Ye Chen's pride, he has always held a disdain for falsehoods. Just as Ye Chen and the little skeleton were about to exchange further dialogue, their attention was drawn to a commotion not far away. Xianyuan Badian and his 2 attendants were attempting to forcefully breach the ancient ruins. As a result, the 2 attendants of Xianyuan Badian met with disaster, while he himself, having fled swiftly, emerged largely unscathed. Wow! As they collided with the energy barrier of the formation, they were grievously injured, spitting blood and being forcefully hurled backwards. After struggling for a considerable time, they were unable to rise. Hiss. This formation is rather formidable. Witnessing this scene, the little skeleton couldn't help but express its astonishment. Indeed formidable. This formation is a 9th level array. A moment's inattention could lead even an immortal to meet their demise on the spot. With a grin revealing his teeth, Ye Chen wore a face full of schadenfreude. It seems that the master of this palace cluster is no ordinary individual. We are about to strike it rich. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, the little skeleton was filled with excitement. Even the purple flames deep within its eye sockets danced wildly. With a bemused glance at the little skeleton, Ye Chen chose not to speak. instead directing his gaze towards the not-so-distant Xianyuan Batian. He sensed that this fellow was likely to face tragedy soon. Truly a delightful spectacle. How infuriating. Xianyuan Batian gazed up at the immense formation in the cluster of palaces, his expression dark and foreboding. What exacerbated his fury was the realization that the closer he approached the formation, the more his powers were suppressed. He could not even employ his divine sense. Why was this happening? He had no time to consider the dire plight of the two attendants beside him. His mind was solely focused on seizing the opportunities hidden within the palace complex. It was imperative that he succeed. After a moment of contemplation, Xianyuan Batian retrieved a small tower resembling colorful glass from his spatial ring. Instantly, a radiant spectrum of light enveloped his body as he charged towards the entrance of the palace cluster. Observing this scene, Ye Chen's face registered surprise. A level 5 array-breaking treasure? How intriguing, he mused, his eyes glinting with amusement and derision. He certainly did not believe that a mere level 5 artifact could dismantle a level 9 grand formation. It was patently absurd to even consider such a possibility. To attempt a forceful breach of the formation? It was tantamount to courting disaster. This was precisely why Ye Chen anticipated a tragic outcome for Xianyuan Batian. Misfortune awaited this fellow. Beside Ye Chen, the little skeleton glanced at Xianyuan Batian and chuckled with glee. And indeed, the next moment, Xianyuan Batian encountered his own calamity. As soon as he made contact with the energy barrier of the formation, a crimson beam erupted from the level 9 array, slicing towards him like a blade. Wow! Before he even had a chance to react, Xianyuan Batian was sent flying, spewing blood. The small tower artifact in his hand shattered into dust in an instant. Moreover, Ye Chen noticed that the death substitution puppet on Xianyuan Batian had also been destroyed. Staggering to his feet, Xianyuan Batian gazed with uncertainty at the crimson energy shield enveloping the palace complex. Why is this happening? What kind of formation is this? How infuriating. With a murmured curse, Xianyuan Batian's expression twisted into one of grotesque rage. The outcome was simply too difficult for him to accept. This ancient relic before him rendered him utterly helpless. He had exhausted every conceivable strategy, and his finest artifact lay in tatters. His two acolytes were now gravely injured as well. He was utterly at a loss for what to do next. Casting a glance back at Ye Chen, Xianyuan Batian's face darkened even further. Seeing Ye Chen's gleeful smile, he nearly lost his composure and erupted in fury. Simultaneously, a sense of vigilance surged within him. Could this fellow be plotting against him? Brother Yi, do you know something? Xianyuan Batian approached Ye Chen, forcing an unflattering smile as he inquired. Why would I tell you? Ye Chen retorted, his response laced with an almost lethal defiance as he glanced at Xianyuan Batian. You. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Xianyuan Batian was infuriated. However, he ultimately refrained from saying anything further. Casting a cold glance at Ye Chen, Xianyuan Batian turned and walked to the side, his gaze fixed intently upon Ye Chen. He was eager to observe how Ye Chen would gain entry into this ancient relic, or perhaps he wished to witness Ye Chen's misfortune. After all, Xianyuan Batian did not believe that Ye Chen could succeed where he himself had failed. Noticing Xianyuan Batian's actions and reactions, it was not difficult for Ye Chen to deduce his intentions. He wishes to see my performance? How naive. With a disdainful curl of his lip, a mocking smile spread across Ye Chen's face. Little skeleton, let us depart, he casually remarked, glancing at the small skeleton. Subsequently, he boldly strode towards the entrance of the palace complex. All right. The little skeleton nodded happily and followed closely behind Ye Chen. The little skeleton held unwavering confidence in him. This lad dares to approach the 9th level formation? What does that imply? Given the little skeleton's understanding of Ye Chen, it certainly did not believe he would be the type to seek unnecessary hardship. If that is the case, what is there to worry about? Observing the actions of Ye Chen and the little skeleton, Xianyuan Batian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. A sense of foreboding began to arise within him. Could it be? Does Ye Chen truly know how to enter this ancient relic? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Shaking his head, Xianyuan Batian was still unwilling to accept this notion. He knew Ye Chen to a certain extent, a person who spent his days indulging in pleasures rather than diligently cultivating. How strong could he possibly be? In Xianyuan Batian's view, this so-called first prodigy of the Tao sect was merely a figure of empty reputation. All the rumors surrounding this individual were likely exaggerated due to his status. He was simply someone fortunate enough to be taken in as a disciple by Xian Jizi. Even if Ye Chen possessed decent cultivation, it was probably merely the result of resources piled up by Xian Jizi. How is this possible? Not long after, Xianyuan Baishan's eyes widened in disbelief. His face was etched with incredulity as he beheld Ye Chen and the little skeleton standing before the entrance of the ancient relics palace complex. Remarkably, Ye Chen held the little skeleton effortlessly, and together they traversed the entrance without any obstruction. Xianyuan Batian could faintly perceive a crimson radiance enveloping Ye Chen and the little skeleton. Astonishingly, the massive formation did not launch an attack against them. Witnessing this scene, Xianyuan Batian found it exceedingly difficult to accept, nearly choking on his own frustration. What does it mean that without comparison, there can be no harm? This is precisely it. Ye Chen, could our ability to enter be attributed to that sword? The little skeleton inquired, fixing its gaze intently on the black, unadorned great sword upon Ye Chen's back. Indeed, in truth, entering this array is not a daunting task. One merely needs to possess a sufficient aura of slaughter. Fortunately, the great sword is imbued with such a murderous essence. With a gentle nod, Ye Chen elucidated. Indeed, upon hearing Ye Chen's words, the little skeleton suddenly experienced an epiphany. Let us hasten inside. What are we lingering here for? Subsequently, the little skeleton eagerly urged him on. Of course, we must set a clever trap for Xianyuan Batian. If possible, I would not mind assisting the Dao sect in eliminating a potential adversary. Casting his gaze towards Xianyuan Batian in the distance, a sly smile crept across Ye Chen's face. Upon hearing his words and witnessing his expression, the little skeleton began to silently mourn for Xianyuan Batian. It appeared that this unfortunate soul was truly destined for calamity. TSK. However, the little skeleton found itself somewhat intrigued. How exactly did Ye Chen plan to ensnare Xianyuan Batian? In the next moment, the little skeleton was at a loss for words. Ye Chen retrieved brush and ink from his spatial ring and inscribed a crooked line of characters. To enter the ancient ruins, one must not attack. Possessing sufficient talent allows direct entry. After completing the inscription, Ye Chen crumpled the paper into a ball and tossed it towards Xianyuan Batian. He and the little skeleton then proceeded deeper into the palace complex. Ye Chen, your blatant scheme is truly lethal, the little skeleton exclaimed in astonishment. As long as the other party harbors greed, they will undoubtedly make an attempt. Unable to contain itself, it chuckled mischievously. If Xianyuan Batian falls for this, he may not perish, but he will surely suffer greatly. The little skeleton mused inwardly. A ninth-level formation is no trifling matter. Just as Ye Chen stated, even a loose immortal could meet their demise with a moment's carelessness, let alone a golden core cultivator. Ahem. He thought it would be better if he remained skeptical. In truth, I possess a rather kind nature. Clearing his throat, Ye Chen spoke with a faint seriousness. If I were to be a tad more ruthless, his plight would be even more dire, Ye Chen murmured quietly to himself. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, the small skeleton nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. Kindness? Did this lad have even a fragment of a spirit stone's connection to kindness? Setting aside other matters, since the day they met, he had left no enemies alive. Without exception, they had all met their demise at his hands. Can this truly be deemed as kindness? The small skeleton silently scoffed to itself. As they conversed, the duo continued their advance. Before long, Ye Chen and the small skeleton traversed the palace's lengthy corridor. At that moment, they came to a halt. For at the end of the corridor lay two colossal octagonal teleportation arrays, each exceeding a mile in diameter. The arrays were adorned with grotesque skull engravings and various ferocious beast motifs. The sanguine energy surrounding the arrays imparted a sense of oppression. Further in, the silhouettes of the palace complex were nowhere to be seen. Behind the teleportation arrays loomed a blood-red world, rife with ominous energy. Both Ye Chen and the small skeleton sensed the lethal danger lurking within. These were two random teleportation arrays. After a brief silence, Ye Chen slowly articulated. And both arrays had to be activated simultaneously for successful transport. Each array could only convey one individual. He then added as an afterthought. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, the small skeleton fell silent, its heart brimming with apprehension. Would they have to part ways, even if temporarily? This notion left the small skeleton with an unsettling feeling. However, it was not long before they reached a consensus. Each would select one teleportation array. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, does it not? In the blink of an eye, Ye Chen and the small skeleton vanished from the two arrays. Outside the ancient ruins, gazing at the paper ball before him, Xianyuan Batian hesitated for a moment before ultimately picking it up. Upon opening it, a shadow of uncertainty crossed his face. To be candid, Xianyuan Batian found it hard to believe Ye Chen's words. Perhaps he didn't believe them at all. Nevertheless, an inner desire compelled a thought to stir within his mind. Perhaps it was worth a try? What if Ye Chen's words held truth? After pondering for a while, Xianyuan Batian then turned his gaze toward the two offerings beside him. Esteemed seniors, this is a 6th grade healing elixir. Your efforts are truly commendable. With a feigned sincerity, Xianyuan Batian presented a vial of elixir to the two. Yet, internally, he felt an agonizing pinch, as if his very blood were being drawn. Indeed, he was the 7th prince of the Junlin Empire. However, this was the only vial of such caliber he possessed. Thank you, Your Highness the 7th Prince. The two expressed their gratitude upon receiving the elixir from Xianyuan Batian. Any lingering displeasure they harbored due to his prior indifference swiftly dissipated. There is no need for such formality, it is only right, Xianyuan Batian declared, feigning a benevolent demeanor. Now, tend to your injuries before discussing anything further, he added promptly. Indeed, upon hearing Xianyuan Batian's words, the two nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they consumed the healing elixirs and began to tend to their injuries. It is worth mentioning that they had also noticed the paper ball that Ye Chen had tossed, which piqued their curiosity. However, out of respect for Xianyuan Batian, they refrained from inquiring about it. Their instincts suggested that perhaps the 6th grade healing elixirs he provided were somehow linked to that mysterious paper ball. Yet, what did it matter? They had received the elixirs, and that was sufficient. The immediate priority was to restore themselves to peak condition before contemplating anything else. Half an hour later, both the old Taoist and the elderly woman had fully recovered. Seeing this, Xianyuan Batian, who had been growing impatient, finally smiled. Perhaps I have discerned how to access this ancient relic, he proclaimed, gazing at the two venerable figures. Just as Ye Chen did earlier, we need not attack the formation. We can simply walk straight in. He then added, by refraining from aggression, akin to what Ye Chen and that little skeleton did, we should encounter no issues. The two exchanged glances, momentarily perplexed. However, upon reflection, they realized there was indeed a possibility to this approach. Previously, they had attacked the formation and attempted to force their way in, which led to their injuries from the backlash of the formation's energy. If they abstained from aggression, perhaps they could avoid such repercussions. If they could gain entry into this ancient relic and acquire treasures, then, as they pondered, a glint of greed sparkled in their eyes. Although they understood that Xianyuan Batian intended for them to scout ahead, they were undeterred in their desire to take a gamble. Soon, the three made their way once more toward the entrance of the blood-red palace complex. This time, neither the old Taoist nor the elderly woman seemed inclined to attack the great formation. Instead, they approached with measured steps, one step, then another. Before long, their figures vanished into the energy shield of the formation. At this moment, Xianyuan Batian's eyes lit up with surprise. Could it truly be so? However, in the next instant, his expression darkened considerably. The two venerable figures had inexplicably erupted into a shower of blood, their remains obliterated. Why did this happen? Why? Wait, could it be due to their lack of innate talent? Yes, it must be so. One cannot deny that greed has the potential to drive a person to madness. Even now, Xianyuan Batian clung to a sliver of hope. He believed that Ye Chen's warning regarding the paper ball was merely a ploy to frighten them off, allowing him to monopolize the entire ancient relic. Regarding the demise of the two venerable figures, Xianyuan Batian rationalized it as a consequence of their insufficient talent. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously approached the entrance of the palace complex. Nevertheless, he prudently retrieved the miniature spatial teleportation scroll. Should he sense any anomaly, he would shatter the scroll without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, Xianyuan Batian stepped into the energy shield of the formation. Instantly, a torrent of crimson energy surged toward him from all directions, enveloping him entirely. Click. Wow, Ye Chen exclaimed, harboring a deep-seated grudge against Xianyuan Batian. In an instant, countless bones within Xianyuan Batian's body shattered, and he spat blood repeatedly, his form collapsing like soft clay. Ultimately, a radiant white light enveloped Xianyuan Batian, making him vanish from sight. Slowly opening his eyes and surveying his surroundings, Ye Chen found himself momentarily disoriented. He had been transported to a vast cavern drenched in crimson hues. This cavern spanned nearly 10 miles in circumference and reached heights exceeding 10 zhang. The ground was paved with enormous blood-colored stone slabs, each exceeding a yard in diameter. The walls were adorned with life-sized statues, each depicting a variety of creatures, ferocious beasts, ethereal beings, skeletons, humans, orcs, dwarves, sea-dwellers, and other mythical races. A flicker of astonishment crossed Ye Chen's eyes as he sensed faint energy fluctuations emanating from these statues. Could it be? Were these figures animated puppets? In the center of the cavern stood a blood-colored altar, measuring over 100 yards in diameter and soaring several zhang in height. At the heart of the altar loomed a towering blood-red stone tablet, drawn irresistibly. Ye Chen gazed at the tablet, where inscriptions read, "I am the foremost demon of the immortal realm, known as the god of slaughter. I possess a natural affinity for bloodshed. Upon my birth, a celestial phenomenon unfolded across a radius of several dozen miles, staining the skies crimson and casting the shadows of countless demons." Alas, upon a closer inspection, Ye Chen found himself momentarily bewildered. This individual, known as the god of killing, was indeed extraordinarily formidable, commencing his cultivation at the tender age of 3, entering the path of slaughter, achieving the transformation stage at 10, reaching the great ascension stage at 13, attaining the tribulation stage by 16, and finally, reaching the pinnacle of the 9 heavens at 18 as a loose immortal. From the very onset of his cultivation, he had effortlessly vanquished every opponent, suffering not a single defeat throughout his life. The countless lives he extinguished numbered in the billions. The reason the god of killing was recognized as the most notorious fiend in the realm of immortality stemmed from a singular event. In a single night, he obliterated 6 sacred lands of the cultivation world, along with an entire empire. The souls that perished at his hands totaled in the tens of billions. As for the rationale behind his actions, he had never divulged it to anyone, nor offered any explanation. However, on this stone tablet, he did provide a glimpse into his motive. His actions were prompted by the fact that 7 factions had annihilated his entire family in their pursuit of a particular technique, aiming to force him into the open. In his own words, he had never regretted the destruction of those 7 powers, for he harbored a deep-seated hatred. Yet, following this calamity, in a state of despair, he chose to retreat from the world. After 2 years, he crafted this Crimson Palace complex, meticulously reconstructed from the remnants of his family. The statues within the caverns represented the figures of his enemies. The faint energy fluctuations that Ye Chen sensed emanated from these statues, which concealed the lingering souls of the god of killing's adversaries. He had extracted their souls, transforming them into puppets, ensuring they would never reincarnate. Upon realizing this, Ye Chen felt a shiver run down his spine. This god of killing was indeed a ruthless individual. Yet, upon further reflection, he found solace in understanding. What madness would not arise from the annihilation of one's entire family over a single technique? In the end, Ye Chen found himself astonished once more. The god of killing had originally intended to regard this place as his final resting ground. Aware of the heavy toll of his sins and the myriad of karmic ties he had forged, he feared he would not survive the final tribulation to ascend as an immortal. Thus, he resolved to bury himself here, leaving behind his legacy. However, the eventual outcome was beyond his expectations. He had actually succeeded in ascending, with no time to leave behind his teachings. He simply bequeathed the very technique that had driven him to despair. To those destined to encounter it, he proclaimed, "We shall meet in the immortal realm. Or perhaps, as my disciple, if you are willing to acknowledge me as your master." This was the final inscription upon the stone tablet. Upon finishing the reading, Ye Chen was struck by a wave of suffocation. It seemed somewhat divergent from his initial imaginings. Logically speaking, the so-called place of inheritance should have presented a trial, right? Perhaps accompanied by some puppets or soul manifestations. Yet, what was this bizarre occurrence? After perusing the contents of the stele, a purple jade disc inexplicably hovered before him. Expanding his consciousness, Ye Chen realized this was indeed a reality. This was evidently the cultivation method described by the god of slaughter. Truly, the god of slaughter was unconventional, leaving behind a legacy entirely dependent on fate. Muttering to himself, Ye Chen wore an expression of perplexity. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped onto the altar and reached out for the jade disc. There were no traps, no abnormalities whatsoever. Just like that, the jade disc fell into Ye Chen's grasp. Instinctively, his consciousness penetrated the jade disc. In an instant, the contents of the disc seemed etched into the very fabric of his mind. The jade disc in his hand unexpectedly shattered into fragments, then vanished into nothingness. In disbelief, Ye Chen found himself momentarily dazed. Was it possible that the god of slaughter had never beheld this cultivation method? A technique capable of self-destruction? The name of this technique was the primordial body refinement method. As the name suggests, it was indeed a method for body refinement. As he delved deeper, Ye Chen's heart was tumultuous with emotions, for the primordial body refinement method was astonishingly powerful. It was divided into 9 levels, and upon reaching the pinnacle, one could shatter an entire realm with a single punch, tear apart an entire galaxy with ease, unleash enough force to annihilate worlds. This technique was exceedingly domineering. Unconsciously, Ye Chen recalled the nameless cultivation method his master had imparted to him. It seemed that the descriptions of that technique suggested it too could achieve similar feats at its zenith. Could it be that these 2 methods were of the same caliber? It appeared that after he cultivated that method, its jade disc also self-destructed. His master had researched it extensively, yet he could not comprehend it? Or was it that attaining the highest realm of cultivation granted one the power to obliterate worlds? Shaking his head, Ye Chen cast those thoughts aside. He then resumed his study of the primordial body refinement method. As he continued, he felt a sense of despondency. The first level required an astonishing array of over 10,000 kinds of medicinal herbs and materials. To reach mastery of the first level, one needed 6th-grade medicinal pills? At this point, even the affluent Ye Chen felt a twinge of anxiety. If the first level was thus, what could be expected of the second? Damn it! Truly monstrous. Taking a deep breath, Ye Chen muttered a low curse. Yet, he could not deny that even he, usually so laid back, felt a flicker of excitement at that moment. How impressive it would be to cultivate this body refinement technique. He would be akin to a humanoid beast of slaughter, in stark contrast to Ye Chen's leisurely demeanor. The little skeleton faced a far more unfortunate fate. It found itself transported to an identical cavern. The sights it encountered mirrored those of Ye Chen. However, when it reached for the jade disc, calamity struck. The statues within the cavern sprang to life, relentlessly pursuing it with no escape in sight. The most infuriating part was the echoing of a taunting phrase in the cavern. Fated one, it seems you were rather unfortunate. Best of luck. By the heavens! What kind of nonsense is this about a god of death? This is utterly deceitful. Just you wait. When I enter the realm of immortality, I shall certainly settle the score with you. As it fled, the little skeleton cursed vehemently, though there was a palpable lack of confidence in its tone. What could it do? The god of death hailed from millions of years ago. With such a wretched talent, who knows how formidable he would become after ascending to immortality? And when would it itself ascend? All of these remained as mere questions. The only solace for the little skeleton was the prospect of acquiring treasures left behind by the god of death if it successfully passed the trials. Ye Chen, on the other hand, yearned to immediately cultivate the primordial body refining technique. However, regrettably, it is said that a skilled artisan cannot work without materials. Just the first layer alone required over 10,000 types of elixirs and various materials. Moreover, to reach the realm of great success, 6th-grade elixirs were necessary. Where could he possibly procure them? The assortment of materials within Ye Chen's spatial ring had already been nearly depleted by Shaoqi and Xiaohe. Otherwise, he might have been able to gather a considerable amount. After all, the foundation of a second-rate sect is still quite robust. Although he did not lack for various spiritual plants used in alchemy, he regrettably lacked sufficient complementary materials. Furthermore, currently, the production of 5th-grade elixirs was already Ye Chen's limit. 6th-grade elixirs? He truly could not refine them. Damn it! Ye Chen cursed under his breath, his face etched with frustration. It seemed the primordial body tempering technique could only be mastered through gradual and patient cultivation. There was simply no rushing it. After wandering around for a while, Ye Chen realized he couldn't leave the cavern. With nothing else to occupy his time, he began gathering scattered materials to refine various elixirs and concoct potions. Indeed, he was merely preparing for the eventual practice of the primordial body tempering technique, nothing more than groundwork. After several days of painstaking effort, Ye Chen finally managed to accumulate a substantial number of resources. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he surveyed the collection stored in a secluded corner of his inner world. At the very least, he had gathered the most basic 3,000 types of materials, pills, and potions. Yet, the thought of the remaining 16,000 required items made his head throb. He couldn't help but wonder, had anyone truly cultivated this technique before? To master just the first layer, one needed to prepare a staggering 19,999 bizarre and obscure pills and materials, each one absolutely indispensable. Even a top-tier sacred land might struggle to gather them all, as some could only be obtained through sheer serendipity. These were treasures rarely seen in the world. How could one possibly collect them all? The only solace for Ye Chen was that the first layer was the most demanding. From the second layer onward, the required resources, though still extraordinarily rare and formidable, were far fewer in number. At least there was a glimmer of hope, otherwise he might have abandoned this heaven-defying body-tempering technique altogether. Unbeknownst to Ye Chen, chaos had erupted outside the Slaughter God's inheritance palace. A shocking piece of news had spread like wildfire across the eastern region of the cultivation world. The 7th prince of the Junlin Empire, Xian Yuan Badian, had been grievously wounded and teleported back to the imperial palace. His meridians were shattered, his bones crushed, and even his golden core was riddled with cracks. The revelation sent shockwaves through the eastern region, for Xian Yuan Badian was no ordinary figure. A renowned prodigy, he was also laden with countless treasures. What could have possibly befallen him to leave him in such a wretched state? When word of the Slaughter God's inheritance site spread, major factions swiftly mobilized. Countless cultivators surged toward the location, far outnumbering those who had ventured into the cursed spirit forest in search of treasures. Yet, not a single soul could breach its defenses. Over the span of a few days, many had attempted to force their way in, only to be obliterated by the formation traps. Now, the Crimson Palace complex was encircled by hundreds of thousands, disciples of great sects, rogue cultivators, and even ancient monsters who had emerged from seclusion. At this point, sealing off the area was impossible. No single power could enforce such a blockade. Even the mightiest sacred lands would hesitate before provoking the ire of the entire cultivation world. Meanwhile, before the thatched hut of Taoist Xuanji and the Tao sect, Sectmaster Jun Wuxie was delivering a report on recent events, particularly the commotion surrounding the Slaughter God's inheritance. So, the seventh prince of the Junlin Empire was nearly crippled, and it was all thanks to Little Chen? Xuanji stroked his beard, a peculiar smirk playing on his aged face. Truly worthy of being his disciple, devious indeed. Yes, Grand Elder, Jun Wuxie affirmed. Moreover, rumors suggest that Martial Uncle Ye and a small skeleton entered that Crimson Palace complex. I understand. With a gentle nod, Zhuangzizi said with an impassive expression. What is your perspective on that ancient relic? He shifted the conversation and casually inquired. I have perused some texts from our Taoist sect and conducted research for several days, and I can confidently ascertain that the ancient relic was left behind by a formidable being from over 10 million years ago. God of Death. At this juncture, a profound look of trepidation etched itself upon Jun Wuxie's face. Upon hearing his words, Zhuangzizi's pupils contracted in alarm. The moniker God of Death resonates with unparalleled renown within the realm of cultivation, even though this figure existed over 10 million years ago. The title of the foremost demon of the cultivation world is not one to be claimed by just anyone. The legacy of the God of Death endures to this day, immutable and unchallenged. This alone speaks volumes. More than 1 million years ago, the 7 paramount forces of the eastern region, northern frontier, southern wilderness, western lands, and central continent were obliterated overnight. Billions perished, leaving no survivors. This is the God of Death, a being unprecedented in history. Such a formidable character incites grave concern. I fear for Master Yi's safety as he ventures into the remnants of the God of Death. With a heavy sigh, Jun Wuxie spoke, his expression marred by deep-seated worry. How could the most extraordinary prodigy of the Tao sect, a precious gem, be entwined with the legacy of the God of Death? The thought alone vexed him. In his view, Ye Chen's exploration of this ancient relic might not bode well. While danger is certainly present, given the boy's remarkable luck, he should emerge unscathed. A mere warning to those ancient beings will suffice. Once Ye Chen returns, they are forbidden from laying a hand on him. Should they dare, I shall storm their lair. As for the rogue cultivators, I will pursue them to the ends of the earth. After a moment's contemplation, Zhuangzizi spoke slowly. As for others attempting to hunt this young man, it may serve a beneficial purpose. He has grown too complacent and requires a catalyst for growth. He then added with a knowing nod. Indeed. Upon hearing Zhuangzizi's words, Jun Wuxie nodded vigorously, feeling a sense of relief within. With his revered master's assurances, everything would be fine. Jun Wuxie thought to himself. Zhuangzizi is undoubtedly one of the most formidable figures in the realm of immortality. A presence that even the leading forces of the central continent must regard with deference, owing to his immense power. A day later, news swept across the entire eastern domain, creating a tremendous uproar. This announcement came from the Tao sect, one of the 7 premier sacred grounds in the eastern domain. Warning from a living fossil whose age was beyond reckoning. Zhuangzizi proclaimed that no elder beyond the Mahayana stage was permitted to harm Ye Chen. Otherwise, they would face unforgiving retribution. Should any elder of Mahayana level dare to act, he would personally venture into their lair for vengeance. Even rogue cultivators would be relentlessly pursued. It must be said that Zhuangzizi's declaration thoroughly subdued the various forces and powerful rogue cultivators. They found themselves in a state of despair. If Ye Chen could emerge alive, they might have considered taking ruthless actions to seize his treasures. However, it all depended on the adversary. If it were someone else issuing the warning, they might have attempted to resist and would not easily concede. But against Zhuangzizi, they realized they had absolutely no chance. This ancient being, who had traversed countless years, was one of the 4 great diviners of the immortal realm. Would he not foresee the consequences of slaying Ye Chen? It was obvious that such an endeavor was utterly impossible. Thus, it would be wiser to tread carefully. If they were to discover that Zhuangzizi truly could not predict Ye Chen's fate, their expressions would surely be a sight to behold. Nonetheless, the Tao sect's warning also illuminated a glimmer of hope. The prohibition on actions by those above the Mahayana stage implied that those below it were still free to act, did it not? Was Zhuangzizi so confident in his own closed-door disciple? Consequently, the major forces and rogue cultivators had no intention of surrendering. If that were the case, they would let those below the Mahayana stage take action. This way, the Tao sect would have no grounds to object, would they? With this thought, many set their fervent gazes upon the blood-colored palace cluster, their intentions stirring restlessly. Should Ye Chen survive, they would be the first to strike. Numerous eyes also turned toward a group among the crowd, clad in identical attire. The leader was a little old man with a dark countenance. If Ye Chen were present, he would undoubtedly recognize him. Cold Ruthlessness, the chief of the Tao sect's law enforcement hall. Remarkably, his strength had undergone a transformation, breaking through from the pinnacle of the late 9th level of the nascent soul stage to the early pinnacle of the transformation stage. Cold Ruthlessness. Is your Tao sect not being a tad tyrannical? Suddenly, a sarcastic voice echoed from a distance. A burly man clad in red armor looked toward Cold Ruthlessness. Hearing his words, many others chimed in agreement. Has your Tao sect always been this domineering, or is this a recent development? Cold Ruthlessness nodded slightly, responding nonchalantly. It's certainly preferable to the useless prince of the Junlin Empire. After sealing the Godslayer ruins for several days and failing to enter, he almost met his demise. At this point, disdain was evident on Cold Ruthlessness's face. You. Upon hearing the cold, unfeeling words, the man clad in crimson armor trembled with fury. What does it mean to be slapped in the face? This is it. Throughout these days, Xianyuan Badian, the 7th prince of the Junlin Empire, has become the laughingstock of the eastern region. He has been unable to enter the Godslayer ruins even after a week of blockade. In contrast, Ye Chen and that little skeleton managed to enter effortlessly. What is the meaning of disparity? This is it. Although many from various factions have perished due to the Godslayer ruins, and numerous loose cultivators have also met their demise, it does not diminish Xianyuan Baishan's status as a figure of ridicule. It seems he has been outsmarted by Ye Chen. Someone discovered that piece of paper at the entrance of the Godslayer ruins. As I mentioned, those above the Great Ascension stage who pursue our master Yi will undoubtedly be hunted by the Tao sect until one side is obliterated. Below the Great Ascension stage, feel free to do as you wish. Casting a glance around, the cold-hearted individual continued, maintaining his impassive demeanor. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of everyone present became quite remarkable. What does it mean to exude dominance? This is it. Is the Tao sect tyrannical? Indeed, it is. Yet, they truly have no choice but to abide by this. The ancient beings present, as well as those lurking in the shadows, felt quite displeased upon hearing the cold-hearted remarks. However, they could not deny that they lacked the courage to confront Ye Chen, not to mention Zhuan Jizi. Even other ancient beings of the Tao sect could pursue them to the brink of despair. If you are dissatisfied, you may also attempt to enter the Godslayer ruins. Finally, the cold-hearted individual added with a tone that could infuriate even the dead. After speaking, he closed his eyes to rest. Many in the crowd began to curse internally upon hearing his words. Enter the Godslayer ruins? Who wouldn't want to? The problem is, one must actually be able to enter. How many have perished in these few days? Not fewer than 10,000, surely several thousand at the very least. Among them was even a terrifying loose cultivator at the immortal realm. Even he met his end on the spot. Who is unafraid? Currently, it is no secret that the formation shrouding the Godslayer ruins is a 9th level grand array. In the eastern region, there are no 9th level array masters. Thus, everyone can only stare in helplessness. Many are also quite curious about how Ye Chen and the little skeleton managed to achieve this. How did they gain entry? Some have even begun attempting to relay this information to the other 4 major regions of the immortal cultivation world. If they cannot obtain it, they will create some trouble for the Tao sect. Humph. I hope young Master Yi is safe. Among the crowd, a sweet-looking beauty clad in a red gown whispered softly. Her eyes and delicate face were filled with concern. This individual was none other than Huang Yinhua, the young lady of the evil Spirit City Lord's estate. Outside the crowd, a petite and nimble figure hurriedly arrived. What a lively scene. Indeed, the master uncle is remarkable. It is astonishing how effortlessly he can evoke such a commotion. Upon entering the ranks of the Taoist sect, Yang Chuchu's delicate face was filled with a sense of wonder. Within the blood-red palace of the killing god, Ye Chen aimlessly wandered about, beset by a profound sense of boredom and discontent. To his astonishment, he discovered that he was utterly unable to escape this cavern. Despite his relentless attempts to assault the surrounding walls, they remained impervious to his efforts. Even more perplexing was the gradual dissipation of energy emanating from the statues. What was happening? At that moment, the wall before Ye Chen unexpectedly collapsed with a thunderous roar, and from within emerged a voice, brazen, furious, and pitifully shameless. Ah, God of death! By heavens, is this an attempt to ensnare me? I shall not rest until we are at odds. Await me in the celestial realm. Confounded. Ah, is it true? There is indeed a reward. Haha. As expected of the god of death, I must express my gratitude in advance. Upon hearing the words of the little skeleton, Ye Chen's expression was one of utter disbelief. Truly, this little skeleton had no sense of decorum. Meanwhile, a profound curiosity stirred within Ye Chen. What had befallen the little skeleton? When his gaze fell upon a small figure not far away, he was momentarily frozen in place. The little skeleton? How tragic. Its once translucent bones were now marred with countless wounds, and the flames flickering in its eye sockets seemed on the verge of extinguishing. Furthermore, it now walked with a pronounced limp. Yet, the little skeleton appeared utterly indifferent to its own plight, clutching a blood-red stone the size of its head. It laughed maniacally without restraint. Must you carry on like this, little skeleton? You seem utterly deranged. Ye Chen remarked with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Ye Chen, what do you understand? With this object, it is quite possible that I could be reborn. Shouldn't I be elated? The little skeleton retorted with irritation. Casting a glance at Ye Chen, startled by the little skeleton's words, Ye Chen's mind raced. Reborn? What could this seemingly ordinary blood-red stone be to grant a skeleton a second chance at life? Such a notion seemed utterly extravagant. It is known as the crystal of carnage. The conditions for its formation are exceedingly stringent. Only those who have attained the pinnacle of the path of slaughter can hope to create it. Moreover, the odds are less than 1 in a billion. This must have been forged from the blood of countless beings, perhaps by the god of slaughter after vanquishing the 7 great powers. To create the crystal of carnage, one must perform a blood sacrifice involving innumerable lives, ensuring that the sacrificed souls can never enter the cycle of reincarnation. As the little skeleton spoke, its tone was laden with deep trepidation. Ah! Upon hearing the words of the little skeleton, Ye Chen couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The god of slaughter truly embodies a remarkable ruthlessness. To prevent billions from entering the cycle of reincarnation? Unconsciously, Ye Chen recalled the statues and the inscriptions upon the stone tablets, and soon he found himself at peace with the notion. The god of slaughter has always been a formidable character. Otherwise, why would he be hailed as the supreme demon of the immortal realm? However, Ye Chen was reluctant to comment extensively on the actions of the god of slaughter. The annihilation of an entire family overnight? Anyone in such a situation would likely seek vengeance, wouldn't they? Yet, it is the method and means of the god of slaughter that differ. But what exactly is the purpose of this crystal of slaughter? Approaching the little skeleton, Ye Chen could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, what is its function? If detonated, even those in the celestial realm would meet their demise on the spot. The surrounding area would transform into a battlefield of carnage within mere moments, causing cultivators to lose themselves in the chaos and turn upon one another. However, that would indeed be an immense waste. The techniques I practiced in my previous life were rather unique. If I utilized this crystal of slaughter appropriately, I could potentially live again. Perhaps, I might even become a new embodiment of slaughter. Ha ha ha. Ye Chen, the little skeleton slowly elaborated. Do you think this esteemed lord could possibly not feel elated? Eventually, it could no longer contain its raucous laughter. Little skeleton, after all you have said, do you not fear that I might seize this crystal of slaughter from you? Ye Chen inquired with a bemused expression, casting a scrutinizing glance at the little skeleton. Fear not. Do you think I am unaware of your true nature? While you possess a hint of cunning and are exceptionally decisive, at your core, you are fundamentally a good person. Otherwise, you could have easily turned a blind eye to the matters in the city of evil spirits. How could you ever seize what belongs to your own people? Moreover, with your extraordinary talents, you have no need for the crystal of slaughter. Besides, we are brothers. Can you bear the thought of me remaining a skeleton for eternity? Ultimately, I shall strive to live again. If I were a woman, I would genuinely wish to marry you. Upon hearing the little skeleton's incessant flattery and whimsical remarks, Ye Chen transitioned from a state of bemusement to one of exasperation, his forehead adorned with a multitude of dark lines. Get lost, Ye Chen said irritably, glancing at the little skeleton. Aha. With a silly grin, the little skeleton resolutely ceased further conversation. In the next moment, the crystal of slaughter in its hand vanished without a trace. To Ye Chen's astonishment, the wounds adorning the creature's form were visibly mending at an astonishing rate. Before long, the little skeleton's entire being regained its translucent brilliance. By the way, Ye Chen, what have you experienced since entering the god of slaughter's relic? What have you obtained? The little skeleton inquired, unable to suppress its curiosity as it gazed up at Ye Chen. It must be said, the little skeleton is indeed what it is. Its tone brimmed with an air of self-satisfaction as it posed this question. Clearly, it was exceedingly pleased with its own gains. Furthermore, it presumed that Ye Chen's acquisitions could not possibly surpass its own. In truth, the little skeleton shared this sentiment. Since the god of slaughter had ascended, There was little time left to leave behind anything of significance. The crystal of slaughter must surely be the finest treasure he could have bequeathed. It is worth noting that the crystal of slaughter is an undeniably extraordinary artifact within the realm of cultivation. Soon enough, the little skeleton fell into a state of despondency. It realized that it should not have posed such a question to Ye Chen. It was simply an exercise in futility. Entering a cave identical to its own? Then acquiring an unparalleled technique? A technique that, once memorized, would lead to the destruction of its vessel? Such a phenomenon is indeed astonishing. One can only surmise that such a technique would be deemed remarkably extraordinary across the myriad realms. By my grandmother, the little skeleton exclaimed, you possess such extraordinary talent. And yet your fortune is equally remarkable? I can't help but wonder, what door did the heavens close on you? Are you perhaps the favored child of destiny? Gazing at Ye Chen, the little skeleton spoke with a tinge of envy. The crystal of slaughter is indeed exceptional, a treasure unparalleled even among the myriad realms. However, when compared to Ye Chen's body refinement techniques, it pales significantly. Such methods are said to exist only in legends. What is truly infuriating is why I find myself relentlessly pursued while this fellow does nothing yet receives such extraordinary opportunities. It's exasperating. No, wait. It's the skeleton that is truly vexed. Come down. Come down. I merely possess a smidgen of good fortune. Ye Chen waved dismissively, feigning modesty. Yet, it wasn't long before a smug grin spread across his face, inciting further irritation in the little skeleton. Damn it. I can hardly be bothered to compete with you. Lest I invite my own discomfort. The little skeleton gritted its teeth, exclaiming, is this merely a stroke of luck? It's more like an astronomical fortune. It seriously doubted that even if it were to live again with a body of slaughter, it would still seem insufficient in comparison to this individual. All right, enough of this chatter. Let us wander about and see if we can discover anything else of value. Perhaps numerous powerful figures have already gathered around the ruins? With a wave of his hand, Ye Chen deftly shifted the topic. Well then, an hour later, both Ye Chen and the little skeleton were filled with profound disappointment. After traversing the entire God of Death's ruins, neither the man nor the skeleton had made any discoveries. The God of Death had seemingly left behind nothing. Yet, both Ye Chen and the little skeleton understood in their hearts that there might be another possibility. After millions of years, perhaps the God of Death had indeed left something behind, but it had long since succumbed to the ravages of endless time. Alas, it appeared that no treasures could withstand the test of time. With a sigh, the little skeleton lamented gloomily. Be content with what we have obtained. It is already sufficient to stir up a storm of blood and chaos in the outside world. Glancing at the little skeleton with amusement, Ye Chen spoke calmly. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, the little skeleton found itself at a loss for words. For what Ye Chen articulated was, in essence, an undeniable truth. Ye Chen's body tempering technique? It stands as an extraordinarily formidable presence across all realms. Should this information be divulged, it is likely that even the immortals would vie for it. As for the crystal of slaughter, while it may pale in comparison, it is still sufficiently potent to incite a storm of bloodshed anywhere. Ye Chen, do you think we shall encounter relentless pursuers upon our departure from the God of Slaughter's relics? After a moment's hesitation, the little skeleton inquired with palpable concern. That is inevitable. Ye Chen replied calmly, shaking his head. What remains uncertain is the level of strength possessed by those who pursue us. He added thoughtfully. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, the little skeleton fell into silence, inadvertently pondering a crucial question. Ye Chen is cloaked in the protection of the Dao sect. Perhaps the Dao sect would issue warnings to the major factions and rogue cultivators alike. It seems likely that a consensus would be reached, thereby suggesting that the pursuers would not possess overwhelming strength. However, for itself, the little skeleton could only feel a sense of impending doom. Contemplating this, the little skeleton was filled with urgency and trepidation. Perhaps it could remain temporarily within the God of Slaughter's relics? Yet, the thought of such a course of action potentially endangering Ye Chen dissuaded it from doing so, as it had previously expressed. The little skeleton had long regarded Ye Chen as a dear comrade. Fear not, my friend, the ship shall find its course naturally when it reaches the bridge. Ye Chen reassured with a smile, sensing the little skeleton's anxiety. Once we exit the God of Slaughter's relics, I shall have Shao-Chi escort you away. As for me, I cannot fathom my master abandoning me in perilous times. With a mischievous grin, Ye Chen spoke. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, the little skeleton felt a mix of gratitude and bemusement. This fellow. Yet it could not deny the validity in Ye Chen's reasoning. As one of the highest-ranking individuals in the Dao sect, the foremost prodigy of the Dao sect, would they truly neglect Ye Chen's fate? It was abundantly clear that such a scenario was implausible. To remain alongside Ye Chen? The little skeleton contemplated this. but recognized that such a decision would only invite further complications for all involved. Why not temporarily part ways to disperse the threat? Then, until we meet again, the little skeleton said, casting a reluctant glance at Ye Chen. Until we meet again. With that, a man and a skeleton swaggered towards the exit of the God of Death ruins. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the entrance of the palace cluster. The sight before them, a sea of people, startled both Ye Chen and the little skeleton. The throng gathered outside likely numbered at least 1 or 2 million, if not more. Unconsciously, Ye Chen and the little skeleton exchanged glances. They have emerged. Indeed, they have all come forth. Hiki. This time, I fear they must relinquish everything they have obtained from within. Yes, with the warning from the Tao sect. The experts above the Mahayana stage dare not act against Ye Chen. However, it was never stated that they couldn't target that little skeleton. Ye Chen? Even if he possesses the legendary prowess, I do not believe he can withstand a being at the transformation stage. Even if he could fend off one such expert. How many could he truly resist? I share the same sentiment. Moreover, the Tao sect has already drawn a line, and they cannot retract their words. Otherwise, other top-tier forces and rogue cultivators might unite against them, wouldn't they? The God of Death's relics, who wouldn't covet such treasures? Indeed. Let us take action and see if we can seize the opportunity amid the chaos. As soon as Ye Chen and the little skeleton made their appearance, an air of excitement swept through the crowd. Numerous cultivators at the nascent soul and transformation stages were on the verge of action, while formidable experts fixated their gaze upon the little skeleton. Below the nascent soul stage, in the presence of the God of Death's relic, they held no significance whatsoever. Let us depart, Ye Chen stated calmly as he resolutely exited the God of Killing's ruins. Did he harbor any desire to remain concealed within the confines of those ruins? Certainly not. The same could be said for the little skeleton. The moment both Ye Chen and the little skeleton stepped out of the ruins, countless individuals surged toward them, believing that Ye Chen and the little skeleton had no means of resistance. Unfortunately for them, disappointment awaited. In an instant, a flash of violet light flickered, and the little skeleton vanished from sight. How infuriating! The fluctuations of spatial intent indicated that the little skeleton had already fled thousands of miles away. Chase. In an instant, a multitude of formidable beings above the Great Ascension stage sprang into action and departed the scene. Meanwhile, Ye Chen, with a mere flicker, had already traversed a distance of over 10 miles. Surrounding him were countless cultivators at the transformation stage, their numbers reaching into the hundreds of thousands. In the blink of an eye, Ye Chen found himself encircled by layers upon layers of adversaries. At this moment, an overwhelming sense of frustration engulfed him. Just moments ago, he had received a transmission from the ancient elder of the Tao sect. His master, Xuanji Zi, had cautioned all factions and powerful rogue cultivators that those above the Great Ascension stage would refrain from attacking him. Below that threshold, he would have to rely solely on himself. The Tao sect would not intervene, lest it provoke a sect war or even more dire consequences. The allure of the God of Death's relic was simply too intoxicating. You have forced my hand, he muttered to himself, coming to a halt. Suddenly, thousands of first to fourth grade formation plates surrounded him in a formidable array. The formations erupted, coalescing into a vast and intricate barrier that temporarily held back the throng. Ye Chen understood that this formation would likely not endure for long. His hopes rested upon the capabilities of his spiritual companion, Little Black. In the next moment, Little Black emerged and perched upon Ye Chen's shoulder. "Oh my goodness!" exclaimed the master. "Hundreds of thousands at the God transformation stage? This is utterly terrifying. It's over. I fear this might be the end for me." With a quick glance around, Little Black shouted in alarm. "Speak. How much time can you delay?" Casting a glance at Xiaohei, Ye Chen replied irritably. "At most, the duration of a single incense stick. Moreover, I will endure severe backlash." After a moment of silence, Xiaohei responded in a somber tone. "Enough. After your hard work, I shall reward you once we overcome this ordeal." Taking a deep breath, Ye Chen said softly, "All right." Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Xiaohei burst into joyous laughter. Instantly, a colossal illusion enveloped hundreds of thousands of experts at the transformation stage. Meanwhile, Ye Chen, with a wild gleam in his eyes, gazed fervently at the heavens. From his being, an astonishing aura ascended skyward. All those who had been closely observing Ye Chen were momentarily stunned. To think that thousands of array discs could be cast and yet amalgamate into a new formation? Such a revelation was nothing short of revolutionary to their understanding. Even the array masters present wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Could array discs truly be manipulated in such a manner? Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have staunchly denied its authenticity. Hiss. Ye Chen truly is a prodigy. Who would have imagined him to be a genius in array formations as well? But what of it? This new formation possesses at most the potency of a sixth-level array. Indeed, before the sheer number of hundreds of thousands of transformation stage experts, this was utterly insufficient. What a pity. It seems that his downfall today is not an impossibility, is it? Indeed, faced with numerous top sects and countless rogue cultivators, it is likely that both Xuanji and the Dao sect are powerless. That is certainly the case. It is already quite commendable that they can suppress extraordinary beings above the Mahayana stage. If no opportunities are afforded to others, how can they possibly acquiesce? Who would not covet the treasures left behind by the god of death's relics? Indeed, Ye Chen is destined for doom. It is likely that neither the Dao sect nor Xuanji will intervene, nor are they able to do so. Without exception, no one around held any hope for Ye Chen. Young Master Yi. In the crowd, Hua Yinua's sweet visage was etched with concern. At the location of the Daoist sect, the expressions of the onlookers mirrored her anxiety. Particularly, Yang Chu-Chu, had it not been for Long Wuqing's intervention, would have already leaped forward to assist Ye Chen. It seemed to validate the speculations of all present. In the next moment, the array composed of thousands of formation plates shattered into oblivion. However, soon after, bewilderment blanketed everyone's faces. Their expressions turned to astonishment. For the hundreds of thousands besieging Ye Chen appeared as if possessed. Some hovered in the air, laughing maniacally, while others engaged in frenzied attacks upon one another. Still others babbled nonsensically, as if entranced. What is this? Have they fallen under an illusion? How is that possible? Could it be that Ye Chen possesses an extraordinarily powerful illusionary beast? I see now. It is this beast that has ensnared hundreds of thousands in its illusions. The reason there is no mirage is that it has reached the limits of its power. How terrifying. Hundreds of thousands of experts in the transformation stage have succumbed to this illusion? Look at that unsightly little black turtle on Ye Chen's shoulder. Indeed. Everyone involuntarily turned their gaze towards the small creature, Xiaohong, perched on Ye Chen's shoulder. It was evident that Xiaohong emanated a faint purple glow. Though it now appeared utterly drained, finally collapsing against Ye Chen's shoulder, its eyes gently closing. Clearly, it had suffered an intense backlash. In mere moments, among the hundreds of thousands of divine transformation practitioners surrounding them, over 10,000 had met their demise, either slain by others, perishing from self-explosion, or bleeding to death from all 7 orifices. One cannot deny that Xiaohong displayed an extraordinary ferocity. In the wake of this spectacle, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. What a formidable mythical beast! This sentiment resonated within their hearts. Many displayed avarice upon their faces, their eyes glinting with desire. If only they could possess this little turtle. How delightful it would be. However, for the time being, they harbored no intentions of recklessness. Especially when, all of a sudden, an astonishing surge of power erupted from Ye Chen, soaring skyward, further instilling a sense of trepidation within them. What? How is this possible? This person has completely lost his mind. In an instant, everyone around was frantically fleeing. As they ran, they cast bewildered glances towards the sky above. There, a dense shroud of dark clouds had gathered ominously over Ye Chen. The black storm clouds, centered around him, spread outward relentlessly. In a moment, both Ye Chen and countless masters of the transformation stage found themselves enveloped within this tempest. Across an expanse of over 100 miles, a cataclysmic storm of lightning was brewing within the ominous clouds. Those who lagged in their escape were also ensnared by the encroaching darkness. Outside the storm, astonishment painted the faces of all onlookers, including those rare and formidable elders. Was Ye Chen truly intending to use this lightning tribulation to obliterate everyone? What a madman! Had he reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Golden Core stage? Was he about to face the lightning tribulation of the nascent soul stage? Why did the tribulation of the nascent soul appear so terrifying? Even with tens of thousands of masters of the transformation stage and over 100,000 lower-tier cultivators lagging behind, this shouldn't be possible. The storm clouds covered an area of over 100 miles and continued to expand. There was only one explanation. Ye Chen was extraordinarily gifted. Even the heavens sought to annihilate him. How terrifying. Was he truly willing to perish alongside everyone else? Under such a lightning tribulation, even a master of the Great Ascension stage would likely meet their end on the spot. A lunatic. This individual was truly a madman. Do not speak of those outside. Beneath the shroud of dark clouds, hundreds of thousands of cultivators at the God transformation stage tremble. The unfortunate souls caught in this tempest were expressions of despair. Their faces drained of color. Enveloped by such a terrifying thunderstorm, they harbor no illusions of survival. In a sudden wave of collective regret, they ponder why they ever sought to provoke Ye Chen. Now, having cornered him, they face annihilation together. In their frantic desperation, some rush towards Ye Chen, only to meet a tragic fate. Amidst the thickening clouds, bolts of purple lightning, as thick as barrels, descend mercilessly, erasing them in an instant, leaving no remnants behind. Consequently, the remaining onlookers dare not act recklessly, resorting instead to vehement curses directed at Ye Chen. Why must you force my hand? The god slaughter ruins have yielded nothing. After millions of years, everything has decayed. To seek an illusory treasure, you would drive me to the brink? If today is to be our end, let us perish together. Surveying his surroundings, Ye Chen uttered these words, his voice resonating throughout the expanse. Upon hearing him, countless individuals exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief etched upon their faces. The notion that the god slaughter ruins held nothing seemed impossible, yet Ye Chen's demeanor suggested a grim truth. Upon deeper reflection, they pondered the possibility, after eons, even the most sacred treasures must have succumbed to decay. Indeed, the god slaughter was an unparalleled being, a transcendent immortal, yet he was not a true deity. In that fleeting moment, many wore expressions of skepticism. As time passed, the clouds above Ye Chen grew even denser, accompanied by a thunderous cacophony. Subsequently, torrents of colossal purple lightning rained down, targeting all in their path. The first wave of the thunderstorm obliterated every cultivator below the god transformation stage without exception. Even those who summoned artifacts or treasures were powerless against it. Moreover, tens of thousands of god transformation experts perished in that moment, with the death toll surpassing 200,000 in mere breaths. The survivors were either grievously injured or utterly disheveled. In stark contrast, Ye Chen remained unscathed, standing amidst the chaos as though untouched. A look of enjoyment graced his features as the lightning intended for him was absorbed into his very being, as if it had never existed. Were it not for the myriad spatial rifts surrounding Ye Chen, onlookers would have doubted the very presence of a thunderstorm aimed at him. Witnessing this spectacle, those observing from afar fell into a profound silence, grasping the merciless nature of the heavenly will. The first wave of the thunderstorm had claimed over 200,000 lives. Simultaneously, they regarded Ye Chen with a mix of astonishment and dread. How could one emerge from such a cataclysm unscathed, seemingly relishing the experience? Was he even human? It was truly terrifying. How fortunate they were to have fled swiftly. Otherwise, they too might have faced a grim fate. Indeed, for an average cultivator, the coverage of the nascent soul stage barely extends a mile. Even the most exceptional geniuses achieve a 10-mile radius at best. Yet Ye Chen's influence spanned over 100 miles, with the storm continuing to expand outward. Was this truly a human feat? Typically, when a cultivator undergoes tribulation, it is not of such magnitude. Could it be that the sheer number of souls present during this tribulation led to this unprecedented escalation? Perhaps. But why had no one ever heard of a tribulation expanding its range in such a manner? It was said that tribulations indiscriminately targeted all present. Who could fathom such mysteries? This was merely the first wave. It seemed they were all destined for destruction. Nonetheless, one could not overlook the sheer strength of Ye Chen's physical form. The rumors held merit. He was indeed a prodigy of the Tao sect. Would he escape unscathed today? It was a thought worth pondering. Alas, it seemed that destiny was cruel to the gifted. Surrounding the area beyond the thunder calamity, numerous individuals bore expressions of distress. This was due to the fact that among those who fell victim to Ye Chen's treachery were members of their own factions or individuals closely associated with them. Consequently, a multitude of gazes were cast unfavorably upon the members of the Tao sect, whether it was the unfeeling Lang Wuqing, Yang Chuchu, or other disciples of the Tao sect. They all chose to disregard these hostile stares. Their indifference to the ire of others was palpable, as their attention was solely focused on Ye Chen, who stood at the heart of the thunder calamity. Senior Lang, do you think Master Uncle will be all right? Yang Chuchu inquired anxiously, her eyes blinking in concern. He should be fine, right? Master Uncle has divine protection. After a moment of hesitation, Lang Wuqing responded with a hint of uncertainty. Humph. The other 6 sacred lands and those rogue cultivators are truly detestable. Were it not for them, how could our Tao sect helplessly witness our Grandmaster's plight? With a fierce glint in her eyes, Yang Chuchu nearly ground her teeth as she spoke. Upon hearing her words, everyone present from the Tao sect fell silent. If it were not for them, the Tao sect would have long since unleashed a massacre. It is precisely because they loom nearby like hawks that the Tao sect has been compelled to reach an understanding with them. No one above the Mahayana stage is to act against Ye Chen, and the Tao sect is forbidden from rendering assistance. Should either side breach this agreement, it would likely ignite a war among the top sacred lands. This is not a scenario anyone wishes to witness, for such an event would surely plunge the entire eastern region into chaos and suffering for an extended period. In the blink of an eye, all attention was once again drawn to Ye Chen's direction. More specifically, it was the transformation of the heavenly tribulation that captivated them. Centered around Ye Chen, the dark clouds in the sky rapidly spread outward. This sight sent everyone retreating in fear. They did not wish to become collateral damage. After all, The grim fates of those unfortunate souls from before were still vivid in their minds. The clouds expanded to a radius of over 150 miles before slowing down, reverting to a gradual spread. Within the thunderclouds, various beastly silhouettes emerged, numbering in the millions. These were fearsome lightning beasts. Witnessing the strange phenomenon in the sky, everyone's pupils constricted, especially those advanced cultivators who had previously been ensnared by Ye Chen. Their despair, already profound, deepened even further. The beastly lightning tribulation? The second wave has manifested such a terrifying calamity. Is heaven intent on their complete annihilation? Beastly lightning tribulations are not something that mere prodigies typically face, and their numbers are not supposed to be vast. Yet now, each individual must confront several beastly lightning tribulations. The thought alone sent chills down their spines, leaving them feeling as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. They were genuinely curious. If Ye Chen, the one undergoing the tribulation, were to survive, would even more horrifying lightning tribulations follow? Generally, one faces only a single lightning tribulation when transcending to the nascent soul stage. It is said that the limit is 9. This record was set over 10 million years ago by the god of slaughter. Throughout the ages, no one has managed to break his record. To say nothing of 9, even 8 lightning tribulations are exceedingly rare. Those who can withstand 7 during the nascent soul stage, as long as they do not perish, invariably ascend to the pinnacle of the cultivation world. The nascent soul stage is the most crucial step for cultivators, as it forms the foundation for future realms. The stronger one is in the nascent soul stage, the more potential they possess for astonishing growth in the future. You all shall perish. Ye Chen's gaze swept over the surrounding nascent soul stage individuals, and a cold smile crept onto his lips. His eyes turned icy. Little Black? That creature had long since been tossed into Ye Chen's internal world, merrily devouring spirit stones, elixirs, and spiritual herbs. It justified its actions by claiming it had suffered severe injuries and needed to recover. Ye Chen harbored no objections to this. Ultimately, you too shall meet your end. Do you truly believe you can endure such a tribulation? What follows will undoubtedly be even more terrifying. Had you previously allowed us to search the spatial rings and probe your memories, confirming you had gained nothing from the god of slaughter's ruins, we could have all coexisted peacefully. But now, everyone must die. Ha ha. You madman, why must you act this way? Is mutual destruction truly necessary? I will haunt you even in death. Infuriating. The surrounding crowd erupted into a cacophony of curses directed at Ye Chen. I do not know if I will perish, but you will soon meet your demise. With a calm demeanor, Ye Chen gazed skyward. The heavens unleashed a torrent of ferocious lightning beasts, descending like dumplings from the sky. It soon became evident that Ye Chen's words were entirely accurate. In the blink of an eye, the lightning beasts scattered in the air, charging toward everyone present. Each individual found themselves facing 3 or 4 of these monstrous entities, while Ye Chen was confronted by a veritable horde of over a dozen colossal lightning beasts of various shapes and sizes. It was clear that the heavenly tribulation had now turned its attention squarely upon him. Those outside the tribulation were left in stunned silence at the sight. Particularly the powerful among them could sense the immense energy contained within these lightning beasts. Many pondered in hushed tones about the impending loss of life. In an instant, the adept cultivators surrounding Ye Chen summoned a variety of magical artifacts, treasures, and formations, desperately attempting to fend off the onslaught of the lightning beasts. Alas, their efforts were in vain. Before these ferocious creatures, their life-preserving treasures were as fragile as paper. Within mere breaths, countless cultivators were transformed into a veritable rain of blood, while many others fell prey to the beasts, becoming their food. Bodies and remnants rained down from the sky like a gruesome downpour. In the blink of an eye, only a little over 10,000 cultivators remained around Ye Chen. Most were struggling desperately, battered and bloodied by the relentless assault of the lightning beasts, while a select few still fought with ease. Witnessing this scene, those outside the tribulation gasped in horror. It was brutally savage. The second wave of tribulation had yet to conclude, and nearly all those who had besieged Ye Chen were already obliterated. As they beheld Ye Chen, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. This individual seemed like a humanoid beast, charging toward the surrounding lightning beasts. A towering lightning tiger, standing 10 feet tall and stretching several yards in length. With a single punch, Ye Chen reduced the mighty creature to mere fragments, absorbing the very essence of the tribulation energy that constituted it. A lightning python, stretching dozens of feet? In mere moments, it too was pulverized by Ye Chen's relentless assault. The onlookers outside the tribulation were left speechless, their astonishment palpable. Was this individual even human? How formidable was his physique? Those lightning beasts appeared as fragile as paper before him. Truly, he was the first prodigy of the Tao sect, undeniably extraordinary. Despite being at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, His physical strength and combat prowess rivaled that of many in the divine transformation stage. Was Ye Chen destined to defy the heavens? Why did the tribulation seem ineffective against him? Was he harnessing the power of the tribulation to temper his body? This battle would surely be etched into the annals of history. A peak golden core cultivator facing the yuaning tribulation and annihilating countless divine transformation experts. How audacious. At this point, it mattered not whether Ye Chen possessed treasures or not. One could surmise that the forces and kin of those who fell would not rest easily. But what of it? Let us not forget, Ye Chen was still a golden core cultivator, and despite being besieged by so many experts, he remained unscathed. If he were to break through, how intriguing. This Ye Chen is indeed a formidable force. One can only wonder how he accomplished such feats. As a solitary incense stick burned away, a radius of over 160 miles surrounding Ye Chen lay shrouded beneath a sky thick with ominous clouds, devoid of any surviving souls. Indeed, the formidable cultivators of the transformation stage, who had valiantly held on, ultimately succumbed to the onslaught of the thunderous beasts. Some adept fighters, who had previously navigated the chaos with ease, found themselves ensnared by Ye Chen's cunning. After dispatching the thunderous beast beside him, he charged at the others, provoking the tribulation to unleash a veritable storm of thunderous creatures upon them. The result was tragic for those remaining. Meanwhile, Ye Chen, akin to a butcher cleaving through vegetables, effortlessly vanquished all the thunderous beasts that approached him. The reason for Ye Chen's fearless demeanor in the face of the tribulation's might, and his ability to absorb it with such finesse, lay in his mastery of the great circle of destruction. He discovered a remarkable resonance between the essence of destruction and the power of the tribulation, which rendered the latter's harm to him remarkably limited. Thus, he resolutely drew the energies of the tribulation into his body, continuously refining his being. Yet, these energies bore immense destructive potential. Fortuitously, with the aid of the great circle of life, Ye Chen's physical form underwent relentless restoration. Additionally, the great circle of space occasionally relocated portions of the tribulation's might, giving the impression to onlookers that the tribulation held no sway over him. In truth, Ye Chen was caught in a paradox of pain and ecstasy. Though the suffering he endured paled in comparison to the devastation he faced in the abyss of nightmares, the tribulation remained a formidable force. Utilizing the essence of the tribulation to refine his body, golden core, and soul, he felt as if he were being mercilessly shredded. Nevertheless, every ounce of pain was justified. Ye Chen's physical form strengthened dramatically, his meridians expanded, and his resilience increased. His soul grew increasingly pure, crystalline, and potent. His golden core absorbed vast quantities of tribulation energy, resembling a basketball of thunder, brimming with cataclysmic power. As the last thunderous beast fell, Ye Chen instinctively glanced skyward. The thunderclouds above expanded at an observable rate, and in an instant, their reach surpassed a radius of 200 miles centered around him, before resuming a leisurely spread. The surrounding crowd, once again, erupted into a frenzy, eager to escape the impending chaos. Yet, this time, their reaction was tempered. They had become desensitized. To them, Ye Chen had long since become synonymous with monstrosity. A mere nascent soul cultivator causing such upheaval? Frankly, it was a spectacle unlike anything they had witnessed. Even the oldest of ancient beings were taken aback. At that moment, Ye Chen's tribulation range rivaled that of some of the most adept cultivators undergoing their own tribulations. Due to the spectacle of Ye Chen's tribulation and the influx of spectators drawn by the remnants of the God of Slaughter's legacy, the crowd had swelled beyond 3 million. Curiosity buzzed among them regarding the nature of Ye Chen's impending third wave of tribulation. Upon witnessing the colossal entity coalescing from the tribulation energy above, the crowd was left utterly stunned. A Qilin. It was an enormous thunder Qilin, radiant and imposing. Gazing upon this magnificent creature, resplendent in hues of violet, towering over a dozen yards and stretching several dozens of yards in length, Ye Chen wore an expression of sheer astonishment. A beast of such might, rivaling the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the transformation stage? Was this a cruel jest? At that moment, Ye Chen felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Was it truly so simple to traverse the tribulation? The third wave heralded such a formidable adversary? Who could fathom what lay ahead? Thankfully, his strength had surged significantly after enduring the previous 2 waves. Had he encountered this beast at the onset, survival would have been a mere stroke of luck. This is a thunder Qilin at the apex of the 9th layer of the transformation stage. Cold Witching uttered in shock from the foot of a nearby mountain. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of all those from the Dao sect shifted dramatically. Could their master really contend with such a creature? In that moment, doubt infiltrated their hearts, filled with trepidation. After all, Ye Chen had yet to attain the nascent soul stage. No matter how extraordinary he was, surely there were limits, were there not? Cold Elder. Is there truly nothing we can do to assist our master? Yang Chuchu inquired anxiously, her brow furrowed. No. Cold Wuching shook his head with a bitter smile. Intervening in the heavenly tribulation will only bring harm to oneself and others. Upon hearing his response, Yang Chuchu fell silent, her eyes brimming with concern. Although she was aware of Ye Chen's extraordinary capabilities, the current storm of tribulation he faced was undeniably terrifying. Could he truly navigate through it unscathed? Observing the colossal, majestic thunder Kirin outside the tribulation, many onlookers erupted in gleeful laughter, particularly those who harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Ye Chen. It is worth noting that the countless individuals Ye Chen had wronged were intricately connected to many of those present. Haha, this kid is doomed, they jeered. As the third wave of tribulation unleashed a force that reached the pinnacle of the late stage of the transformation god realm. Delightful. If such a prodigy from the Tao sect were to survive, who among us could find peace and sleep? Indeed, it was overwhelmingly powerful. Despite being merely at the golden core stage, his overall strength was comparable to that of the transformation god realm. The so-called prodigies of the eastern region appeared as mere jesters in Ye Chen's presence. His prowess had far surpassed any celestial seedling from that region. Indeed, should Ye Chen survive, it would surely render all other prodigies of the eastern region unable to raise their heads in his presence. One could only wonder how he cultivated to achieve such terrifying strength. Is this what it means to be a genius of heaven? Yet, what of it? A living genius is the true genius. Even if this Kirin fails to vanquish Ye Chen, the subsequent tribulation should surely bring about his demise, wouldn't it? That makes sense. It can be stated without reservation that ever since the emergence of the Thunderbolt Qilin, there has been no one beyond the realm of tribulation who holds any hope for Ye Chen. In stark contrast, Ye Chen himself appears remarkably composed. Regaining his focus, he resolutely ascends into the sky, soaring towards the Qilin. Witnessing Ye Chen's audacious actions, everyone is momentarily taken aback. Is this fellow out of his mind? Instead of retreating, he advances? Does he seek a swifter demise? With a fierce roar, the Thunderbolt Qilin was provoked by Ye Chen's actions, releasing a thunderous cry as it charged towards him. It was evident that it was prepared to engage Ye Chen in a direct confrontation. With a resounding crash, a man and a Qilin collided with tremendous force. To the astonishment of all, the outcome deviated from their expectations. The Thunder Qilin was unexpectedly sent flying, landing several miles away. In stark contrast, Ye Chen merely took a few steps back. What an impressive physique! Witnessing this scene, countless onlookers were left in silent admiration. A thunderous roar resonated through the air as the Thunderbolt Qilin hovered majestically in the sky, its furious gaze fixed upon Ye Chen. Its mane, composed of the energy of the heavenly tribulation, bristled alongside the circular shield-like scales adorning its body, clearly indicating its impending rampage. In the next moment, bolts of lightning, each exceeding 10 feet in length, erupted from its form, hurtling towards Ye Chen, who too advanced in its direction. As Ye Chen beheld the overwhelming deluge of lightning approaching him, he narrowed his eyes. As for the Qilin itself, it was rendered inconsequential in his perception. True, this creature possessed strength rivaling that of a late-stage ninth layer of the divine transformation realm, yet this was solely indicative of its physical prowess and its mastery over lightning. In terms of physicality, Ye Chen was its equal. And concerning lightning? To put it bluntly, he was nearing immunity to its effects, particularly as he discerned that whether it was the principles of destruction, spatial essence, or the essence of life, they all seemed on the verge of transformation. The advancement to the realm of profound mysteries was merely a step away. With the completion of his own principles, Ye Chen was confident that these heavenly tribulations would merely serve as a mild irritation. Observing Ye Chen standing resolutely in the void, the onlookers in the distance were utterly bewildered. What was he doing? Could it be that he truly possessed immunity to the energy of lightning? Surely not. The heavenly tribulation was one of the most destructive energies in existence. What is he thinking? It seems he has become overly confident. I fear this young man is in for a misfortune. Indeed, the mythical beast has gone berserk. And he shows no inclination to evade or hide. Such recklessness is tantamount to courting death. Let us merely observe the spectacle, for his tribulation is surely far from over. I share that sentiment. With the third wave being so formidable, can we truly expect the tribulation to cease abruptly? Absolutely not. Just when everyone believed that Ye Chen was about to suffer severe injuries, he moved. With a swift motion, Ye Chen placed his right hand upon the hilt of the formidable sword resting against his back. He drew the sword, with a nonchalant flick. An astonishing scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. A dark purple sword light erupted forth, soaring directly toward the Thunderbolt Qilin. The latter had no chance to react before it exploded, transforming into a sky filled with tribulation energy, bursting forth like a spectacular display of fireworks. In the blink of an eye, the tribulation energy rushed toward Ye Chen, who absorbed it into his body. The effect of the 50-fold gravitational field was indeed remarkable. With a soft murmur, Ye Chen's face radiated a brilliant smile. Indeed, the thunderbolt Qilin had been obliterated by the overwhelming gravitational force. After absorbing the tribulation energy from the thunderbolt Qilin, astonishment flickered in Ye Chen's eyes. He realized that his golden core was beginning to undergo a metamorphosis, gradually transforming into a miniature version of himself. Furthermore, his three profound realms began to slowly evolve into ultimate truths. Ye Chen understood that he was on the verge of forming his nascent soul. He was about to enter the nascent soul stage. Yet, in the next moment, Ye Chen found himself momentarily stunned. The transformation of his golden core into a nascent soul suddenly halted, and both the nascent soul and his dantian shattered, morphing into a swirling vortex of purple energy. It was strikingly similar to the vortex in his inner world. What was happening? Ye Chen felt utterly bewildered. Just as his golden core was evolving into a miniature version of himself, it abruptly transformed into a vortex. At that instant, Ye Chen's three realms underwent a tremendous upheaval, instantly evolving into ultimate truths. Compared to the original state of great perfection, their power had increased exponentially. Additionally, Ye Chen's physical strength surged dramatically, along with his soul, meridians, and bones. Strong, indomitably powerful, such was Ye Chen's current self-awareness. With an involuntary roar, Ye Chen unleashed a tremendous force that surged skyward, scattering the dark clouds above him. The heavenly tribulation seemed to react to this provocation, as the oppressive atmosphere thickened, and the sky became illuminated with flickering bolts of lightning. The dark clouds rapidly expanded outward, their coverage extending over 300 miles from Ye Chen's center in the blink of an eye. Panic ensued among the onlookers, who fled in all directions, their faces betraying a mix of terror and bewilderment. The sheer intensity of Ye Chen's earlier display of power was utterly terrifying. It was not just the cultivators at the divine transformation stage and below who felt threatened. Even some formidable experts at the Mahayana stage sensed a hint of danger. The onlookers regarded Ye Chen with expressions of disbelief. Was he truly still at the nascent soul stage? The commotion he caused during his tribulation was astonishing, rivaling that of a Mahayana expert's tribulation. It was beyond extraordinary. Indeed, a mere nascent soul could not possibly create such a tumult. One could only imagine the magnitude of his tribulation when he reached the next stage. The situation here would surely be met with skepticism if recounted elsewhere, especially considering Ye Chen's unparalleled combat prowess and his inexplicable, resilient physique that seemed impervious to the tribulation. Regrettably, the tribulation recording stone could not capture the spectacle of his trial. Otherwise, the news of this event would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the realm of cultivation. I concur. Just as previously rumored, Ye Chen was hailed as the foremost genius of the Tao sect, yet few believed it. Now, he surpassed any of the other prodigies by leaps and bounds. He could confront experts at the divine transformation stage head-on during his golden core phase. What might he achieve now? He is truly a freak of nature. It is unfathomable how he is cultivated to this point. How terrifying. If he survives this, he will undoubtedly reign supreme in the entire Eastern domain. Outside the realm of tribulation, gasps of astonishment echoed everywhere. Even those factions and rogue cultivators who wished to eliminate Ye Chen couldn't help but acknowledge his formidable prowess. This young man was truly astonishingly powerful. Curiosity swirled among the crowd regarding the number of tribulations Ye Chen would face next. Surely, there would be at least 7 more, if not more. Yet, no one believed he could reach the 9th wave of tribulation. 9 tribulations? Only the man hailed as the greatest demon of the cultivation world a million years ago could achieve such a feat. The god of death. Young Master Yi truly was impressive. In the crowd, Huang Yinhua gazed at him with admiration. Within the Taoist faction, Yang Chuchu's eyes sparkled with adoration. Deep down, she felt a wave of discouragement. Yang Chuchu understood that the gap between herself and Ye Chen was likely insurmountable, a veritable chasm. This individual was perhaps a unique entity within the Eastern domain and the entire cultivation world. To generate such commotion during a nascent soul tribulation, surpassing many tribulation experts, was unfathomable. Furthermore, his combat prowess was utterly incomprehensible. A celestial seed? What did that amount to before her master? As for Lang Wuching and the others, their faces were alight with excitement. The stronger Ye Chen grew, the greater the benefits for the Taoist faction. Moments passed, and the atmosphere outside the tribulation realm grew suffocating and awe-striking. All eyes were fixed on the skies above Ye Chen. Even Ye Chen's expression darkened considerably, for it seemed the tribulation had mutated. A humanoid figure of tribulation descended slowly, standing opposite Ye Chen, resembling a soldier clad in armor. wielding an energy blade forged from tribulation power. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Soon, another tribulation formed, a cavalryman riding a steed of lightning, brandishing a thunderous spear. Before long, yet another tribulation fell, this time in the form of an ethereal swordsman wielding a long sword. Following this was the seventh thunder tribulation, a towering figure of purple flames, igniting the surrounding space and tearing it apart with countless rifts and chaotic currents. The eighth thunder tribulation manifested as a purple silhouette identical to Ye Chen. The ninth thunder tribulation took the shape of a colossal cage enveloping Ye Chen and all preceding tribulations. At that moment, the range of the tribulation had inexplicably expanded to a distance of 400 miles. When the 10th thunder tribulation appeared, the range surged to a staggering 1,000 miles. The onlookers, including tribulation experts, found themselves pushed away by an invisible force, stripped of any chance to resist. The 10th tribulation was an exact replica of Ye Chen, no longer merely a projection. It had his hairstyle, physique, attire, and even the colossal sword on his back. Observing the center of the tribulation, Ye Chen beheld the enormous cage and the final figure. Outside the tribulation realm, silence enveloped everyone as they held their breath. They felt that this time, Ye Chen was truly facing a dire calamity. This individual was confronted with 10 tribulations, establishing an unprecedented record, shattering the centuries-old record held by the god of death. Initially, 3 tribulations would fall, concluding one wave before the next began. But now, 7 tribulations descended in rapid succession, each more terrifying than the last, especially the final figure that mirrored Ye Chen, sending chills down the spines of even the most seasoned tribulation experts. The immense dread was palpable. The heavenly Tao seemed intent on erasing Ye Chen from existence. Such a tribulation was nothing short of apocalyptic. Someone muttered this sentiment, resonating with countless others. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Ye Chen prepared to take action. He understood that this would likely be the most arduous battle he had faced since his arrival in this world, without question. With 7 consecutive thunder tribulations, each more fearsome than the last, he found himself in a seemingly insurmountable deadlock. The very first tribulation, that soldier wielding a knife, already possessed strength at the cusp of the great ascension stage. The only thing Ye Chen could do was pray that these tribulations within the cage would not attack simultaneously. Otherwise, he would find himself in a grave predicament. Merely contemplating this sent shivers down his spine. How utterly absurd. Why did undergoing a nascent soul tribulation have to be so terrifying? Kill. Before long, the soldier of lightning, wielding a blade, surged forth towards Ye Chen. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanated from it, fixating ruthlessly on Ye Chen. Compared to the previous Thunder Kirin, the soldier of lightning was undeniably much stronger. With a single swing of its sword, a torrent of blade light filled the air, cascading toward Ye Chen. Within the confines of the lightning cage, spatial rifts and chaotic currents erupted around Ye Chen, who stood at the epicenter. Additionally, the air was rent with deafening sonic booms, a testament to the might of that single strike. As the soldier of lightning unleashed its attack, Ye Chen also sprang into action. In an instant, he effortlessly appeared beside the soldier of lightning, having invoked the profundities of spatial mastery, teleportation. The soldier of lightning had no chance to react as Ye Chen's colossal sword plunged into its very being. With a resounding explosion, the lightning soldier was obliterated, transforming into a myriad of heavenly tribulation energy. In an instant, this energy seemed to be drawn towards Ye Chen, and within the blink of an eye, it was entirely absorbed by him. Witnessing the spectacle, the surroundings outside the realm of the tribulation fell into a profound silence. Ye Chen's formidable strength transcended their understanding of the nascent soul stage. Could it be that this individual has yet to complete his tribulation and thus does not truly qualify as a nascent soul? How could he be so powerful? Is he even human? The lightning soldier, seemingly possessing strength akin to that of a half-step to the great ascension stage, appeared utterly feeble before him. It seemed as though Ye Chen was unperturbed by the tribulation, rendering its destructive force trivial in comparison to his might. Indeed, his strength was astonishing. It was unfathomable how he had cultivated to such an extent. His combat prowess was undeniably unparalleled. Once he completes his tribulation and ascends further, who could possibly impede his rise? I believe that those celestial seedlings from the sacred lands would appear as mere jesters in his presence. Indeed, an 18-year-old at the nascent soul stage? He has already reached the pinnacle among the younger generation of the eastern region. Meanwhile, those celestial seedlings, at their strongest, still remain in the golden core stage. However, the forthcoming tribulation will not be a simple matter. Whether Ye Chen can withstand it remains an open question. Outside the realm of heavenly tribulations, an array of astonished voices echoed from all directions, accompanied by murmurs of regret. While many regarded Ye Chen as extraordinarily gifted, few believed he could successfully navigate the 10 trials of heaven. The challenges ahead were overwhelmingly formidable. Even if Ye Chen were to overcome the next 6 tribulations, what then? The final trial, a shadow mirroring his own, loomed as a terrifying specter. Even the seasoned cultivators present felt a sense of threat. What hope did Ye Chen possess? Could his immunity to heavenly tribulations truly shield him? In the face of absolute power, all efforts would be in vain. As Ye Chen vanquished the lightning soldier, the lightning cavalry sprang into action. Steed formed from the very essence of the tribulation surged towards him, the lightning spear aimed with lethal precision at his throat. It was executed with such swiftness and decisiveness, collapsing the void before Ye Chen. The chaotic currents of space erupted forth, a sight truly fearsome. Yet, such an attack was destined to be futile against Ye Chen. In a mere instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear behind the cavalry. With a calm demeanor, he declared the initiation of a 100-fold gravity field and effortlessly swung his sword. The lightning cavalry, caught off guard, met the same fate as the previous soldier. In an instant, both rider and steed were obliterated by a single stroke, transforming into a cascade of heavenly tribulation energy. Witnessing this, many beyond the realm of tribulation wore expressions of disbelief. Ye Chen's swift actions unveiled a disquieting realization. How was he capable of such speed? Did he possess some artifact that enhanced his velocity? As they pondered this possibility, the eyes of the old cultivators filled with awe. Could it be the comprehension of spatial principles? How could that be? The essence of time and space was among the most elusive to grasp. To transcend mere comprehension into mastery was an endeavor exponentially more challenging. Historically, within the realm of cultivation, only a handful had even scratched the surface of understanding time and spatial principles. Yet, no one had ever succeeded in grasping their corresponding essences. Was this not evidence enough? However, if this was not the essence of space, what could it be? They distinctly sensed fluctuations in the spatial fabric. Was it possible that he wielded a spatial artifact? Had Xianji gifted him treasures from the Dao sect? Rather than believing Ye Chen had comprehended the essence of space, they found it more plausible that he possessed a spatial artifact. The notion of someone truly grasping the essence of space seemed utterly impossible. You are impressive. But this is where it ends. Within the confines of the lightning cage, not far away, the sword cultivator of the heavenly tribulation approached Ye Chen, his indistinct visage and eyes revealing an unexpected admiration. Are you certain? Ye Chen calmly glanced at the sword cultivator composed of heavenly tribulation energy and broke into a smile. Comparable to a tribulation stage sword cultivator? To be frank, Ye Chen harbored little concern. The destructive potential of the heavenly tribulation energy was, at this juncture, exceedingly limited. Thus, such an existence formed from heavenly tribulation energy could not unleash its full prowess against him. It was evident that although the heavenly Tao sought to annihilate him, there remained a sliver of hope. In truth, what troubled Ye Chen more was the final 2 heavenly tribulations. The colossal lightning cage that enveloped the surrounding area for dozens of miles emanated a profound sense of threat. Hence, Ye Chen perceived it as more than merely a cage. Additionally, there was the last heavenly tribulation that bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, from which he sensed an imminent threat of death. As for the flames and projections, Ye Chen dismissed them entirely. Without further ado, Ye Chen and the sword cultivator charged at one another. In the blink of an eye, they were engulfed in battle. A tempest of sword light erupted. Explosive sounds reverberated in all directions, with the 2 at the center. The surrounding space, in mere moments, was crushed. Spatial turbulence and fissures spread across an expanse of over 10 miles. All around, the remnants of Ye Chen and the sword cultivator flickered like phantoms. Beyond the confines of the heavenly tribulation, those witnessing the spectacle within the lightning cage were awash with astonishment. Was this the level of destruction characteristic of the nascent soul stage? Could Ye Chen's combat prowess rival that of the Great Ascension stage? Only beings above the Great Ascension could disrupt the stability of space, particularly as they observed the sword in the sword cultivator's hand shattering and reforming incessantly. Disbelief coursed through the crowd. Was Ye Chen truly this formidable? This was already the 6th heavenly tribulation. How could he be so dominant that his opponent was rendered utterly defenseless? Or rather, pushed back relentlessly. Unbeknownst to all, Ye Chen was now operating at full capacity, with a 100-fold gravity field acting upon the heavy sword in his grasp. Moreover, he had mobilized every ounce of energy within him. Is evasion effective? Observing the sword cultivator dodging about, Ye Chen's lips curled into a playful smile. The game is over. With those words, Ye Chen's figure vanished once more into thin air. Unlike before, this time his presence was utterly obliterated. Observing this, the sword cultivator instinctively gripped his sword with his right hand while his left formed a defensive gesture, on high alert. His figure continued to move about. Yet all was in vain. A colossal black sword, devoid of edges, descended from the heavens with a thunderous crack. The sword cultivator followed in the footsteps of his predecessor. disintegrating into a cascade of heavenly tribulation energy. Witnessing this scene, the surroundings outside the tribulation zone fell into an eerie silence. Had even a sword cultivator, comparable to those in the tribulation stage, been vanquished? Was Ye Chen truly human? Gazes turned toward Ye Chen, filled with awe and reverence. His true combat prowess was likely to oscillate around the Great Ascension stage. Logically, that sword cultivator should have easily dispatched Ye Chen. Alas, Ye Chen was immune to the tribulation, rendering his opponent's capabilities woefully limited, coupled with Ye Chen's possession of spatial treasures. A venerable figure with white hair and youthful features analyzed the situation with clarity from the high altitude outside the tribulation zone. Upon hearing his words, enlightenment dawned on the faces of all present. So that was it. Yet, despite this understanding, their hearts were still tumultuous with shock. Immune to the tribulation? Was that not terrifying? Did it not imply that Ye Chen was nearly invulnerable to the tribulations? They could hardly fathom it, and envy washed over them. As if affirming the words of this extraordinary immortal, the energy of the sword cultivator's explosion was ultimately absorbed by Ye Chen. The cataclysmic purple flames surged towards him. But in an instant, they vanished, consumed by Ye Chen. His expression twisted momentarily in pain, yet within a breath, tranquility returned to his visage. In truth, this was largely due to Ye Chen's comprehension of the essence of life. The destructive power of those flames, along with the tribulation energy, was significantly more formidable than the combined force of the previous 6 tribulations. The magnitude of destruction surged explosively. At the moment Ye Chen absorbed it, his flesh, bones, meridians, and even his soul were torn asunder. 2 small purple whirlpools in his dantian and chest erupted with fervor. However, with the assistance of the essence of life, everything was instantaneously healed. Consequently, the strength of Ye Chen's body and soul ascended to an even higher echelon. It is your turn. Ye Chen gazed at the ethereal projection that mirrored him perfectly, a smile spreading across his face. His countenance radiated excitement, and his eyes gleamed with both combativeness and avarice. Indeed, Ye Chen had come to regard the energies of the heavenly tribulations as a form of sustenance. Were others to discover his thoughts, they might very well label him a lunatic. This fellow was undeniably a bit too insane. As Ye Chen charged towards the projection reciprocated his advance. Before long, Ye Chen found himself adorned in a tapestry of dark lines across his forehead, cursing under his breath. To his astonishment, the projection brandished a colossal sword. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The significant aspect was that the massive purple sword wielded by the projection seemed to possess its own gravitational field. Had Ye Chen not firmly grasped his own black, edgeless giant sword, it would have surely slipped from his grasp and soared away. The battle between the 2 men and projection was far more ferocious than any skirmish he had previously encountered. In a short time, both were marked by numerous sword wounds. The distinction between them lay in Ye Chen's transformation from noble attire to tattered rags, his body drenched in blood. Yet, the moment his injuries manifested, they healed instantaneously. In stark contrast, the purple projection's wounds seemed to mend at a visibly rapid pace. Within the confines of their battleground, the landscape was rife with collapsing spaces. A myriad of sword shadows danced in the air, while the afterimages of the 2 combatants flickered everywhere. A seemingly casual strike could shatter the void in a radius of several miles. Moreover, Ye Chen found himself at a loss for words when he realized that the projection was also adept in the mastery of spatial principles. At this very moment, Ye Chen felt an absurd sensation wash over him. It was akin to battling oneself. What a predicament! The opponent possessed the essence of destruction. The techniques he wielded, the projection could wield as well. Suddenly, Ye Chen seemed to stumble upon an extraordinary revelation. In an unguarded moment, he had inadvertently mended his own wounds, drawing upon some essence of life. Yet, the projection appeared to regard this essence with trepidation, intentionally or otherwise evading it. How fascinating! You are doomed. Gazing at the violet projection, Ye Chen's face radiated a sense of assured confidence. In the next moment, he charged towards it, unleashing the essence of life. Instantly, the violet projection was shattered, followed by a piercing scream as it erupted into a tempest of tribulation energy. Witnessing this, Ye Chen felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Had he known it would come to this, he would have employed the essence of life much sooner. After absorbing the torrent of tribulation energy, Ye Chen emerged from the boundless void of collapsing chaos. Observing his disheveled appearance, those outside the realm of tribulation felt a sense of balance within themselves. So, this fellow can also be injured? However, the powerful figures were even more astonished. From Ye Chen, they sensed an overwhelming pressure and a vigorous vitality akin to a primeval beast. They understood the implications of this. Ye Chen's physical form had once again grown stronger. Upon stepping out of the chaotic spatial currents, Ye Chen turned his gaze towards the encircling cage of tribulation. He inadvertently glanced at the figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. The final two tribulations, he mused, a radiant smile blossoming on his face. Yet, he was perhaps too jubilant too soon. It would be prudent to navigate through the ninth trial first. It seemed the figure mirroring Ye Chen's form anticipated his thoughts, as it calmly uttered a remark. With that, the figure vanished from sight. When it reappeared, it had already left the confines of the electric cage. Hovering in the high skies, coldly observing Ye Chen. What is the situation? Is it possible? Hiss. It seems that Ye Chen is truly doomed. Ye Chen is indeed a prodigious talent. He has traversed through 8 heavenly tribulations. Moreover, his trials surpass those of many predecessors. Yet, alas, the heavens are envious of exceptional talent. What use is brilliance if it is thwarted? Indeed, the 9th heavenly tribulation should be his limit. He is destined to fall. What a pity. Gazing towards the lightning cage, beyond the reach of the heavenly tribulation, most faces were adorned with expressions of schadenfreude. Yet, there were a few who wore visages filled with sentiment, compassion, and regret. The 9th heavenly tribulation had begun to reveal its fangs. Suddenly, the lightning cage erupted in an explosion. The void within 100 miles collapsed entirely. Within the explosion's radius and its surroundings, unfathomable spatial turbulence and various spatial blades emerged. Moreover, boundless lightning surged forth. The once dark and collapsed void had, in an instant, transformed into a violet ocean of heavenly tribulation. The infinite energy of the tribulation surged violently there. Ye Chen's figure had long since been engulfed by this tribulation energy, not to mention ordinary cultivators. Even the few unparalleled transcendent beings beyond the tribulation's reach were now rendered speechless. That ocean of tribulation posed a threat even to them. Could Ye Chen possibly survive? They held little hope. While it was true that this young man was immune to the tribulation, there must be limits, was there not? His cultivation level was, after all, still somewhat too low. If he were in the tribulation stage now, perhaps he might remain unscathed. Young Master Yi, in the midst of the crowd. As she gazed at the tempestuous ocean of calamity, Huang Yinua's delicate face turned a pallid hue, her eyes brimming with despair. Unbidden, scenes of her encounters with Ye Chen flooded her mind. At that moment, she felt as though she could hear the sound of her own heart shattering. Master Ancestor. In the realm of the Tao sect, Yang Chuchu gazed at the boundless ocean of tribulation, her voice barely a whisper. At that moment, she felt as though the world was spinning around her. Her exquisite visage, once radiant, now appeared pallid and drained of color. The expressions of the others in the Tao sect mirrored her despair. Indeed, as they beheld the tempestuous ocean of tribulation high above, none dared to believe that Ye Chen could survive. Unbeknownst to them, 2 figures had materialized in the void beyond the tribulation's reach. These figures were none other than Zhuan Jizi and Jun Wuxie. Master Ancestor, what of ye, my master? Casting a glance at the ocean of tribulation, Jun Wuxie turned to Zhuan Jizi, his face etched with concern. Rest assured, Xuanzi declared with an air of calm. Xiaoqunzi will be fine. If he were to perish, the heavenly calamity ocean would have long since vanished. Did you not notice the figure in the sky, identical to him, wearing an expression of astonishment? I fear that Xiaoqunzi is on the verge of successfully overcoming the 9th heavenly calamity. With that, Xuanzi gazed thoughtfully at the figure high above. In truth, his heart was far from tranquil. It was tumultuous, akin to raging waves. His treasured disciple was on the brink of overcoming 9 heavenly calamities, and poised to confront the 10th? It would not be an exaggeration to claim he is unprecedented in history. According to the records of the Tao sect, the 9 heavenly calamities faced by the god of slaughter eons ago were likely weaker than those confronting this young man. Truly, he is a remarkable prodigy. Yet, it seems he is not the chosen one of destiny, but rather a defier of fate. If he were indeed the favored child of heaven, how could the heavenly Tao subject him to such tribulations? Merely a mere infant transformation stage calamity. Yet its potency is sufficient to annihilate even those in the great ascension or tribulation stages. This reveals much about the situation. Upon hearing Xuanzi's words, Jun Wuxie instinctively turned his gaze toward that figure. Indeed, it was as he thought. A surge of relief washed over him. For the first prodigy in the history of the Tao sect, the strongest of his kind, must not come to harm. He is the hope of the Tao sect's resurgence. The stability of the cultivation realm hinges upon Master Yi. However, as he pondered the alliance of the other 6 holy lands in the eastern domain and those elite rogue cultivators, Jun Wuxie's expression darkened. In the future, the Tao sect may not be able to offer Ye Chen much assistance. They could only shield him from some of the most formidable adversaries. A sect war leading to devastation? Such a scenario is not what anyone wishes to witness. While Ye Chen is undeniably significant, neither Xuanzi nor Jun Wuxia, nor any other venerable figures of the Dao sect, would sacrifice the entire sect for him. Others in the Dao sect have the right to survive. It is precisely for this reason that the Dao sect has reached a consensus with the other 6 holy lands and top-row cultivators. No one above the great ascension stage shall act against Ye Chen. It appears that as long as Ye Chen survives, even those in the great ascension stage may not be able to harm him. But will those individuals remain true to their word? If necessary, the Dao sect may seal its mountains. Aside from a few exceptional seedlings and extraordinary prodigies, all others must return to the sect. If some old monsters shamelessly target Xiaochunzi, what courtesy do we owe them? Suddenly, Xuanzi spoke slowly, a faint aura of killing intent radiating from him. Indeed, upon hearing Xuanzi's words, Jun Wuxia's expression subtly shifted, and he nodded slightly. To seal the mountain? To have the pinnacle experts of the Dao sect provide protection while making an example of others? This not only safeguards every member of the Dao sect but also gambles its future. As long as Master Yi and those celestial seedlings can thrive, everything will be worthwhile. However, if they fail to grow, the Dao sect may rapidly decline under such circumstances. Having concluded his thoughts, Jun Wuxia turned to depart, determined to orchestrate these matters. Sealing the mountain is not a mere proclamation. It requires meticulous preparations for every eventuality. Little Chenzi, henceforth, the Dao sect will depend upon you. Gazing towards the sea of tribulations, Xuanzizi sighed deeply, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Subsequently, he cast a deliberate glance at the few scattered immortals surrounding him, his heart brimming with murderous intent. If Ye Chen successfully transcends the tribulation, any scattered immortal daring to act against him shall meet their demise. Almost simultaneously, disciples of the Dao sect across various regions received a soul command transmitted via a soul lamp. Except for the celestial seedlings and extraordinary talents, all others were to return to the Dao sect. In 10 days, the Dao sect would seal the mountain, although unaware of the underlying reasons. The disciples complied and hurried back to the Dao sect, taking their affiliated assets with them. Deep within the sea of tribulations, Ye Chen found himself in a precarious situation, experiencing both pain and pleasure. Currently, Ye Chen was utterly immobile, rendered powerless by the boundless and violent energy of the tribulations surrounding him. Even he, who was fundamentally immune to tribulations, now felt a tingling numbness throughout his body. He was being electrified. The tribulation energy had surpassed his capacity for immunity. If that were not enough, the surrounding tribulation energy aggressively surged into his body, wreaking havoc upon his flesh, bones, meridians, dantian vortex, soul, and the microcosm within him. Everywhere was a target for destruction. Fortunately, Ye Chen's life essence continuously repaired everything. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. Notably, the tribulation energy flowing towards his dantian vortex and the microcosm within him was absorbed completely. Akin to a cow sinking into the sea, one could assert without hesitation that Ye Chen was passively growing stronger. At present, his cultivation had stabilized, and his foundation was remarkably solid, early stage of the nascent soul. However, the energy reserves within him had long exceeded those of an ordinary nascent soul by thousands upon thousands of times. His physical strength was equally extraordinary. Were it not so, how could his combat prowess rival that of the great ascension stage? As time passed, the expanse of the sea of tribulations gradually diminished. Slowly, Ye Chen regained his ability to move. He became entirely immune to the tribulation energy. Half a day later, Ye Chen was lively and animated once more. His eyes sparkled with exhilaration as he realized he had become extraordinarily powerful, even in the early stage of the nascent soul. He felt confident that he could shatter that purple projection with a single punch, without needing to invoke his life essence. The sensation of growth was truly exhilarating. Murmuring to himself, a genuine smile spread across Ye Chen's face. His previously shattered dantian and nascent soul had now transformed into a vortex brimming with world-destroying power. Infused with tribulation energy, Ye Chen's soul had also expanded exponentially, becoming immensely formidable. He even contemplated that he might now unleash soul attacks upon others. When the sea of tribulations had shrunk to a radius of 60 miles, Ye Chen could absorb no further tribulation energy. Clad in a flowing white robe, with a massive sword crackling with electric arcs upon his back, Ye Chen stepped out of the sea of tribulations. The instant he emerged, the sea of tribulations vanished, leaving only the boundless black thunderclouds spanning millions of miles around him. Above, a figure identical to Ye Chen stood in the sky. Wow, Ye Chen is truly remarkable. He survived? His body and the massive sword behind him still crackle with electricity. Could the shrinkage of the sea of tribulations have been due to absorption? Terrifying. Why does he seem akin to an ancient beast? Such overwhelming pressure. Good heavens. Has he broken through to the early stage of the nascent soul? But how could there be such a potent nascent soul in this world? I can feel extreme danger even from him, halfway to the great ascension. If he overcomes the final tribulation, who among the younger generation in the cultivation world could rival him? Even if he surpasses the 10th tribulation, do you think the 6 great sacred places of the eastern region and other top-scattered cultivators would allow him to live? Such a prodigious existence could shatter the balance. Zhuangzi's threats would likely be disregarded. It seems that the events here have not reached the other major regions. Otherwise, Ye Chen would face endless pursuits. The unprecedented 10 tribulations. And then, emerging from the god of death's relics. In a desolate swamp, miles away from Ye Chen, a diminutive figure emerged from the murky depths. Damn it. Just wait for me, you insignificant pests. He cursed vehemently. The great ascension stage? The tribulation stage? Even the scattered immortals have the audacity to pursue me. This infuriates me. Clambering onto the shore, the little skeleton continued to grumble. Then, it cast its gaze towards the distant sky, where an endless expanse of ominous black clouds loomed. Fortunately, that lad Ye Chen should be fine, it mused. Even a nascent soul stage tribulation can create such a commotion. He truly lives up to his reputation. As it spoke, the little skeleton's tone became tinged with a hint of jealousy. It understood the significance of such a terrifying tribulation. Meow. At that moment, a violet figure materialized before the little skeleton. Are you suggesting that those who were pursuing us have departed? Do you wish to return to Ye Chen's side now? The little skeleton inquired, gazing upwards at the floating Xiaoqi. Meow. Xiaoqi let out a soft cry, nodding in a human-like manner. Very well. Until we meet again. Waved the little skeleton as it spoke. Meow. With a nod, Xiaoqi's figure instantly vanished. Alas, it seems I must conceal myself, with Ye Chen causing such a commotion. It is unlikely that the Dao sect can protect him. We are truly kindred spirits in misfortune. It appears we may be destined to flee for our lives. Watching Xiaoqi's departing silhouette, the little skeleton let out a dejected sigh. As Ye Chen emerged from the ocean of tribulations, several peak-loose immortals surrounding the perimeter of the calamity revealed a glint of murderous intent in their eyes. Such a monstrous lad. He cannot be allowed to live. However, upon witnessing the thunderclouds above and the figure identical to Ye Chen, they refrained from taking any rash actions, provoking the heavenly tribulations. They had no inclination for such folly, as they wished to preserve their lives. Simultaneously, they were all subtly glancing towards the distant Xinjizi. The few of them exchanged gazes from afar, and an astonishing aura erupted from their beings, palpable yet elusive. Consequently, the onlookers around them were frightened into retreat. The oppressive presence of loose immortals is not something one can easily endure. You are quite remarkable, yet you must still perish. The figure, identical to Ye Chen, gazed at him and spoke calmly. His visage and eyes revealed an unreserved admiration. The heavenly Tao does not tolerate provocation. He then uttered another statement, his meaning unmistakable. Ye Chen had begun to pose a threat to the heavenly Tao. After speaking, a faint violet radiance erupted from his being. Instantly, the ominous clouds of tribulation dissipated. He then charged toward Ye Chen. Without a moment's notice, he appeared beside Ye Chen, seizing him by the throat. Do you truly believe you can slay me? Ye Chen, calmly observing the 10th heavenly tribulation before him, broke into a grin. Eh? Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, the figure did not exhibit any immediate intention to strike. A look of perplexity emerged on his face. The hundreds of thousands of onlookers surrounding them were equally filled with bewilderment. What did Ye Chen mean by this? In the next moment, all eyes widened in astonishment. Every face was etched with shock. Suddenly, a surge of crimson light erupted from Ye Chen's body, soaring into the heavens. A blood-red vortex enveloped him in the 10th heavenly tribulation. Body refinement. Ye Chen uttered softly, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Indeed, Ye Chen was about to cultivate the original body refinement technique. Ordinarily, mastering the first level of this technique requires a staggering total of 19,999 types of medicinal herbs as materials. However, this is merely the conventional method of cultivation. There exists an alternative approach, known as the Heavenly Thunder Body Refinement. This is an extreme method of cultivation. By harnessing the power of the heavenly tribulation, one can temper oneself and descend to the first level of the original body refinement technique. The first level, also referred to as the Heavenly Thunder Body. What Ye Chen must now do is summon the ultimate heavenly thunder into his body for refinement. The figure before him, strikingly similar to himself, embodies the ultimate heavenly tribulation, the ultimate heavenly thunder. The 10th heavenly tribulation. Even he could sense the looming threat of death. This should be sufficient to elevate his original body refinement technique to mastery, should success be within reach. As for failure, it would only lead to death. Regardless, he had no path of retreat. It was either triumph or demise. You have lost your mind. Glancing at Ye Chen, the 10th heavenly tribulation's expression subtly shifted. It was evident that he understood Ye Chen's intentions. I am not insane. Regardless of your actions, I shall be utterly defenseless, facing a certain demise. You must be at the threshold of the semi-immortal stage, correct? I find myself without any options. Shaking his head, Ye Chen calmly remarked. In his eyes, there flickered a light that embraced death with unwavering resolve. Indeed, Ye Chen had exhausted all choices. Engaging in combat against the 10th heavenly tribulation, he had every reason to believe he would be annihilated in an instant. Thus, why not take a gamble? It was precisely for this reason that he commenced the operation of the original body refinement technique. It is worth noting that such a level of martial art is extraordinarily formidable. Even the mighty 10th heavenly tribulation could not budge him an inch. In an instant, he transformed into a tempestuous maelstrom of violet and crimson lightning. Centered around Ye Chen, it stretched for hundreds of miles. The surrounding space was entirely torn asunder and collapsed. Furthermore, the spiritual energy within a 1,000-mile radius was completely drained. From a distance, it appeared as though a colossal, violent vortex of lightning enveloped Ye Chen. Upon hearing the exchange between the two and witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers from every direction exchanged bewildered glances. They found themselves questioning whether they had misheard. Doubts arose in their minds. Were they experiencing an illusion? Ye Chen was forcibly utilizing the 10th heavenly tribulation for body refinement? The power of the 10th heavenly tribulation was, in fact, at the semi-immortal stage, the critical point being it had no room for resistance. What is this? In the next moment, Ye Chen's anguished scream reverberated throughout the heavens. In an instant, blood streamed from all 7 of his orifices, and his body was riddled with numerous fissures. The energy of the 10th heavenly tribulation was exceedingly more tyrannical than that of the preceding 9. In a fleeting moment, Ye Chen's flesh, bones, meridians, and even his soul were torn asunder. Yet, almost immediately, they began to mend at a remarkable pace. It was not the essence of life aiding him, but rather the merit of the original body refinement technique. As the technique activated, an ever-increasing torrent of heavenly tribulation energy surged into Ye Chen's being. While it wreaked havoc, the technique simultaneously repaired the damage it inflicted with astonishing speed. Thus, the cycle continued. With every breath, Ye Chen's flesh and soul seemed to endure an unrelenting crucible of torment, the pain surpassing even that of his previous fusion with the star core. This individual is truly insane. He confronts the heavenly tribulation of a half-step immortal head-on to refine his body. Remarkably, he has succeeded. Terrifying. What a lunatic. As long as he does not perish, who knows how powerful he will become. Utterly invincible. So long as Ye Chen survives, it is likely that the entire realm of cultivation's youth will find themselves unable to hold their heads high in his presence. The youth? Countless elders would surely shy away from his brilliance, wouldn't they? Even if he successfully transcends all 10 heavenly tribulations, what of it? Becoming the first in history to do so holds little value if he cannot leave alive. Indeed, those rarefied supreme beings of the immortal phase from the eastern region have shown themselves. They are resolutely intent on eliminating Ye Chen, even if it means waging war against the Tao sect. How utterly expected. No one would stand idly by and watch such a prodigious genius rise. If Ye Chen were to mature, would not the other sects find themselves diminished? Precisely. Only those geniuses capable of growth truly deserve the title. Hearing the murmurs surrounding him, Zhuangzi's expression darkened considerably. His gaze turned exceptionally frigid. By now, a total of 13 loose immortals had revealed themselves, 10 of whom hailed from the 6 great holy lands of the eastern region. One was an independent cultivator, and the other 3, who were also loose immortals, seemed to have suddenly shifted their focus towards pursuing that little skeleton. The one solace for Zhuangzi was that the Tao sect's mountain sealing operation was proceeding in an orderly manner. Notably, among the Tao sect members present, only the foremost immortal, Miao Yang Chu Chu, remained, while the others had already embarked on their return journey. The departure of the Tao sect members had garnered considerable attention, but it was merely a passing curiosity. In the eyes of those formidable loose immortals, these individuals posed no threat whatsoever. Their sole concern lay with Zhuangzi. Furthermore, all that was needed was for Ye Chen to complete his tribulation, removing this formidable potential threat once and for all. Time slipped away quietly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 7 days elapsed, during which Ye Chen's anguished cries echoed intermittently. As time progressed, his screams grew increasingly sparse. Yet, the half-red, half-purple vortex of tribulation energy enveloping Ye Chen showed no signs of diminishing. Rather, it intensified in its ferocity. It was as if the heavenly Tao had been provoked. High above, torrents of tribulation energy cascaded down from the skies, joining the tumultuous vortex below. On this particular morning, Jun Wuxia returned once more to Zhuangzi's side. Master, all those who were instructed to withdraw from the range of the tribulation have successfully returned to the sect. This includes disciples from beyond the eastern region, who returned without hesitation. Before my departure, I activated the formation to seal the mountain, and those listed as traitors have been dealt with. As he reported, Jun Wuxia cast a gaze filled with astonishment towards Ye Chen, ensnared within the vortex of tribulation. Indeed, nodding slightly, Xuanji's face broke into a smile. At last, he could unleash his full potential. A tempest of murderous intent surged within him. Since so many sought to eliminate his disciple, he would gladly escort them on their final journey. As the 7 days elapsed, Ye Chen's aura grew increasingly formidable, exuding an essence reminiscent of an ancient beast of prey. With every movement, he emanated an overwhelming pressure. Was this the culmination of the thunder body? Within the vortex of the heavenly tribulation, Ye Chen levitated, acutely aware of the transformation within himself, his face alight with joy. The first stage of the primordial body refinement technique had reached fruition, bestowing upon Ye Chen an immediate realization. His physical form was imbued with unfathomable strength. A casual strike caused the surrounding space to collapse. This power was already comparable to that of an ordinary great ascension expert. With sheer physical might, Ye Chen feared no great ascension master. Moreover, he was concurrently cultivating a mysterious technique of equal caliber to the primordial body refinement technique. Just how formidable was Ye Chen's peak combat capability now? He himself was uncertain. He felt that perhaps, relying solely on the perfected thunder body, he could effortlessly obliterate any great ascension expert. Even though Ye Chen's cultivation remained at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, his strength had skyrocketed to an unimaginable degree with the success of the first stage of the primordial body refinement technique, achieving the perfected thunder body. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, Ye Chen utilized the secret methods of the mysterious technique to conceal his aura and strength. Dressed in a flowing white robe, Ye Chen emerged from the vortex of heavenly tribulation. To the onlookers, he now appeared as a harmless scholar, seemingly incapable of harming even a chicken. As Ye Chen stepped forth, the vortex swiftly dissipated. He had succeeded. Ye Chen had triumphantly navigated through 10 tribulations, making history in the realm of cultivation. Upon his emergence, a profound silence enveloped the surrounding area, stretching for 1,000 miles. Had he truly succeeded? A soft murmur broke the stillness, akin to a pebble cast into a placid lake. Instantly, the atmosphere erupted into fervor. Is it too much to say that Ye Chen is the most extraordinary prodigy in the cultivation world? Indeed. But why was there no discernible fluctuation of power emanating from him? Could it be that the final tribulation had obliterated his cultivation? That was indeed a possibility. This fellow was truly unfortunate. No, wait. He could still traverse the skies. His cultivation remained intact. He was still a nascent soul expert. Could it be that he had employed some secret method to conceal his true prowess? Indeed. The splendid performance is about to commence. As Ye Chen made his appearance, the 11 extraordinary beings at the scattered immortals stage in the distance instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. They all surged toward Ye Chen. In that fleeting moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The skies, stretching over 1,000 miles, resembled a cataclysmic end of the world. Centered around Ye Chen, waves of devastating assaults traversed through the air, as diverse beams of light cleaved the expanse of the heavens. You dare! A voice, aged and stern, resonated through the air as Xuanzi made his move. He stood alone against 11 adversaries, unleashing a powerful palm strike that sent all 11 scattered immortals reeling backwards. Surprisingly, Xuanzi gained the upper hand. "What are you three waiting for if not to join the fray?" echoed a furious shout from the crowd, prompting 3 more formidable scattered immortals to soar through the sky from a distance. At this moment, even Xuanzi's expression grew grave. Facing 14 opponents, even one as formidable as he felt the weight of immense pressure. Observing this scene, Ye Chen's countenance darkened. Was it indeed as he feared? He sighed inwardly. Previously, due to the god of death's relic, they had managed to reach an understanding. But his own tribulation? It seemed that every faction was intent on eradicating him. As soon as his tribulation concluded, these ancient scattered immortals could scarcely contain their desire to strike. Transcendent immortal stage, murmured Ye Chen, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness within. This was beyond the limits he could endure. Even though Ye Chen was exceedingly formidable, it is essential to understand that, typically, one cannot challenge beyond their rank after reaching the nascent soul stage. The transformation stage requires the nascent soul to evolve into the primordial spirit, necessitating the comprehension of at least one profound principle. The Great Ascension stage demands the understanding of a minimum of 3 principles. Principles are the supreme forces that transcend the profundities of the Tao. In fact, anything above the realm of intent can be regarded as the power of the Tao. The mastery of 1 to 4 parts of the Tao's power constitutes profundities. 5 to 8 parts represent principles. Grasping the power of principles allows one to harness the strength of the heavenly Tao. Anything exceeding 80% of the Tao's power constitutes the true essence of the Tao. Mastering the Tao can even enable one to assimilate the power of the heavenly Tao for personal use. Assimilating the power of the heavenly Tao? That is a technique reserved for those at the transcendent immortal stage. Ye Chen's ability to challenge beyond his rank and vanquish foes stemmed from his extraordinary prowess. His comprehension of intent and profundities was so potent that it surpassed other intents, profundities, and even principles. Moreover, he had mastered 3 top-tier profundities, coupled with a physique reminiscent of an ancient ferocious beast. Thus, he could sweep across vast territories. Furrowing his brow, Ye Chen pondered what actions he could undertake. Remaining idle was not in his nature, especially now, as his master was valiantly defending him against 14 adversaries. In the distance, the Tao sect's leader, Jun Wuxia, was entangled in battle with those ancient beings of the tribulation stage, simultaneously safeguarding Yang Chuchu. As for the cultivators beneath the tribulation stage, they were utterly unqualified to engage in combat. At that moment, Ye Chen received a telepathic message, and his expression shifted slightly. Jun Wuxia urged him to find a way to escape. The Tao sect had already sealed the mountain. The other 2 transcendent immortals were stationed there to prevent any unforeseen circumstances from hindering their support. To flee? Ye Chen murmured to himself, his eyes revealing a complex glimmer. Internally, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, coupled with a surge of murderous intent. The 6 sacred lands of the Eastern Domain, and the 4 major rogue factions? This enmity, Ye Chen vowed to remember. Although he was reluctant to escape, he understood that remaining would only render him a burden to his master. Moreover, it could potentially jeopardize Daozong's leader, Jun Wuxia. With a deep breath, Ye Chen instinctively began to survey his surroundings. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon a distant mountain range. The thought of the god of slaughter's ruins crossed his mind. A wildly audacious idea blossomed within him. A 9th-level formation? Perhaps he could exploit it to his advantage. Those rogue immortals who besieged his master deserved their fate. Seizing an opportunity, Ye Chen instantly teleported to the god of slaughter's ruins and entered within. Witnessing this scene, the 14 rogue immortals experienced a palpable shift in expression. After a moment's hesitation, they too surged forward, encircling the god of slaughter's ruins. Meanwhile, Xian Gizi shot a peculiar glance at Jun Wuxia, swiftly landing beside him and Yang Chuchu. Ancestor, Master Uncle. Both Jun Wuxia and Yang Chuchu gazed at Zhuan Jizi with perplexity. They found it difficult to comprehend why Zhuan Jizi would permit Ye Chen to re-enter the god of killing's relic. Furthermore, what are those powerful loose immortals? Yang Chen possesses the ability to wield the 9th-tier formation within the god of killing's relic. Those scoundrels, even if they escape with their lives, shall surely suffer greatly. Casting a glance at the 2, Zhuan Jizi whispered softly in their ears. Ah. Upon hearing Zhuan Zizi's words, both individuals inhaled sharply. Can one truly employ a 9th-level formation? What is Ye Chen attempting? Is he planning to trap and annihilate those in the immortal ascension stage? The mere thought left them in disbelief. However, reflecting on Ye Chen's consistent behavior, they fell into silence. This fellow cannot be assessed by conventional standards. That little girl is commendable. Let us bring her and her parents to the Tao sect. After casting a glance into the distance, Zhuan Zizi commanded. His gaze fell upon Huang Yinua amidst the crowd. Her parents had already been sent to the Tao sect. As for her, we shall address that after our departure. After a moment's pause, Jun Wuxia spoke slowly. Jun Wuxia understood Zhuan Zizi's reasoning perfectly. When Ye Chen and the little skeleton entered the god of kill's ruins, Huang Yinua promptly informed the Tao sect. It is hoped that they will send someone to rescue Ye Chen and his companions. It is crucial to note that Evil Spirit City lies within the territory of the Junlin Empire. Huang Yinua's actions carried immense peril. Given the nature of the Junlin Empire, should they discover this affair, it is likely her entire family would face annihilation. Especially considering the already tenuous relationship between the Dao sect and the Junlin Empire. Not long ago, their seventh prince was severely deceived by Master Yi. Now, the rift has only widened. TSK. Certainly. With a gentle nod, Xuanzi ceased further discourse and turned his gaze towards the Godslayer ruins. In contrast, Yang Chuchu regarded Jun Wuxie with a look of intrigue. With a smile, Jun Wuxie offered her a brief explanation. This Huang Yinua truly embodies gratitude. Yang Chuchu blinked and remarked. Yet, her tone carried an unusual undertone. She couldn't shake the feeling that Huang Yinua's gaze towards Ye Chen was rather peculiar. Subsequently, the two turned their attention towards the direction of the Godlayer ruins. Not only Xuanzi and his companions, but also the hundreds of thousands surrounding them, directed their gaze towards the Godlayer ruins. They looked at Ye Chen. Weren't you all intent on killing me? Didn't you seek the treasures of the Godlayer ruins? Come forth. Ye Chen provocatively challenged, surveying the 14 extraordinary cultivators of the loose immortal stage before him. His face was adorned with a mocking grin, his eyes glinting with playful derision. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, the multitude of spectators broke into a cold sweat, their foreheads lined with disbelief. To mock a group of unparalleled experts standing at the pinnacle of the Eastern Domain? It seems only this fellow possesses such audacity. You insolent brat. If you wish to spare the Dao sect from calamity, step forward and meet your demise. Surrender everything acquired from the Godlayer ruins. At that moment, a slender, shadowy old monk clad in imperial robes spoke coldly. It was evident he was a loose immortal expert from the Junlin Empire. Old bald donkey. You would do well not to threaten me. I can assure you, if I manage to escape this ordeal, my first course of action will be to settle accounts with your Junlin Empire. Ye Chen retorted with a chilling laugh. A millennium ago, the Godlayer could annihilate the 7 foremost powers. In the future, I too shall obliterate the 10 forces backing you. With a disdainful smirk, Ye Chen continued. An overwhelming aura of killing intent emanating from him. The 14 loose immortal experts exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting. The crowd of hundreds of thousands erupted into a stir. Remarkably, no one dared to refute Ye Chen's assertions. Should this individual have the opportunity to grow, he might indeed reach such heights. A millennium ago, the Godlayer had already dominated all during his tribulation of 9 paths. Who knows how formidable this fellow will become after transcending 10 paths. Nonetheless, a common label was affixed to Ye Chen in the minds of many madmen. To threaten 14 loose immortals? What else could it be but madness? Aside from Ye Chen, it seemed no one else possessed such audacity. If that is the case, we shall slay you here today. Let us combine our strength to break this formation. I refuse to believe that 14 loose immortals cannot dismantle a mere 9th grade formation. Indeed, the Godlayer is the foremost devil of the cultivation world. However, after millions of years, this formation must be considerably weakened, right? Indeed. Let us unite. Remember to remain vigilant against Xuanzi and his group. Indeed, one must surely eliminate this sharp-tongued rascal. He is nothing but a scourge. Precisely. Driven by the provocation of Ye Chen, the 14 unparalleled masters of the loose immortal realm swiftly reached a consensus. They resolved to join forces to forcibly dismantle the formation surrounding the God of Death's relic. Observing this, a mocking smile blossomed even more brilliantly on Ye Chen's face. These fools truly believed that the God of Death's renown was merely a fabrication? It seems that, in a certain sense, both he and the little skeleton could be considered disciples of the God of Death. He had inherited the techniques left behind, while the little skeleton had acquired the crystal of slaughter. Witnessing the smile on Ye Chen's face, Xian Jizi, who had initially prepared to take action, decisively chose to remain still. The once anxious Jun Wuxie and Yang Chuchu now displayed expressions of profound relief. They were all too familiar with this expression of Ye Chen's. It was a harbinger of the impending schemes he would unleash. What are you dawdling for? Are you cowards? Such behavior is truly contemptible. As the 14 unparalleled masters of the loose immortal realm retrieved various life-preserving treasures and cautiously approached the God of Death's relic, Ye Chen began to mock them once more. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, the 14 unparalleled transcendents of the scattered immortals were nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed. How many years had it been? How long since anyone had dared to speak to them in such a tone? The countless onlookers, numbering in the millions, had become desensitized. In their eyes, Ye Chen had become synonymous with madness. Will you make your move or not? If not, I shall retreat to the depths of the God of Slaughter's ruins to rest. After enduring days of tribulation, even I am weary. Observing that these old rascals still showed no intention of action, Seemingly hesitating and filled with suspicion, Ye Chen provocatively continued. You infuriate me. I can no longer endure this. If you refuse to act, I shall take matters into my own hands. A diminutive old man, his skin flushed and beard wild, erupted in a frenzy. In an instant, he charged towards Ye Chen. After a moment's hesitation, the other 13 also surged towards Ye Chen's direction. There was no turning back. Surrender? Impossible. In the next moment, countless eyes widened in astonishment. The combined assault of the 14 unparalleled transcendents struck the ninth-level formation that enveloped the god of slaughter's ruins. A resounding explosion reverberated through the heavens, accompanied by a brilliant crimson light soaring into the sky. Simultaneously, shockwaves radiated outward, causing the surrounding space within several dozen miles to collapse. 14 exceptional beings at the immortal ascension stage, caught completely off guard, spewed blood as they were violently thrown backward. The most unfortunate among them lost half of his body in the blast, while the one in the best condition was left disheveled and covered in bruises. Witnessing this, a wave of suffocating disbelief washed over everyone. It was only at this moment that they belatedly realized that the 14 peerless experts had been outmaneuvered by Ye Chen, and in a most ruthless manner. The mere thought sent shivers down their spines. Ye Chen was truly terrifying. Are you all right? At that juncture, Ye Chen, with a devil-may-care attitude, inquired mischievously, a cheeky grin plastered across his face. Weren't you all eager to kill me? Why not come over? He continued with a taunting flourish. Well, upon hearing Ye Chen's words, several unparalleled experts at the immortal ascension stage were so enraged that they spat blood. Their gazes towards Ye Chen were filled with lethal intent. If given the chance, they would relish the opportunity to dismember this wretch. This young man was utterly detestable. However, they found themselves too fearful to act rashly. Their trepidation towards the god of death's relic was palpable. The ninth-level formation indeed lived up to its reputation. Had they not acted in unison and fled swiftly, they might have met their demise right then and there. Disciple, well done. Suddenly, a figure descended not far in front of the 14 immortal ascension experts. Without a doubt, this person was none other than Zhuan Jizi. Since you wish to kill my disciple, you have forfeited your right to live. Zhuan Jizi swept a glance over the 14 individuals, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Without further ado, he charged at the 14. The whisk in his hand flew forth, piercing through the chests of 4 individuals in the blink of an eye. They had no time to react. The 4 severely wounded immortal ascension experts were instantly transformed into a rain of blood. Their primordial spirits were extinguished before they could even escape. Witnessing this scene, the hundreds of thousands surrounding felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. For immortal ascension experts perished in an instant? Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it to be true. Zhuan Jizi, are you declaring war on us? Do you intend to stand against the 6 sacred lands and the 4 great loose cultivator factions? This will only lead the Dao sect into utter ruin. The old monk from the Junlin Empire threatened, his demeanor fierce but his voice trembling. Your 10 factions together comprise merely 16 immortal ascension experts. If I slay your 14 here today, shall I not unify the eastern region? Zhuan Jizi remarked nonchalantly, casting a casual glance at the remaining 10. Upon hearing his words, the remaining extraordinary powers of the scattered immortals exhibited expressions of profound dismay. The surrounding multitude, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, also experienced a slight contraction of their pupils. Should this be the case, it seems that the dynamics of the eastern region are on the brink of a monumental shift. Who is unaware that the Dao sect boasts 3 extraordinary powers among the scattered immortals? The other 6 sacred lands each possess 2, while the 4 major scattered cultivation factions each have 1. Flee! A voice cried out. And the remaining 10 unparalleled cultivators of the scattered immortals lost all interest in continuing the battle. Their minds were consumed with the singular thought of survival. In their prime, even 14 of them together could not contend with Zhuan Jizi. Now, they could barely muster half of their former strength. In this place, they would be utterly at the mercy of their foes. They did not wish to perish. Even more so, they fervently hoped to prevent the Dao sect from unifying the eastern region. Can you truly escape? A cold laugh escaped his lips, and Zhuan Jizi's face was adorned with a mocking smile. With that, he charged at the remaining 10 individuals. In the blink of an eye, 4 more perished at his hands. However, the remaining 6 managed to flee. Zhuan Jizi showed little reaction to this, as if everything unfolded according to his expectations. Of the 14 unparalleled powerhouses at the immortal ascension stage, 8 had perished and 6 had escaped. This meant that half of the immortal ascension experts from the other 6 sacred grounds and 4 rogue factions had vanished in an instant. Master, did you intentionally let them go? Why not eliminate them all? Stepping out of the formation and the remnants of the killing god's legacy, Ye Chen inquired with confusion. Because we cannot truly eradicate them all. The eastern region is not as simple as it appears. It suffices to establish the Tao sect as the absolute leader. Zhuangzi replied, shaking his head, his expression complex. Unifying the eastern region? Who wouldn't desire that? He too could not escape this norm. Yet, contemplating the repercussions of such actions, Zhuangzi's pupils involuntarily constricted slightly. A fleeting shadow of apprehension crossed his face. Upon hearing his words and witnessing his expression, Ye Chen pondered thoughtfully. Could it be that this involved some grand secret? He speculated quietly within himself. Gently shaking his head, Ye Chen cast aside these thoughts. After all, his master's actions were undoubtedly grounded in reason. Why concern himself with so many details? Even if he felt a tinge of regret, if it were up to him, he would not hesitate to slay them all on the spot. Consequences? He would contemplate those matters later. Master Yi, Master Uncle Ancestor, young Master Yi. At that moment, three figures gracefully descended beside Ye Chen. Whether it was Jun Wuxia, Yang Chu, or Huang Yinhua, their faces were adorned with expressions of sheer joy. Yet, beneath the surface, their hearts were tumultuous. Ye Chen's prowess was simply extraordinary. To slay those at the immortal ascension stage? 8 defeated, 6 escaped? Such resplendent achievements were nothing short of astonishing within the entire realm of cultivation. Not only they, but the hundreds of thousands surrounding them regarded Ye Chen with eyes wide in wonder, as if gazing upon a mythical beast. This young man's rise appeared to be unstoppable. In the present eastern region, the Tao sect had established itself as the unrivaled leader. Rumor had it that they had recently sealed their mountain, hadn't they? Yet, it seemed there was no longer any necessity for that. With a smile, Ye Chen greeted the trio. Let us return, he proposed. As he looked at the four, Zhuangzi suddenly furrowed his brow and spoke. Return? Today, you shall not leave, especially not this young man. He is wanted by our soul extinction palace. Suddenly, a domineering voice reverberated through the skies above the God of Slaughter ruins. Instantly, 3 figures clad in crimson robes descended before Ye Chen and his companions. They were at the transcendent immortal stage. Once again, 3 formidable transcendent immortal powerhouses. The speaker was the leader among the crimson-robed figures. A bald man with a face adorned by thick, curling whiskers. Observing the 3 before him, both Zhuangzi and Jun Wuxia were grave expressions. Ye Chen also instinctively narrowed his eyes. The presence of these 3 unparalleled transcendent immortal experts was far more formidable than that of the previous 14. Why was this the case? Could it be that they hailed from outside the eastern region? And why do they wish to capture me alive? What? Has your soul extinction palace grown so arrogant? Instead of remaining concealed in the central continent, you dare to venture into the eastern region? Zhuangzi remarked with a feigned smile, though a look of vigilance crept onto his face. Clearly, the strength of the 3 before him was anything but simple. Or perhaps, the soul extinction palace was not simple at all. This young man is specifically sought after by our palace master. And that little skeleton as well. I do not wish to repeat myself, the bald man declared. Are you suggesting that your Tao sect intends to wage war against us, the soul extinction palace? Zhuangzi, you possess the strength to defeat the 3 of us, true. However, as one of the premier powers of the central continent, I trust you are aware of our profound foundation. We have at least 3 experts of your caliber. Or do you genuinely believe we, the soul extinction palace, would shy away from confronting the Tao sect? Gazing intently at Zhuangzi, the bald man erupted into a boisterous laugh. Hearing his words, a faint killing intent radiated from Zhuangzi. No one can threaten our Tao sect, he retorted coldly, clearly unwilling to yield. Initially bewildered, Ye Chen suddenly grasped the situation upon receiving the telepathic communication from Zhuangzi and Jun Wuxia. The Soul Extinction Palace? One of the top powers of the central continent? Their founder was, in fact, a follower of the God of Slaughter. The reason the God of Slaughter's family was annihilated was due to the founder of the Soul Extinction Palace. Had they betrayed the God of Slaughter? Millennia ago. The forces that the God of Slaughter eradicated included the Soul Extinction Palace, along with that follower who was also eliminated. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. The Soul Extinction Palace eventually revived because the founder had a son secretly nurtured outside. He became the second palace master of the Soul Extinction Palace. Since then, every palace master has shared a singular goal, to locate the God of Slaughter ruins and obtain the God of Slaughter's legacy. Their aspirations mirror those of the entire cultivation world. They believe that the blood-soaked God of Slaughter has perished. Ascension? Impossible. As long as they find the God of Slaughter ruins and acquire the God of Slaughter's legacy, They too can sweep through the cultivation world as the god of slaughter once did. The arrival of these three individuals likely indicates that news of this place has spread to the eastern region. Of course, the palace master of the Soul Extinction Palace might not believe it. After all, they have been searching for the god of slaughter ruins for millions of years. If the ruins were so easily found, they would have already obtained everything they sought. Perhaps they adopt a mindset of better to mistakenly kill than to let go. Hence their desire to seize Ye Chen and the little skeleton. It is likely due to both entering this uncertain god of slaughter ruins. Upon hearing all this, Ye Chen's expression remained calm, yet an overwhelming killing intent surged within him. On one hand, he had long regarded the god of slaughter as a mentor of sorts. After all, he had acquired the foundational body refinement technique within the god of slaughter ruins. This was a miraculous technique left behind by the god of slaughter. In a certain sense, the god of slaughter had saved Ye Chen's life. Without this technique, he might have perished under the 10th heavenly tribulation. On the other hand, the audacity of these individuals to capture him alive? Truly a blend of old grievances and new enmities. Ye Chen silently scoffed. Around them, the throngs of people were in an uproar. Some could no longer contain their fear and were contemplating fleeing. The name of the Soul Extinction Palace alone instilled terror. Alas, Ye Chen had just managed to survive the tribulation only to be targeted by so many transcendent immortal experts. Now, he was being pursued by the Soul Extinction Palace? Indeed, the Soul Extinction Palace is one of the foremost powers in the cultivation world. It would not be an exaggeration to say it ranks among the top 3. It seems Ye Chen is trapped in an inescapable predicament. Furthermore, it could potentially implicate the entire Dao sect. The Soul Extinction Palace is known for its ruthless methods. Rumor has it that their palace master is a member of the fabled Soul Clan. It appears that misfortune awaits Ye Chen. No one can evade the pursuit of the Soul Extinction Palace. Could it be that the rumors hold truth? That the Soul Extinction Palace has intricate ties to the god of slaughter? Is that why they have been relentlessly searching for the god of slaughter ruins? Hush! Are you seeking death by speaking of such matters? At this juncture, even Xianjizi may not be able to protect Ye Chen. Who among us can withstand the advance of the Soul Extinction Palace? I concur. Such a prodigy as Ye Chen is indeed a tragic loss. Upon hearing the surrounding discussions, the trio from the Soul Extinguishing Hall erupted into triumphant laughter. Clearly, these remarks had greatly pleased them. However, there were some comments that did not sit well with them. A blood-red handprint descended from the sky, claiming the lives of tens of thousands. The Soul Extinguishing Hall truly deserved condemnation. With a cold snort, Zhuangzizi took immediate action. In the blink of an eye, he was engaged in fierce combat with the three, quickly gaining the upper hand. Perhaps concerned about harming innocent bystanders, Zhuangzizi deliberately drew the battlefield high into the sky. In an instant, the distant heavens resembled a scene from the apocalypse. The four combatants unleashed their cataclysmic techniques, causing the very fabric of space around them to collapse. The forests and mountains within a radius of hundreds of miles lay in utter ruin. At nearly the same moment, Ye Chen and Jun Wuxia furrowed their brows. For some inexplicable reason, both of them suddenly sensed a faint yet palpable danger. Could it be? Were there hidden experts from the Soul Extinction Palace lurking in the shadows? Exchanging glances, they discerned the uncertainty reflected in each other's eyes. Annihilate the soul. Search the soul. At that moment, a colossal, blood-red ancient rune surged unexpectedly towards the direction of Ye Chen and his companions. Without a moment's hesitation, Jun Wuxia boldly confronted it head-on. Wow! In the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, struggling for some time without being able to rise. That colossal rune once again soared towards Ye Chen. Damn it! With a low curse, Ye Chen instinctively teleported to Jun Wuxia's side, intending to lead him away. However, that rune unexpectedly changed direction and hurtled towards him without warning. Young Master Yi, be careful. Master Uncle, watch out. At that moment, two graceful figures lunged towards Ye Chen. Don't. A crimson light erupted from the black, bladeless giant sword on Ye Chen's back as they approached the entrance of the Godslayer ruins. Just as the blood-red glow enveloped the four of them, the enormous rune collided with Ye Chen. Huang Yinhua and Yang Chuchu instinctively lunged toward Ye Chen. In an instant, all four were sent flying, crashing heavily into the Godslayer ruins. The massive blood-red rune vanished into thin air as it rebounded off the formation. After setting the unconscious Jun Wuxia aside, Ye Chen's expression darkened considerably. Turning to look behind him, He saw that Yang Chuchu and Huang Yinhua had already collapsed in a pool of blood. At that moment, both were on the brink of death, their souls appearing as if they might shatter at any moment. Master Ancestor, as long as you are safe. Young Master Yi. Upon seeing Ye Chen unharmed, both ladies revealed a smile at the corners of their lips. Do not speak. With that, Ye Chen enveloped the two women in his embrace, whispering softly. The essence of life surged forth from him. In an instant, the injuries afflicting the two beauties healed at an astonishing pace. However, their souls appeared to weaken progressively, as if on the brink of annihilation. Observing this, Ye Chen's expression darkened with an unsettling intensity. His heart was laden with self-reproach and overwhelming urgency. What should he do? They cannot perish. Yet, what actions could he take? Were the two women truly to sacrifice themselves for his sake? Such an outcome was profoundly difficult for him to bear. Do not be disheartened, young Master Yi. My life was always yours to save. Besides, I cherish you. Huang Yinhua murmured, managing to muster a faint smile. I am so tired. Upon uttering these words, her eyes gently fluttered shut, as if surrendering to slumber. Master Uncle, I cherish you as well. Do not be sorrowful. Live well. I hope that one day you will stand at the pinnacle of the immortal realm. With a lingering gaze fixed upon Ye Chen, her delicate face radiated a smile filled with hope, and Yang Chuchu gradually closed her eyes. Desolate Soul Hall, murmured Ye Chen, his eyes filled with boundless killing intent. Just as he was about to erupt in fury and charge out, a voice brought him back to a state of calm. Master, quickly place them into your inner world. As long as their souls endure, there is still hope. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaohei had appeared on Ye Chen's shoulder. Raising its small head to gaze at Ye Chen, Xiaohei urged him on. Oh, splendid. Instinctively, Ye Chen ushered the two enchanting women into his inner world. As they entered, an astonishing transformation unfolded. The souls of the two women, on the brink of obliteration, began to gradually revive, albeit at an exceedingly slow pace. Were it not for Ye Chen's formidable spirit, he might not have even noticed this phenomenon. Indeed, my conjecture has proven accurate. The core of this miniature realm must possess extraordinary properties, capable of reuniting souls. At some point, Little Black also soared into Ye Chen's inner world. Observing the two women, who lay serenely in the center as if in slumber, it expressed a profound sentiment. Are you suggesting that they can heal here? Upon hearing Little Black's words, Ye Chen inquired with palpable excitement. Theoretically, it is possible. However, it may require several tens of millions of years. After a moment of hesitation, Little Black responded with uncertainty. Is there truly no alternative? Tens of millions of years? Ye Chen was reluctant to wait such an eternity. His mind swirled with countless formulas and medicinal knowledge, yet lamentably, none pertained to the reunion of souls. Nor was there any record of treasures capable of such a feat indeed. Merely upon reaching this point, Xiaohei's tone was filled with apprehension. What is it? Ye Chen asked anxiously, furrowing his brow. However, the few methods I know are increasingly challenging. With a sigh, Xiaohei slowly replied. You speak. Taking a deep breath, Ye Chen calmly declared. Difficult? Regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, he must revive the two beloved souls. Either he comprehends the most elusive concept, the essence of time, ultimately grasping the profound path of time, thereby altering the temporal fabric of this miniature world. Within a year and a half at most, they shall awaken. Alternatively, he could seek out the realm of the fairies, locate the fairy royal family, and request their life staff and the spring of life to aid in the reunification of their souls. The final course of action would entail storming the realm of souls to seize the treasured relic of the Soul Clan to assist in their resurrection. As he reached this point, the small black creature let out another sigh, for it understood that each option was akin to scaling the heavens. The essence of time? Within the endless river of ages, those capable of comprehension are exceedingly rare. Moreover, even among those few, their understanding remains superficial. To truly grasp the path of time is an endeavor bordering on impossibility. As the saying goes, time is revered, space is sovereign. Time indeed stands as the foremost among the 3,000 great paths. To achieve such understanding is no simple feat the fairy realm. Without ascending or departing from this world of cultivation, it is utterly unattainable. The realm of souls is no different. And let us not even speak of other possibilities. Hearing these words from the small black creature, Ye Chen fell into a contemplative silence. If the small black creature comprehended these truths, how could Ye Chen remain oblivious? Yet, regardless of the daunting obstacles, he could never concede. Huang Yinhua and Yang Chuchu had transformed into their current state solely to save him. I understand. With that, Ye Chen's consciousness withdrew from his inner world. Shaking its small head, Little Black decisively soared out. In its heart, it believed that Huang Yinhua and Yang Chuchu would likely become its future mistresses. Remaining in Ye Chen's inner world was indeed not fitting. Taking a deep breath, Ye Chen turned his gaze towards the entrance of the god of death's relics. There stood a small old man clad in a blood-red robe. His pointed ears and gaunt face unmistakable. Clearly, the rune from earlier had been conjured by him. Remarkably, he was yet another master at the scattered immortality stage. The soul-searching and soul-destroying pathways of this esteemed presence have unexpectedly faltered. Youngster, you are quite remarkable. Be wise and swiftly activate this formation. Who knows? Perhaps the esteemed lord of the hall will spare your life. The blood-robed old man commanded, casting a condescending glance at Ye Chen. You are damned. With a calm gaze directed at the blood-robed old man, Ye Chen spoke expressionlessly. This old fellow was doomed. The small black creature perched on Ye Chen's shoulder murmured softly. It could sense the impending danger. Ye Chen, at this moment, resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. Theoretically, he should have been incapable of contending with a transcendent being of the loose immortal stage. However, this was the god of killing's relics. Ye Chen could harness the formations within. He truly deserved his fate. Unbeknownst to them, the blood-soaked Xuanzi had returned. Xuanzi, you have slain all three of them? Are you declaring war against our soul annihilation hall? The blood-robed old man's pupils involuntarily constricted as he gazed at Xuanzi, a look of apprehension etched upon his face. Clearly, he was all bark and no bite. What of war? The soul annihilation hall will not hesitate. Any who dare tread into the eastern domain shall face obliteration. With that, Xuanzi charged directly at the blood-robed old man. He was already aware of the commotion that had transpired here, while guilt gnawed at his heart. It was overshadowed by a thirst for vengeance. The foremost immortal of the Dao sect had nearly perished. The most prodigious disciple of the Dao sect had almost been slain. The sect's leader was gravely injured. The soul annihilation hall had now thoroughly enraged Xuanzi, and his hatred for them had surpassed that for the top 10 factions of the eastern domain. Without uttering another word, Xuanzi lunged at the blood-robed old man. Surrounding the god of killing's relics, everyone was momentarily stunned. The unfolding events surrounding Ye Chen had left them feeling a sense of dread. Their hearts had long since grown numb from the shock. 10 heavenly tribulations? The top 10 factions of the eastern domain? Trapping and slaying 8 loose immortal beings? And now, the soul annihilation hall? Madness. It was utterly insane. Was the Dao sect truly seeking to make enemies of the world? Unsurprisingly, the blood-robed old man met his demise at Xuanzi's hands. 12 loose immortal beings slain in a single day. One cannot deny that Xuanzi was extraordinarily formidable. Master, Ye Chen exclaimed as he carried Jun Wuxie out, turning his gaze towards Xian Jizi. My sincerest apologies. If I had gazed upon Ye Chen earlier. Xian Jizi's aged face displayed a look of regret and guilt. However, before he could complete his thoughts, Ye Chen interrupted him. It all stemmed from me. Did it not? I have brought trouble upon Chuchu and Yinhua. Gently shaking his head, Ye Chen spoke slowly. And Dao Zong. He sighed inwardly. Ye Chen understood that Dao Zong would likely remain sealed off, while other forces in the eastern region posed little threat. The Hall of Soul Extinction was a different matter entirely, particularly since the Hall has always employed ruthless methods. With the sudden demise of 4 peak transcendent beings, would they not seek vengeance? It is inconceivable to think otherwise. Xian Jizi opened his mouth, uncertain of how to persuade or comfort Ye Chen. I believe you will undoubtedly rescue them, he finally declared with solemnity. As for the likelihood of success, Xian Jizi harbored his own doubts. Having lived countless years, he recognized the immense difficulty of reuniting souls. Xian Jizi was also aware of the 3 methods mentioned by Xiao He. After conversing with Xian Gizi for a while, Ye Chen took his leave. He now harbored 2 singular ambitions, to reunite the souls of Yang Chuchu and Huang Yinhua, and to exact vengeance upon the soul-extinguishing hall. For the sake of the 2 ladies, for the god of slaughter, and for himself. Such a defiant individual, indeed, seems to be plagued by a tumultuous fate. Observing Ye Chen's retreating figure, Xian Gizi wore a bittersweet smile. Simultaneously, a profound curiosity stirred within him. Could it be that his treasured disciple possesses the life ring? Otherwise, where could Ye Chen have hidden Yang Chuchu and her companion? The soul-extinguishing hall, one of the 10 mightiest forces in the eastern domain. He murmured to himself, as an overwhelming intent for retribution ignited in his eyes. With a deep breath, Xian Gizi took flight, accompanied by Jun Wuxie. As Ye Chen and his companions departed, the crowd surrounding the god of slaughter's relic gradually dispersed. Not long after Ye Chen's exit, the relic astonishingly sank underground. A powerful crimson light surged skyward. and the entire god of slaughter relic vanished from sight. In less than a day, news of Ye Chen spread like wildfire throughout the Eastern Domain, even reaching beyond its borders. The ability to enter and exit the god of slaughter's relic at will, surviving 10 unprecedented heavenly tribulations during the nascent soul stage, slaughtering tens of thousands of transformation stage experts, eliminating scattered immortals, offending all 10 major forces of the Eastern Domain, as well as the soul-extinguishing Hall of Central Continent. Each of these feats alone would be enough to create a stir in the Eastern Domain. Yet, this individual has accomplished an astonishing series of earth-shattering events. Truly, it is extraordinary. Presently, legends about Ye Chen circulate throughout the Eastern Domain, with countless individuals engaged in spirited discussions about him. However, due to the remarkable nature of his exploits, many remain skeptical. Hey, have you heard of Dao Sect's foremost prodigy, Ye Chen? He is simply too powerful. Who can't boast? I believe he has been mythologized. A nascent soul at 18, no matter how prodigious, must have its limits. I might believe he can outclass the younger generation, but the rest is sheer nonsense. I concur. Nonetheless, the Dao Sect has indeed closed its doors. They have offended the 10 major forces of the Eastern Domain and the soul-extinguishing Hall. Perhaps it's true. Is it worth it for a prodigy to face the enmity of the world? If Ye Chen truly survived 10 heavenly tribulations, then it would be justified. Otherwise, it is not worth it. Millions bore witness to Ye Chen's rise. Such an occurrence could hardly be fabricated, could it? Who knows? Perhaps the tales surrounding him have been embellished beyond recognition. Furthermore, it appears that Ye Chen has no intention of returning to the Dao Sect. Is he truly unafraid of being hunted down? In the desolate depths of a desert near the northern frontier, a small skeleton lay silently upon the sands for an extended period. It had come to learn certain matters concerning Ye Chen. One could only hope that the lad was safe. It appeared that this venerable being would have to take a bold gamble. Being targeted by those rascals from the Soul Extinction Hall was no trivial matter. Moreover, this esteemed entity was eager to relive a life and join Ye Chen in sweeping across the world. Gradually rising, the small skeleton's tone resonated with unwavering determination. Subsequently, it soared into the sky. As night descended, Ye Chen continued his journey, clutching a treasure map that dated back over 100,000 years. At this moment, he had arrived at the edge of the Eastern Domain, bordering the northern frontier, stepping onto a barren and desolate expanse. This land was steeped in an aura of desolation. The reason Ye Chen ventured here was due to the advice given by Zhangjizi upon his departure, to explore more ancient ruins, treasure sites, and primordial caves. As unexpected gains might await him, such endeavors would enable Ye Chen to grow stronger at an accelerated pace and, comparatively, grasp the essence of temporal concepts more easily. Should he achieve rapid ascension, even without comprehending the intricacies of time, it would be of little consequence. At that point, he could directly seek out the realms of the elves and the soul world. Along his path, Ye Chen also caught wind of various rumors concerning himself, yet he remained blissfully indifferent to them. Suddenly, Ye Chen came to a halt, directing his gaze ahead. Not only he, but the little black creature perched upon his shoulder also looked forward. In the distance, an immense mountain range, stretching for thousands of miles and soaring into the clouds, revealed itself. A colossal mountain range infused with demonic energy. Unconsciously, Ye Chen lowered his head to examine the animal skin treasure map he had obtained from Zhang Luoyan, the leader of the thief sect. Could it be that the location of the treasure was finally within reach? Meow. Suddenly, a purple shadow descended unannounced upon Ye Chen's left shoulder. Xiao Qi had returned, affectionately nuzzling Ye Chen's face and giving him a gentle lick. Xiao Qi playfully frolicked for a moment before retreating back into Ye Chen's inner world. Observing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. It was a comfort to have Xiao Qi back. However, he couldn't help but wonder about the little skeleton. Had it fared well? Having obtained the crystal of slaughter, it had expressed a desire to live anew. He pondered what form it might take upon their next meeting. A flicker of anticipation ignited within him. Master, that little skeleton is no ordinary being. Xiao He suddenly interjected, seemingly reading Ye Chen's thoughts. Oh, what do you mean? Ye Chen inquired, curiosity piqued by Xiao He's remark. Within its skull lies a sealed soul, presumably that of its former self, if I am not mistaken. It is awaiting the opportunity to be reborn. Furthermore, judging by its skeletal structure, it is quite possible that its prior realm surpassed that of a loose immortal. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao He spoke slowly. Surpassed a loose immortal? Shouldn't it have ascended by now? why would it remain in the realm of cultivation? Ye Chen asked, perplexed by Xiaohei's assertion. Whoever told you that becoming an immortal necessitates ascension? Xiaohei replied, lifting its gaze towards Ye Chen with a challenging tone. In that moment, Ye Chen was taken aback by the question. Upon hearing Xiaohei's words, he began to ponder their validity. Indeed, who decreed that ascending to immortality necessarily entails flying to the celestial realm? It is conceivable that some individuals possess the means to remain behind forcefully. However, if what Xiaohei claimed holds true, then why did the little skeleton opt to stay against its will? This behavior seems rather inconsistent with its flamboyant character. Alas, had the master forged a contract with it earlier, perhaps he would have gained an extraordinary ally in the future. Subsequently, Xiaohei expressed its regret. In truth, had you not intended to eliminate me, I would have never consented to a contract with you, nor would I have allowed you to be bound as my spirit pet. I have always believed in the principle of equality among all beings. Glancing at Xiaohei, Ye Chen replied with a hint of indifference. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Xiaohei fell into a state of despondency. If possible, it would have gladly struck itself twice in frustration. What a grave mistake! Had it known this would be the outcome, it would not have dared to provoke its master. Yet, upon further reflection, a sense of equilibrium returned to its heart. Oh my, a remarkable individual who has transcended 10 tribulations. Associating with him does indeed seem advantageous, especially when considering Xiaoqi. It felt that following Ye Chen was not such a dire fate after all. That being's origins were far more terrifying than its own. After all, wasn't that one quite intimate with the master? Regardless of Xiaohei's contemplations, Ye Chen was too preoccupied to pay it any heed. His focus was now directed towards the towering mountains, shrouded in ominous demonic energy, that lay before him. The treasure map pointed towards this very range. It indicated the depths of the mountains. One could only wonder what awaited at the destination marked on the treasure map. Xiaohei, what are your thoughts on this demonic mountain? After a moment of contemplation, Ye Chen posed the question. This must be a forbidden zone, right? Otherwise, why would the path be so desolate? After a brief pause, Xiaohei replied with uncertainty. Get lost. Ye Chen shot a bemused glare at Xiaohei and retorted. His tone laced with irritation. Wasn't that an obvious statement? Yet, Ye Chen could not suppress his curiosity. Why was there such a mountain range at the border between the eastern region and the northern frontier? Was the desolation surrounding the Devil Mountain a consequence of its presence? Shaking his head lightly, he cast aside his thoughts and resolutely descended upon the edge of the mountain range. As he stepped onto the mountains, his expression shifted subtly. Here, an inexplicable energy seemed to siphon away his vitality. Fortunately, he possessed the essence of life, with the essence of life erupting forth. That enigmatic energy receded like a retreating tide. Hiss, the laws of death. Just moments ago, those were indeed the laws of death, intertwined with the path of death. Suddenly, the small creature on Ye Chen's shoulder, Xiaohong, gasped in alarm. Upon hearing Xiaohong's words, Ye Chen's expression changed slightly. The laws of death? The path of death? What secrets lie hidden within these mountains? Taking a deep breath, Ye Chen resolutely chose to forge ahead. Hesitation was not in Ye Chen's nature. Unbeknownst to him, chaos had erupted in the outside world due to his actions. The Dao sect remained sealed off. Moreover, several talented individuals and promising disciples from the Dao sect had either returned to the sect or gone into hiding. For the Soul Annihilation Palace had dispatched agents to hunt down the Dao sect members. Additionally, the 6 great sacred lands of the Eastern Domain, along with 4 rogue cultivator factions, had chosen to join forces in their pursuit of the Dao sect. However, they ultimately returned empty-handed. The protective formation of the Dao sect stood firm as a mountain, completely disregarding any attacks. Conversely, the remaining unrivaled experts of the 10 great factions faced dire consequences. Those being hunted by Zhuangzizi found themselves with no escape, but fortunately, due to their prior preparations, no one met their demise. Intriguingly, although the Soul Annihilation Palace had made a grand spectacle of hunting Dao sect members, they did not send their most formidable experts to the Eastern Domain. It was evident that they were wary of Zhuangzizi's threat. Furthermore, Ye Chen's name had spread throughout the entire cultivation world. In just a few short days, an amusing phenomenon emerged within the realm of cultivation. Everywhere, there were imitators of Ye Chen, clad in white robes, bearing a massive, unsharpened great sword on their backs. During this period, the business of certain weapon shops flourished remarkably. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Chen had unwittingly become an idol for countless young individuals, surviving the 10 tribulations, slaying hundreds of thousands of transformation stage experts, threatening and exterminating unparalleled experts of the immortal stage. Each of these feats was enough to earn him worldwide renown. Such a defiant existence was naturally difficult to escape the admiration of the youth. However, it wasn't long before these imitators vanished without a trace, all due to the relentless pursuit of the Soul Annihilation Palace and its merciless underlings. Indeed, they adopted the mindset of better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than let one escape, and fervently hunted these individuals. Just as Ye Chen entered the Demon Mountain, a group of uninvited guests arrived at the other end of the mountain, within the Dao sect's forbidden area, in front of a thatched cottage. Zhuangzizi sat leisurely at a table, brewing tea. Master Uncle, there are currently no reports regarding Master Yi from the outside. With a smile, Jun Wuxia reported to Zhuangzizi. Oh, this is good news. Nodding his head, Zhuangzizi burst into hearty laughter. I eagerly anticipate the day that lad will turn the Soul Annihilation Palace upside down. He continued, however. Master Yi is currently only at the early stage of the nascent soul. Hesitating for a moment, Jun Wuxia seemed to hold back his words, his face filled with concern. As the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind. Many individuals and factions likely do not wish for such a prodigy as Master Yi to rise. Moreover, the pursuit by the Soul Annihilation Palace is no trifling matter. He firmly believed that Ye Chen possessed the potential to obliterate the Soul Annihilation Palace. After all, surviving 10 tribulations was unprecedented. The premise, however, was that Ye Chen could grow smoothly. His cultivation base may be low, but do not forget his astonishing combat prowess. Glancing at Jun Wuxia, Zhuangzizi chuckled softly. In an instant, Jun Wuxia fell silent, considering Ye Chen's combat capabilities. Even as the headmaster of a top sacred land in the Eastern Domain, he felt a sense of insurmountable distance. After the nascent soul stage, one is traditionally unable to challenge opponents of a higher realm, a long-standing rule. Yet, this rule had been thoroughly shattered by Ye Chen. Even during his Golden Core stage, he had successfully slain hundreds of thousands of transformation stage experts. After advancing to the nascent soul stage, he crushed even the tribulations of the great ascension and transcendent stages. Even if Master Yi is immune to tribulations, his true combat power must be at least that of the great ascension stage, or perhaps even the transcendent stage. It is also possible that he is so extraordinary that he could escape right under the noses of half-step transcendence experts. Jun Wuxia had no certainty regarding the extent of Ye Chen's limits. Little Chenzi's ultimate combat strength should rival that of a half-step transcendence expert. Yet, no transcendence expert could kill him, for he mastered the 3 supreme principles of destruction, life, and space. Even a half-step immortal might not be able to contend with him. Do you believe that immortal experts can simply run about every day, relentlessly pursuing him? So, what is there to worry about? Sipping his tea, Zhuangzizi spoke in a leisurely manner. Upon hearing Zhuangzizi's words, Jun Wuxia was momentarily petrified. His mind seemed to crash. The early stage of the nascent soul, with combat power rivaling that of a half-step transcendence? This was rather extraordinary, wasn't it? Wait, the principles of life, destruction, and space, all within the top 10? Is this still human? Even some of the most exceptional prodigies and promising disciples might not comprehend even one of the top 10 principles, right? If someone else were to say this, Jun Wuxia would scoff. However, when Zhuangzizi said it, it was a different story altogether. As one of the foremost figures in the cultivation world, one of the 4 great diviners, could he be mistaken? Mastering the principle of space? In that case, it appears that even half-step immortal experts might not be able to deal with Master Yi. Immortal experts? At that level, who isn't hiding away in seclusion or reclusive cultivation? Seeking ascension to immortality? It seems I have been overly alarmist. Coming back to his senses, Jun Wuxia managed a bitter smile. He admitted, at that moment, he felt somewhat disheartened. Master Yi truly deserves the title of the greatest prodigy in the history of the Dao sect. He is indeed the one who shattered the records of the God of Slaughter during tribulations and created history. I tell you this merely to instill one understanding. Little Chenzi is the hope for the resurgence of our Dao sect. We must have faith in him. What you need to do now is to ensure that the overall strength of the Dao sect continues to grow. As for matters concerning Little Chenzi, you need only be aware, Zhuangzizi said, calmly gazing at Jun Wuxia. Indeed, with a resolute nod, Jun Wuxia displayed a determined expression, his eyes brimming with fervor. The prospect of leading the Dao sect to the pinnacle of the immortal realm was truly exhilarating. In the eastern region, amidst a cluster of palatial structures resembling a celestial paradise, Within one of these grand edifices, a young man was furiously smashing objects in a fit of rage. This young man was none other than Xian Yuan Batian, the seventh prince of the Junlin Empire, who had nearly met his demise at the hands of Ye Chen. The Junlin Empire had paid a hefty price to restore him. On this day, Xian Yuan Batian had just awakened. Upon hearing rumors regarding Ye Chen, he was consumed by fury, his eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, as his heart overflowed with animosity. How infuriating. This is simply unbelievable. Absolutely not true. How could an 18-year-old brat possess such extraordinary talent? While smashing objects in a frenzy, Xian Yuan Batian roared with madness. The overwhelming power of Ye Chen filled him with despair. Thus, he felt the need to vent his frustrations. Even one of the Empire's esteemed immortals had fallen victim to Ye Chen's schemes. How could he possibly seek revenge now? In Xian Yuan Batian's mind, Ye Chen had transformed into a nightmarish entity, becoming his inner demon. After a brief period of turmoil, he finally managed to calm himself. No, I must kill him. It seems that my only hope for revenge lies within the depths of our Empire's secret realm. With a cold snort, Xian Yuan Batian's eyes glinted with a frenzied terror. His expression transformed into one of grotesque ferocity. In the dead of night, Ye Chen had already ventured deep into the Demon Mountain for over 10 miles. He continued to advance with remarkable speed. However, the carefree expression on his face had faded away, replaced by a look of profound seriousness. He realized that the further he journeyed into the heart of the Demon Mountain, the more potent the laws of death and the path of demise became. Ye Chen had every reason to believe that were it not for his mastery of the essence of life, he would have likely turned into a pile of lifeless bones by now. This place was undeniably peculiar. To his surprise, the little creature on his shoulder, Xiaohei, seemed to revel in such an environment, incessantly urging Ye Chen to hasten his pace. Master, push forward. There are surely treasures deep within the Demon Mountain. Haha. I can already scent the allure of riches. Throughout the journey, this fellow incessantly babbled, his mouth never ceasing for even a moment. Little Black, can you not keep your mouth shut for once? Even the usually foul-mouthed Ye Chen could not help but curse. He was truly at his wit's end with this incessant chatter. If Little Skeleton was a chatterbox, then Little Black was a veritable fighter among them. Hiki, isn't it just excitement? With the treasure in hand, both the master and I can swiftly grow stronger. Wouldn't that allow us to quickly revive our two mistresses? With an awkward smile, Little Black declared with righteous fervor. Aside from being speechless, what else could Ye Chen possibly say? Nevertheless, he ultimately quickened his pace. He admitted that he had been somewhat persuaded by Xiaohei. To grow stronger? To grow stronger swiftly? After traversing over 100 miles, Ye Chen unconsciously descended to the ground. For ahead, both in the air and on the ground, numerous crimson humanoid puppets had unexpectedly appeared. Each puppet stood over 10 feet tall, adorned with multiple miniature formations. Moreover, these puppets wielded an array of weapons in their hands. Stop right there. Only those of the demon race are permitted to proceed. A chilling, resonant mechanical voice echoed throughout the sky. Upon hearing these words, Ye Chen narrowed his eyes. Only the demon race can advance. So, is this Demon Mountain the legacy of a powerful demon? Or perhaps it has always been a forbidden zone belonging to the demons? How intriguing. What astonished Ye Chen even more was his realization that each of these puppets possessed the strength of the nascent soul stage. At present, he still considered himself to be on the periphery of the Demon Mountain. If the obstructing puppets were already at the nascent soul stage, what formidable opponents would lie ahead? It appeared that Xiaohei's words were indeed accurate. Treasures truly awaited in the depths of the Demon Mountain. Otherwise, this situation would be quite perplexing. What if I insist on moving forward? Casting a glance at the puppets, Ye Chen smiled and inquired, "Defeat us to prove your worth." The frigid mechanical voice responded once more. Truly, the demon race preferred to let their fists do the talking. Xiaohei exclaimed in awe from Ye Chen's shoulder. In agreement with Xiaohei's sentiments, Ye Chen nodded thoughtfully. He had some knowledge of the demon race. They revered martial prowess, relished bloodshed, and engaged in battles across the realms. Only the strong earn their respect. You are all too weak. Ye Chen casually waved his hand, and in an instant, dozens of puppets around him shattered into fragments. Without a backward glance, he chose to continue his flight. What Ye Chen failed to notice was that shortly after his departure, the scattered puppet remnants began to reassemble into new puppets. This place was indeed peculiarly extraordinary. As time passed, every 100 miles Ye Chen advanced, he encountered waves of puppets. Their strength only grew more formidable, escalating from the early stages of the nascent soul to the peak of the 9th level. Without exception, the obstructing puppets were reduced to mere fragments by Ye Chen. Yet, it was no surprise that they restored themselves shortly after his exit. Unbeknownst to him, he had traversed over 1,000 miles. By now, dawn had begun to break, casting a pale light across the landscape. Upon witnessing the scene around him, Ye Chen found himself momentarily stunned. Throughout his journey, the demon mountain had been shrouded in malevolence, barren of life, a realm governed by the laws of death. Yet now, it had inexplicably transformed into a paradise of vibrant flora and fauna. The surroundings were adorned with an array of colorful vegetation, stretching deep into the demon mountain. Moreover, various creatures could be seen grazing, hunting, and playing freely. The ominous laws of death had seemingly vanished. What was happening? Unconsciously, Ye Chen exchanged a glance with Xiaohei. Master, this place feels rather eerie. Xiaohei blurted out instinctively. Eerie or not, we must press on. With a faint smile, Ye Chen declared resolutely. Give up? Turn back? That thought had never crossed his mind. After a moment of hesitation, Xiaohei nodded in agreement, sharing Ye Chen's determination. Furthermore, the deeper they ventured into the demon mountain, the stronger the sense of treasure became. In Xiaohei's view, the depths of the demon mountain undoubtedly harbored great treasures. However, Ye Chen showed no urgency to advance. He settled down on a nearby patch of grass and took out a flask of wine and some provisions to enjoy. Master, with your cultivation level, there is no need for sustenance. Moreover, ordinary food is rife with impurities. Xiaohei remarked, casting a glance at Ye Chen. This is called enjoyment. What do you know? Ye Chen replied nonchalantly, taking a sip of wine. Fasting? Ye Chen could indeed manage that. Yet, as a transmigrator, he still held a keen interest in the pleasures of the palate. This habit was one he had no intention of changing. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Xiaohei found himself at a loss for words. He raised his left front paw, displaying the spatial ring, and poured out a heap of spirit stones, materials, and elixirs that sparkled brilliantly. In response, Ye Chen felt a sense of familiarity. Wasn't it the same with both Xiaoqi and Xiaohei all along? Eh? Suddenly, Ye Chen narrowed his eyes. He discerned that a formidable cultivator was swiftly approaching in his direction. Shortly thereafter, a figure enveloped in demonic energy descended not far from him. This was a young man clad in black armor, possessing a tall and slender physique, with a strikingly cold and enchanting visage. He appeared to be just over 30 years of age. However, the individual's strength was astonishingly at the peak of the 9th level of the transformation stage. It must be said, given his age and power, he could indeed be regarded as a peerless prodigy. Who are you, really? How dare you intrude upon our northern border demon clan's sacred mountain? The young man scrutinized Ye Chen with an air of arrogance as he posed the question. This fool is in for a misfortune. Little Black, perched on Ye Chen's shoulder, cast a glance at the young man, secretly reveling in his impending doom. As Ye Chen's spirit pet, it was acutely aware of one undeniable fact. Its master detested being referred to with the prefix little. A peak 9th level transformation stage cultivator in his 30s? Indeed, he could be considered a prodigy in any corner of the cultivation world. However, one must take into account whom he was compared to. Ye Chen was a person capable of outsmarting even those at the loose immortal level. Do not trouble yourself. While I am in a good mood, I advise you to leave this place promptly. Ye Chen stated calmly, glancing at the demon youth before him. Very well. You are the first to dare speak to me, young booby, in such a manner. It seems that without a lesson, you truly do not comprehend the meaning of respect. The young man, young booby, gazed at Ye Chen, his anger morphing into a mocking smile. With that, he charged directly at Ye Chen. Such excessive verbosity. Xiaohei. Before young booby could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. Taking a sip of wine, Ye Chen lazily remarked, a prodigy in the transformation stage? I have no interest in engaging at all. Truly, he is far too weak. Young booby ought to consider himself fortunate. His arrogance was merely a fleeting display and did not incite any murderous intent from Ye Chen. Otherwise, he would have already met his demise. The son of the demon clan? What of it? Indeed, Ye Chen refrained from striking down his opponent for another reason. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could he perhaps leverage young booby, this son of the demon clan, to gain deeper insights into the mysteries of the demon clan's sacred mountain? Do not worry, master. I shall handle everything. With that, Xiaohei soared directly toward young booby. How amusing. Did he truly believe that a wretched little turtle could pose a challenge to me? With a scoff, young booby cast a disdainful glance at Xiaohei. His expression toward Ye Chen was equally displeased. To have a mere turtle contend with him? How utterly insulting. He was the son of the demon clan. He was one of the top prodigies in the realm of cultivation. You are the ugly one. You are the little turtle. I am the Xuanwu. Do you understand? Upon hearing young booby's words, Xiaohei immediately lost his composure and erupted in fury. In an instant, an illusion materialized out of thin air, enveloping young booby completely. The illusion created by Xiaohe, along with Yang Bubi, soared into the distance. Upon overhearing the conversation between Yang Bubi and Xiaohe, Ye Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xiaohe, take it easy. Don't play him to death. He gently shook his head, unable to restrain his urge to offer a word of caution. Not a problem. However, I shall ensure that he finds himself unable to live or die. With a slight nod of his head, the little black one spoke through gritted teeth. It was evident that Yang Bubi's words had thoroughly enraged the little black one. Amused, Ye Chen cast a glance at the little black one but refrained from uttering anything further. Instead, he gazed pensively at the illusion crafted by the little black one. Astonishingly, it was a miniature version of a magical mountain spanning over 10 miles. Indeed, at that moment, Yang Bubi was ensconced within this diminutive magical mountain. Within its confines, he could not discern reality from illusion. Presently, he flitted about like a headless fly. Occasionally, he erupted into manic laughter, his eyes brimming with greed and astonishment. Before long, he began to frantically assault his surroundings. In no time, blood began to flow from his 7 orifices. Witnessing this scene, Ye Chen was filled with awe. The little black one truly was formidable. No wonder he was a phantom beast. Here lay one of the esteemed sons of the demon clan, boasting considerable strength. Yet he had become so wretched in less than a stick of incense? Blood streaming from 7 orifices? The reverse flow of energy? Meridians destroyed? TSK. After a stick of incense had passed, Yang Bubi collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. His entire network of meridians had been largely obliterated due to the reverse flow of energy. He had transformed into a mere bloodied figure. Were it not for the little black one showing mercy, Yang Bubi likely would have perished from explosive destruction. Look at you. Do you really think I can't bring down this arrogant little rascal? With the illusion dispersed, the little black one cast a triumphant glance at the bloodied Yang Bubi lying on the ground. Well, upon hearing Xiaohe's words, Yang Bubi felt a surge of anger, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. He gazed at Xiaohe, his eyes filled with terror. A burning pain seared across his face. The humiliation was unbearable. The insignificant creature he had always looked down upon had reduced him to such a pitiable state. If it were possible, he would wish to vanish into a crack in the ground. At that moment, he could no longer deny the truth. The ugly little turtle before him was, in fact, a phantom beast, a remarkably powerful one at that. Instinctively, Yang Bubi cast another glance at Ye Chen. Who was this seemingly harmless, scholarly-looking individual? How could he possess such a formidable phantom beast? Have you calmed down? Upon observing Yang Bubi's reaction, Xiaohe smugly inquired. I am the holy son of the demon clan. Do you not fear retribution from us, given the way you treat me here on our sacred mountain? Glaring at Ye Chen's face and then casting a glance at Xiaohe, Yang Bubi spoke with a tone of feigned bravado. Is the holy son of the demon clan truly formidable? Is the demon clan itself truly powerful? My master has vanquished numerous beings even at the celestial immortal stage. Do you believe we would fear your demon clan? Shaking his small head, Xiaohe scoffed. Demon clan? In the realm of cultivation, what significance does the demon clan hold? You are not even the demons from the demon realm. Meanwhile, Xiaohe silently mocked the situation within. Are you Ye Chen? Yang Bubi exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at Ye Chen. A fleeting glimmer of deep apprehension flickered across his pupils. His heart was laden with bitterness. Had he truly encountered one capable of slaying a celestial being? Dressed in a flowing white robe and bearing a massive black sword devoid of a sharp edge? Instantly, a series of crucial keywords surged through his mind. Reflecting on this, Yang Bubi felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Had he known that he was facing such a formidable individual, he would have refrained from provoking him, no matter the consequence. As the saying goes, a person's name casts a long shadow. While he did not entirely believe the legends surrounding Ye Chen, he certainly held a healthy dose of respect and caution towards him. Yet now, it was far too late for regrets. It is I. Following this, I shall respond to whatever inquiries you pose. Should my replies fail to meet your satisfaction, the consequences shall be borne by you. With a calm glance at Yang Bubi, Ye Chen spoke with a tranquil demeanor. Not a problem. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Yang Bubi's face displayed a tumultuous expression. Ultimately, he struggled to sit up, dejectedly nodding his head. He yearned to employ his hidden trump card to flee. However, Yang Bubi understood that such an opportunity was beyond his grasp. That little turtle was exceedingly formidable. Moreover, Ye Chen was vigilantly observing from the side. Unable to fight back or escape, what other options did he have? Is this truly the sacred mountain of your demonic clan? After casting a glance at Yang Bubi, Ye Chen pondered for a moment before inquiring. Indeed, It is rumored that our ancestors from the northern demon clan emerged from this sacred mountain. Nodding earnestly, young Booby replied, "If this is your sacred mountain, why does your demon clan not reside within it? Moreover, the surrounding area appears utterly desolate." Furrowing his brow, Ye Chen inquired with confusion. "Because the laws of death and the path of death here are utterly inhospitable for survival. The vicinity is no different. Therefore, we only venture here once every 2,000 years, when the power of the laws of death and the path of death significantly wanes. This time coincidentally marks the period when the laws of death and the path of death are at their weakest." After a moment's hesitation, young Booby responded, "Does this mountain harbor any secrets? Are there treasures hidden within its depths? Is there any peril?" In conclusion, Ye Chen posed his most pressing questions. No one above the Great Ascension stage is permitted to enter the sacred mountain, or they will face annihilation by the laws of nature here. As for what treasures lie deep within the mountain, I am not entirely certain. However, I can assure you that there are indeed great fortunes to be found. As for the dangers, every 2,000 years, our demon clan sends forth no fewer than 10,000 prodigies. Yet, fewer than 1 in 10 manage to leave alive. Upon hearing young Booby's words, Ye Chen fell into deep contemplation. No one above the Great Ascension level is allowed into this mountain. Treasures must undoubtedly exist deep within. The laws of death and the path of death are currently at their weakest. Moreover, the demon clan has dispatched numerous prodigies. TSK. Are you certain you are not deceiving me? Or is there something you have omitted? Returning to his senses, Ye Chen scrutinized young Booby and casually inquired, "I am certain. There is nothing false." Nodding firmly, young Booby replied decisively, "Deceive you? Do I possess such audacity?" He couldn't help but silently scoff. "In this case, won't the master be able to traverse this mountain with ease?" exclaimed Xiao He, perched on Ye Chen's shoulder, filled with excitement. "Those of the Great Ascension stage entering this mountain will face obliteration by the laws of nature, yet the master's strength can crush even those of the Great Ascension stage." Laughing inwardly at the thought, Xiao He felt a surge of satisfaction. Casting a humorous glance at Xiao He, Ye Chen remained silent, as he shared the same sentiment. If young Booby's assertions were indeed truthful, as long as no experts above the transcendent stage appeared, he was confident of moving through the sacred mountain unimpeded. Hearing Xiao He's words, young Booby opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from speaking. If Ye Chen's power was truly as terrifying as the legend suggested, he could indeed traverse their demon clan's sacred mountain with ease. This was a fact he could not deny. Moreover, the other party possessed a remarkably formidable phantom beast. It was said that the very beast before him had once held back hundreds of thousands of transformation stage experts for a time, was it not? This time, the demon clan had dispatched merely over 10,000 prodigies. How many transformation stage experts could there be among them? That phantom beast alone could dominate the entire scene. Contemplating these thoughts, young Booby felt a chill run down his spine. "Master, since this fellow seems to hold no further value, should we eliminate him?" Xiao He said menacingly, glancing at young Booby with narrowed eyes. "Hey, you cannot act so ruthlessly." Young Booby looked up at Xiao He, then warily at Ye Chen, finally managing to utter a few words. His eyes involuntarily revealed a hint of anxiety and fear. He certainly did not wish to meet his demise. "I believe Xiao He speaks wisely. What value does your existence hold?" Stroking his chin, Ye Chen grinned at young Booby. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, young Booby was drenched in cold sweat, overwhelmed by a sense of urgency. What value did he possess? Prior to this moment, he could have enumerated numerous attributes, even casting scorn upon anyone who dared to question his worth. Yet, the individuals posing this inquiry were two formidable anomalies, an infinitely powerful phantom beast and a notorious figure within the realm of cultivation. "Here are your two choices," Ye Chen remarked, taking a sip of his drink while casting a half-smile at young Booby. A whimsical thought struck him. It appeared that the most exceptional prodigies in the world of cultivation were often accompanied by throngs of followers and servants. However, here he was, standing alone like a solitary commander. Perhaps having the holy son of the demonic race serve as his subordinate wouldn't be such a bad idea. If others were to learn of Ye Chen's audacious notion, they would likely deem him insane. To suggest that the scion of a mighty lineage should serve as a mere servant, wasn't that an outrageous provocation? Yet, he dared to entertain such a thought. "You speak." Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, young Booby's eyes lit up with intrigue. "Alternatively, I could simply eliminate you. Of course, you may also choose to flee." With a sly smile, Ye Chen glanced at young Booby. At this remark, young Booby's lips twitched in irritation. Flee? Had he been able to escape, he would have done so long ago. There was no need to wait until now. If he dared to run, he would meet a swifter demise. Shaking his small head, the little black creature chuckled mischievously. Its tone was imbued with an aura of impending slaughter. Or, you could become my subordinate. Ye Chen then stated leisurely. Not only did Zhang Bubi's eyes widen in disbelief, but even Little Black was taken aback. Madness. Each person and turtle alike found themselves grappling with a singular notion, to have a powerful progeny of a great race serve as a subordinate? This was indeed a level of insanity beyond the ordinary. Are you not afraid of the retribution from our demon clan? After a moment of silence, young Booby could not help but inquire. Do I lack enemies? One more makes no difference. Besides, once it is known that I have exited from here, I suspect your demon clan would not let me off easily, would you? With a casual shrug, Ye Chen replied with an air of indifference. Instantly, young Booby fell silent once more, as did Little Black. Though they were reluctant to admit it, they could not deny that Ye Chen spoke the truth. The number of forces he had offended was indeed considerable. The top 10 powers of the Eastern region? The Soul Extinction Palace of the Central Continent? Moreover, would the demon clan remain indifferent upon discovering Ye Chen's departure from their sacred mountain? Make your choice, Ye Chen urged, casting a calm glance at young Booby. In an instant, a tumultuous expression crossed young Booby's face. To become Ye Chen's servant? His proud nature felt an intense reluctance. Yet, to be eliminated so easily? That was even less palatable. Truly, it was a dilemma of profound proportions. Observing young Booby's expression, Ye Chen could easily surmise the turmoil within him. Nevertheless, he paid it no mind. Regardless of young Booby's choice, it would bear little consequence for him. Young Master Yi, after much inner turmoil, young Booby's expression turned bitter as he dejectedly called out. Very well. Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction, a smile spreading across his face. Let us focus on healing. We must continue our journey soon. With that, Ye Chen reclined on a nearby patch of grass, resting his head on his hands and crossing his legs in contemplation. You won't let me sign a master-servant contract? Aren't you worried I might escape? Young Booby asked, unable to suppress his curiosity as he retrieved a medicinal pill. There's no need for that. I don't believe you could escape. Ye Chen replied casually, shaking the wine flask in his hand. Moreover, signing such a contract would hinder your cultivation speed. I have no use for an ineffectual servant. With a slight parting of his lips, young Buffet found himself at a crossroads of emotions, uncertain whether to rejoice or mourn. What did this signify? A disdain for oneself? Or perhaps something else entirely? In contrast, the little black creature remained largely unaffected, having anticipated this outcome long ago. Had young Buffet harbored intentions of harm towards his master previously, the conclusion would have been drastically different. Even if he survived, he would undoubtedly lose his freedom entirely. The atmosphere around them suddenly shifted, becoming eerily quiet. After a span of incense burning, young Buffet concluded his healing, and the trio, 2 humans and a turtle, opted to press onward. This time, however, young Buffet took the lead. In truth, he had contemplated fleeing on more than one occasion, yet, the terrifying presence of Ye Chen and the little black creature convinced him to abandon such impractical thoughts. He could not trust that Ye Chen would leave any escape routes unguarded. Casting a meaningful glance at young Buffet, Ye Chen remained silent. In fact, he secretly hoped young Buffet would attempt to escape, as it would serve as an opportune moment to assess the potency of his foundational body refinement technique. The first layer of the Thunder Body had already reached completion. He was curious about its effectiveness. Additionally, he wished to gauge the power of his current destructive principles. As for the spatial principles, Ye Chen had already tested them and felt confident that he could evade a half-step immortal being using this advantage. Regarding life principles, he currently understood their utility in healing and accelerating the growth of the spiritual flora within his inner world, yet their other potential applications remained to be explored. If young Buffet were to discover Ye Chen's intentions, his face would likely turn a shade of green, feeling like a mere subject for experimentation. After traversing over 100 miles, both young Buffet and Ye Chen instinctively halted in their tracks. The landscape ahead had undergone yet another transformation. No longer did they find themselves in a realm filled with the fragrance of blossoms and the songs of birds. Instead, they stood before a grim staircase extending toward the Demon Mountain. Each step measured over 3 yards in length, 3 feet in width, and stood a foot high. The staircase was enveloped in a murky, toxic mist, while the surrounding mountains bore the unmistakable signs of death's influence, its rules and paths manifesting with overwhelming intensity. As they gazed into the distance, the scenery morphed into a desolate expanse devoid of life. Beside the staircase stood an imposing stone tablet, towering over 10 feet high. Inscribed with a large, blood-red character, Demon. This marked the final trial for the demon race to enter the core of the Divine Mountain. There were a staggering 99,999 steps to conquer. Successfully navigating this perilous path would grant access to the heart of the divine mountain, offering the chance for immense transformation and rapid enhancement of strength. Standing before the staircase, young Bufei's eyes sparkled with fervor, his face alight with excitement. Young Master Ye. He took a deep breath and turned his gaze towards Ye Chen. It was evident that he was somewhat impatient to embark on the path of the demonic realm. What was so extraordinary about this path? However, Ye Chen exhibited no signs of urgency. Casting a glance at Yang Bubi, Ye Chen casually inquired, "What challenges does one face upon entering the demonic path?" "One must contend with illusions, gravitational fields, and the threat of inner demons. As long as the physical body is sufficiently robust and the will is resolutely steadfast, the chances of reaching the summit are considerable." Yang Bubi replied slowly after a moment of silence. Yet, when the subject of inner demons arose, an unnatural expression fleetingly crossed Yang Bubi's face. Here he was, one of the esteemed saints of the demon clan, a paragon who had always looked down upon the masses. Now, in order to survive, he was forced to submit and become a servant. Was this not the embodiment of his own inner demons? Upon hearing Yang Bubi's words, Ye Chen's face displayed a peculiar expression. Illusions? Such things held no sway over him whatsoever. His soul was simply too formidable. As for the gravitational field, the massive sword on his back had endured 100-fold gravitational pressure for an extended period. Unless the gravitational field of this demonic path was even more astounding. But could that truly be the case? If so, there would hardly be any prodigies of the demon clan capable of reaching the pinnacle. Regarding inner demons, Ye Chen had never experienced such a phenomenon since he began his cultivation. "Let us depart," Ye Chen gently shook his head and instructed with a calm demeanor. Indeed. With that, Yang Bazai stepped onto the demonic path, advancing swiftly. In the next moment, Ye Chen also leaped onto the same path. Both Yang Bazai and Ye Chen surged forward with unstoppable momentum. Initially, the steps presented no challenge to either of them. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, they ascended over 1,000 steps. At this juncture, the gravitational force here was merely twice that of their own weight. Ye Chen maintained an expression of effortless ease, seemingly unaffected. In contrast, Yang Bazai appeared ensnared by illusions, perhaps grappling with inner demons. His once stoic visage suddenly contorted into a fearsome grimace. "Poor fellow." Casting a glance at Yang Bazai, Xiaohe remarked with a hint of sympathy. He understood the situation all too well. Perhaps Yang Bazai was still unwilling to accept his fate, a scion of the demonic clan, an unparalleled prodigy, now reduced to a mere servant. Such a dramatic shift in identity is difficult for anyone to endure. Shaking his head gently, Ye Chen chose to press on with unwavering determination. "Master, do you think that lad could perish upon the demonic path?" In the blink of an eye, Ye Chen had ascended another 1,000 steps. Xiaohe, perched upon his shoulder, couldn't help but inquire, "Did you not wish for his demise? Wouldn't it be better if he were dead?" With a sidelong glance at Xiaohe, Ye Chen responded with a wry smile. "Heh, that was in the past. Is he not a servant of the master now? It would be rather unfortunate for a capable servant to meet his end so easily." Rolling his eyes, Xiaohe mused. "It is certain that Yang Bazai will not perish. If he lacked talent, would the demonic clan have appointed him as their scion? However, he is bound to face some hardships." Taking a sip of wine, Ye Chen's figure flickered upward once more. Indeed, after a moment of contemplation, Xiaohe nodded in agreement. According to Yang Bubi, the demon clan sends thousands of prodigies here every 2,000 years. Each time, nearly 1/10 of them manage to leave alive. Those who enter the core of the demon mountain and attain great fortune are not few in number. As the chosen one of the demon clan, how could Yang Bubi fail to reach the pinnacle of the demon path? Upon reflection, Xiaohe found it hard to believe. Unbeknownst to Ye Chen, shortly after he embarked on the demon path, formidable figures suddenly appeared in the skies surrounding the demon mountain. The most powerful among them was at the threshold of the immortal stage, while the weakest were at the great ascension stage. In total, there were more than 10 of them. What could be the reason for this? How could outsiders trespass upon our sacred mountain? Could it be that they possess treasures capable of resisting the laws of death and the power of the path of mortality? Whoever they are, they shall face no mercy. The majesty of the sacred mountain is not to be trifled with. For some reason, an unsettling feeling lingered within me, as if the sacred mountain were on the verge of chaos. It shouldn't be. Did the puppets of the sacred mountain fail to thwart the intruder? Perhaps the invader is a celestial seed from the human race or another race. No matter who it is, they must perish. Indeed, this is the ancestral land of our demon clan. At this moment, Ye Chen had officially ascended the 10,000th step, accomplishing this feat in less than an hour. Upon reaching this milestone, an expression of astonishment graced his face. To his surprise, a reward awaited him. A treasure chest materialized before him. Such a remarkable spatial teleportation technique. How intriguing. Gazing at the wooden chest, measuring scarcely a foot in length and width, Ye Chen pondered aloud. After a moment's reflection, he seized the chest and opened it, eager to discover what treasures lay within. As he unveiled the contents, a series of dark lines appeared on Ye Chen's face. A fourth-grade body refinement elixir? Wasting time. Ye Chen scoffed, his tone laced with indifference. He tossed the elixir to Xiao He and continued to advance swiftly along the demonic path. Master, we might still reap some rewards later, Xiao He consoled as it surveyed the surroundings. Ye Chen paused momentarily at its words, then nodded slightly. It seems there is some truth to that. The first 10,000 steps yielded a fourth-grade elixir. What about the next 10,000? After all, this demonic path boasts an astounding total of 99,999 steps. Perhaps there are indeed splendid rewards awaiting at the pinnacle. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had slipped by, and Ye Chen found himself at the 20,000th step. As anticipated, a treasure chest reappeared before him. It was identical in size to its predecessors but crafted from brass this time, adorned with intricate depictions of ferocious beasts. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Chen opened the chest. His heart sank upon seeing its contents, a fifth-grade healing elixir. He tossed it to Xiao He once more, feeling no allure towards the potion. Taking a deep breath, Ye Chen pressed onward with relentless determination. Half an hour later, he arrived at the 30,000th step. Here, he encountered a silver chest of the same dimensions as the previous ones. Inside lay a sixth-grade restorative elixir, which he again discarded to Xiao He. At the 40th step, he discovered a golden chest containing a fifth-grade weapon, categorized as a magical artifact. It was a blood-red dagger, an impressive object for those at the nascent soul or even divine transformation stages. Yet, it failed to capture Ye Chen's interest, and he once again tossed it to Xiao He. At the 50th step, a body-refining elixir recipe materialized before him. A sixth-grade body-refining elixir recipe. Unfortunately, having memorized the entirety of the alchemical scriptures, Ye Chen already possessed an identical recipe in his mind. Thus, this reward held no significance for him. Upon reaching the 60th step, he was presented with a pet egg, which Xiao He identified as belonging to a ground dragon, capable of maturing to rival peak divine transformation experts. Without hesitation, Ye Chen tossed the egg to Xiao He, who promptly devoured it. At the 70th step, Ye Chen received a body-refining technique capable of reaching the loose immortal stage. Without a second glance, he discarded it into his internal realm, deeming it worthless compared to his foundational body-refining technique. Upon reaching the 80th step, he was momentarily taken aback by the reward before him, a flying magical artifact that combined offense and defense, a flying demon vessel. This vessel could alter its size, measuring over 100 feet in length and 10 feet in width, able to withstand attacks from tribulation stage experts while delivering comparable offensive power. An 8th-grade pinnacle magical artifact. At last, a satisfying reward emerged. Stowing away the flying demon vessel, Ye Chen allowed a smile of contentment to grace his features. The activation of this artifact required a substantial amount of high-quality spirit stones, but this concern was far from his mind. Spirit stones were in ample supply for him. This magical artifact is truly remarkable, Xiao He exclaimed, nodding in agreement. This demonic path has its merits. I doubt many will be fortunate enough to attain the great fortune spoken of by Yang Bubi. Ye Chen glanced around, echoing Xiao He's sentiments. I concur. The gravitational field here is 60 times that of normal. Unless one is an extraordinary body cultivator, few could withstand it. Moreover, the illusions around us are proliferating, with numerous illusory formations appearing along the way. Occasionally, formidable wills of slaughter influence the minds of those traversing this path. However, none of this poses a challenge to me. I remain utterly unfazed by it all. After taking a few swigs of his drink, Ye Chen resumed his rapid advance. Under the blazing sun, he ascended to the 90,000th step. As expected, another reward awaited him. This time, however, it was rather unexpected, a fist-sized crimson crystal. Wait, why did this crimson crystal seem so familiar? It resembled the slaughter crystal belonging to the little skeleton. Ye Chen mused internally. This must be a quasi-slaughter crystal. On Ye Chen's shoulder, Xiao He exclaimed with delight, its eyes shimmering with fervor. A quasi-slaughter crystal? Ye Chen scratched his head, a look of confusion etching his features. Indeed, the quasi-killing crystal. In truth, the conditions for its formation are akin to those required for the creation of the little skeleton's killing crystal. However, the energy it encapsulates and its potential effects are merely a fraction, 1/10,000th, of a true killing crystal. Nevertheless, in the external world, it remains an exceedingly extraordinary treasure. Master, may I have this quasi-killing crystal? It would be immensely beneficial to me. Perhaps it could even enhance my strength. Upon finishing, Xiaohe gazed longingly at Ye Chen. Take it, Ye Chen said nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. Thank you, master. Upon swallowing the crystal of impending demise, Xiaohe immediately transformed into a thumb-sized turtle emblem, resting upon Ye Chen's right wrist. With a sigh, Ye Chen shook his head and chose to press on. His pace remained as swift as ever. After half an hour, Ye Chen reached the summit, standing upon the 99,999th step. To his surprise, there were no rewards to be found this time. He found himself in a vast, grayish plaza with a diameter of 1,000 zhang. At the center of the plaza stood an 8-foot-tall statue of a strikingly handsome young demon, intricately carved and lifelike. As he gazed at the statue, a contemplative expression crossed Ye Chen's face. Could it be that this demonic mountain is the creation of the figure represented in the statue? Intriguing. Truly intriguing. Who would have thought that a mere human youth could penetrate the ancestral grounds of our demon race and successfully ascend the path of demons? Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed through the air, and a dark figure appeared before Ye Chen, seemingly materializing from the shadows. As he beheld this shadowy presence, Ye Chen's face reflected astonishment. Was it the remnant soul of a demon? An elderly demon with a gaunt visage, appearing to be in the twilight of his years? Young one, you are the only outsider in 2 million years to have ascended to the summit of our sacred mountain. Quite impressive, the remnant soul remarked, casting an appreciative glance at Ye Chen. Senior, why are there no rewards here? Clearing his throat, Ye Chen inquired about a matter of personal concern. As for everything else, he was utterly uninterested, for ascending the demon path yielded no rewards whatsoever. If one were a descendant of our demon clan, they would be directly transported to the heart of the divine mountain. There, they would receive immense fortune. However, you are not a descendant of our demon lineage. Hence you cannot partake in the same privileges. At this point, the remnant soul circled around Ye Chen several times, then fell into contemplation. Hearing these words, Ye Chen felt a wave of frustration wash over him. So, was all his effort in vain? He noticed no fluctuations of formations around the square, which only indicated the exceptional skill of the one who had set them up. Return the way he came? Ye Chen was indeed reluctant to do so. Young man, you may enter the core of our demon clan's divine mountain. However, I have one condition. Fixing a serious gaze upon Ye Chen's face, the remnant soul stated with earnestness. Ah, you speak. Upon hearing the words of the lingering soul, Ye Chen's eyes involuntarily sparkled with excitement. To gain access to the heart of the demon mountain? Was this not precisely the purpose of his journey? The treasure map in his possession pointed directly to the core of the demon clan. Furthermore, that rascal Little Black had previously mentioned that profound treasures awaited in the depths of the demon mountain. Comprehend the essence of death. The lingering soul articulated word by word, gazing intently at Ye Chen. Why? After a moment of surprise, Ye Chen couldn't help but curiously inquire. What connection could there possibly be between entering the core of the demon mountain and comprehending the essence of death? This left Ye Chen feeling somewhat perplexed. Because I wish to ascertain whether your talent truly warrants access to the sacred core of our demon clan's mountain. The lingering spirit replied nonchalantly, raising its hands. By the way, you have only 7 days. With that, the spirit floated in midair and began to doze off. What else could Ye Chen say except in utter disbelief? He even began to question whether the malevolent whims of a lingering soul were at play. Was it merely an understanding of the realm of perception? With a sigh, he stowed away his wine flask and muttered to himself before languidly settling into a cross-legged position. On this particular day, 2 events stirred considerable excitement throughout the Eastern Domain. The first incident, in the depths of a forbidden area at the edge of the Eastern Domain, a remarkable phenomenon occurred. 9 heavenly tribulations manifested in succession. Were they all manifestations of the tribulation faced by those in the nascent soul stage? The identity of the tribulation bearer remained shrouded in mystery. By the time several formidable beings arrived at the site of the tribulations, the individual had already vanished without a trace. However, it is rumored that the tribulation bearer was a notably diminutive figure. Some speculate that this could be a prodigious talent from the dwarf clan, while others believe it to be an extraordinary being from a mysterious race. 9 heavenly tribulations? This surpasses the record set by the infamous killer from millennia past. Of course, compared to the astounding achievements of Ye Chen, it still falls short. The second event, among the 6 sacred grounds of the Eastern Domain and several scattered factions. Numerous celestial seedlings and prodigious talents have inexplicably perished at the hands of a mysteriously gifted child. It is said that this child, clad in black, possesses a strikingly handsome appearance and is merely 6 or 7 years old. By the time the powerful figures from the 10 major factions arrived, the child had already made a swift escape. The entire Eastern Domain buzzed with discussions surrounding these 2 occurrences. Many individuals sought to connect the dots between them. Could there truly be so many coincidences in the world? Alas, 9 heavenly tribulations? A 6 or 7-year-old child, the slayer of numerous geniuses and celestial seedlings from the 10 major factions? Who could possibly be behind such ferocity? Who knows? It appears that chaos is on the horizon. Beginning with Ye Chen and now the emergence of a child whose tribulations rival those of legendary killers. Indeed, yet it remains uncertain who will ultimately hold dominion. What do you think? Which race does this child belong to? No one knows. It is likely that the 10 major factions are currently in a state of frustration, having suffered significant losses among their exceptional scattered immortals, with many young celestial seedlings also meeting their demise. I believe that the figure who faced the tribulations and that child are one and the same. Hee. How delightful. Who could blame them for being so domineering? Otherwise, I too would wish to eliminate them. Hush. Keep your voice down. Do you wish to court danger? Do you consider yourself a member of the Tao sect, or do you think yourself akin to Ye Chen? In front of the thatched cottage of Xuanji, a figure named Jun Wuxia reported to him 2 matters that had stirred considerable excitement in the outside world. Master Uncle, might it be possible that the child undergoing tribulation and the one who has slain numerous prodigies from the 10 great powers are the same individual? Jun Wuxia inquired, his expression filled with curiosity as he gazed at Xuanji. Indeed, replied Xuanji decisively, playing with the tortoise shell in his hand. Moreover, at this juncture, Xuanzi's visage manifested an extraordinarily peculiar expression. Upon hearing Xuanji's words and observing his expression, Jun Wuxia was momentarily taken aback. It was uncertain. That child was undoubtedly related to Xiao Qinzi. Shaking his head, Xuanji's aged face revealed a smile that was both profound and enigmatic. At the pinnacle of the enchanted mountain, upon the expansive square, a sudden awakening occurred. The lingering spirit suspended in midair opened its eyes, its countenance betraying a look of utter astonishment. Could this young man truly be human? With an unwavering gaze fixed upon Ye Chen's retreating figure, the spirit's aged visage was awash with incredulity. Ye Chen was enveloped in a dense miasma of death, surrounded entirely by the profound mysteries and powers of mortality. One could surmise that any other individual would have been reduced to mere bones under such circumstances. Yet, this audacious youth appeared as though untouched by it all. As if that were not astonishing enough, the spirit sensed an ethereal fluctuation emanating from Ye Chen, a semblance of an elusive profundity. Was it the essence of death? With a deep breath, the spirit endeavored to calm the tempest within its heart. To comprehend the essence of death in less than half an hour? Frankly speaking, it was utterly bewildering. This notion shattered all preconceived notions. How could the grasping of such profundity be so effortless? Especially when death's essence is not merely an ordinary understanding, but one of the 10 paramount mysteries. Just as the spirit began to fathom that Ye Chen was destined to grasp the essence of death seamlessly, Ye Chen opened his eyes and languidly rose to his feet. Esteemed elder, may I now enter the core realm? He inquired with a cheerful smile, turning his gaze toward the spirit. Enter? Enter your oversized head. The spirit bellowed in frustration. You are on the verge of comprehending the essence of death. Why would you halt your understanding? You impudent brat. Do you not realize that such opportunities for enlightenment are rare and fleeting? Gazing back at the spirit, Ye Chen raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. Cough, cough. Esteemed elder, is comprehending the essence truly so difficult? He retorted with an expression of feigned naivety. Is it not difficult? After a prolonged silence, the lingering spirit inquired with a look of exasperation. Not difficult. Ye Chen replied with a gentle shake of his head and a casual gesture of his hands, opening his mouth in disbelief. The remnant soul found himself at a loss for words. Madman! He could not help but silently curse. Such a splendid opportunity, and he chose to squander it? This young man before him, if not a lunatic, who else could be? Enlightenment! This is a rare chance, one that is difficult to come by. An ordinary cultivator might go their entire life without encountering it. Is comprehending profound truths so simple? Humph. This lad truly has a penchant for nonsense. Elder, am I now able to enter the core realm? Ye Chen turned to the remnant soul, reiterating his earlier inquiry. Humph, with a cold snort. The remnant soul waved his sleeve. In an instant, a spatial teleportation array materialized out of thin air, whisking Ye Chen away. Truly, he was an enigma, muttering to himself. The remnant soul shook his head helplessly. Slowly opening his eyes and surveying his surroundings, Ye Chen's face displayed an expression of astonishment. Is this truly the heart of the Demon Mountain? Now, he found himself amidst an endless starry void. At intervals not far apart, numerous formations resembling stars appeared. One could select treasures from any formation. Once the selection was completed, one would be teleported away from this place. Just then, a chilling voice echoed through the starry expanse. Unbeknownst to him, a depiction had emerged before Ye Chen. Or rather, a star chart? It was filled with a multitude of intricate star formations. Upon witnessing this scene, Ye Chen's face registered surprise. Such exquisite formations. Ye Chen was certain that the formations within this starry realm were at least of the 9th tier. Why say at least? Because he dared not conclude whether there existed even more advanced formations. With a deep breath, Ye Chen sought to calm his racing thoughts and began the process of selection. His consciousness surged forth, swiftly scanning the myriad formations depicted on the star map. The formations, resembling an enchanting array of stars, were as diverse as they were intricate, encompassing a spectrum of combinations ranging from the 1st to the 9th level. Among them were certain formations whose ranks eluded Ye Chen's comprehension entirely. At this moment, Ye Chen found himself in a state of profound indecision. Which formation should he choose? This conundrum proved to be both perplexing and exasperating. Xiaohei, do you have any suggestions? He instinctively glanced at the little turtle tattoo adorning his wrist. No, I could sense the fluctuating energy of the treasured artifact. Yet its location eluded me. The array of this starry expanse obscured my perceptive abilities. Perhaps, in the heart of the demon realm, this so-called creation relies solely on sheer luck. In the eyes of the unparalleled powerhouses across myriad realms, fortune holds immense significance. Thus, my master, it truly rests upon your own capabilities. It all comes down to your luck. With that, the little black entity slipped back into slumber. Upon hearing these words, Ye Chen fell into a contemplative silence, his expression darkening with uncertainty. Luck? Is it merely a matter of chance? Very well, let it be a game of fortune. He muttered to himself, casually pointing at one of the formations within the star chart. In an instant, the star map before him vanished. A star formation soared from the depths of the cosmos towards Ye Chen, ultimately coming to a halt not far in front of him. Something emerged from the formation, hovering before him. The sight of this object caused Ye Chen's countenance to darken considerably. It was an old, rusty rectangular iron box. Was this truly a treasure? Ye Chen harbored severe doubts. However, upon noticing a seal on the box, he felt a sense of equilibrium return to his heart. Perhaps, within this iron box, there lay something extraordinary? Ye Chen reassured himself. Without a moment's hesitation, he tore open the seal of the iron box. The next instant, a flame the size of an egg floated out from within. At the sight of this flame, Ye Chen's smile instantly froze. A dull, grayish flame. It didn't even emit any warmth? What on earth was this? His mind raced with thoughts. In the Dan Sutra, there appeared to be no records of any heavenly fire, earthly fire, beast fire, or exotic fire that resembled this. Before Ye Chen could fully comprehend the situation, the flame shot directly towards him, entering his body and settling into the purple vortex where his dantian resided. What in the world is happening? It was a struggle for Ye Chen to utter these words. Before long, a look of astonishment spread across his face. His gaze turned peculiarly strange. This gray flame resembled the black, formless giant sword from earlier. Upon entering the purple vortex, it began to slowly devour the energy within Ye Chen's body. In an instant, a torrent of thoughts and speculations surged through his mind. Ultimately, he reached a conclusion. This gray flame was likely no ordinary phenomenon. Its bizarre behavior since its appearance warranted further investigation. What Ye Chen failed to notice was that the moment the gray flame manifested, the tortoise tattoo on his wrist trembled slightly. Shaking his head gently, Ye Chen cast the small iron box into his inner realm. An array appeared before him without warning. And before he could react, his figure vanished. When he reappeared, he found himself back in the original plaza. So soon to return? Young man, what have you obtained? As Ye Chen landed in the plaza, the remnant soul reappeared before him. A flicker of flame. Ye Chen remarked with a slight curl of his lips, showing no intention of concealing his thoughts. Flame? The lingering soul was momentarily taken aback, a look of astonishment crossing its visage. Could it be that within the heart of the divine mountain lay treasures of fire? The lingering soul pondered in silence, questioning whether perhaps the master had left something behind before departing. Casting a glance at Ye Chen, the lingering soul refrained from probing further, sensing the subtle melancholy that enveloped him. Surely, this flame must hold no extraordinary significance. After all, if one had encountered fortune within the core, why linger? With a gaze imbued with profound meaning, the lingering soul inquired once more. There's no rush. I still have to wait for someone. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Ye Chen reclined on the square, crossing his legs and languidly remarked, "Oh." Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, the remnant soul immediately became intrigued. It seemed that, apart from this young man, the other participants entering the Divine Mountain were all prodigies of the demon clan. Who, exactly, was this young man waiting for? It's not that I am unwilling to disclose, but I fear that revealing it may put me at a disadvantage, esteemed elder, Ye Chen said innocently, casting a glance at the remnant soul. At this moment, Ye Chen felt a twinge of guilt. Yang Bubi was indeed the holy son of the demon clan. Yet, now he had become his servant. Who could predict how the demon clan would react upon discovering this? The remnant soul before him appeared frail and delicate. However, Ye Chen did not believe that he was merely as simple as he seemed, since this entity could control the spatial teleportation array of the demon mountain. Who could assure that he could not manipulate other aspects of the demon mountain as well? Hearing Ye Chen's words, the remnant soul grew even more curious. In his heart, he could not help but speculate. Was it possible that this young man intended to bring misfortune upon the prodigies of the demon clan? Or was it something else altogether? Speak. I swear, I shall never bring you harm. After a considerable time had passed, the lingering spirit softly uttered, Are you certain? Ye Chen cast a skeptical glance at the lingering soul, still harboring a tinge of disbelief. I am certain, he asserted emphatically, nodding his head. In truth, it was nothing of great significance. I merely accepted the demon lord's progeny as my servant. I am merely awaiting his departure alongside me. Taking a sip of wine, Ye Chen remarked nonchalantly, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, the spectral visage of the soul transformed dramatically. Anger? Disbelief? Incomprehensibility? And more. You possess a certain audacity, he remarked with a smile that did not reach his eyes. In the depths of the lingering soul, Ye Chen had already equated this individual with madness. At a moment when he could have seized the opportunity for enlightenment and comprehended the essence of death, this fool chose to forsake it. A mere human dares to take a demon prince as a servant on the sacred mountain of the demon clan? Is this not the definition of insanity? Ahem. It was he who insisted on provoking me. What choice did I have? With an awkward smile, Ye Chen spoke earnestly. Casting a deep glance at Ye Chen, the remnant soul couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Yet, he soon fell silent once more, though reluctant to acknowledge it. He could not deny the possibility of Ye Chen's words holding truth. The lad before him appeared innocuous, resembling a frail scholar. Surely, he had employed some formidable secret technique to conceal his true strength. Coupled with his attire, he resembled an ordinary wandering cultivator. He bore no magical artifacts or treasures. That enormous sword on his back seemed to be nothing more than an ordinary iron blade. Such a person would indeed be easy to underestimate. It was entirely plausible that the proud scions of the demon clan might act with arrogance in his presence. Wait a moment. Could this young man be a wolf in sheep's clothing, a peerless prodigy among humanity? The more he pondered, the more convinced the remnant soul became. Otherwise, how could a distinguished scion of the demon clan willingly serve as a subordinate? The other party must have been coerced. Young man, it seems there is something I neglected to inform you. Circling around Ye Chen, the remnant soul suddenly erupted into malicious glee. What is it? Instantly, Ye Chen became intrigued. The presence of individuals from outside the demon clan entering the divine mountain is something we, the demon clan, can certainly sense. To think one could depart unscathed is, I fear, quite unrealistic. Indeed, it is not beyond the realm of possibility to meet one's demise in the process. As the lingering soul gazed at Ye Chen, it spoke slowly. And so what? Yet, Ye Chen's reaction took the lingering soul somewhat by surprise. Are you not afraid? The lingering spirit could not help but ask after a moment of astonishment. Fear? In that instant, Ye Chen was amused. He had no fear of the celestial immortal stage, let alone other formidable experts. Ye Chen did not believe that the demonic clan would deploy celestial immortal level masters. Throughout the entire realm of cultivation, there were but a handful of peerless beings at that level. They were not as common as cabbages. How could they possibly reveal themselves easily? If they weren't at the celestial immortal stage, then it posed no issue. If he couldn't win, he could simply retreat. Seeing Ye Chen's reaction, the remnant soul was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, he realized that he was increasingly baffled by Ye Chen. What a mysterious young man of the human race. Subsequently, The two fell into silence once more. Ye Chen sipped his drink while idly gazing around. It was undeniable that the gap between the demonic clan's prodigies and Ye Chen was indeed vast. After such a lengthy period, not a single individual had reached the summit of the demonic path. In light of this, the remnant soul felt a bit embarrassed. This curiosity toward Ye Chen grew stronger. How could a young human ascend to the demonic clan's sacred mountain and lead a host of demonic prodigies to the pinnacle of the demonic path? How had he achieved such a feat? Suddenly, Ye Chen recalled something: the treasure map in his possession. What did it point to in the core of the demonic clan? Had he overlooked something significant? Why hadn't he meticulously examined it upon entering the core area? With that thought, Ye Chen's consciousness delved into his internal microcosm. Soon, he was stunned. The beast-skin treasure map was floating towards a small iron box. They appeared to be slowly merging together. So, was the treasure map ultimately directing him to this small iron box? What could it be? And what was the gray flame within him? The age of the treasure map likely exceeded a mere 100,000 years. A multitude of questions surged within Ye Chen's mind. Regrettably, no one could provide him with answers. Everything remained an enigma. Upon opening his eyes, Ye Chen furrowed his brows. Never mind. If he couldn't comprehend it, he wouldn't dwell on it. With a mental sigh, he turned his gaze back to the demonic path. Unfortunately, Yang Booby had yet to appear, nor was there any sign of other demonic prodigies. Bored, Ye Chen decided to close his eyes, intending to comprehend the essence of death. As the saying goes, more skills do not weigh one down, right? Previously, he had urged the remnant soul to allow him into the core area, fearing a last-minute change of heart. But now, the situation had shifted. Half an hour later, a grayish miasma enveloped Ye Chen. His comprehension of death was rapidly evolving towards the profound understanding of death. Witnessing this scene, the remnant soul was left dumbfounded. He recalled Ye Chen's earlier assertion. Is it difficult to comprehend the principles? Previously, he had thought Ye Chen had lost his mind, considering him overly arrogant. Yet now, he realized that he had grossly underestimated this young man. The talent of this lad was astonishingly formidable. Not only was he grasping the essence of death with remarkable speed, but he was also mastering the principles of death just as swiftly. Was he even human? Ye Chen's emergence had opened the remnant soul's eyes. Ye Chen's innate talent was beyond the reach of the remnant soul. Surely, even his master's talent would pale in comparison before this young man. After half an hour, Ye Chen concluded his state of enlightenment. Having fully comprehended the principle of death, he now wielded mastery over 4 of the top 10 principles: the principles of life, space, destruction, and death. If the remnant soul were to learn this, he would likely be petrified on the spot. After all, each pinnacle essence was incredibly difficult to grasp, let alone principles. An 18-year-old mastering 4 supreme principles? This was nothing short of a miracle. Ye Chen opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and reclined comfortably in the square. One hand cradled his head while the other held a wine jug. He sipped leisurely, lost in thought. Occasionally, he would glance towards the demonic path. Regrettably, the demonic prodigies were proving to be quite disappointing. As time ticked on, not a single one had reached the summit. It had nearly been a day since Ye Chen began his ascent of the demonic path. As for cultivation, Ye Chen had no need for it at present. The mysterious technique bestowed by his master was operating continuously within him, yielding results akin to rigorous training. Alas, the 2 purple vortices within him could absorb an overwhelming amount of energy. The purple vortex near where his dantian resided was absorbing and storing energy, while the vortex within his microcosm was steadily converting that energy into the power of the path of life, fully integrating it into his internal world. Now, the gray flame sought to partake in this bounty. Thus, he remained at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. If it were anyone else, their strength would have soared by now. Yet, Ye Chen's foundation was simply too formidable. His body and the capacity for energy absorption of the 2 purple vortices were astonishing. At this juncture, it is worth mentioning the mysterious technique Ye Chen was practicing. Normally, one would expect the spiritual energy surrounding him to be depleted, considering the astonishing speed at which his technique operated. However, that was not the case. The energy Ye Chen absorbed seemed to originate from an unknown realm beyond the celestial laws. As for the body refinement technique, without locating the requisite extraordinary treasures, ascending to the 2nd tier was utterly impossible. Ye Chen understood that to grow stronger swiftly, he must seek resources, perhaps by acquiring some extraordinary treasures or concocting a plethora of elixirs. Perhaps, after leaving the demonic mountain, it would be time to focus on alchemy. Ye Chen silently resolved. Observing Ye Chen's nonchalant demeanor, the remnant soul's mouth twitched violently. Youth. The specter couldn't help but inquire, "Why are you so languid?" Appearing before Ye Chen. It expressed its curiosity. "Because I have no need for cultivation," Ye Chen replied with a cheerful smile after taking a sip of wine. Instantly, countless dark lines appeared on the specter's forehead. No need for cultivation? What nonsense is this? Is there truly anyone among the human race who does not require cultivation? I dare say even the most exceptional divine bodies cannot escape this necessity. With your strength and talent, where do you stand among the younger generation in the outside world? After a moment of silence, the specter posed another question it could not suppress. Fairly average, I suppose. Perhaps third in the realm of immortal cultivation, Ye Chen replied, grinning as if he were quite serious. Oh, what do you say? Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, the remnant soul was instantly intrigued. Heaven first, earth second, and I third. Casting a glance at the remnant soul, Ye Chen replied nonchalantly, "How shameless can you be?" The remnant soul rolled his eyes, expressing disdain. While he spoke thus, internally he recognized that, given Ye Chen's talents, he would undoubtedly shine brightly in the broader realm of cultivation. It was even conceivable that he could surpass all others. To traverse the path of demons, leading far ahead of all the demon race's prodigies? To grasp realms of comprehension and profound truths as effortlessly as drinking water? Such feats were beyond the capabilities of ordinary talents. In the remnant soul's view, even some elite faction celestial seedlings might not reach such heights. Although he was unaware of Ye Chen's precise cultivation level, he did not believe this individual would be weak in any regard. Intuition. He had always been remarkably accurate in assessing others. Suddenly, a look of astonishment spread across Ye Chen's face. He instinctively rose to his feet, directing his gaze towards the path of demons. A figure had already appeared at a distance of 100 steps from the square. Further up, several more silhouettes could be discerned. The prodigies of the demon clan were finally nearing the summit, one after another. Alas, truly, the absence of comparison brings no anguish. Behind Ye Chen, the remnant spirit sighed. He glanced at the demon prodigies, then cast a gaze at Ye Chen that was filled with complex emotions. How wonderful it would be if this young man were among the prodigies of the demon clan. Initially, the remnant spirit harbored a glimmer of hope, believing that Ye Chen's early ascent on the demon path had granted him a significant lead over others. However, this fantasy had now been thoroughly shattered. Below the 10,000th step, the demon path branched out in numerous directions. It was only from the 10,001st step that it transformed into a singular route. From the moment one commenced their ascent on the demon path, an invisible mark, formed by the laws of the demon mountain and the heavens, would manifest on each climber. This mark was known only to the individual. Clearly, Ye Chen and these prodigies had embarked on their ascent nearly simultaneously, with Ye Chen lagging behind another prodigy by about half an hour. If the difference were merely in their ascent timings, the remnant spirit could accept it. However, when Ye Chen reached the summit, he appeared utterly unfazed, exuding an air of effortless ease. In stark contrast, each of the demon prodigies was drenched in blood, their spirits waning, and on the verge of collapse. The disparity was akin to that between heaven and earth. Ye Chen's gaze shifted to the second climber, who stood 201 steps away from the summit. This individual was none other than his servant, Yang Bubi. The others were overlooked by Ye Chen. In his eyes, the foremost four prodigies were merely that, nothing extraordinary. Even though they were all young prodigies of the transformation stage, what of it? Behind Ye Chen, the remnant spirit followed his gaze. Regarding Yang Bubi, the remnant spirit felt a profound dissatisfaction. A look of frustration adorned his face. How could a dignified son of the demon clan willingly serve as a human subordinate? Where was his pride? His integrity? His principles? This was truly a blemish on the demon clan's reputation. Coincidentally, several prodigies turned their attention towards Ye Chen, for he had approached the edge of the demon path. Wearing an expression of idle curiosity, the expressions of the prodigies were complex as they regarded Ye Chen. Particularly, Yang Bubi, the more time he spent with Ye Chen, the more he realized the insurmountable chasm between them. It was an unbridgeable gulf indeed, including himself. 2 sons and 2 daughters of the demon clan had exerted tremendous effort to nearly reach the summit of the demon path. Yet, look at Ye Chen. His ascent appeared as effortless as child's play. Yang Bubi, do hurry. I've been waiting here for over a day. Ascend to the core and let us depart. After casting a glance at Yang Bubi, Ye Chen urged impatiently. Instantly, the remnant spirit, the gaunt young man at the forefront with a shadowy demeanor, and the 2 enchanting demon daughters behind Yang Bubi all turned their gazes towards him. Some distant figures also wore expressions of utter astonishment. What was happening? One of the sons of the demon clan, Yang Bubi, was entangled with a young man from the human race? It seemed that this young man was even commanding him. Yes, young Master Yi. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, young Booby replied with an air of composure. Upon hearing young Booby's words, a satisfied smile graced Ye Chen's face. However, the remnant spirit behind him bore an expression of turbulent uncertainty. His dissatisfaction with young Booby was evident. Yet, for reasons unknown, he ultimately refrained from taking any action against him. The other demon sons and daughters were left in a state of shock. As for the demon prodigies behind them, they were utterly flabbergasted, their minds in disarray. It was almost as if they could not comprehend the situation. Young Booby, a distinguished son of the demon clan, was actually bowing to a young man of the human race. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes and heard it with their own ears, they would have never believed such a thing possible. Young Booby, you truly bring honor to the demon clan, scoffed the gaunt youth at the forefront. His eyes filled with derision. You need not concern yourself, young Booby replied calmly, casting a fleeting glance at the shadowy youth. Humph, with a cold snort. The shadowy youth turned his gaze towards Ye Chen. Human, are you courting death? How dare you allow the scion of the demon clan to serve as your servant? As he regarded Ye Chen, the youth narrowed his eyes. In truth, his inner turmoil belied the calm facade he presented, given his understanding of young unyielding. How could the latter willingly submit to another? There must be some underlying reason for this. This young man before him was likely not as simple as he appeared. Wait, what did the other party mean by his earlier words? Has he already been at the summit for over a day? This realization brought a flicker of uncertainty to the youth's eyes. Do you have an opinion? With a half-smile, Ye Chen cast a glance at the brooding young man and broke into a grin. Young man, know your limits. I cannot permit you to take action against the demon clan on the sacred mountain. At that moment, the lingering soul drifted to Ye Chen's side, casting him an irritated glare before slowly speaking. Very well. Ye Chen shrugged nonchalantly, expressing his indifference. After all, he did not regard them highly. In their 30s yet still at the transformation stage, and not a single one at the half-step great ascension stage. How pathetic. Shaking his head, Ye Chen provocatively continued. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of those around him were quite remarkable. This young man was undeniably audacious. To mock the holy son and holy maiden of the demon clan, along with other prodigies? What gave him such confidence? The only one who remained relatively unfazed was young Booby, a ruthless individual capable of outsmarting even peerless experts of the loose immortal stage. It was hardly surprising for him to dismiss transformation stage experts. Furthermore, the number of transformation stage practitioners who had perished under Ye Chen's schemes had already reached several tens of thousands. He indeed possessed the credentials to utter such words. Apart from young Booby, only the remnant soul maintained a semblance of calm. The others glared fiercely at Ye Chen. How could they, who usually held themselves in high regard, be so disparaged? This left them feeling exceedingly displeased. Observing their reactions, Ye Chen's smile grew ever more radiant. He secretly hoped these individuals would take action against him. Capturing one or two hostages might facilitate a smoother departure from the demon mountain. Otherwise, it would likely require considerable effort. He abhorred complications. Outside the demon mountain, several powerful beings from the demon clan were beginning to grow impatient. Simultaneously, they felt an overwhelming sense of irritation. That human who had entered their sacred mountain seemed to have ventured into the core area. How infuriating. The thought alone made them wish to rend him limb from limb. Guard all directions. Do not allow the enemy any chance of escape, commanded a half-step loose immortal stage demon expert from above. Indeed, upon hearing his words, the formidable beings dispersed, ultimately congregating at the various entrances of the demon mountain. Unbeknownst to them, concealed behind a weathered boulder in a desolate expanse nearly 100 miles from the mountain, a diminutive shadow cloaked in black was observing the scene. This was a strikingly handsome young boy, clad in a long black robe, seemingly around 6 or 7 years of age. By my grandmother, this lad, Ye Chen, is truly a prodigy. To dare venture into the enemy's sacred mountain under the very noses of the demon clan? He is far more audacious than I. The boy shook his head, muttering to himself. Yet, there was little trace of concern upon his countenance. Clearly, he harbored unwavering confidence in Ye Chen. In the past 2 days, the eastern domain has been rife with turbulence, as several celestial seedlings and unparalleled prodigies from the top 10 powers have been eliminated. The perpetrator? A mere boy. After executing his foes, he brazenly proclaimed, I merely wish to provide some relief for Ye Chen. All powers are welcome to pursue me. Such arrogance was unparalleled. Strangely, the top 10 powers of the Eastern Domain found themselves utterly at a loss against this audacious youth. Their dispatched experts, whether in the transformation stage, the great ascension stage, or even those in the calamity transcendent stage, could not locate him. Ultimately, in sheer exasperation, they were compelled to summon their celestial seedlings and prodigies back, the unparalleled beings in the loose immortal stage. Presently, those from the top 10 powers of the Eastern Domain dared not reveal themselves lightly, fearful of falling prey to the merciless hands of Zhuangzi. For Zhuangzi had made numerous excursions beyond the Dao sect, brazenly so, ever since the Dao sect sealed its mountains. Zhuangzi has acted with reckless abandon. The soul-extinguishing Hall? They could hardly be relied upon. Despite their incessant search for Ye Chen and their threats to annihilate the Dao sect, they had yet to dispatch a single expert to the Eastern Domain. Their proclamations were merely thunderous noise without substance. At present, it can be stated without hesitation that 3 individuals stand out as the most renowned in the Eastern Domain: Zhuangzi, Ye Chen, and that enigmatic little boy. As anticipated, just as the remnants of souls had foretold, these demonic prodigies had no chance of ascending to the pinnacle. They had barely set foot on the final step of the demonic path before being transported away. There was no doubt. They were whisked away to the very heart of the demon mountain. Soon enough, these individuals began to materialize one after another in the square. Young Master Yi, the radiant young booby, adorned in pristine black armor, approached Ye Chen. His eyes sparkled with excitement, making it evident that his endeavors in the core realm had borne remarkable fruit. The reactions of the others were similarly enthusiastic. Among the first group of the demon clan to reach the pinnacle were 4 young individuals, 2 men and 2 women, including young Booby. They were all revered as the holy sons and holy daughters of the demon clan. In contrast, the remaining individuals struggled, still far from ascending the steps. For reasons unknown, the lingering soul had vanished without a trace. Ye Chen even began to suspect that young Booby and the others might not have perceived that lingering soul at all. Or perhaps, if they did see it, they simply chose to disregard its significance. "Let us depart," Ye Chen casually remarked, nodding his head. The other 3 were completely disregarded by him. Indeed, with a decisive tone, young Booby approached Ye Chen. However, at that moment, the other 3 simultaneously obstructed their path. The leader among them was the brooding youth. "Yang Dingtian, step aside." Young Booby furrowed his brows as he addressed the shadowy figure. "Hee. Today, neither of you shall depart unscathed." With a cold chuckle, Yang Dingtian spoke with a facade of mirth that belied his true intentions. "Especially you, the traitor."